America decides. Welcome again to our CBS News election night headquarters here at the crossroads of the country. I'm Norah O'Donnell, and it's almost 8 o'clock in the east, 5 o'clock in the west, and this is a big hour. The polls are about to be closed in half of the states across America, and that includes two that we are laser focused on this hour, Florida and Pennsylvania. They are part of what we're calling our notable nine tonight, those states that could decide the election and determine who becomes president of the United States. All roads to the White House go through Florida, especially for President Trump. It is his newly adopted home state. Florida, you remember, infamous for that 2000 election, but it could offer an early look tonight about who occupies the White House in 2021. And we have some projections at this hour. CBS News can characterize that Florida is a toss-up, Pennsylvania also a toss-up at this hour. Let's get to the rest of the states that have closed at this hour. CBS News can project that President Trump has won the state of Oklahoma. Joe Biden is the winner in the District of Columbia, his home state of Delaware and Massachusetts. CBS News can now categorize these races as well: Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, and Tennessee, all leaning toward Trump. Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Illinois, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Maine are all leaning toward Biden. Remember, this is a race to 270 electoral votes, and at this early hour, CBS News estimates that Joe Biden has 20, President Trump 18, still early in the night. Let's talk about these two states that we're looking at, Ed. Pennsylvania and Florida, each campaign sees them differently.
Absolutely. The Biden team calls Pennsylvania the cornerstone of their path to 270, one that solidifies their ability to win this contest. They have other ways to do it without Pennsylvania, but believe that is the best shot. Florida, if Biden is able to pull it off, and that is questionable as we see data continuing to come in, would be the capstone, the one that completely makes it impossible for the president to win. So that's why you've seen so much attention by the former vice president focused on Pennsylvania, especially since the weekend.
And as we've seen both of the candidates in Pennsylvania so often, but just a reminder, Pennsylvania is one of those states, including those in the upper Midwest, that said, wait, we're not going to count those absentee ballots until today. And so it could be a state, according to their own Secretary of State, we may not have the full results until later this week.
Right. That's right. So Pennsylvania has the slow counting system for what comes in early, but unlike Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina, which have a lot of early votes, they don't have a lot of early votes. It's a lot of in-day voting in Pennsylvania, so it's going to be a long time in Pennsylvania. But just because we're all obsessed with Florida, because it's the route to the president has to win Florida. Yeah. We're going to be getting votes that Reince Priebus was talking about in that western panhandle part of Florida where the president's very strong.
And speaking about Florida, that state that you point out that President Trump has to win, Major Garrett has some new information from the exit polls. Major?
That's right, Nora and team. And the reason we do exit polls this way is we don't report state-specific exit polls until the polls have closed. That's why we've been holding back. I know you've been energetic over there. Where's the Florida data, Major? I've got it for you now. Two demographic groups to come: seniors and Latinos. Let's start with seniors, meaning voters over the age 65. Here's what it was in 2016. Donald Trump carried that, as you can see, by 17 points. What is going on in this election with voters over age 65? Trump 52, Biden 47. That is a 17-point margin in 2016, shrinking to a 5-point margin in 2020 among those voters. Now let's look at Latinos. Again, I'll reset the clock to 2016. Latino voters, Hillary Clinton 62, Donald Trump 35. What does the Latino vote look like now? Joe Biden 53, Donald Trump 45. So Donald Trump is performing a little bit better with Latino voters. The composition of the electorate in this election 2020 for Latino voters about the same as it was in 2016, but it is larger among those age 65 and older. How much larger? Good question. 31% this time, 26% in 2016.
And so that means what about those older Latinos?
So older voters and Latinos.
Right.
So Latinos about the same size composition, 18% in both years, 18, 19%, 2016, 2020. But the senior vote is larger, 31% this time versus 26% in 2016, and Joe Biden is doing better than Hillary Clinton did with that particular demographic.
And the economy, one of the messages resonating with seniors in Florida.
the economy, but also the virus.
Yeah,
How safe am I?
Isn't COVID resonating?
How
Because
safe
seniors
am I?
were
How safe
certainly
is my
hit.
family? How safe are the people of my age group, maybe that don't live in Florida but are somewhere else?
Major, I can't go see my grandchildren, the seniors are saying.
Precisely.
Yeah, it's been a problem.
So that's a dynamic to keep an eye on in Florida.
If Joe Biden wants to win the White House, he's got to pull off some of those Sun Belt states that we have been talking about where the Latino vote is strong. We want to bring in CBS News contributor Maria Elena Salinas. She's widely recognized as the voice of Hispanic America, and we're lucky to have her analysis. Maria?
Thank you very much, Nora. You know, why is the president doing better with Latinos in Florida? Well, a lot is due to Cuban-American voters who are coming out in support of Trump, as Major just said. The president's law and order and anti-socialism messages appear to be resonating with Cuban voters and also from voters from countries like Venezuela, Nicaragua, among others. Now, Biden is doing better with Puerto Ricans. That is the second largest Latino voting bloc in the state. CBS News exit polls show that they're supporting Biden by nearly 40 percentage points. Tens of thousands of Puerto Ricans, as we know, moved to Florida after Hurricane Maria, and many of them were just unhappy with the federal government's response. What we have to watch in Florida is the I-4 corridor that includes Tampa and Orlando. There's a large number of Boricuas there. But, you know, we also need to watch the Latino vote all over the country tonight. This year, 32 million Latinos are eligible to vote. We'll be watching the Latino vote, the Latino youth vote in particular. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. A Latino turns voting age every 30 seconds in this country. That means that about 800,000 to 1 million Latinos are added to the voter pool each year, while 2 million baby boomers die. So we're going to keep a close eye to these battleground states that may be tipped by this demographic, by Latinos.
Maria.
One is Florida, of course. The other one is Texas, Arizona, and Nevada, where Latinos make up more than 20% of the electorate. Let's see if Joe Biden was successful in getting them out to vote.
Maria, stand by. I think Ed has a question for you.
Maria Elena, great to be with you tonight. You know, we've heard the president for almost 4 years talk about how Joe Biden and Democrats would enact socialist policies in this country. To a lot of Americans, that kind of goes over their head. But remind us why that resonates so much in South Florida and why it could be affecting Biden's chances tonight.
Well, you know, that has been a message throughout with Cuban Americans. It has resonated with Cuban Americans. But this time the message was much stronger. There was a lot of disinformation in radio stations in Miami, in Spanish language media there. And they really scared people into socialism, and especially now Venezuelans. Venezuelans are only 2% of the vote, the Latino vote. However, they are coming out in larger numbers. So it really is the turnout that is being affected. You also have Central Americans. You also have Colombians. So that
he's got to get through North Carolina. He's got to get through Georgia. He's got to get through the
huge issue for them.
All right, Maria Elena, as we continue to track the Latino vote, thank you. CBS News can project that President Trump has won the state of Kentucky. Another call as he puts some more electoral votes on the board. Not a surprise there. And we'll check in with what's going on in that Senate race in Kentucky, a big one in a moment, because, of course, the Senate Majority Leader also on the ballot. All right, coming up, we'll check in with Manuel Bojorquez. He's in Florida. Latest on the vote there. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it?
What is the next area that you are concerned about?
What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Trying to directly tie the president's handling of this pandemic to their own personal lives, to their own families. That is a message that the Biden team is hopeful will resonate in the state. But, man, it is very close right now. I know they are looking at these numbers just as closely as we are, George.
They certainly are. Cecilia Vega, the president changed his registration earlier this year to vote in Florida.
Yeah, George, I think it's hard for a lot of people to remember because we think of Donald Trump as a New Yorker, but he is now a Florida resident. The First Lady just voted in Florida this morning. morning. He changed his residence from New York to Florida not too long ago, and this is a state that he has visited more than any other during the course of his presidency, some 82 visits over the course of the last 4 years, and he has been there numerous times over the course of this election and spent $78 million down there in Florida. And our team is hearing from sources who are telling us that the president, George, is over the moon with the numbers that he is seeing come in from Florida, especially Miami-Dade. I think they thought that the Democrats would have an advantage at this stage of the night, looking at the early voting that was happening there on their end. So they are clearly very pleased with what they are seeing at this point. And we're also told, George, that President Trump inside is watching these returns between the residence and the East Room here in the White House where that event is taking place.
Okay, Cecilia, thanks very much. Nate Silver, let's remind everybody what happens to your projection if Donald Trump actually wins the state of Florida.
So, yeah, let's see. He's at 10%. It's going to shoot way up if he wins Florida. It's going to take a little bit of time to calculate here. But Trump, if he wins Florida, is much more in the running. He's about a 1 in 3 chance of winning overall. The one silver lining for Biden a bit is that this seems to be mostly concentrated among Cubans in South Florida. It might not translate to other parts of the country. But, you know, Florida would be the first step toward a Trump upset.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. Let's take a look at the key state of Georgia right now. Let's pull that up. We've got about 11% of the expected vote in, and Donald Trump has the lead. Tom Llamas.
Yeah, let's take a look at Georgia right now. We do want to say, though, there is a lot of the vote that is not in Georgia, and that's important because you have the state of Georgia, and then you have the state of Atlanta and the suburbs, and 50% of the vote for the state of Georgia is going to come out of here. So, George, it is still very, very early. Any signs for either campaign? Look, there's a lot of red counties. Georgia got redder in those red counties after 2016, but the blue counties expanded. They got bluer. So many people moving to Georgia. Right now, it's tough to say whose state this is. Only 11% of the vote in, and a lot of the Atlanta metro area still needs to come in. But we can't talk about Cobb County. Cobb County, once the home of Newt Gingrich, and at 63%, with 31% of the vote in, Joe Biden's overperforming Hillary Clinton. If he's going to win Georgia, he has to win big in Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs. And tonight, right now, if this holds, and this is the trend, that's good news for Joe Biden.
One of the other ones, and I don't know if you can pull it up. Can you pull up Gwinnett County?
It's not in yet. We don't have information for it yet, but that was one of the counties that Hillary Clinton flipped 4 years ago. We're going to be watching it closely so far. And the reason why we don't have information, I want to explain this to our voters, we want to make sure we have enough of a sample in to kind of say who's winning what and the votes have been counted. We're not there yet, so we're not going to touch it, George.
What are we seeing in the exits there?
A couple of things out of Georgia, George, to take a look at. First of all, let's take a look at, they just switched this up on me right here. Let's take a look at Georgia's job performance. 50% approve of the job that President Trump is doing on the all-important issue. 51%, though, say the pandemic is most important. But I've been diving into some of the numbers in Georgia. The racial and ethnic makeup, minorities making up 4 in 10 Georgia voters. That matches the 2016 numbers for Hillary Clinton. When it comes to moderates, even 39% with conservatives, that also matches 4 years ago. Now, this is interesting. In Atlanta, a strong support in Atlanta brought Clinton to within 5 points of Trump 4 years ago. That is up slightly to 20% of the voters. There's a slight uptick there. But again, he's holding his own in the exit polls, the president in Georgia. They're giving him the edge in handling the pandemic moving forward as well.
TJ Holmes is in Atlanta. What are you hearing on the ground?
Well, we're here on the ground here, and you all made those important points there about where I am. I'm standing in this Atlanta metro area where, yes, this is a big state, 159 counties, but 50% of the vote is wrapped up in 4 counties right here in this surrounding area. And you've been talking about Cobb and Gwinnett counties. Those 2 counties, yes, Hillary Clinton lost this state by 5 percentage points, but she picked up Gwinnett and Cobb County. Those are 2 counties that are the 2nd and 3rd most populous counties in the state of Georgia. And she was the first Democrat to pick up those 2 counties since Jimmy Carter, the son of Georgia, did so back in 1976. So this is a big deal here if they can perform, if Joe Biden can perform well in this area. Now, we might not know for some time. We're expecting to start, George, getting some results here. It's 8 o'clock now, but we talk so much about all the early votes that came in. So how long is it going to take to get those? They didn't count them before today, but they started processing them before today, essentially collecting all those memory memory cards, essentially opening the mail-in ballots and getting them ready. So essentially all they had to do tonight, George, was click a button and to count those votes. So we should start getting some of those results of all those early ballots, all those early votes that did come in, that record-setting 3.9 million. We should start getting those pretty soon that give us an indication. But yes, it's so critical here in these 4 counties how Joe Biden performs compared to how Hillary Clinton did. She lost the state, but that's why Democrats
figured they had other paths around Florida.
They absolutely have, Lester, and I think that's really the key. Look, I just heard from a Democrat in Florida who's very close to the Biden campaign who acknowledges that this is really an uphill battle at this point, watching these numbers come in. But I've also heard from Biden campaign officials who say they still feel good about the night because they have several paths that do not include Florida, that do rely on Midwestern states. That blue wall that Hillary Clinton was not able to hold back in 2016, that vice president campaigned so aggressively in Michigan, Wisconsin. So those are the states that they're really turning to and focused on. And they say they feel good about. They feel good about the turnout, in the suburban areas that they will need in order to carry that state. And so that's really where their focus has shifted at this point. And look, I've been talking to the Biden campaign and top Democrats about Florida for quite some time. He visited 4 times. So he did make a real push for the state. They, of course, want to win Florida, but again, they have multiple other paths that do not include it, that in addition to those Midwestern states that I just mentioned would include North Carolina and Georgia, and so that is where their focus is going to be at this hour. Lester.
Kristen Welker, thank you. We're back after a short break with more election results. Stay with us.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work.
China, any adversary of the United States. Actually, this has been going on for decades. The challenge today is the sophistication of the communications and the technology.
Up through my spine, I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new
We analyze it and we say, this is what's likely going to happen. So as of right now, this is where things stand. Any place that you see this bright red with a check, Oklahoma, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee, those are states that we have projected right now that President Trump will win. The blue states with checks, Vermont, Massachusetts, Delaware, D.C., all of those are the states that we have projected that Biden is going to win. Now let's look at all of these white states here. These are those battleground states that we have been thinking about so much. There are some states like Florida where we are already starting to see those election results pouring in. We're going to be paying a lot of attention, of course, to Miami-Dade County, to this area around Orlando. This has been some of the hardest hit in the state in terms of the economy, particularly because the tourism industry is so important there. The reason why we might get some answers from Florida tonight, they started processing those ballots early. They've been counting all those absentee ballots. But another state, like Pennsylvania, which may be crucial for the president to win if he wants to hold on to the presidency, or Biden to win if he wants to claim this. We don't have any of that information, really, because they only started processing those absentee ballots today. So we're in for a very long night, Elaine, but this hopefully gives y'all some more understanding of what we're looking at. And this, of course, over here is the national vote totals. But when it comes to determining the president, it's that 270 electoral votes that matter the most. Elaine?
All right, Lana Zak, thank you. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night. And for more on all this, I want to bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns, Linda Tran, and Terry Sullivan. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Terry Sullivan is a CBS News political contributor, as well as the former campaign manager for Senator Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign. Welcome to you all. It's great to have you. Caitlin, you are joining us from Pennsylvania, where the polls have just closed. We've seen both campaigns focus heavily on that state. Remind us
And a lot of that so far we don't have in. But where Donald Trump is winning, he's doing really well, and he's actually overperforming in some areas. When we look at Henrico County, this was a county Democrats won pretty decisively 4 years ago. You can see 57 to 36. Tonight, right now, with 36% of the vote in, Donald Trump's on top. In the swing area down here in the Hamptons Road area, Virginia Beach, Donald Trump barely lost 4 years ago. Tonight, he's up, and he's up big. But again, it's still very early in Virginia, George. We're still waiting for a lot of the vote to come in. You see a lot of these red counties. This is the same way it looked 4 years ago, yet when the blue filled in, that's when Democrats won.
Tom Llamas, thanks very much. Now let's pull up Texas. Seemed to become a battleground late in the game of this campaign.
Yeah, so we take a look at Texas. A lot of the vote not in yet. What we do have, of course, the most important county in Texas, the biggest county, Harris County right here. This is Houston, 56 to 42. He's matching Hillary Clinton so far. One of the big reasons Democrats thought this area was in play, that Republicans were vulnerable, is because Donald Trump underperformed from Mitt Romney, and he did it in an area here. I actually want to check one of these counties. Fort Worth, this is Republican territory right next to Dallas. This is Fort Worth. It's neck and neck with 80% of the vote in. That's actually very good news for Democrats. Democrats have to be very happy by that number. Just north in the suburbs of Fort Worth, Denton. This is also a Republican county, 45-52. But you can see right there, George, Joe Biden, he's building on Hillary Clinton, which he had. He's overperforming there. Still a lot of the vote out. You'll remember all of East Texas, that's going to be Trump country. The border is going to be more for Democrats. We'll be watching Austin, Bexar County, San Antonio, and, of course, the ring counties around Houston.
Okay, thank you. Marcus Moore is in Texas. And, of course, Marcus, Texas, one of those states where the early vote produced more than 100% of the 2016 vote with days to go in this campaign.
Yeah, George, that was really the major storyline heading into this election. More than 9.5 million people casting their ballots early here in Texas, and that, as you said, surpassed the 2016 vote entirely. And so certainly there has been a lot of enthusiasm heading into tonight, and the polls just closed here in Harris County and in most of Texas, but they are still open out to our west in El Paso. So, of course, few people know that Texas actually straddles two different time zones, and the votes are still being cast out there in El Paso. But we anticipate that in the next few moments, we will see the activity here at the Harris County vote headquarters pick up quite a bit. This is where those poll workers will be bringing in the various ballots from the polling locations, nearly 800 of them in Harris County alone, and they will be counting them here tonight, George. And so far, things have gone smoothly here. Only a couple of polling stations opened late because of technical difficulties, and so that has been good news. Also, the weather was perfect here, and both sides of this campaign, the Republicans and Democrats, encouraged by that, and certainly, clearly, when we talk about the voter turnout, it has been massive here in Texas, and it is the reason why Democrats feel like they can turn this historically red state blue, and of course, time will tell if that happens, George.
Marcus Moore, thanks very much. Matt Dowd, you're there in Austin. Texas has been changing. The question is how fast?
Well, it has been changing. It was a state that Mitt Romney won by 16, then Donald Trump won by 9, and then Beto O'Rourke finished 2.5% behind Ted Cruz. And so it's been changing slowly. Donald Trump's has speeded that up somewhat. But I think one of the key signs is this is going to be a very close race. I mean, usually, George, when we're here, we've already called Texas and we're moving on. A Democrat hasn't carried Texas as president since 1976. Denton County, which Tom mentioned, I'll just say, and I looked at the data, Denton County is 98% in. That's a county that Hillary Clinton lost by 20 points. It's a suburban county that has been traditionally solid Republican. Donald Trump is only 7 points ahead in that county with 98% of the vote in. That shows what's happening in the suburban areas.
Okay, Matt Dowd, thanks very much. We can project another state for Donald Trump right now, West Virginia. West Virginia and its 5 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. Only 10% of the expected vote in it, but that is a clear win tonight for Donald Trump. So let's take another look at the board. Right now you see Joe Biden has 44 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 42. We have a long way to go on this election night 2020. We'll be right back.
Requested to bring this one back to its kind.
You know this is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The men
Mandalorian. New season now streaming only on Disney+.
Wednesday night, get ready for
Only on Disney+.
Wednesday night, get ready for
a con so big, so
those states, then that really does cut off the president's path to victory and makes the outcome of this election clear. Here in Pennsylvania, which is, as we've described, a key state, the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court here ruled that ballots can be accepted up until Friday as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. And that has been in response, of course, to delays in the Postal Service. So Pennsylvania could be counting those ballots through the rest of this week, which is, of course, why we are here. But tonight we should get some clear indications of how this will go because of other states that are going to be able to get results out tonight. So we're looking at Florida, of course, but also North Carolina, keep an eye on that, and Georgia. If the president does not win North Carolina and Georgia or Arizona, I think that tells you a lot of what you may need to know.
All right, and as we've been speaking, we want to let our viewers know that CBS News projects that President Trump wins Tennessee. Again, President Trump wins Tennessee. And the electoral vote count on that state is 11. So the president picks up 11 electoral votes. Linda, let me turn to you. More than 100 million Americans voted early, and that amounts to nearly 73% of all votes cast in 2016. Talk to us about the historic nature of this election cycle and what drove so many people to the polls this time around.
Well, Elaine, it really is historic, and there's a lot to unpack there. I mean, the first number I would point out is that of the 101 million ballots that were cast during the early vote period, well over 29% of them were voters who didn't vote in 2016. So there's certainly been a surge across the board, the people feeling like it was more important than ever for them to exercise their right to vote this cycle. Clearly, the coronavirus pandemic, the economy, these issues are top of mind for voters across the board. But we've also seen surges among certain demographic groups that probably bode well for the Biden-Harris ticket. Certainly Latino voters have been on the rise.
I hope you guys are enjoying the show.
And Asian voters,
I'm going to keep switching from different news.
Part of
Stay
that
tuned.
Obama coalition that we often hear folks talk about. And also importantly, white college-educated voters have also been really tipping towards Biden in the states where we're able to track that kind of information. So surging all the way across the board, and mostly because I think people are just so anxious about the experience that we've had over the last several months this year in particular, but also fear about what might come around the corner. All of the polling that we've seen recently, people on both sides of the aisle fear that the worst is yet to come, and they're worried about having the right kind of leadership in place to lead us out of these crises.
All right, in the final 30 seconds or so, Terry, legal challenges ahead. Both sides are preparing.
Yeah, both sides always prepare, and this is just the nature of campaigns at this level. You're going to have legal fights, and that's just how it works because that's our society today. And so it's not a normal, shouldn't be concerned.
It's not. All right, if you say so, Terry Sullivan. I'm going to write that down. Terry Sullivan, don't be concerned. All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Linda Tran, and Terry Sullivan, thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate it. We are going to take a quick break, but we'll have much more coverage on the state of the race straight ahead. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of
Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in.
Mark, how are you, brother?
I am happy. I'm happy to see y'all. I woke up this morning. I went and voted in Philadelphia, and I saw long lines of black people wrapped around the corner that made me optimistic. Now I'm looking at these results, and my stomach's in knots. I'm a little bit nervous. Do I have a right to be nervous? Should I be nervous?
Yeah, you should be nervous. This is gonna be, as my dad would say, nip and tuck. This is gonna be tight. And I think the reality of it is voter suppression isn't just what happens at the polls, Mark, right? Like, we know the amount of disinformation that used a grain of truth to poison the well on records. And I'm not talking about the records that should be rightfully questioned, but the choices here are clear. It's not a lesser of two evils. It's whether or not you want a fascist in the White House. And unfortunately, when folks are in communities like so many of our family members and our friends and people we grew up with, and they can't tell the difference, as we've talked about all program, Andrew, you know, it makes it really tough.
Well, I wouldn't give them that much credit. They can tell the difference. They're making the choice, many of them, the very conscious choice, to elect a president who has spent the better part of his 4 years in office essentially stoking the flames of a potential race war. And they've seen the consequences of it, and they've arrived at the conclusion that they're willing to throw this country into chaos to preserve power. So they're very clear choices that are being made. They may not be the ones
about a different thing.
I'm sorry. No, it's all good. But the truth is, Mark, I'm worried. I'm very worried, but I'm less worried about so much the individuals, Mark, than I am.
Clinton. This is 82% in. This is a great trend right now because for Joe Biden to win, for the Democrats to win in the state, they have to run up the scores in both the Research Triangle and the Triad. These are communities that have pharmaceutical industries, they have tech industries, and they obviously have the universities. They want to run up the score there. Another key county we're watching here is New Hanover. Why are we watching this? Well, it usually mirrors how the state does, right? And a Republican, I should say a Democrat actually, hasn't won this county since Jimmy Carter. Joe Biden's up right now. It has a good mix of people that live here. You have upper middle class suburbs, you have retirees, you have military families, you have people who work in the entertainment industry. So this is a key county we're watching. It's incredibly important. The city is Wilmington. And for anything else, one of the reasons why we love this, it's a hometown of Michael Jordan, George. That's important, all right?
Okay. Lindsay Davis, you're keeping an eye on 3 counties in North Carolina?
Yes, that's right. These 3 counties that have the highest number of COVID cases right now all voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Also want to report there were 67 deaths in North Carolina from coronavirus on Tuesday. That's the highest number that they've ever reported. Everything that we measure in North Carolina is on its way up, talking about hospitalizations, positivity cases, and deaths as well. Of course, North Carolina was famous for that dust-up, that infamous dust-up now.
Wake County over the last 3 cycles. As you can see here, Joe Biden, Wake County, this is Research Triangle. You guys know this. This is, you know, hotbed, a lot of college-educated suburban voters here. And as you can see, this is a case where Joe Biden's outperforming his former running mate by a big-time margin. He's already got a ton of vote here. He's got almost double the vote of Trump here. And as you can see, Clinton only got 100,000 advantage there. So already big margins there. By the way, the story is the same in Mecklenburg here, which is Charlotte. I'll show you, as you can see here, he's just already overperforming big time Clinton and Obama. So when you look at what's going on in North Carolina, again.
Show us a red county, because you're telling us this election is going to come down county by county.
That's
Who
right.
runs up the score in
well,
their
look,
counties?
and I always like to spend time out here in these more rural counties. These are big Trump counties, so we can see, is he hitting his numbers here, right? Biden, 3 points better. Okay, I'm going to go here, Henderson County. Again, rural county. Again, this is Biden, 8 points better, 78% in. Keep going down over here in this part of North Carolina. Rutherford County, another one, Biden improving by 3 points. This is the story across the board. And again, I do want to point out, and it's right down here. Look at this. I worried that my board wasn't going to let me write all the way down here on the edge.
Continue to the next
Anyway, yeah, that didn't work out very well. But I swear to God, there's a 2% number here. I mean, it is amazing here that you're seeing that. Andrew's brought it up. I mean, that's Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
You're saying that there was a third-party vote that drew votes from Clinton in 2016. We don't have that same third-party vote this time.
No, we don't.
This is head-to-head, and it's a whole different
Let's just take a look at Florida and check back in. And as you can see, the lead keeps growing for Donald Trump. So this is not looking like, yes, there's plenty of vote left. Let's look at our gray space here. Still got 1 million votes. So you can't sit here and call anything when you're separated by 225,000 votes here, 1 million votes, but you guys can do the math. Joe Biden's got to win a lot of those 1 million votes to make up a 226,000 vote deficit here. Florida is looking a little red tonight.
All right.
Let's bring in Kate Snow and talk a little bit, go back to Pennsylvania if we can right now. Kate, you've spent a lot of time there. This is a place that we saw a lot of Obama voters break for Trump last time around, and then some second thoughts from some of those voters. You tapped into it. I tapped into it in my visit there last week. Describe the dynamics at play in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so I was in Western Pennsylvania, which I think is important to note right off, Lester, because Pennsylvania is a complicated state. It's not all one kind of voter. Where I was over by Pittsburgh, I was in Beaver County, which is northwest of Pittsburgh, right along the county borders the Ohio border, and it has the Ohio River running right through it. That was steel country. That was a place where people had union jobs. They worked in the steel mills up until the 70s and into the 80s when those steel mills started going away. And what I found there is a lot of voters who said, look, I was a Democrat by tradition. My parents were Democrats. My grandparents were Democrats. But in recent years, those Democrats, even if they're still registered Democrat, have really swung. The county went for President Trump back in 2016 by 19 points. This was a place where people really were drawn in by President Trump's message. So even if they're nominally Democrats, they're now voting for President Trump. So what we were looking at is, are they still going to be with President Trump, and in what kind of numbers in Beaver County this time around? And I think what's interesting is I met a lot of people who said, yeah, we're still with him. I met a couple named Randy and Kathy who, again, used to be diehard Democrats, and now they're really into Trump. They've already, they had the big sign in their yard. But then I also talked to a woman named Marion Wise who voted for Trump. She said she never actually thought he'd win in 2016, but she was attracted to his message of drain the swamp. And now she's completely disenchanted with him. She's just over President Trump and not going to go there. So I think that's going to be a big question, is those red counties, those counties that we think are going to go red for President Trump in Pennsylvania, particularly in the West, perhaps also in the Northeast. There are a lot of rural areas of Pennsylvania. What are they going to do on this election night? Is it going to look like what you're seeing in Florida, where red counties get even more red?
Kate Snow, thank you, Kate.
All right, the economy, the big issue Andrew just mentioned, showing up in the exit poll. Senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle with us. What are you watching? What are you seeing tonight, Stephanie?
Savannah, we know that people vote based on what affects them, not offends them, and that absolutely means money. Back in February, President Trump thought he'd be running and winning on the economy as his top issue. COVID changed that. And while normally Republicans do very well on economic issues, we've seen Joe Biden start chipping away at the president's lead on the economy because we don't have a national plan to address COVID. And until we address the health crisis, we're still going to be in this financial crisis. Just think about it, Savannah. While a portion of the country is doing well economically, our recovery has been like a K for people who can work from home, who can afford to buy homes or cars while interest rates are so low, or people who are invested in the markets. But for millions of others, they're out of work. And if they're out of work, they're at risk of being without health care. We've got a lot of small businesses at risk. We've got a divided economy at maybe the most crucial time of the year.
All right. Thank you very much, Stephanie. We want to turn now to former counselor to the president and manager of his 2016 campaign, Kellyanne Conway. Kellyanne, we've been talking about Florida. It seems to be trending in the right direction for your candidate, President Trump. Are you exhaling yet?
No, we know we've got a long way to go. Even in 2016, Savannah, we waited until 2:30 for Secretary Clinton to call and concede. These things can go late into the night, but we do like what's happened in Florida for several reasons. Obviously, it's an incredibly important electoral vote-rich state, but also it's a representation of the country. Many people are moving there from other states, obviously. 70% of Miami-Dade roughly is Hispanic, and we see that Vice President Biden has underperformed there, but we also are looking at some of the exit polls among Hispanics elsewhere. So in Florida, plus 27 for Hillary Clinton, plus 8 for Joe Biden. In Georgia, plus 40 for Hillary Clinton, plus 25 for Joe Biden. Ohio, among Hispanics, plus 41 for Hillary Clinton, now plus 24 for Joe Biden. So I think that the box that people try to put some of us in based on our gender, our race, our ethnicity, our age, is really being tossed on its head in this election. Hispanics care about far more than immigration. That is important, but they also care about many other issues. Seniors care more about than just health care, perhaps for Medicare. They certainly care about that, but it's plus. And women care more than just about abortion. I think voters are telling us all, reminding us all, that we throw into our voter cauldron many different issues, ideas, images, and individuals, and we stir it up, and then we make our choice. The Trump campaign very much likes what they see in the day of voting, because we know that the Democrats did a fantastic job banking that early, really first day of early voting. In fact, in places like North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Michigan, they had huge gains in the first day. If you wanted to vote against Donald Trump for the last 4 years, you were ready. You stood in line for hours and you did it. But you can vote early. You can't vote often. You can only vote against him one time. And we're counting on the people who turned out to the rallies, and even those who didn't want to put signs in the yard, stickers on the bumper, to turn out today. But we're patient people. We'll see this through the night or through the week if we need to. And I think, just like Chuck Todd was going over, we're looking at some counties as well to see 2016, 2020 performance, but also looking at some surprises. Sometimes voters repeat history, and sometimes they make history.
Hey, Kellyanne, I'm curious. Are you comfortable, considering that some of the exit poll numbers you've seen in the prioritizing of the virus versus the economy, and how that looked in certain battleground states? First of all, you don't have a Miami-Dade in a lot of these other battleground states. That's a unique unicorn you guys created, and I think you guys deserve a ton of credit. This is a 4-year project, so kudos to you and that organization. That is an impressive feat. But I am curious, are you comfortable closing the way the president did on the virus, given what you've seen in the exits in a lot of these other states that where a majority of the voters appear to be on the other side of virus versus the economy?
I've always thought the president should go back in time, Chuck, and really talk more about all that was accomplished. He talks about China and European travel being shut down early and how that saved lives. But, you know, we were in lockdown at the White House for quite a while. He couldn't go to Mar-a-Lago, Bedminster, rallies, foreign travel, nothing. No visits to states. There was nothing. And what were we doing? 7 days a week in that task force. My seat was right behind Drs. Birx and Fauci. Actually, I learned a great deal from both of them. And the president signed into law $1 trillion worth in the CARES Act, PPP to help save these small businesses and save American jobs, PPE, billions of masks and gloves and gowns, and of course ventilators, thankfully, for anybody who needed it. So I've always been urging, go back in time and recognize that we women are the chief healthcare officers of our households. We control about 2 out of every 3 healthcare dollars spent in this country. And even if you, as a female voter, say, I'm not particularly worried about me or someone in my household, God forbid, contracting or dying from COVID, I'm worried about other people. I'm not just a direct stakeholder, I'm a shareholder for other people in my life. I'm worried about Aunt Edna in the nursing home. I'm worried about Grandma who we haven't been able to visit. I'm worried about my kids' school reopening too quickly. And I've been a very loud voice about healthcare being a very important issue to women. And I think that going back in time and taking more credit and reminding people all that we did came together. Do you remember, Chuck, in March, the president had a 62% approval rating for handling of COVID? And I remember telling him in the Oval Office, you've never had a 62% approval rating on anything, including the economy, and you've presided over a dynamic economy. I think at that time, the country really was rallying around the flag and saying, let's all come together and watch.
Credit for that, and it appears that he is maybe not getting a lot of black votes, but maybe people haven't turned out tonight, and that in some ways had an impact.
Mary Bruce, what are you hearing from the Biden campaign about this phenomenon right now? Do they believe it?
It's a good question. You know, tonight they are being tight-lipped on that, of course, but it is interesting when you look at the trajectory of this campaign. Joe Biden is often accused of taking the black vote for granted. A lot of attention was paid, especially several months ago at the beginning of this pandemic. Biden on Charlemagne the God, his radio show, saying to black voters that if they don't vote for him, quote, you ain't black. That, of course, did not sit well with many in the black community, despite the fact that, of course, it was black voters, especially female black voters, that helped in many ways rescue Joe Biden's candidacy, helped deliver him this nomination, especially in the South. And Joe Biden has continued to face this criticism. You know, I think, of course, about the moment in our town hall in Pennsylvania just a couple weeks ago, a young black voter, Cedric Humphrey, stood up and asked Joe Biden.
Yet know which presidential candidate will begin a new term in January. We don't know which party will control the Senate. But some things are certain already. We know grave challenges will remain before us, challenges that could not care less about our political polarization. We know our next president will need to unite.
From young black voters saying that Joe Biden, they felt, just didn't get them.
Mary Bruce, thanks. Cecilia Vega.
Well, it is from young black voters saying that Joe Biden, they felt, just didn't get them.
Some of this control to let everybody else participate. And that is the question that we're on. Biden very early started talking about bringing the country together and the soul of the nation. And if he wins this campaign, it will be because there are enough people who decided that they also believe we are in a battle for the soul of this nation and they wanted to go in a better direction.
Well, we'll certainly be finding out where the soul of the nation lands tonight. I want to thank you all for your insights, and make sure you check out Andrew and Angela's live stream. It's on our BET YouTube page. They'll be going at it all night. I promise you, you don't want to miss that. Right now, we're going to turn our coverage back over to our colleagues at CBSN, and of course, we'll be back during the 9 o'clock hour. Stay with us.
That the president may be struggling a little bit more.
Every election, there's.
And you have said he has, when I mentioned the juxtaposition, you've got the things that the president has done, and then you've got the things that the president has said, which is that he has done more for African Americans in this country than any president since Abraham Lincoln. I think we will find out later tonight, tomorrow, down the road, whether communities of color in this country actually believe that and feel like this is a White House that has embraced them with open arms over the last 4 years.
Lots more vote to be seen. It's coming up on 8:47 here in the East Coast. Right now, Donald Trump has won 5 states, 42 electoral votes. Joe Biden, 6 states and 44 electoral votes. We'll be right back.
Good Morning America.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey.
Where they live and, of course, where they cast their ballots. Almost 20%, 17% of the registered voters in Florida are Latinos, and many of those live down in South Florida. So those results we're getting from Miami-Dade and Broward counties are certainly making Joe Biden's path to victory here in Florida look a lot more complex.
Giles Gibson in Tallahassee for us. Let's head over to Anand. Thanks, Mike. 4 years ago, seniors in the United States helped put Donald Trump in the White House. But this year, if the opinion polls are correct, many seniors are shifting their vote to Joe Biden because of Trump's handling of the coronavirus pandemic. Well, let's bring back our panel right now. Joining us once again, Douglas Sloan is a principal and senior political analyst with the National Capital Strategy Group, and Adolfo Franco is an attorney and Republican strategist. Adolfo, of course, as I just said, this election takes place in the shadow of the coronavirus pandemic. Older people are particularly vulnerable to this virus, and polls tell us that 2/3 of voters 65 and older have already voted. Past voting trends.
How they are
processing the biggest story of this election, which is the pandemic, was really interesting depending on who they were supporting. So supporters of the president told us that Trump did everything that he could on the virus, that they were focused on the economy and reopening and thought that was a top priority. And that's in line with the messaging that we've heard from the president while he's been campaigning. Talking to supporters of Biden, they were very much focused on the pandemic, the way in which it has uprooted their lives, and they see, as they told us, this campaign a referendum on the president's handling of the pandemic. What was really interesting is that, according to all of these voters that we talked to, all of them were really focused on how to cast their ballots this time around. Remember, the pandemic has added all sorts of challenges to the way we vote in this country, especially here in Pennsylvania. They haven't had this kind of number of absentee ballots before, 3 million sent out. And voters were telling us that they've been very strategic about how to learn about how to vote, how to make sure their ballot counts, how to check off everything that they need to make sure it counts. Interestingly, though, a couple of other themes. We didn't really hear much from voters about the Supreme Court. Remember, heading into this election just a few weeks ago, we were wondering how big of an issue this would be. Voters on both sides really didn't bring it up unless they were prompted. Instead, it was the economy and coronavirus really shaping voters' views here in Pennsylvania.
That is interesting to hear about the Supreme Court because, of course, we know that President Trump had really kind of pushed forth his nomination and the Senate's confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett as a conservative justice, yet another appointee of President Trump's assuming a place there on the High Court. Well, Caitlin, we know that Florida, of course, is another key state that we are watching tonight. Remind our viewers, why is Florida so critical?
That's right. This is always a big battleground, and it's always determined by the slimmest of margins. We were on the ground reporting in South Florida recently following how they are going to conduct this election. And it's actually pretty interesting because I think when everybody thinks of Florida, they think of the 2000 election that went all the way to the Supreme Court. Well, that is a state that has learned from past mistakes. So as we're talking this
Atlanta and the greater suburbs at 43-56. Joe Biden has to feel pretty comfortable right now. A lot of the vote is out, but again, if he can win Atlanta, the metro region, and build off Hillary Clinton's lead she had 4 years ago, it could be a good night in Georgia.
I want to go to T.J. Holmes, and T.J., I know I had read something that came in over the wire. I wonder if you have any more information. There seemed to be a voting issue in Fulton County, Georgia.
Yeah, so you remember see Democratic turnout in particular, and the story is right now in these suburban counties. I showed you Mecklenburg here. Right now, he's got a nearly 200,000 vote lead out of there. Hillary Clinton didn't get but 140,000 out of it. And you can see here, he's even outperforming. Let me go to 08 Obama, because 08 Obama carried North Carolina. And as you can see, he got 100,000 out of Mecklenburg. He could get 200,000. That's how you win the state of North Carolina, guys.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. Joining us now, Jose Diaz-Balart. He's in Florida. He's the anchor of Weekend Nightly News and Noticias Telemundo. And Jose, the Florida story really focuses on the Latino vote and a massive get out the vote and persuasion operation dedicated to South Florida, a place you know well.
I do indeed. Good evening. And it's going to be the story if indeed Donald Trump ends up winning the state of Florida. It could have a lot to do with specifically South Florida and the Latino vote in South Florida, specifically Cuban-American voters, Venezuelan-American voters, Nicaraguan-American voters, and some Colombian-American voters that for the last 3 years, Donald Trump has been working very consistently, insistently, and also there's been a very strong push for the last months that Democrats are socialist, and that attack went unanswered for a long time. Maybe that will have some impact on how Florida ends up. We'll wait and see.
All right, Jose, my friend, thank you, sir. Much more to come on this election night. We'll be right back.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
Solid 6-3 conservative majority. Now, what that means for people who, reproductive rights are their important election issue is that, Roe v. Wade is much less secure than it was when Trump was running in 2016. In 2016, it was more of a hypothetical that Roe v. Wade could be overturned. But as we are looking now in the courts, the cases that are coming through the court system, it is much more reality than it is hypothetical.
Well, the president and his supporters have tried to characterize him as the most anti-abortion president in U.S. history. What is the president's strategy? Why does it matter in this election?
That's exactly right. And, that is a title that Trump has embraced. He has multiple times called himself the most pro-life president in American history. And his track record shows that is true. Why that's so important to elections is that for the evangelical vote, being opposed to abortion is a great way to secure that vote. And we saw it in 2016 with his VP pick of Pence. Pence, of course, is a very strong anti-abortion rights activist, and it really solidified to voters that Trump was indeed going to make good on his promises to try to reduce abortion access, to try to overturn Roe, and it helped him in the 2016 election. Of course, he's made good on many of those promises. So going into 20, for voters who this is their issue, they feel very secure that indeed Trump is their candidate.
Well, how much of a factor are reproductive rights for voters? Is this a make or break issue?
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Welcome to Disney Plus.
Collapsed from within.
You see the white power movement
To be quite successful on.
Well, regardless of the election outcome, could Roe v. Wade be overturned?
Again, that is such an important question, and the short answer is yes. Again, back in 2016, when Trump made these original campaign promises, overturning Roe was much more hypothetical than it was reality. But as we're seeing, it is, again, it's reality now, potentially, and it's imminent. This Friday, the Supreme Court will consider reviewing a case that would directly overturn Roe. And Elaine, if they don't take that one, there's more than a dozen cases in the pipeline. So again, this is one of those promises that he made back in 2016 that felt so impractical at the time, felt so pie in the sky. But as we're seeing, just 4 years later, it's very real, could happen.
Well, finally, 2 states put abortion on the ballot this election. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. So in a very literal sense, abortion is on the ballot in 2 different states, Louisiana and Colorado. In Louisiana, they're anticipating that post-Roe world. They asked voters to consider a constitutional amendment that would make it such that that no one would be able to find a right to abortion in the Louisiana Constitution. Now, when I was talking to one strategist, they said it's very unlikely that anyone would find a right to abortion in the Louisiana Constitution. But the idea is that in the event that Roe v. Wade is overturned, there would be no time in which that abortion rights groups could come in and try to make it such that the state would ban it. In Colorado, a much more simple, straightforward measure, a ballot measure that would ban abortion after 22 weeks of pregnancy. Important to note, Colorado is one of only 7 states that doesn't have a gestational limit. Why that's important is Colorado has become something of an abortion haven in the American West for patients who are seeking the procedure later in their pregnancy. And, we've spoken about this several times, but there are very, very limited legal circumstances in which a patient could do that. And those are, for severe fetal abnormalities, for women's health. So if, in fact, that ballot measure is successful, it would dramatically transform the way in which patients are able to access abortion, not just in Colorado, but really beyond the state borders.
All right, Kate Smith. Kate, thank you very much. Up next, it's a CBS News special report, America Decides. You're streaming CBSN.
ABC News, straightforward.
Stand down. A simple.
Welcome back to Times Square in New York and our CBS News election headquarters.
Extraordinarily likely, then his Electoral College chances go up to 33% according to their model. In other words,
6 o'clock in the West, and polls are closing in several battleground states, including Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Polls are also closing in Minnesota, a state that the Trump campaign is hoping to turn red, but that found itself at the center of the debate about racial injustice when George Floyd was killed there this summer. Texas is also closing. It's a state the Democrats are dreaming of turning blue again, even as the Republican leaders of that state repeatedly challenged attempts to expand voting there ahead of the pandemic. Counting is underway in more than 40 states, and results pouring in here at our election center, and we're just starting to get that picture. Just how tight the race is, all the battleground states closing at this hour have faced stunning increases in coronavirus infections and are all struggling with job losses. So also we'll see how those issues are affecting the vote tonight. At this hour, CBS News is able to project that Minnesota is leaning toward Joe Biden. That is significant.
As a state that the Trump campaign had hoped to flip.
And Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Texas, all toss-ups at this hour.
When was that?
As for the other 9 states where polls have just closed, CBS News is able to project that Joe Biden has won New York State. And CBS News is prepared to categorize New Mexico as likely for Biden. And President Trump is likely to win Kansas, Louisiana, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. New York, a winner there for Joe Biden. There is a look at the whole map. Let's check in with our elections director, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony.
Hey there, let me show you a couple of states we're watching here, the toss-ups that everybody is trying to figure out here at the decision desk. First, North Carolina, still a toss-up. Joe Biden up in the counted vote. And if I turn on what we're running for our decision models, that is where the trend lines are headed, that stays at a Joe Biden lead. Now, one of the things that would keep you from projecting this is if I show you the remaining vote, President Trump only needs, in our computations, 55% of what's outstanding to catch up and tie Joe Biden. So that's not enough. That's not a wide enough lead yet for Joe Biden. And 74% of the vote is in, so you've got about a quarter still left. So a lot more to come there in North Carolina. The other thing I want to show you is Texas. Now they're starting to count. They've been counting for a while. Right now, it is very, very close, 49-9 to 48-8 for Joe Biden. Democrats really ran up a lead in the early vote, but we see Republicans catching up in the election day vote. It's the same story that's been going on. I'll do the same thing. I'm going to show you our decision desk models. The president actually takes an edge when we add get in what we expect to get from all of the rural counties around Texas, which are reliably, heavily Republican, that bodes well for the president.
But Anthony, put it right back to what is the current vote tally at this hour, not the sort of projection. It's incredible, Ed, to see how close the Lone Star is. I grew up in Texas.
And the Texas you grew up in is not the Texas of today, and that is why it is a toss-up now. And when was the last time Texas was a toss-up? 1976, I believe, was the last time a Democrat won it, and Jimmy Carter did it. And here we are tonight having a serious, potentially, conversation about a Democrat winning the state, or at least keeping it close. Remember, Democrats will say, even if they don't win the state of Texas tonight, they're going to win congressional seats, and they're going to win a lot of local races, and they're going to turn that state purple, meaning that come 2024 at least, we may be talking
But the fact that it's so close says something, doesn't it, John? I mean, who would think that Texas would even be in this conversation?
Well, and the turnout has been astronomical in Texas. More people voted early than voted the entire time in 2016. And looking at some of these counties, you know, Collin County, there's 130,000 more voters in just that one county than there were last time. So there's something going on in Texas for sure. And also we should mention the State House in Texas, that hangs in the balance as well.
I mean, this is a state that Trump won by almost 10 points in 2016. The fact that we see it so close tonight, but Joe Biden never visited the state. This is largely, you know, Beto O'Rourke and what he tried to do in 2018. This is the changing demographics of the state, right?
The executive director of the state party tells me that when you add up all the money spent by local and statewide candidates in that state, Democrats have collectively spent about $100 million to turn out the vote in the state of Texas tonight. Wow. The Biden campaign only threw in $6.5 million worth of television advertising, which is nothing in a state that big. But that is how they believe they could potentially at least make it competitive and remind the country that the state's one that's going to have to be looked at more seriously.
I don't think, Nora, you guys should underestimate the power of Beyonce, Queen Bee. we have to at least.
But that's a lesson for every day of the week, right?
Now, she's from Houston.
And she just endorsed him the other day, you know, very, very subtly.
Endorsed Joe Biden?
Yes, Joe Biden, yeah. It wasn't Donald Trump. She definitely endorsed Joe Biden, but I know Biden and Harris, and she did a very subtle hat tip. I mean, you know, everybody goes, yeah, sure. But I wonder when you have somebody like that who very rarely gets involved in politics, if that makes a difference.
Well, there's a big mix of things going on there. You have celebrity endorsements like that. You have the dynamics that won Democrats congressional seats across the country in the suburbs of big cities across the country. It happened in Texas 2 years ago. They're building on that. You have Latino support for Biden because of their opposition to the president. And you have an influx of millions over the last several years from across the country who moved to the state for its medical industry, the technology industry, transforming it. And that's, again, we're seeing this happen in Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Texas tonight. The country is changing, and it's presidential politics.
It also has the highest total number of COVID cases in the United States right now, particularly along that border area, El Paso. You were talking about Beto O'Rourke, his home territory there. It is just really getting devastated by infections right now. I mean, if and it's a big if Biden were to flip Texas and he took the 2016 states that Clinton won back then, I mean, that's it. That's a game.
Right. I had spoken with some Biden advisors early in the night who didn't want to characterize this state. They still believe this is a dream. They really don't think that at the end of the night that they would be able to flip Texas. It's just such a Republican state. But the turnout is quite remarkable, given that, in fact, the Republican governor, Abbott, made it difficult, very difficult for people to vote in that state. Let's bring in CBS's Omar Villafranca. He joins us now from Richardson, Texas. That is a suburb of Dallas. And Omar, I know you were out with the voters today. Long lines as well today.
They were, but they were moving along. And keep in mind, you had more than 9 million people vote early. Just under 17 million registered voters here in Texas, 9 million of them
less than 2% of the vote. So both campaigns have been spending a lot of time here in this state, both here just on Friday, because they really feel that these 10 electoral votes could go in any direction. Now, let's be clear. The state of Minnesota has not selected a Republican for president in about half a century. But this year, things are a little bit different. You can see this mural behind me here. You can see that's a picture of George Floyd. There are murals like this across the country. What happened here in May with the death of George Floyd
really, really motivated and inspired people to become involved, particularly young people. And so we're seeing some of that here play out in this state, especially in the blue counties, in Ramsey County and Hennepin County. You see a lot of those young people coming out to vote. And I can tell you, in talking to some of those young people, George, they're not happy with either candidate. They don't like Biden and they don't like Trump, but they realize that they have only certain options in front of them right now at this point. Now, President Trump and his campaign really playing to the law and order message to a lot of people here in Minnesota. You might remember back when those protests first happened here at the beginning of the summer after George Floyd was killed, a police station was burned down to the ground. Several blocks here in Minneapolis were reduced to rubble. And so that message of law and order, of defending police officers and what law enforcement stands for is really resonating with a lot of people here. But then you also have that other side of people who want to see change. We've talked to a lot of people, George, who say racial equality, racial justice, those are the most important things that are motivating them when they head to the polls, when they cast their ballots today.
Okay,
George?
Alex, thanks very much. Let's stay in the Midwest now. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes to play. Of course, Donald Trump won there by 22,000 votes last time around. Deborah Roberts is
being afraid of getting COVID was not enough.
Yes, that's right. And he limited the number of ballot boxes per county to one ballot box for county. Harris County covers all of the Houston area. So for 5 million people, there was one drop-off ballot box. We did, as Janet Shamlian did an incredible story on the CBS Evening News about that people were driving 30 and 40 miles. That Harris County is bigger than the state of Rhode Island. So people were driving that far just to drop off their ballot. It's a reminder, though, this election, we talked about how much matters. We've seen people say, my vote is one of the most important things I can do. I can control that, and I want my voice to be heard.
And that's one of the messages of tonight. Whatever happens, the people have turned out and have worked very hard to vote in a way they haven't maybe in any of our lifetimes.
One of the things we should point out at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 in the West, the fact that so many states remain white right now, that is not, normal year, non-pandemic year, you'd see a few more of those states
Meaning
up on the board. They're toss-ups, that's right. They haven't been called. That's partly because we're looking at a more competitive horse race between the president and the former vice president, but also because the pandemic is making it harder to count ballots in a lot of these states, or at least it's slowing the process a bit. But the fact that several of those states along the East Coast and now in the Midwest, the fact that they can't be called yet is a reminder of that.
Yeah, we talk about the changing America. We want to bring in CBS News contributor Maria Elena Salinas because Maria Elena, Texas, it's got a huge Latino population.
That's right, Nora. Almost 1 in 3 voters in Texas is Latino, 5.6 million in all. But turnout in this group has usually been very low. Only 40% of Latinos voted in Texas in 2016. But that's not the case this year. There's 2 million Latinos that voted early in Texas, driven mostly by young and first-time voters. That's a 25% increase from 2016. And that's just the early voting. 60% of them are supporting Biden. So, what's bringing them out? Well, President Trump is a lightning rod for many in Texas. They're particularly turned off by the president's anti-immigrant rhetoric and his policies like family separations and limits on legal immigration. There's also that mass shooting targeted Mexicans at the Walmart in El Paso where 23 people were killed. And then there's the coronavirus, like Margaret mentioned, which is decimating border cities like El Paso and Rio Grande Valley. El Paso is in a state of emergency right now with morgues running out of space. So as far as Texas, Latinos who support the president, the biggest issues for them are law and order and the economy. So if
Amy Perry, I hear you. Different channels are reporting different numbers. Like on other news, it's reporting that Donald Trump is leading Florida like 91% and Texas. See?
Also, CBS News
So different states, like the news is coming in. Like most of the state that quote unquote Biden is winning, it's expected that it's gonna go blue. So it's not a surprise. Yeah.
CBS News 2020, America Decides.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president
That's right, Savannah. As I've been talking to sources on both sides of the aisle, I mean, one of the places that I try to look is to find agreement in terms of what we're seeing. And both sides of the aisle do seem to be in agreement that Thom Tillis, who's running for Senate in North Carolina, seems to be performing better, certainly than many of my sources expected he might. And I will say both Democratic and Republican sources who were pretty concerned about Tillis, if you were a Republican, and whether he was going to be able to hang on. And that, of course, raises questions about where things stand in the presidential race, which my sources are also saying is very, very close. But my Democratic sources are less optimistic about it than they were just an hour or so ago. And that's a trend that's holding across the Sun Belt, Texas as well. There was a chance that Democrats were perhaps going to take back the Texas State House. That has incredible repercussions as we head into a season of redistricting. They're now not optimistic that that's something that they're going to be able to pull off, although we still have a lot of data out there. There's also questions about Georgia. Senator David Perdue, a Republican who also potentially we had talked about was in danger from a Democratic challenger. Some of the conversations heading into the night were, would David Perdue's opponent get 50%? Increasingly, it's now looking like Perdue may be in much better shape. That also raises questions about where the Biden campaign stands in Georgia, although my sources are also saying that there do seem to be a fair number of ticket splitters, people that are voting for Joe Biden, but who are also voting for David Perdue. So that underscores this trend that perhaps people are voting for Republican senators, but are willing to take a look at Joe Biden, Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you. And let's look at some of the Senate races at this hour. There's a hot race going in Arizona between Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, and Martha McSally, the incumbent there. We are awaiting vote. Arizona does almost all of its voting by mail, but hasn't reported votes out yet in any significance. Here in Colorado, Cory Gardner, the incumbent, is widely expected to potentially lose his seat tonight. And sure enough, former Governor John Hickenlooper is leading in that race.
All right, let's look at Kansas Senate. Too early in that race.
Michigan's Senate race, too early to call there. That's another Democrat who some felt might be on the rope, so we'll watch that one. Minnesota's got a Senate race going. It is too early to call there.
Same story in New Mexico, too early. Texas, John Cornyn the incumbent, will hold on to his seat. We project him as the winner.
And let's look at South Dakota. We are projecting that Mike Rounds, the senator, the incumbent, will go back to Congress. And here's how it's shaking out at this hour. That is the breakdown. Remember that Democrats would have to gain 3 seats if they win the White House to gain control of the majority, and 4 if the president is reelected. We'll keep our eye on that. We'll take a quick break. Stay with us. Much more as election night coverage continues right here on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Delaware, Connecticut, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. But regardless of the winner, the 2020 election is already one for the history books. More than 101 million people voted early this election. That's more than 73% of the total turnout for 2016. But we may still not know a winner tonight. That's because some states like Wisconsin did not start counting their mail-in ballots until today. Let's bring in our election night panel, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Leslie Sanchez, and Joel Payne. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter and joins us from Philadelphia. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst, and Joel is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie and Joel are both joining us from Washington. It is good to see you all. Remember when we all used to crowd around this table? That feels like 25 million years ago. But it's so good to see you guys. All right, Caitlin, let me start with you because you are in Pennsylvania. All eyes are on that state. It is a critical state for both candidates. Their polls closed at 8, but election officials there say it could take several days to get through all of those early ballots. So when might we know who won? And could that essentially vote counting process, I don't want to use the word delay because that gives the impression perhaps to some that there might be something wrong, but could the time that it takes to actually count all of those votes in Pennsylvania leave the entire election potentially in limbo?
Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore.
Results on election night. Officials on the ground here have been telling us for weeks not to expect results from Pennsylvania. Why? Well, they couldn't start opening up ballots to be counted until today, until Election Day. That's different from states like Florida and elsewhere, which have been able to start processing, opening up ballots and processing them before Election Day. So they have been sending those warning signs ahead of time, saying that they're prioritizing accuracy over speed. So it's not a bad thing. The integrity of the election is still very strong. It just might take a few days, perhaps, to get results. The state Supreme Court also ruled here that any ballot received within 3 days after Election Day, so by Friday, as long as it was postmarked by Election Day, will still be counted. I am standing in front of the Philadelphia Convention Center. Why am I here? Well, this is where all of the ballots for Philadelphia are, right behind me in this building. So it's a very busy scene in there with lots of workers counting and tabulating those ballots. And this is why there is such a focus on Pennsylvania. If it all comes down to Pennsylvania, this could be really key. And we know that both campaigns have been focused on this state, barnstorming it over the past couple of days, having lots and lots of events here. They know that this is such a critical state for their respective paths to victory.
And Caitlin, more broadly beyond just Pennsylvania, how big of a deciding factor could these early ballots be in general?
They're such a big factor. Remember, in this pandemic, we're voting in ways that we may not have before. So a lot of states have ramped up their absentee ballot programs. Several other states have extended the number of days to be able to vote early. We've seen that Democrats have had an advantage in the early vote totals. And today on Election Day is where the Trump campaign hopes to make up those margins. They're hoping that in these key states, especially where I am here in Pennsylvania, that turnout will help them on Election Day. So that's kind of why we've all been watching these ballots. It's a way that a lot of states haven't done that before. Here in Pennsylvania, I should note that even before the pandemic, the bipartisan state legislature passed a measure allowing people to vote absentee without an excuse. Over 3 million absentee ballots have gone out here.
All right. Well, Leslie, our CBS News Battleground Tracker did have President Trump trailing Joe Biden coming into Election Day, but his campaign was expecting a big turnout today. So when you look at the map, what states are you looking at to give the president his best chance at victory?
Let's start from the beginning, Elaine, and or at the bottom part of the southern.
Okay, so 78% of the vote is in, right? That's a lot of vote. Remember what the orange means. The orange is the vote that took place before today. Okay? The yellow is what is the vote that's coming in. And what we're waiting, basically, Biden's been sitting on his early vote lead. And what we're waiting to come in, and this last 21% of the vote in North Carolina, is same-day vote. We know Trump won Election Day vote. The question is, did he win by enough to make up that margin? That's going to be how we're watching North Carolina over the next hour or so on there. So I just wanted to give you guys an update on that and realize what vote is out. And it's Election Day vote right now that we have not seen that much of in North Carolina. Let me take you to Georgia. It's just starting to come in. Some of the rural counties come in for me. I'll just give you an example. Here we are here. This is where either Biden wins or loses this. This is the Atlanta suburbs, the monster region here, and you'll see we still only have 1% of the vote in DeKalb County. So we've got a long way to go. But I want you to watch a county here. This is the next county out. The closest red county to Atlanta these days, Trump narrowly carrying it. And you can just see 4 years ago, he carried it by almost 20 points. And this is the question. And you see here, Romney carried it by 31 points over President Obama. So the question is, and it's the same story as Texas, right? How much of an advantage can Biden build out of Atlanta and its suburbs? And can he keep encroaching, keep finding some exurban counties like Fayette there that I'm telling you about, and then overcome that strong rural vote for Donald Trump? It's basically the same story almost in every one of these battleground states.
All
right, Chuck, thank you. We're going to take a quick break now. We'll be back with more Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my.
And then, of course, there's that upper Rust Belt wall of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, where we know Biden has shown some enduring strength in the polls leading up to Election Day. So there's a lot of paths for Joe Biden. That's the value of having a lot of different ways that you can get to 270. Biden certainly has that, and there's nothing that we've seen tonight that changes that. I think Florida, for a lot of Democrats like me, Florida has been doing this to Democrats for probably my entire political lifetime. So there's really no surprise there. Even if you just go back to 2018, right? I remember we were sitting around a desk and Andrew Gillum was the candidate for governor, right? And a lot of people thought he was going to win, and we had a similar reaction. So nothing's really changed that would preclude Joe Biden from winning the presidency tonight.
All right. Well, Caitlin, in terms of campaign events, we have seen President Trump hit that campaign trail really with such an accelerated pace here in the final days before Election Day. We saw Joe Biden hit the campaign trail as well. What do the places where these candidates visited, what does that actually tell us about how each side is feeling and where it is that they are prioritizing their efforts?
Well, it certainly signals where they think the best path to victory is, or where they could potentially cut into their opponent's margins. It's been really striking to be. Of days, Pennsylvania voters have likely seen or heard about or seen in their local news.
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Joe Biden, who returned back to Pennsylvania today, his hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania, he visited. I think that really shows you where this campaign feels they could potentially put this race away. If they can block off the president's path to victory here in Pennsylvania, they believe that they could block off his victory to the White House, the president's victory. But they also have been saying, the Biden campaign has been telling us that they don't need to have Pennsylvania if they can win some of these other states. That's why, because we may not have results here on election night in Pennsylvania, that's why we're looking at states like Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. Keep an eye on those, and that will tell us kind of where this race is headed.
So, Leslie, we're not sure if the president is going to actually address the American people tonight. What is it you think is factoring into that decision, even though we obviously still don't have anywhere near any final results? Leslie, can you hear me? All right, I think we've lost our audio connection with Leslie. So, Caitlin, very quickly in our final minute here. So there are legal challenges that are expected here on both sides, right? Both of these campaigns have been preparing for that.
Absolutely. Both teams have a team of lawyers, and that's not out of the ordinary. But again, if it comes down to a state like where I am, where they're going to be potentially scrutinizing every ballot, that's where these legal challenges could come. The state Supreme Court here said that ballots can be accepted up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they're postmarked by Election Day. Remember, that went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court kicked it back, but did not rule out potentially ruling on it after Election Day. So both campaigns teamed up to fight for every single vote if it comes down to it.
All right, Caitlin Huey Burns, Leslie Sanchez, and Joel Payne, thank you all for joining us tonight. We are going to take a short break, but now is a good time to remind you you can stay up to date by downloading our CBS News app. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
the biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret. Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
ABC News, straightforward. Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America.
Won the state of Colorado. And welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. We're coming up on 9:30 in the east, 6:30 in the west. Much riding on many of those battleground states, that notable 9 we had been talking about. I want to bring you up to date on what's happening because there's been some developments in several of the key states, including Florida, which is a must win for President Trump. Our own Sarah Cook reporting at this hour that the Trump campaign is feeling increasingly confident that President Trump will be able to secure and win the Sunshine State, which is now, he has his own residency there now as he has a place at Mar-a-Lago, the club there. I want to bring in Anthony Salvanto with new details about the Sunshine State. Anthony.
Okay, so Florida, right now, I want to show you what remains to be counted, 93% in. So what does the trailing candidate, as we always compute, need? 83% to catch up, okay? That does not bode well for Joe Biden indeed, Nora. I want to go back again to this Miami-Dade County number. 53% for Joe Biden. I was looking at this before, 63% for Hillary Clinton. But I will tell you that here at the decision desk, we look for patterns over and over again. What's going on? This is one of the few counties in Florida where Joe Biden is not at least matching Hillary Clinton's percent number. So that is unusual, at least in the context of what's going on tonight. Hillsborough, which is Tampa, Hillary.
Starting to fill out a little bit, but we've got the big remaining questions. I don't believe we've yet to call a battleground, Chuck. So
well, we haven't, and we certainly haven't seen a flip yet. But Florida looks like we have an idea where it's heading because we're telling you we think Trump is leading here. We're at 80%. Let's look at how this is North Carolina. This to me is the next shoe to drop here. I think we see as the vote comes in, and as you can see, Joe Biden's margin is now less than 100,000, still 20%, still a million votes to go. Right now, the way that's eaten, let's see, it's these gray counties that we don't have anything in yet. And if you want an idea, this one next to Raleigh here, this is something that's expected to be a big Trump county. You have this empty county here. Franklin's expected to be a Trump county. This one here. So you can see this is why there's pessimism on the Democratic side, optimism on the Republican side when it comes to where we are with North Carolina. And let me take you over to Georgia. Let's just get an update there to see. We're looking, this vote's trickling in here, 40%. We're still, until I see more than 1% out of DeKalb, we still got a long, long way to go in Georgia with the same game. But going back to North Carolina, that's what you're going to keep following. That should be the next shoe to drop, I think, before 11 o'clock.
All right.
All
We'll
right.
keep our eye on it.
Let's turn to Andrea Mitchell right now. Talk a little bit about the expectations leading in tonight, the worries about Russia and Iran and meddling in our election. Any signs of any of that?
No signs of any cyber. There was a lot of misinformation leading up to the election, but no signs of any cyber hacking. But we've now learned from two sources that U.S. Cyber Command did take offensive military action against government-linked hackers in both Russia and Iran. It was described as, by official sources to us, as annoyances, not crushing blows, similar to what they did in the run-up to the 2018 midterms. We've seen no signs, as I say, of cyber hacking so far targeting this election from Russia or Iran. But they did take this action preemptively. Last time, they put them out of action for a couple of days, and then the government hackers were back in action again.
But the biggest worry seemed to be more influence campaigns as opposed to
And that
physical
we
infrastructure
certainly saw
changes.
plenty of signs of, and that they announced a couple of weeks ago, and they've been tracking it, Russia, Iran, and to a lesser degree, China.
All right, Andrea.
I believe we have a call in South Carolina to make in the presidential race. Again, an expected result. The president will take South Carolina. But let's stay on this subject of national security. We've got 4 former secretaries of Homeland Security joining us. Tom Ridge and Michael Chertoff, who served under President George W. Bush, and Janet Napolitano and Jay Johnson. They served under President Obama. And I had the pleasure of speaking to all of you last week. All of you had a concern that Americans feel reassured about the integrity of the election. I'll start with you, Secretary Chertoff. How are you feeling tonight about how the election has played out so far?
Well, I think some of the biggest concerns we had turn out not to have come to fruition. I think there was a big concern about violence that might interfere with people's ability to actually go to the polls on election day, or interference with the voting process. Or even potentially government agents being present in a way that would be intimidating. And the reporting I've seen suggests that other than a few sporadic instances of potential voter intimidation, largely this has gone reasonably smoothly. So it looks, at least in terms of the issue of getting people to the polling places and getting them to vote, we've avoided any serious problems. Now, of course, we still have the question of the count and the result, and that could very well be an occasion for seeing some more disruption.
Well, that brings me to Secretary Ridge, who, by the way, hails from the great state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And when we talked earlier, Secretary Ridge, I think you said many, many times, November 3rd, today is the last day to cast your ballot. It is not the last day to count your ballot. Are you concerned that we may have a days-long, perhaps longer process in Pennsylvania before us?
Well, I think we're going to have a day or days-long process in several states. I know there are several states that didn't begin processing ballots until a day or two before the November 3rd, and Pennsylvania today didn't begin processing its ballots.
What you're seeing? So start in Hamilton, okay, and that's better than Hillary Clinton, okay, so that's part of it, all right. But you go out to Butler County, that's a suburb, trends Republican, okay? There's Biden, there's Hillary Clinton. So
he's doing a little better.
10 points better. So the answer to that, the short answer to that is yes. Is it enough? We'll see. Because the other part of the state that I would point you to is up north around Cleveland. And it's these areas up around Cleveland. I'm going to show you a kaleidoscope of red and blue, the way that is trending right now. Joe Biden doing okay, but maybe not.
I love politics, but this is getting a little in the weeds, so maybe broaden us back out, John.
Well, the only thing I would say is that in all these counties, in Hamilton, Cuyahoga, there's only 50-some-odd% in, right? And does that take us back to our early vote versus day of vote storyline from the evening?
It does indeed. It does indeed. So like Cuyahoga, for example, 52% in, still over 300,000 votes left to count. And that's really the way you do the math right now. What's remaining and what does a trailing candidate need to catch up?
And for Trump in Ohio, the narrative seems to be from the data that it's the white, non-college educated men who are sticking with him and really being led by his appeal on the economy, the perception that he is stronger for them in that Rust Belt state. It may be a perception, given that many of the trade deals he promised over the past 4 years were only partially delivered on, right? He got the new North American free trade deal, but anything outstanding with China, he hasn't delivered on. But it's the promise, and it's something Joe Biden had hoped to eat away at.
We've got some exit polls coming up from the states of Ohio and Michigan that's going to tell us how many of these voters are breaking. Coming up, we'll update the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's new.
There weren't the problems we were concerned about at polling places. Andrea noted a few weeks ago the Iranians had attempted to intimidate voters. We do know that the Russians targeted a vast number of different sources of information. Our government does not know what they intend to do about that. But I think all of us are reassured by the strength of our democracy. You know, my son is in the Coast Guard. He's deployed overseas right now, and he voted online several thousand miles away. He really wanted to vote. He voted online, and today he got this postcard in the mail to our home in New Jersey. Your ballot has been received by the state of New Jersey. So I feel pretty good about that.
Well, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, 4 individuals who've served our country. Thank you for your time and for your care. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's, you know, it's worth noting we've not heard the word chaos much today. A lot of.
Nor have we seen it.
Nor have we seen it, obviously. Let's go to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, let's talk a little bit about North Carolina and how the president's campaign is looking at those numbers right now.
Yeah, they're looking at them in, I think, a positive light, Lester. I just got off the phone with one source close to the campaign who's talking about how they believe that North Carolina could be potentially a good thing for them. It is going to be tighter than in 2016. Back in 2016, President Trump won by about 3.5 points in that state. Right now, the returns do show, as we're looking at the numbers here, I'm looking at the percentage, 80% of the vote in. The key thing is something that we have been talking about a couple of times tonight, those counties up there near Wake County by the Raleigh-Durham metro area where the vote still is not in. So those are some of the things that I think the Trump team is looking at, but they are feeling, I think, more positive about North Carolina. That was a state that they'd been optimistic about, but not necessarily slam dunk confident the way that they entered the night thinking about as it relates to Florida, for example. So still lots to watch in North Carolina. I will say, as it relates to Florida, I think there is a sense now from folks I've talked to in the last hour or so that they are looking or hoping to do some attempted extrapolation from where they performed well in Florida to see if that is going to extend it to some of these other key states like Ohio, like Georgia. Those are the other 2 that I'm hearing a lot about tonight, Lester.
All right. Thank you, Hallie.
Let's go to North Carolina because we are watching to see what happens there. She's in Morgan Radford is in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's one of the places where the suburban vote could be key for Joe Biden. But Morgan, right now, we're waiting for the day of vote, which could break for Trump.
That's right, Savannah. We are at the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, and this is actually where those physical ballots are now being reported from the precincts and being counted. I want to show you how it's working here on the ground because this is where the action is happening. They're bringing in these large blue bins, and in those bins, there are 2 important things. There's one, the physical ballots, and I'll show you where those are being stored and sorted inside here on the right. But there's a second thing that's important. There are little USB chips, and over here to my left, that's where they're being counted. So the precincts are actually have their tabulations that are being counted in a computer that is not set up to the internet. But what's fascinating is that we've been talking all week about how this is a state that the Democrats have been aggressively trying to flip and turn blue. And so what they're focusing on inside those blue bins is to see just how blue those ballots are inside. They're focusing one on the suburbs. Hallie mentioned a few of the key suburbs here. How are those suburban voters going to vote? But second, secondly, they're looking at unaffiliated voters. When we spoke to state party officials from both sides, they said that north of 100,000 new registered voters registered as Democrats, registered as Republicans since 2016, but more than 400,000 new registered voters are unaffiliated. So the question is, what will be inside those boxes tonight?
Yeah, Chuck, what does it look like, North Carolina? How much vote is outstanding?
Well, we still have 20% of the vote outstanding. And I remember how I began the night with you guys, and I said, hey, I want to take you back to 2012. And even though this was when Barack Obama narrowly lost North Carolina, there was a lot of blue here on the border of South Carolina. These are some rural African-American counties. Now, let me show you what's going on. I told you this was going to be one of the keys. The good news for Joe Biden, he's blowing the doors off in these suburban counties. We showed you Charlotte. We showed you Raleigh. But remember, I told you about Richmond, and I told you about Robeson. Where's Robeson County here? Right there. Told you about this one, African-American county. Look at Trump's number. He's got to be overperforming somewhere, right? If in order to make up that ground. Well, we found where he's overperforming. Number one, this was an important Obama county. These are some rural African-American voters not turning out. That's what this says, not turning out. Maybe they showed up on election day, and we shall see, but there's not a lot of vote left here. So when you're looking to see where the president overperformed in order to make up for these losses, that they're worse in Wake County, worse in Mecklenburg, Wilson, Guilford. He's making it up, it looks like, in some of these border counties in South Carolina in particular. But this has to be a bit distressing that rural African-American vote is not showing up the way it showed up for Barack Obama.
All right, Chuck, thank you. And we want to check in with Texas. It's still too early to call, but we are showing that the president is leading with approximately 74% of the vote in. We'll take a quick break here. More election night coverage when we continue Decision 2020 on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Democrats will be able to flip it. So here now you have John Hickenlooper, the winner in Colorado. So we're going to continue to bring you CBS News projections as they come in. Meantime, the coronavirus pandemic did not deter millions of Americans from showing up to the polls in person today to cast their ballots. Many voters were met with long lines, technical issues, and even some misinformation. But the country is still on course to set a record for highest voter turnout in more than a century. For more on this, we have our team of CBS News campaign reporters on the ground. Zach Hudak joins us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Adam Brewster is in Grosse Pointe Park, Michigan, and Lecrae Mitchell is in Tampa, Florida. Do we have you? I don't see you yet, but Zach, if you can hear me, I want to start with you there in Pittsburgh. As we know, Pennsylvania is a key state. There you are, for both Biden and Trump. Millions of residents have already voted there by mail. What have people been saying about why they chose to vote in person rather than by mail?
Well, Elaine, I've been at a lot of Trump rallies recently because he has been here quite a lot recently. Yeah. And I've talked to, a few hundred voters between all of them, I would say. I've asked every one of them, will they vote in person? Will they vote by mail? I have not had a single one, except for one who was going to be out of state, who was voting absentee, which in Pennsylvania, that's a different thing. That is with an excuse. Mail-in is no excuse, and that is the big change this year. But not a single one of them said that they were going to vote by mail. And they said that was because they don't trust it. They just want to be there. They want to see that they're getting it in. Now, on the other hand, though, Democrats, we saw well over 1 million of them apply to vote by mail, at twice as many as Republicans. And it really is a split. And Elaine, that's part of the reason that we could very well see Donald Trump pull ahead at some point tonight, and then in following days or following hours, that lead becomes less, or Joe Biden pulls ahead. Or if Biden is ahead tonight, his lead widens after tonight.
Yeah, well, I wonder what you're hearing, if anything, about robocalls that some voters received warning them to stay away from the polls today.
I have not heard about the robocalls, Elaine, but what is happening rapidly here, in fact, like just before we started talking, is court challenges. There was just another led by Mike Kelly, representative, a Republican representative from the state, that are challenging the systems in place in counties to remedy ballots, mail ballots that were incorrectly filled out or incorrectly submitted. This is the second Republican attempt today to make an equal
State Senate.
All right, we want to bring in right now Democratic Senator and former presidential candidate Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Thank you for being with us. What do you see in this evening that tells you where we're going, Senator?
I see in the next hour or so, you're going to have a lot of focus on the mid response. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. You'll have leadership in place. Already you've seen kind of this divisiveness where the president has contradicted his leaders at the CDC, at the FDA, even his own close advisors, Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci. So I think it would come from a very different kind of tone with leaders that have the confidence and the faith of the president, and vice versa, that they know that the president will also listen to their advice. I think number two, you would see a much different kind of federal response in terms of data infrastructure. Let me just give you a case in point. To this day, we still can't provide regional and area hospitals with a sense of predicting what the trends might look like in December. We all know locally because we're practicing on the ground, but we have enough data that we
waving flags and signs today. And I'll tell you, I spoke with some Trump supporters who didn't have on masks and who seemed to be comfortable without those masks on. What I have heard, what I have been reporting at different rallies throughout the past few weeks here in the state, in particular, even with senior voters here, is that when it's an outdoor event, they feel comfortable to not have their mask on sometimes. And if a person doesn't feel comfortable not having it on, they say that you should wear it. You know, I will say that this tracks with what we've seen in the state. Florida has continued to be one of those states that has lifted most of its COVID-19 restrictions. You saw at the end of September, Governor DeSantis signed an executive order that, for the most part, allowed a lot of different businesses and restaurants to get back to operation. And so what we've seen here in these past few weeks, even with this election, is that some people are comfortable not having it on. And we've seen that in rallies, like I said, but also at polling sites like the one that I was at today.
You know, and Lecrae, you say that you were there in Pinellas County in Florida today. What are you hearing about returns there?
So I'll tell you, it was interesting talking to both Trump supporters and Biden supporters, because obviously, you know, they both think that their candidate is going to take this state. And I'll tell you, this is a state that is known for elections that have narrow margins. And what we saw in 2016 is that President Trump won the state by just over 1%.
6% of the vote in right now, and Donald Trump has a fairly sizable lead right now. Tom Yamas, what more can we say about where Georgia is right now?
Look, we can't stop talking about Georgia yet, because it's still very, very early. And the reason why I say that is because look at Atlanta right now. We're still waiting for a lot of the vote to come out of some of these huge counties where Democrats are going to run up the vote. Joe Biden's doing well in these counties around Atlanta where he needs to win. He's building off Hillary Clinton's lead that she had here. He's expanding the map even further. The problem for Joe Biden is at the red counties, President Trump's base, and this is something we're seeing throughout the country, at least in some of the big battleground states. President Trump's base is showing up and they're voting. And a lot of this, you see all the red around here, almost the same as 2016. The blue counties are the same. What we have to find out, what we have to figure out is what the count is at the end of the night in the Atlanta counties. If Joe Biden can run up the score there, he can tighten this up. But President Trump has got to be happy with this number at this hour right now. But again, a lot of the vote out in Atlanta.
Lindsay Davis, what are you seeing in Georgia?
You know, Georgia is 6th overall when it comes to the total number of coronavirus cases in our country. I think that one good image is that Governor Kemp today dropped off his ballot in a ballot drop box because he's quarantining because he came into contact with somebody who tested positive on Friday, though it's worth noting that he also did take a rapid test and is subsequently tested negative. But look, we're seeing the same thing that we saw in North Carolina, where the 3 the counties that are hardest hit by coronavirus. All are counties that voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. We'll remember that Governor Kemp was criticized for trying to open up Georgia early, and he then had that lawsuit against Keisha Bottoms, the mayor of Atlanta, when she implemented that mask mandate, which he later dropped. But what's interesting is, Black voters make up 32% of the eligible voting population in Georgia. And a lot has been said tonight about the Black voters not turning up. And I do think that it's relevant to talk about the disproportionate effect on Black
in. Donald Trump has about a 2-point lead over Joe Biden right now. Tom, what stands out?
Yeah, well, what stands out for me, George, as I put Texas here in the middle of the map so we can see it a little bigger, absentee, basically neck and neck, George. Look at that right there. Democrats.
And they think that contributed to the delays. But there are all kinds of other issues that have contributed to delays here in this state and in other neighboring states, including in nearby Nevada. Some of it is people just don't know that there are other polling sites with shorter lines. Another thing that happens, especially close to the end of the closing of polls, is that you get people who show up, they're ready to cast their ballot, they see that the line is long, but they're afraid of leaving the line because they fear that if they leave this line and go to another polling location, they won't get to that other polling location in time for that polling location to close. And so what you end up having is kind of in that last 30, 45 minutes before the polls close, voters showing up, getting in these huge long lines, and everyone around them telling, stay in line, Cast your ballot here. Don't risk it and go to another location. Just wait and do your civic duty.
Interesting. All right. Well, Zach, you reported earlier about some polling machine issues in Scranton. Did the delays there have any impact on voter turnout?
Not on voter turnout, Elaine, but it did have an impact on when polls closed there. That is the only place in the state that we're aware of where polls did not close at 8 p.m. 2 precincts based in the same elementary school there held off for an extra 45 minutes, the same amount of time that machines were shut down, just to make sure that everyone got through. But from reports on the ground there, they were not overwhelmed even withstanding that. But I would point
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact?
Democrat, having sufficient votes. We're projecting to get to that runoff, which will be held in early January. Chuck.
Right, and the question's going to be which one of Loeffler or Collins joins Warnock in there. By the way, a little nugget on Virginia that Mark Murray just learned. Virginia is the exact opposite. They've been only doing election day vote. They're going to count their early vote starting at 11 p.m. So if you're wondering what's going on with Virginia, that will tell you about Virginia. Texas, you noted why is Trump ahead? Well, I can give you one. I can get you one reason why he is. I'm going to take you to what those Trump 2018 counties. These were counties that both Beto O'Rourke in that Senate race against Ted Cruz, where he made us think maybe Texas is a battleground state. I want to show you around the Austin media market here. Austin, Travis County is a huge, big Democratic center. So these two adjacent counties here, Beto run them both. But I want to take you to Hayes here, number one. Biden's winning it by 12. Beto won it by 16. Again, Beto O'Rourke lost the state. But the point is, and this was something Casey Hunt was learning from her sources, that there appears to be that Biden, while doing pretty well, is underperforming, particularly in the Austin media market. And this shows you right here. It's another reason why we have classified Trump as leading. And by the way, speaking of leading, one place we want to take you is Ohio, and we've been showing you, remember Biden had the early lead. Well, the Republican vote is starting to come in. As you can see, the county map's getting redder, and the president now has a lead of about 100,000. You can see what we're seeing here, the early absentees. So right now we have a lot more election day vote. There's still some early vote to count. So we've got a long way to go in Ohio. We know it's about a 50-50 split, the early vote, which we know favors Biden, the election day vote, which favors Trump. So watch for our orange and yellow lines here to see if they become 50-50. But the yellow, anytime you see yellow, that's usually a pretty good sign for President Trump.
All right, let's bring in Kristen Welker now. She is at Biden headquarters. How are they feeling about the numbers and what we're seeing here?
Well, Lester, with Florida looking increasingly out of reach, of course, they are focused on North Carolina and on Georgia. One campaign official acknowledging that both of those states look very close. But this official telling me we still feel good. We still feel like we have a shot there. So they are focused on those two states. And then, of course, the Midwest, their blue wall. That is where they think that ultimately Vice President Biden will prevail. They are very interested in what they're seeing in Ohio. I've been talking to a number of officials in and out of the campaign, including to Democrats in Ohio, with one telling me that the turnout in some of those Democratic strongholds has been quite strong. And then in some of the swing counties, it looks like Biden is outperforming expectations. Why is that significant? Even if Biden doesn't carry Ohio, they believe it could have implications for the all-important battleground state of Pennsylvania. And that is really where we began this discussion tonight. Why has Biden spent so much time in Pennsylvania over the past several weeks throughout the course of this campaign? Because ultimately it could be make or break for Joe Biden with its electoral votes. That's why he was there today in Scranton and in Philadelphia, urging voters to turn out. Of course, back in 2016, the Obama coalition underperformed, and that's why Hillary Clinton fell short there. So he is trying to win that state back. And without Pennsylvania, very difficult for President Trump to return to the White House. So it is a critical state for him as well. Guys.
All right, Kristen, thank you. And that brings us to Jason Miller, senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Jason, it's good to have you with us. So far, it looks like the president is performing well in the states he has to win. He does have to contend with the so-called blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. How are you feeling about that?
Savannah, good evening. Feeling very, very good. I think Florida is a state that the president is definitely going to carry. Feel good about where we are with Georgia. We also feel good about North Carolina. I think we're going to win by somewhere between 50 and 70,000 votes. Also, when you take a look at some of the rural counties in Indiana, the way that we're performing with those small towns that are about 5,000 or less people, some of that can be extrapolated out and compared to, say, Wisconsin, Michigan. Look at some of the rural areas. You look at Kent County.
voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
Ay, ¿dónde está papi? Yo quiero, ay, ¿por qué no me dijiste que yo quiero agua? Llámalo ahí y dile que quiero agua. Ay, 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 ay.
I'm just keeping it real with him. It really does.
Got a big chunk of it already out, and Biden has a good lead here. Savannah, as you know, you could argue that it's a one-county election because Maricopa, one instance in the last decade where some statewide candidate lost Maricopa County, which is home of Phoenix, arguably the largest suburb in America, and somehow won statewide, but that person lost about like 1,000 votes. So as you see here, a 10-point lead right now in Maricopa with 77% in. And just so you could see, Donald Trump carried Maricopa. Mitt Romney carried Maricopa. John McCain carried Maricopa. Obviously, he was an Arizona native. So look.
How much are Maricopa counties in?
77%. Okay. So this is a good chunk. This is a big lead. Look, they needed something in the Sun Belt right now. I know the Biden folks are feeling a bit antsy. North Carolina's making them antsy. Georgia, we still got a lot of vote for that to come in. We know Florida appears to be gone. I know we haven't officially called that yet. So early on right now, and it's a lot of vote in, Arizona looks like it may actually make pollsters feel better.
Let's turn to Casey on that. I am from Arizona, so I know that, yes, while Maricopa County and Pima County are important, so are all the other counties, and they're largely red counties. What are you hearing, Casey?
Well, Savannah, my sources are saying that they expect, and Chuck touched on this, to have a little bit of a roller coaster here in terms of counting, that it'll look good initially for Joe Biden, that then we may see them start to count some votes that may turn this toward Trump, and then there could be another batch that'll swing us back again. So my sources are urging patience on that front. But I will also say that there does seem to be a difference between how Mark Kelly, who's the Senate candidate in this race, the Democrat, is doing versus how Joe Biden is doing. My Republican and Democratic sources are expecting that Kelly's going to do better than Joe Biden. And I think the big question mark right now is what is the impact of the Hispanic vote in Arizona? We obviously have talked a lot about the unique qualities of the Cuban American community, the Venezuelan American community in Miami-Dade. Remember, of course, we've talked at length about how that really swung for President Trump. But Democrats think that that swing was big enough. They're nervous that it could replicate itself with other Hispanic communities. They've seen a little bit of it in Texas, and they're concerned about it in Arizona in the context of the presidential race. So I'm watching to see in Arizona if we actually get a split result here, if we see a Democrat win the Senate seat and potentially see President Trump carry the state at the presidential level. Savannah.
All right. Well, they have spent a lot of time. The president's campaign has spent a lot of time in Arizona over the years. We've got a new call to tell you about. It is too early to call in Ohio, but we are characterizing it a bit more, saying that the president is leading. Let's go to David Plouffe and Mike Murphy, two strategists, one Democrat, one Republican. So we've got the whole campaign covered here, although I will say Mike Murphy, Republican, who does not support Donald Trump. Mike, what are you seeing? What is giving you pause tonight?
Well, I think the Democrats wanted a quick knockout in the Sun Belt, particularly in Florida, perhaps in North Carolina or Georgia. And we have to wait on North Carolina or Georgia. But Florida's interesting, even though it looks like Donald Trump is going to be president for life of Miami-Dade County. which is what bailed him out in Florida. Biden did very well switching some swing counties there, which is a good sign, I think, for Arizona. And what I'm seeing in Ohio, which is a tight race with Biden in the hunt in a lean Republican state, is a very good sign for Michigan and Wisconsin and Western Pennsylvania. There's no Miami-Dade County in Michigan, Wisconsin, or Western Pennsylvania. So we just got to wait and count it, and it's going to take a while. But the quick knockout, that's just not going to happen tonight.
David, has there been too much reliance going down the stretch on this Sun Belt strategy? And are the paths now considerably more narrow or appear to be more narrow for Biden?
Well, I think the Biden campaign is focused like a laser on Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. You had some other states come into play. Look, North Carolina is going to be very close. I think you're going to see a lot of votes still coming in the Atlanta area. That's going to make Georgia close. Arizona, I imagine that will tighten, but the 70% that's in looks good for Biden. So I think Arizona is crucial, obviously. And then I agree with Mike. I look at Ohio. It would be nice to win it, but that was a long shot. What does it tell you about Western Pennsylvania, about parts of Michigan and Wisconsin? And so, yes, this is not going to be an early night. It's not going to be electoral college landslide. But until you show me numbers that suggest that Donald Trump now is the favorite in Arizona or Pennsylvania, I think Joe Biden still maintains the best route to 270. But the question in Arizona is some of the weakness we see in the Rio Grande Valley, and then certainly in Miami-Dade with Hispanic voters. Does any of that carry over to Arizona? And when we really unpack the precincts, we'll get a sense of that.
All right, David and Mike, gentlemen, thanks very much. Before we pause for a quick break, an update from North Carolina's governor's race. And the incumbent, Cooper, will win. Will continue to be governor.
All right. And in New Mexico, we've got Joe Biden prevailing in that state. It'll pick up New Mexico's 5 electoral votes. We're back right after this. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning.
It's not just left and right.
What are the most vulnerable issues for both President Trump?
Today at msnbc.com.
You're watching.
Look at the current state of the race. CBS News projects President Trump will win Alabama, North Dakota, and South Carolina, and that Joe Biden will win New Jersey, Connecticut, Maryland, and Colorado. For the latest, Lana Zach is at the board. Lana?
Elaine. So when you look at it at first glance, it might look like Biden is having a very good night. He's leading on the leaderboard right now, 89 projected electoral votes to 72 for the president. But I want to show you something. When we start adding in these states in which it looks likely, where they're leaning towards either the president or towards Biden, with the addition of Florida and Texas now into that leaning category for President Trump. That gives him a much bigger advantage when we're looking towards that path to 270. By my math, the president only needs to pick up 85 electoral votes from this column, whereas the vice president would need to pick up. Look at me working this board, 121 electoral votes from this column, the pure toss-ups. And remember, Elaine, a lot of these states, we are not going to know what is happening in Pennsylvania, likely for several days. Pennsylvania, obviously, with its 20 electoral votes, going to be very important. Also, Ohio with its 18 electoral votes. As we're looking at all of this math and seeing how things are changing every moment, what's obvious to me, Elaine, is that this is going to be a squeaker, that both men look like they are hanging on with a clear path for either one of them if they can turn the tides in their favor in this column. But really, this has to be a big blow to the Biden-Harris ticket to see Florida and Texas, two of the biggest states in terms of electoral votes, now leaning towards President Trump, Elaine.
All right, Lana, Zach, thank you. We will be checking in with you throughout the night. For more, let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns, Linda Tran, and Leslie Sanchez. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist, and Leslie is a CBS News political analyst. Great to see you all. All right, so Caitlin, let me start with you. The U.S. could potentially see its highest voter turnout in a century this election. What is contributing to these record-breaking numbers?
Well, that's a great thing to have all of these voters participating. It shows that the system is working, that people are engaged in this election and engaged in a process that has a real big impact on their daily lives. So seeing this involvement and seeing this early involvement is a very positive development at this stage. What has created such an interest in voting this time around, I think, is because of the coronavirus pandemic. Several months ago, when the pandemic was in its early stages, there was this question about how to conduct elections in this kind of environment. And lots of states either ramped up or expanded their absentee voter program to allow people options to cast ballots. Other states expanded the number of days that people could vote early. And I think that this really put a highlight on gave a civics lesson to everybody about the importance of voting, about the importance of knowing how to cast your ballot. We've talked to lots of voters on the ground in various key battleground states who have said that they have learned a lot about this process, that they're engaged in a way that they haven't been before, and that they were kind of studying and monitoring apps and the like to make sure their ballot was in to be counted because it meant that much to them.
Well, the U.S. Postal Service missed a deadline set by a federal judge earlier today to sweep facilities in 12 postal districts for remaining mail-in ballots. Now, this order came days after a judge mandated the USPS implement extraordinary measures to get those ballots delivered on time. Linda, talk to us about the role mail-in ballots have played in this election, especially for Joe Biden, who appeared to take the lead in early voting.
Well, clearly, mail-in ballots were a critical part of helping folks navigate in this pandemic world that we're living in to make sure that they knew that there was a safe way for them to exercise their right to vote. We also have to take a step back, though, and consider that there are a number of states that have exclusively done mail-in balloting for a very long time. Washington State happens to be one of them. And of course, we've been doing mail-in ballot voting since the Civil War. And it's a critical way that members of our armed services, the men and women of our armed services, are able to cast their ballots as well. In 2016, we saw 252,000 ballots come in from the military. And so it's obviously a system that
one pickup for the Republicans. We're back to where we started.
Exactly. We are back to ground zero essentially here tonight. If you look at the math, then in order for Democrats to be able to flip the Senate, they
reported the information. Joe Biden had Democrats had somewhat of an advantage, but we
We've had two tales of that. Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota said the Democrats will hold. Jason Miller of the Trump campaign says
all in the same half hour.
There's an important Democratic Senate seat there.
Yes, there is. So we'll check in. And there's a lot of Senate races. In fact, a hot one out in Montana, Andrew was just reminding me of. We'll check in on that one as well. Take a break right here. We continue with our Decision 2020 election night coverage right after this break.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
As we come back from a break, a new call to make. This in the House of Representatives. NBC News projects that Democrats will maintain control of the House of Representatives.
All 435 seats in Congress up for grabs on the House side. And so Nancy Pelosi, Andrea, will remain House Speaker.
But we don't know by what margin. She said she's going to run again. And the progressives may make a run at it if it's a narrower margin, but she will retain control. She says she wants to be Speaker again.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break. Much more election coverage ahead. Stay with us. You're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. 10:30 in East, 7:30 out west. Louisiana's votes are in. NBC News is projecting Trump as the winner there. In Kansas, the president holds on and holds the state of Kansas. There's also a Senate race going on there.
In New Hampshire, it looks like Joe Biden will win. We project him as the winner. Florida in that race, too close. Trump leads, but that race still too close. Watching it very carefully.
Same story in Texas. It's too early to call, but the president does have a lead there. And North Carolina is getting just a little bit more interesting. It is too close to call there, and we've been watching that one real closely tonight.
Ohio would be bonus category, and right now it's too early to call. Too early in the Georgia presidential contest as well.
All right, let's keep it going. Here we go in Virginia. Too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead there in Wisconsin. We can call it way too early to call. They still are counting votes there.
Pennsylvania, they'll be counting them for a while. Too early in Pennsylvania. Minnesota, which we were discussing a few moments ago, that's too early as well.
All right, let's go to Maine, which divides its electoral votes by congressional district. We're calling that too early to call, but we did see a split decision in 2016 with Donald Trump picking up 1 electoral vote there. We'll see what happens. And Arizona, too early to call. The vote is coming in fast and furious. Vice President Biden with the lead there in Arizona at this hour.
Let's take a look at Iowa right now. Too early to call. Nevada is too early as well.
All right, Montana, too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that race and hope to give you some Senate races in a moment here as well. And in Utah, as expected, President Trump wins. So that brings us to 270.
So let's add them all up. And here's where they stand right now. Biden leading 98-92 on that road to 270.
Let's go to Chuck. And see, I knew it. You were looking at North Carolina again.
I think we got it right now. 89% in, 42,000 votes. But what does that 89% translate to? 641,000 estimated votes still to count. So that's not an unreasonable a deficit to make up. The question is there going to be enough vote in different places? So first you try these blue counties here. This is Asheville, 92% in, so stragglers. Guilford still sitting at 84%. This could be a decent chunk of vote for Biden. Charlotte, here, Mecklenburg County, as I showed you before, not too much. Let's see what Wake looks like. We still haven't seen some Wake numbers. So I have a feeling now, North Carolina, I think the last time I said, we might finally see some action. Yeah, we're going to see action. It's called, we're not going to call that race tonight. Like it looks more and more like North Carolina is one of those that you're going to have to wait to see all the vote coming in, because it does seem as if there's enough in different red and blue areas to make you think that thing is going to be very, very tight. However, the Democratic Senate candidate, Cal Cunningham, is underperforming Biden. So I would just say, while Biden may have a chance there, it looks a little tougher there for Cal Cunningham, looks probably a little better for Tom Tillis. 75% in. I just want to keep track here in Arizona as we keep going. We think about 800,000 vote remains. This is a ton to make up. This is almost like a 2-to-1 that he's got to make up. This is very tough. Arizona, the first, it could be the first state we're dealing with that looks like a state that might actually flip from 2016. Long way to go. Obviously, we want to wait for more of that vote in, but that's the first one of the Sun Belt. And it's been the one that Biden consistently led in the polls in, probably more so than any of these other Sun Belt states.
How much is that driven by the Senate race there?
Well, look, is it driven by the Senate race? Is it driven by what's been happening over 4 years? I mean, certainly Mark Kelly, ultimately, I think this is about Democrats just realizing that there's opportunity in Maricopa with these suburban, in the same way we saw basically the Denver suburbs take Colorado from a red to purple to blue. The Northern Virginia suburbs, and it turned it from, it was red when I first moved there in the early 90s, to purple to blue. That's what both in Arizona and Georgia, that Democrats think, Maricopa and Phoenix, they think that's the key to turning Arizona blue, and of course the Atlanta suburbs. So the question is, are Phoenix and Atlanta ready to join Denver and the Washington, D.C. suburbs? And that's what we're going to find out tonight.
Perhaps tonight we'll have the answer for us. Hallie Jackson's over at the White House. What have you been hearing from your sources inside the Trump campaign?
Let me jump off of something that Chuck was just talking about as it relates specifically to Georgia, because the characterization from one person that I spoke with tonight is that folks are not feeling panicked yet. They're looking at Georgia. They are perhaps not feeling as good as they had been earlier in the day about it. But at this point, that is when they're watching, because of specifically what Chuck was talking about there, the suburbs around Atlanta, the way that the president could perform. They're specifically looking, and you heard Jason Miller talking about, for example, Black and Hispanic voters in Georgia. They're specifically looking at the performance that the president will have among Black voters there. So that's something that they're keeping an eye on. There is a lot of, again, we have not called Florida yet here at NBC News, but there is some, I would say, preemptive dunking from members of the Trump campaign about that state. There is really a sense that I'm starting to pick up from talking to folks tonight that this is a little bit how it went in the early hours of election night 4 years ago, if you remember, feeling like the polls were wrong, feeling like they were the underdog campaign that was able to come from behind and win 4 years ago. And there are people, listen, the president has surrounded himself this year with the same sort of cast and crew that he did 4 years ago in large part. So there are a lot of people who are holding on to that memory and wondering if tonight is going to end up having the same result for President Trump. When you talk about the mood sort of more broadly, the president is spending election night here at the White House. Listen, any other election night, I would be standing here in front of you from, the election night watch party, if you will. We're not doing that tonight because of, obviously, the pandemic. Things have changed quite dramatically over the last 9 months or so. There are about 250 people, according to one attendee, inside the White House right now, inside the East Room. They're watching one of the cable networks, the president's preferred channel, frankly, at least most of the time, which is Fox News. They're watching that on the big screens, cheering when some of the races get called there, having some snacks. Members of the Trump cabinet are there, members of the Trump family as well. And right now, the sort of energy in the room, we're told, is very positive based on some of the things that we're seeing. Now, might that change as we start to get in more vote from Arizona? That is definitely one that we're drilling down on with sources tonight. That was one of the states that the folks that I've been talking to in the Trump orbit hadn't been feeling very, very confident about. They were feeling what I would say hopeful, optimistic, but not extremely confident. And there now seems to be perhaps some reason for that we're seeing in the numbers that have come in, at least so far tonight.
All right, Hallie, thanks. Let's go over to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters. How are they interpreting all this?
Well, the focus right now is on the Midwest. Lester, and I can
on the trend lines, it could be difficult for him. So that's why I want to just lean it for the moment. But that's where we are in Arizona, all about Maricopa County. We'll watch it going forward.
And why we are characterizing this state as lean Biden also has to do with what we're hearing from the exit polls and some of those voters. So I want to check in with Major Garrett about why people voted the way they did.
Exactly, Nora. There are two pieces of demographic data from Arizona that I think reveal why Anthony just moved this to a lean Biden. And again, this is exit poll data collected not just day of, but for those who voted early in person and who voted by mail and were then called by the exit poll surveyor. So let's go first to 65 and older in Arizona. Joe Biden leading President Trump 52 to 47. Donald Trump won this demographic group in Arizona by 13 points in 2016. So that is an 18-point swing in favor of the former vice president. Let's look at women in Arizona, our second board. Joe Biden, 53 to 44 over President Trump. Hillary Clinton won women in Arizona by 4 percentage points in the exit polls of 2016. So for women, he's doing better. That is to say the former vice president. And among seniors, he's doing better. But I want to tell the table this. And I don't know if you're picking this up from your Democratic sources. I would describe this as a rare glimmer of good news. I'm hearing from more and more Democrats, they are feeling concerned about the way this map is moving and that the president's assurance that his voters would show up on Election Day is proving true, not just in Florida, but other places. And they are increasingly concerned about the trend lines they're seeing in day of turnout.
And there are still Republican voters in line in Maricopa County, according to some of our producers out there. But one other good glimmer of hope for Biden in Arizona overall, he's leading among independents, 52 to 39%. Another example of him potentially drawing them over. But you're right. At this point, Biden campaign much more looking at that blue wall as they try to restore it, believing that their fortunes may rest up.
The early idea that Florida, Georgia, North Carolina would fall early is becoming less and less something that the Biden campaign is not only banking on, but even some sort of squinting look at the data and saying, well, it's maybe still possible. They are beginning to rule that out more and more as I hear from people and having to shift their focus entirely to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
But you remember, Major, one of the most moving
turnout, 100 million Americans voted early, whether in person or by
Republicans that they believe are trending toward Joe Biden. And you're looking there at educated women voters, more affluent voters. One of the stories of Ohio is how the story of who the Ohio voter is changing for both parties. You have some of the more working class, traditionally Union or Democratic voters in times gone by that are now more in the Trump mold. And what the Trump campaign has tried to do in Ohio, as they have in other key battleground states, is to identify people who fit their type of voter profile, but who have not been casting ballots in years past, to squeeze out new votes among those types of voters in rural areas and in some of the exurbs. And that's where they see some confidence. In talking to a senior Republican in Ohio who's been looking county by county, and you know, when you speak to other elected officials, they know the map in ways from their own races that lay people certainly can't fully appreciate.
Let me interrupt you.
Looking at it.
Let me interrupt you here because I believe we've got some Missouri. Oh. Okay, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Missouri. That's brand new. Chuck?
Well, Missouri at one time used to be a swing state. It wasn't that long ago, but it's just not enough. This has become a very much more the rural numbers just start to produce. But I want to go back to Ohio and just button up Ohio here a little bit. It does look like Donald Trump is on his way to winning. And remember, I told you it's all about the lake here. I know that's black on the board, but I swear to God, the water is blue on there. And I told you about these Democratic counties from 2018. 2018, a pretty good Democratic year overall. So let's look at the Trump Dem counties. And as you can see, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties that Sherrod Brown, the Democratic senator who won re-election in Ohio in 2018, carried. And as you can see here, this was going to start with Biden needed to carry these, and they're just not happening. Erie County, I told you Erie to Erie. This was an important one. Sherrod Brown carried it. Joe Biden trying to be the same type of Democrat didn't happen. You look over here in Ottawa, it's close. And it still be, there's more time, there's a lot more vote out there that could end up making that. But you see, this generally is the problem. Look at Ashtabula County. This was one, Trump won big, and he's winning it bigger this time. So there is some evidence, and it's something Jason Miller brought up, that in some of these Midwestern rural counties, they are bringing out some more vote. So we shall see.
Sure,
one other thing.
Just quickly, I want to go back to the board here because I think we've got a call.
Another call
in Illinois here.
Okay.
Joe Biden is the projected winner in Illinois. That's 20 electoral votes in his column. Chuck.
But I wanted to go back. This. If I were to show the most, if you're the Biden folks and you're wondering, boy, why didn't they pull off Ohio? Delaware County was one of the swing counties we were watching. This was one he won big the last time, but this was one we were seeing. Is it going to go all the way blue? And it doesn't look like it's going to go all the way blue. But you see here, this is one of those suburban counties. So this is why David Plouffe is saying, hey, I'm liking what I see in Ohio. Yes, they're not going to flip Ohio, but he looks at expanding that they did better in the Columbus suburbs, and they're thinking, and I could tell you this, that's Kent County, that's Grand Rapids.
Can I give you a homework assignment for your next time visit to the well? Let's look at Nebraska and look at that congressional district because it's getting to be interesting. That's what I'm kind of getting at there. Let's go to Kate Snow in Ohio. And Kate, as we're seeing from the map there, it's trending in the president's direction.
So I'm not. Know that they have had this incredibly fraught relationship. There is still that fraught relationship continuing. I think specifically about the fight over COVID relief, which continues to be ongoing, even given the state of this pandemic. The two sides have not been able to come together and pass a COVID relief bill in these last recent weeks. It seems that certainly is not going to happen.
Toward Joe Biden, and Iowa is a toss-up. Lana Zak is at the board. Lana, what's the latest?
Hey there, Elaine. It is a dynamic night. We've been crunching the numbers and seeing how they changed. As you just gave us these updates, I want to show how that now impacts our likely map. Obviously, 86 electoral votes projected for President Trump. But when we add in the likely column, he's at 175. For Biden, now doing a little bit better than the last time we checked in. 93 projected electoral votes, 160 when you add in everything that's happening here on the leaning and likely category. So again, it comes down to these states. And I want to show you on the map what's really important about those states. Take a look at so many of these states that are going to be essential, potentially for Biden, but also important for President Trump. But particularly, we know that the Biden-Harris campaign has been focusing on the Rust Belt here, with the exception, obviously, of Minnesota, which Hillary Clinton won in the last election, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. These were states that Trump was able to flip away from being a Democratic stronghold to his side in the last go-around. So we're learning a little bit more now about the demographics and what's happening in those Rust Belt states, which is what I was really interested in. So I want to show you a little bit about the voters and the economy and how they feel in these 5 states here. Rust Belt voters think that the economy is not good or poor by a margin of 51 to 48%. That looks pretty tight, but I just want to note for you, Elaine, that puts an emphasis, just with a slight emphasis, that it's worse in the Rust Belt, the feeling from voters there, than elsewhere. Remember, we started off by talking about in the entire state. The national economy, 81% say that they're voting on the economy in Iowa, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as opposed to just 16% voting on any other issues. And then let's take a look now at, I want to move on one more slide if we can. I want to take a look at our demographics now. Men and women, because as you know, Elaine, and we have been talking about a lot, there has been a big emphasis from the Biden campaign at looking at white men in particular in this area here. Maybe we'll just look back over at the board and I'll show you, since that's not the graphic I wanted to show you. Let's take a look more at what's happening in these states, particularly when we're talking about white college women. Biden is getting 62% of the white college-educated women in the Rust Belt here, and 37% of the white college-aged women are going for President Trump. But as I was telling you just a moment ago, even more important potentially for the Biden-Harris campaign would be white, non-college educated men. And in that category, Biden and Harris have 31% of those voters, according to our exit polls, compared to 67% for President Trump. Remember, Elaine, when Biden was campaigning in these states, part of what he was trying to do was show that he had this working class background, this middle class background, that he believed in labor unions, and hoping that that message was going to resonate for white working class men in the Rust Belt here. Right now, those numbers in our exit polls aren't really bearing that out. So we're going to continue watching this, but it's not necessarily great news for Biden and Harris right now.
All right, Lana, Zach. Well, Lana, I know this is new technology that we have all been getting accustomed to. Great job tonight. And we've been doing this in the midst of this pandemic. So,
Right.
you know, a
Haven't
lot
had
of
a
us
lot of
aren't even in the
practice.
building right now. But thank you so much for everything. And it's great
Thanks,
to
Liz.
see you.
It's great to see you too.
All right. It is nearly 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls are about to close in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. There are 78 total electoral votes at stake in those states, but that doesn't mean the country will hear the results of the election anytime soon. More than 101 million people voted ahead of the election, and in many states, those votes will not be counted for several days. CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns joins me now from Pennsylvania. Boy, Caitlin, I don't know how many times we've said Pennsylvania tonight, but first of all, just set the scene for us because I want viewers to understand why it is that you are positioned where you are tonight.
Yes, this is Pennsylvania, 20 electoral.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians.
We want to show you some Senate numbers right now, and this is starting off the state of Louisiana.
All right, that's Senator Cassidy headed back, and we've got an upset. This was the most vulnerable senator probably in the United States Senate. The Democrat from Alabama, Doug Jones, has lost. Tommy Tuberville, the Auburn coach, takes that race. So that's a gain for the Republicans in the Senate.
Dick Durbin will have another term in Illinois. We project he will win. In Arizona, too early. Mark Kelly, though, leading Martha McSally right now. And this is a race that could be affecting what we're seeing on the presidential side in Arizona.
Let's go to Arkansas. Tom Cotton, the incumbent, headed back. He wins that one. West Virginia, same thing. The incumbent returns. Shelley Moore Capito easily defeating her opponent there.
All right. And to Georgia, Purdue, too early to call in that race. But this has been a race that certainly has drawn a lot of national attention, as has this one. Lindsey Graham and Jamie Harrison, a lot of money spent in that race, but right now too early to call, but Graham leads.
Same story up in Maine. It's a two-way race right now, essentially between Senator Collins, the incumbent, and Sarah Gideon, although there are other candidates and they have ranked choice voting. So I'll just cut to the chase. It could be a while in Maine. It's not going to be tonight.
That's what you could say. Not tonight.
Okay, so go Betty bye if you're waiting for Maine. Mississippi Senate is too early to call there. Mike Espy, the congressman, trying to take on the incumbent Cindy Hyde-Smith.
Marshall leading in Kansas right now. That race is too
I hope
early.
you're all enjoying the coverage. It's going to be a long night.
That's one that folks had their eyes on, potential Republican pickup. We'll see if that holds. Here's Minnesota. A lot of talk about Minnesota tonight. It is too early to call. Let's go to the Iowa Senate race. Another one where Joni Ernst, the incumbent, looking to hang on against a challenger, Teresa Greenfield. Too early to call there. We'll watch that one.
And here's how the Senate breaks down right now. Dems 41, 40 seats for the Republicans.
All right, this was the one I just assigned to Chuck Todd. Nebraska, projected winner of 3 of 5 electoral votes. Do I have that right? That's what it
right
says.
now, right.
Yes.
Well,
We're awaiting the congressional district.
Well, there's two, right? So it sounds like we're not ready to call the first either, which would be Lincoln, but that's going to probably be Republican. But Omaha is the second congressional district. Polls have indicated that Joe Biden had a pretty a lead there that looked like his leads in Wisconsin or Michigan in that 5 to 8 point range. But you had the actual congressional race itself. The former Democratic congressman endorsed the incumbent Republican congressman over the Democratic nominee. So there's a lot of potential split ticketing. I don't think anything is a slam dunk there for the Democrats nabbing one electoral vote. And hey, we know every electoral vote counts. And if you've ever seen those 269 scenarios, this is why Nebraska 2 and Maine 2, and by the way, we have a long way to go in Maine getting their vote. Some of this vote is same day vote. We don't have some of the mail-in vote.
I see you turned in extra credit. Andrea, what are you watching in these Senate races we just talked about?
Well, I'm looking at Georgia, and where you've got 2 Senate races, and now you've got Reverend Raphael Warnock
who just had an explosion of support. And he's in the runoff now against Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent, the appointed incumbent. That really is a much better looking race for him in the runoff that'll be January 6th because Doug Collins, the strong Trump supporting House member from, you remember, House Judiciary, who was so strong during the impeachment hearings, a really, really strong Republican. He's had a controversial record, very outspoken against Ruth Bader Ginsburg, talking about QAnon. So he is not in that runoff. And Reverend Warnock, who comes from the Reverend Martin Luther King's church, has just had a really big rise to get into that runoff. The second race is Ossoff.
Yeah. Well, can I just say the importance of Warnock in this runoff? So there have been 2 Senate runoffs this century, or two Senate runoffs since Andrea and I have been covering Senate in Georgia. Okay, each time the Democratic nominee was a white nominee. They've not had a compelling African American nominee in one of these runoffs in Georgia, and before it had just the Democrats ended up just sort of fading at the end. Warnock, and he's not just this is the pastor at MLK's church. It is one of those things that both Senate seats, if they end up in runoffs, that is a huge value add for the Democrats. And I know I've talked to some Senate Republicans who worry about that nightmare scenario of Warnock helping to drive up.
This is where Stacey Abrams, the work she has done over a number of years, is really, at least in this Senate race, paid off. We have to see what happens with David Perdue.
Let's see what the whole Georgia see what the whole Georgia ball of wax looks like before we just give out credit yet.
David Perdue is the incumbent against Ossoff, John Ossoff, and that remains to be seen.
We'll take a short break and be back with more. We've got poll closings at the top of the hour in 4 states with a total of 78 electoral votes, including Big Blue California. Stay with us.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court.
Yes, the chairman of the powerful Judiciary Committee, Lindsey Graham, just got a very big win in the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett. But it was yet another example.
Changing demographics as perhaps a positive sign that they could, in fact, flip that state.
Absolutely. And this was always part of a longer theme for Democrats, a longer shot, I should say, for Democrats. And they kind of knew that, but hoping to what they're hoping to do in a place like Texas is kind of build out the party there. And you've seen that from people like Beto O'Rourke campaigning around the state, trying to flip seats in the state legislature, which could have a big impact on redistricting. But that looks like it's leaning in the president's favor tonight. But Democrats see this as kind of a longer game in turning that state. And going back to kind of what the messages from the candidates have been in the closing days, talking about a place like Texas, but also going back.
Esther Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall.
And when we were on the ground in Florida, when we're on the ground in some of
level money, but ultimately not enough. Lindsey Graham, it appears, will continue to be the president's top ally, closest friend on Capitol Hill.
Welcome to Disney Plus.
Take a little while to be counted here.
For Senator Graham's positioning on the nomination of a Supreme Court justice during an election year, but he will hang on, the projected winner in South Carolina. Now to that three-way race we were talking about in Georgia. This will advance to a runoff on January 5th.
Let's go to Casey Hunt, who covers Capitol Hill. Casey's Lindsey Graham, he fought hard for it, but he holds on.
He really did fight hard, Savannah, and his challenger, Jamie Harrison, raised more money than any candidate ever in a race that was not for president of the United States. Just a huge amount of money. And so that's what Lindsey Graham was up against in what was a difficult, he felt, needle to thread between President Trump on the one hand and his concerns about suburban women on the other. But he is going to hang on here. And this story is part of a narrative that's shaping up to be much better for Republicans who are trying to hold on to the Senate than they frankly thought it was going to be when we all sat down here at 7 o'clock tonight to talk about how this was going to play out. That Georgia runoff that you guys were all just talking about is actually part of that story. Don't forget, Republicans in Washington really wanted Kelly Loeffler to hang on to that seat. Doug Collins was somebody that's farther to the right. They thought that Raphael Warnock might have a better chance to beat Doug Collins. They've gotten the race that they wanted in that Georgia runoff, and they're still holding out hope that David Perdue could win with 50%. So we are looking like the Senate is all still very much on the line. Again, better looking for Republicans than they thought. Maine is another one to keep an eye on. Senator Susan Collins seems to be significantly outperforming President Trump in Maine, which is what they needed. Still, obviously, a very long time to count in that race. But overall, across the map, this is not the wipeout that some Republicans feared at this hour.
All right, Casey, we'll keep our eye on it. Republicans picked one up in Alabama, but lost one in Colorado. So we'll continue to do the math, crunch the numbers, and keep you posted on that.
All right. For those of you in the Eastern and Central time zones, your local news is next. For everyone else, a brief pause as Decision 2020 election night coverage continues here on NBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
Everybody, our election night coverage rolls on. It is 11 o'clock in the east, 8 o'clock in the west, and we have a bunch of results to report to you, including some poll closings. California just closed. Joe Biden, the projected winner there. Out west, Oregon, Joe Biden expected to win handily there. Oregon, 7 electoral votes.
Biden will sweep the Pacific Coast as we're projecting that he will win in Washington, the state of Washington as well. Idaho, too early. Trump leads there, however.
We started the night talking about Florida. We'll start talking about Florida. It is too close to call at this hour, but the president is leading there. Republicans feeling good about that. In Texas, a similar story. It is too early to call, but the president has taken a lead in Texas.
We've been carefully watching North Carolina. That is still too close to call, but you see the numbers on the screen there. Also in Ohio, too early to call.
Let's go to Georgia. Democrats had high hopes here. It's too early to call. We'll see how that one shakes out. We've seen a couple of the Senate races advance to a runoff in January. In Virginia, it's too early to call, but Vice President Biden is leading in that race.
Let's take a look at a pair of the states in that blue wall the Democrats are hoping for. Wisconsin, too early. Pennsylvania, too early as well.
And in Minnesota, where there's been a lot of talk tonight about whether or not this one will flip. Right now, too early to call, but you see with the votes in the Vice President Biden with a lead there, and in Maine, where they have a ranked choice voting, so it could be a while. It's too early to call.
Not a whole lot of vote left in Arizona. We're watching that. It is still too early to call. However, Biden is leading in Arizona. Iowa, too early right now.
And let's go out west to Nevada. Too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that one. Vice President Biden had been leading in polls in Nevada prior to this day. Let's look at the map to 270 starting to fill out in ways that we expected. Chuck, we haven't had a shocker yet.
No, we haven't. We think one might be coming, but I just want to update folks on the blue wall on these on the northern states here, just to show you. Wisconsin looks really tight, 43% in. None of the early vote yet, right? And these are states that we don't expect to see much of the early vote tonight, but I just wanted to show you that. Pennsylvania, another one, just to show you again, it's almost, there's a little bit of early vote. We know some counties are going to do it, but it's almost all the yellow is today's vote. So that's something I think is worth letting you know about here. But let's take a look at Arizona. I want to take a look at the states that we're all waiting on here. Didn't mean to be in that county. Here we have maintaining there a 200,000 vote lead, waiting for 25% of the state. But this is all early. And, you know, I've had people go, how come you guys aren't calling it? Or that seems to be a big lead. And it's like, we want to see some of today's vote, right? This is all in the mail. We want to see some of today's vote. And I think that's going to be something there. Let me take you to Georgia here, because we're starting to finally get some real numbers in, 62%. We still have a lot of vote in and around Atlanta. All right. Just Gwinnett County, only 17% reporting. And let's take you to DeKalb, 24% reporting. Fulton, only 43. Cobb, 54. So as you see, some of the outer suburbs are reporting in here. So I think we all want to wait to see what does this race look like when at least half the Atlanta vote and the Atlanta suburban vote is in. That's not yet. And just to give you a quick update on North Carolina. As you can see in some of these places, we're still waiting for the same vote. I was at 84% in Greensboro, Guilford County, the last time we checked in on this. But the president's lead has expanded as more of the rural counties come in. I have to say, Jason Miller said that they were going to win the state by 75,000. He thought right now they have a 73,000 vote lead. But again, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I think Biden might cut this, but not quite make it. But again, really not good news the way this is going on the Senate side of things. For the Democrats, really good news, looks like, for Tom Tillis.
All right, who was considered one of the more endangered incumbent
Some thought
senators.
the second or third most endangered.
Yeah, okay.
Let's get the read on the ground from Philadelphia. That's where Rahima Ellis is. Rahima, good evening.
Good evening, Lester. Take a look behind me. You can see red lights, flashing lights from police just outside of City Hall. And they're here because of what is going on here at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. This is ground zero for the counting of 400,000 ballots that have been mailed in. 350,000 mail-in ballots are going to be counted right on the second floor of this convention center. And one of the things that's so important here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania is they did not start counting mail-in ballots like some other states until this morning. And they're saying it's going to take them not hours, but days to do it. So far, they've said they've got an army of people doing this, counting about 10,000 an hour. 75,000 have been counted so far. They say they're going 16-1 Democrats, but that doesn't tell us how they voted. It just tells us who voted. Why is this so important? This state had been solidly Democrat. Obama won it twice, and then by a surprise, Trump won it by less than 1%, or some 44,000 votes. So that's why people here are saying every single one of those mail-in ballots is important. The other thing that's important is they're going to be counting them not just for hours, but for days, because they've been given a 3-day extension. And so they have up until Friday. Ballots that have been postmarked by today, the United States Postal Service will be delivering those ballots right here for them to be counted up until Friday. And the governor of Pennsylvania has said to everyone, be calm, be patient, and be confident. Every single one of your votes will be counted. It's just going to take some time. Lester?
All right, Rahima, thanks.
Gotti Schwartz is in Phoenix, Arizona, the aforementioned Maricopa County, where the action is tonight. Gotti, what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Savannah, just a little while ago, we saw a pretty remarkable scene, some ground game, strong ground game during the middle of a pandemic. Right now, we are at a grassroots kind of watch party. You can see this Zoom screen behind me, but just a little while ago, we saw hundreds of cars of these organizers and these Latino-based community groups coming together, dropping off their canvassing gear, then going home and joining this virtual dance party to watch some of those returns come in. They have been working here on the ground in Arizona for over a decade now. In fact, that Maricela, she was just telling me, the one in the black right here, she started at the age of 12 years old, marching against Joe Arpaio.
See what that brings in and what that means for the presidential race.
Right. There's all of the results we're getting tonight are unofficial. All of them are partial. That's because in many states, they're still allowing some ballots to come in. In almost every state, for instance, military ballots are still coming in, and they're still going to reconcile and make sure and validate all of the counts from every precinct. That's going to happen in the weeks ahead. But for instance, in Pennsylvania, it is exactly a labor issue. They only started processing them today. We do expect another update between midnight and 1 a.m. There might be somewhere between 20 and 40,000 ballots that are absentee ballots that are reported out from Philadelphia at that point. And then we're going to get some more into tomorrow as they just count them as fast as they can.
Yeah, the president essentially saying that all votes have to be counted on election day. That has never been true. It just takes time to count all of the ballots, including those that come from overseas. If you could, though, David, lay out this scenario, because we know now that all the votes won't be counted in Pennsylvania. What about the upper Midwest? If this race comes down to the upper Midwest in Pennsylvania?
Well, we're still going to have to wait. I mean, Michigan is still counting ballots. Wisconsin is still counting ballots. A lot of the major areas, particularly Milwaukee and Wisconsin, Wayne County in Michigan, there are lots of outstanding ballots still to count there. That's going to happen through the night and perhaps into tomorrow again as the election workers process as many as they can. And they've only been able to start in most places today. And in some cases in Michigan only, they were able to start yesterday. So they've got a lot of ballots still to count.
What are some of the potential legal challenges that
citing that we're going into the most dire period of the pandemic to date? She is expecting to see 100,000 cases.
Processing more mail and absentee ballots than they've ever seen, millions in all three of those states. These are not states that have traditionally seen a lot of mail balloting in the past. So we've got to let that process play out. My expectation is that the election officials and the courts will
Hillary Clinton back in 2016. But what we continue to see is a very smooth operation throughout Orange County. I talked to the
razor thin, as we might see in some places, then
not start the racial and ethnic disparities that exist in medicine and healthcare. It's certain
states.
John Dickerson has a question for you.
David, I have speaking of meaty litigation, Major was just talking about North Carolina and the idea that you can mail in your ballot and it can be counted if it's postmarked many days after Election Day. Is it useful to think about the universe of possible ballots that might be in the mail as the difference between the number of ballots that were requested and then the number of ballots that have been returned, in which case in North Carolina, that's about 200,000 for Democrats. Is that the universe we're talking about here potentially for Democrats who are behind in North Carolina right now?
Right. That's the potential universe. I don't expect that all of them have been returned. There's always going to be some people who request a mail ballot and don't return it. But it's likely, since they had to specifically request them, and a lot of those people would, and they might have gotten in today and are still not been reported out, or might be coming in the days ahead. And especially whenever we get to a razor thin margin of hundreds of votes or just a few thousand, then it's really important to let the state law kind of take precedence here and let the ballots be counted and let the professionals do that.
All right, David Becker, thank you. We're going to continue to touch base with you as we wait for the vote count in some of those states. Also want to bring in CBS's Janet Shamlian. She joins us now from Detroit, and she's been speaking with voters all day. And Janet, what are you hearing?
Nora, good evening. First, let me set the scene for you. We are at Ford Field in Detroit. This is a vote collection center, and it's very busy right now. 16 electoral votes at stake. As we know, this state had the slimmest margin of victory for President Trump in 2016, less than 11,000 votes. Now, we just heard an update from the Secretary of State. And what she is telling us is that her prediction, her original prediction that all votes would be counted by November 6th is now not outdated, that they will now have all votes counted within the next 24 hours. And we're also learning some critical piece of information that 92% of the absentee ballots requested have been returned. Now that breaks well for Biden because it's believed that the majority of mail-in ballots were Democratic voters. The Republicans were counting on turnout today here in Michigan. And we're hearing that there were lines, but not the long lines that some had predicted. So what happens now is, as I said, the votes are coming in here. We're expecting to hear sometime tonight or tomorrow, but it will not be a Thursday or Friday event. Everybody's watching Macomb County here. That's a blue-collar county here in the Detroit area, and it is a bellwether, really. It went for Obama in 2012, for Trump in 2016, and then it voted for the Democratic governor, Gretchen Whitmer, in 2018. So we'll have to see what Macomb County does. The other county to watch is Kent County, and that is in West Michigan, a conservative community. Both parties going after the African-American vote here. Senator Kamala Harris was here today. Her last two stops of the 2020 campaign were here in the Detroit area.
I just want to underline that point real quickly, that reporting that you had, the Secretary of State is telling you what about when they expect the full vote to be counted?
So they originally predicted Thursday or Friday to have everything counted. Now they are saying that they've had so few problems, they expect to have all ballots counted day of and absentee ballots in the next 24 hours, tomorrow at this time or earlier.
Janet Shamlian, really interesting. We should remember, Michigan is the state that Trump won by the slimmest of all margins, just 10,000.
What's happening is people have bought into herd immunity. It's the only way to control it. It's not something that you're going to.
NBC News election, you meant that in a really nice way. Election night coverage will continue in just a moment.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line.
Madam Chair, Sherry Bustos. Thank you all. Good evening.
Is lean Trump. This is his raw vote count, 53-45. If I model it, which is to say I overlay which way the trends are going, that lead holds up, 52.8 over Joe Biden. This, of course, was on the wish list for the Biden campaign. It always was, at best, maybe a tie. So there, it looks like Joe Biden has fallen short in a lot of the counties in and around Cleveland, short of what his margins would have needed to be. Let me also take you then to Wisconsin. Now, we're very, very early in the vote count here. Just to make that point, this is the expected vote at 3.6 million. 43% of it has been counted so far. So we have a really long way to go. In fact, if I just tap on Milwaukee here, okay, this is a place Democrats need to do very well. I'm going to light up how many have been counted. You still see hundreds of thousands of outstanding votes. So to your point, about maybe this taking a really long time, we can model this. We can say, okay, these are Democratic areas that haven't yet reported, and therefore, based on the exit polls, this is a tight race, but we're still waiting to see vote count from a lot of counties like that, Nora.
Really interesting. So this is, John is calling this the chapter 2 of the night, which is the Arizona and upper Midwest. Sorry if I'm not mischaracterizing. Can we go back to chapter 1?
Yeah.
Chapter 1 is North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Let's just find out what's happening right now in Georgia.
Okay.
We'll go back to.
So Georgia, the story is, we started out the night talking about Atlanta Metro. And we told that story, not just because it's important to Georgia, but because it was telling the larger story of changing metropolitan areas in the South. Phoenix is another one. Well, when we look at DeKalb, okay, very little of that vote is actually in, only 24%. So the vote models right now are incorporating that as possibly a Democratic county, but we don't see the votes there yet. Might be a while. Let's look at another one. I'm going to take you in here and we'll go to Fulton County. Okay, this is starting to come in a little bit, but only about half. 282,000 ballots still outstanding. So we've got a long way to go maybe in Georgia too.
Okay, we're going to continue to look into what's happening in those states. More information straight ahead as the votes are counted. We'll check in back in with our correspondents live all across America. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Missouri, I am now pretending.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
The same way as it went in 2016. As you look at all the data, and you've seen more data than probably anybody else in the country, has anything surprised you tonight?
I mean, obviously Miami-Dade County in Florida, and the big question is that indicative of a polling error in other parts of the country, or is it isolated to South Florida? The fact that Biden has won New Hampshire, for example, might make you say, well, actually, it's part of Florida, but maybe not a problem elsewhere. The fact that Arizona looks okay for Biden. So, look, it's going to be a long night. I think we're in a scenario now where we're talking about this might take days to get resolved. But still, how much is that an isolated incident in Florida?
To remember, over 100 million Americans voted early, whether in person or by mail. And as Chuck was just pointing out, there are different rules in different states for whether they have already counted and are already reporting that early vote, or whether they're just beginning counting it and won't report it for several days. I'm hearing encouraging things about Ohio, about Arizona, about Iowa. So I think there still remain several paths for Joe Biden tonight, while President Trump has a very narrow path. And frankly, I'd rather be in our camp than his tonight. We have to remember that every vote needs to be counted before we conclude this election. Vote counts happen at the state and county level. And we have a number of states and counties that have already indicated they won't be done counting votes for several days.
Senator Coons, with the exception possibly of Arizona, it looks more and more like Joe Biden is going to have to rely on that blue wall, turning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania back into the Democratic corner. How do you feel about what you've heard from your sources on the ground about how the industrial Midwest is playing out for Joe Biden?
Well, I've been texting and calling with my Senate colleagues as well as local elected officials and organizers in several states today, the ones you just referenced, and I'm optimistic. I think we're ultimately going to have a great outcome for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They've had the right message from the beginning of this campaign about bringing people together, getting us out of this pandemic and building back stronger our economy. But we just have to be patient and make sure that every vote gets counted in what ultimately may be one of several paths towards a victory by Joe Biden tonight or tomorrow.
The Trump campaign threw out Minnesota as a possible pickup for them. Do you see that in the cards? Is it something you're worried about?
I really don't. What I'm hearing from Minnesota elected officials I've touched base with is that although Minnesota is a state where you can show up and vote at the last moment, they don't see anything that's happened on the ground today that suggests to them that Donald Trump may unexpectedly take Minnesota.
Senator, we have to say congratulations to you. You won your race. Turns out you also had a campaign to run. But what about what's going on in the Senate? I know Democrats had high hopes of taking back this Senate, but some of the races are not turning out as expected. In particular, North Carolina, Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, appearing to do better than many expected.
Well, so far I've been encouraged by the outcomes in Colorado and likely in Arizona. I'm sorry for my colleague, Doug Jones, who you've called to not be reelected, but he's done a great job in the Senate. And I think there's other news tonight that is encouraging in Georgia and in other states. But in several states that we expect to pick up Senate seats in, it is still too close to call.
Right.
Senator Coons, good to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. We will take another quick break here. We'll continue with our coverage right after
this. You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police
out looking for voter intimidation, and what they ended up doing was spending a lot of time getting out the vote, bringing souls to the polls, as the Reverend told me. But at the same time, Republicans are also incredibly enthusiastic about their ground game. The party chair, Laura Cox, told me that they had 9 million voter contacts during this season, that every time they were out canvassing, they never saw any Democrats, and they cannot tell you enough about the enthusiasm that they see and they viscerally feel every time there are these giant rallies, so many of which took place in the battleground state of Michigan. And George, don't get me started on the lawn signs, but you know, you see them all over. You know, you're in a battleground in these suburbs when there's a Biden sign on one side, the Trump signs on the other. I went to a Trump volunteer meeting, a packed room, and the organizer said, how many of you have had your lawn sign stolen or vandalized? And almost the entire room's hand went up. It says something about just how tense the battleground is here out in the suburbs.
It
George.
sure does. I want to go to Mary Bruce right now. Mary, you picking up any concern in the Biden camp, picking up what John Carl was saying about the way the votes are coming in Michigan and how they're coming in?
The read from inside the Biden campaign right now is urging caution and patience. They say, look, they are feeling fine, and that is because this was expected. They knew that many of these key states, especially the blue wall states, were going to take some time. That said, there has been a bit of a shift in tone. Given the real enthusiasm, the real confidence that we were hearing from members of the Biden team heading into tonight, now you hear more the words hopeful, optimistic, but they were really bullish earlier in the night. Now, not so much of that. But George, I have to tell you, behind me, they have started to bring in the cars here to this drive-in rally. If I'm really trying to pick at the tea leaves here, not sure what that means about whether we may or may not see Joe Biden later tonight. But of course, he sort of changed his tune there, saying he may actually not speak until tomorrow.
But perhaps they will be ready for him to speak. We're going to keep an eye on that. And of course, we're going to be here as long as the votes are being counted tonight. We're going to take another quick break right now. Election 2020 coverage continues right now. Joe Biden has 187 electoral votes, Donald electoral votes. It's a close one.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure.
About the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next
matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
$111. And Arizona at this hour leans towards former Vice President Joe Biden. We know the world is watching tonight, and Stephen Colbert is hard at work with a live show on our sister network, Showtime.
We see you, Stephen. I just lost her.
Whoa, whoa. Hi. Hi, Stephen. How are you? There he is. Well,
Sorry, I lost you for a second there. I don't have anything.
Well, look.
Hey, there you are. There. Hey.
Hey, Stephen Colbert.
We're actually so close in Manhattan, we should just open the windows and shout at each other.
On how and whether and when ballots can be counted in Pennsylvania. It could prolong this process, could be more challenges ahead.
That's right. So actually, the Supreme Court has now twice had a chance to weigh in on this question of whether ballots that arrive between today and Friday can be counted under Pennsylvania law. Both times the court turned back challenges brought by Pennsylvania Republicans that would have cut off, the return date at today on Election Day itself. So right now, those ballots are going to be counted, but they're being segregated because the Supreme Court actually actually left wide open the possibility that it might take another look at this case after the election. And we don't know yet. And it's important, I think, to note that Justice Amy Coney Barrett is now in place, and there's a question about whether she might participate, which would, of course, give an additional vote when the court comes to considering this late arriving ballots question.
I want to bring that to Dan Abrams as well, because Dan, we all remember 2000 Florida. If it's close, that adds another layer of complication as well if you have recounts and have to have the ballots counted again. So first you have the challenges to the existing ballots and then the possibilities in a close race of recounts, and the court's getting involved in that.
Right. We've said in our room here, the legal room, we're only relevant if this thing is close. This thing is now close. And so as a result, the lawyers are all on speed dial. There's no question that there are going to be some form of legal challenges. We don't know exactly how real they will be, how significant, but Pennsylvania could become critical here. And as you point out, not just with regard to the 3 days of ballot counting, because there may not be that many votes in those 3 days. I think you could argue that the more critical question is going to be exactly how they're counting the variety of votes, the signatures matching, et cetera. And I think that those could be the critical questions here, even more than that 3-day window.
Okay, and Terry Moran, we saw how that played out in Florida in 2000.
We did, and one of the big questions here is how much will this conservative supermajority that is now in the Supreme Court defer to state Supreme Courts that find under state constitutions that these ballots should be counted, or will they reach into those states and federalize the question, decide it for themselves?
Okay, many questions ahead. We'll see if we get to them. We're going to take another quick break, and we'll be right back.
Wednesday night, get ready for a con so big, so outrageous, never seen anything like it before. Meet the Prince, pretending to be part of one of the world's richest royal families. Living large, but
holy cow, who is this person?
He stole approximately $8.1 million.
Where was all this money coming from? Buckle up.
Just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg. This is The Con. All new and royally good. Wednesday on ABC.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good Morning America. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
Susan Powell was a young, beautiful mother. She just one night vanished.
Where is Susan?
July 29th, making sure that if something happens to me, our assets are documented.
Josh, did you kill your wife? And I'll never forget the first time that I met him. A chill just raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new details, stunning new interviews.
He ends up revealing the biggest bombshell.
What will happen next? The new 2020 event, Friday night on ABC.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City, here again, George Stephanopoulos.
And we are back. Let's take a look at the electoral map right now. So far, Joe Biden has won 14 states, 187 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won 17 states, 114 electoral votes. So far, at least, according to ABC News, every state that Hillary Clinton won in 2016 has been won by Joe Biden. In 2020, same goes Donald Trump, repeating his wins in the red states. The big battleground states still out there right now. Let's take a look at some of them, starting with the state of Florida. And there, with 94% of the vote in, Donald Trump has a relatively healthy lead, Tom Yamas.
Yeah, he does, George. And I think when we look at Florida at this hour, it's really just some simple math, and I'll walk you through it. When we talk about the vote difference right now,
plus 5 million, so huge turnout in Florida. We have to acknowledge that. We're talking about a 400,000 voter gap, right? I told you 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton comes out of Miami-Dade County with a 300,000 plus advantage. What happened tonight? Let's go to Miami-Dade County. And look at this, George. We're talking about less than 100,000 difference right there. This entire state, you could bank it on this one county right here. Republicans were able to make inroads with voters there. Donald Trump, even though he lost, he actually won.
Okay, David Muir, what are we seeing in the exit polls?
A couple of the really key things, George. Let's laser in on the Latino vote in Florida. As you can see, look at this. Joe Biden got 52% of the Latino vote to 47% for Donald Trump. If that number holds and bears out at the end of the night, that's a significant number for Donald Trump, not only with Cuban Americans, but perhaps gaining on some of the numbers we saw 4 years ago with the Latino vote. And look at this. We asked seniors, particularly in the I-4 corridor and other parts of Florida, whether or not they'd been affected by the pandemic. They were concerned when they would be able to hug their grandchildren, as Lindsay Davis talked about earlier in the evening. 52% of seniors in Florida, according to the exit polls tonight, supported Donald Trump to 47% for Joe Biden.
Okay, let's take a look now at the state of Arizona. Pull it up right there. Still 75% of the expected vote in, 54-45 right there for Joe Biden. A big lead there. We say that Mark Kelly also has a lead there. Not much new coming in the count yet, Tom. We do expect more tonight.
Yeah, not yet. But one more data point we haven't talked about yet. It's a county that's sandwiched in between Maricopa and Tucson, right? Pinal County right here. This was the county that swung the biggest for Trump 4 years ago. It was where he was most popular. And look at his numbers down. He's down 7 points right there. In a very tight race, in a very tight election, you can't be down 7 points anywhere. It's just one sign. But the big headline, George, so far coming in, 77% of the vote in, and Joe Biden is up in a very big way in Maricopa County. This is Phoenix. This is Scottsdale, Mesa area. He's doing very well right there. This is the surprise of the night so far in Maricopa County. Look, Donald Trump had underperformed from Mitt Romney. Democrats thought Republicans were vulnerable there. They went in, and right now they're on top.
Okay, let me bring in Nate Silver back again as we pull up and look in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania again. Those states still coming in. Let's talk about the possible paths now for Biden and Trump, very similar to what we saw, first of all, in 2016.
Yeah, so if we can speculate a bit. So what happens if Donald Trump wins Florida, wins Ohio, wins North Carolina, but then Biden wins Arizona? We actually think it's a decent map for Joe Biden. He's about
feels confident they can win with these upper Midwest states because they're doing well among independents.
That was certainly one of the factors that they thought would be most helpful, or at least partially helpful, to them winning those states, transitioning independents from Trump in 2016 to Biden in 2020.
All right.
That's why they're still serving peanuts.
On the plane.
Yes,
on the plane.
Right.
All right, we're going to get back to the
plane thing. Okay.
We're going to get back to the puzzle in a minute too. All right.
Planes and puzzles.
There's a lot more news ahead, including projections, and we'll update the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS.
Talked a lot about this tonight is those ballots probably will reflect a very tight race. Wisconsinites seem to just
Was senior advisor to former President Barack Obama, and Reince Priebus was President Trump's chief of staff. Welcome back to both of you. And I know, Reince, you were former head of the Republican National Committee. And what are you hearing about those upper Midwest states?
Well, I'm hearing a couple things, Nora. Number one, obviously, there's people are watching
on the East Coast. Is the night going as you expected? What's the surprise? What should we be looking for ahead?
I think the night's going better than I expected.
For Republicans?
For Republicans, yeah. I mean, I was in the camp where I thought Joe Biden was going to win this, and it is far from clear that he's going to win this election. And the president seems to be doing much better in the upper Midwest. Now, again, we don't know exactly what vote is in. It may be heavily election day vote, but you know, clearly in some of those counties, the president is overperforming, and even overperforming what he did in 2016. So I think this is going to be a nail biter.
Rob?
I think from a dead heat kind of win from a very narrow path to be able to do that again tonight. There is some optimism here. And I will tell you, there is no expectation that this night is going to end anytime soon. The folks who are behind me in the White House, in the East Room, in the Grand Foyer, and some other spaces inside the White House are planning to stay for quite a while. This thing is going to go for sure into the morning. And from some people that I've talked to, there is no anticipation that we will actually get a decision before the morning hours at the earliest. Savannah.
All right. Hallie Jackson, going to be a long one. We'll fit in a quick break right here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
what do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love the
be called for Trump, and I understand that everyone's trying to be careful now, but I think they're feeling pretty good about that.
All right, let's just point out that in Wisconsin and Michigan, that they are following the rules in terms of counting the ballots. The Secretary of State is involved. It just takes a little bit more time because there was such a large mail-in and absentee vote. Valerie Jarrett, I know you've been speaking also to the Biden campaign at this hour. And what are you hearing about how they view the race so late into the evening?
Well, I think they're still feeling very good about Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We're not prepared to say Georgia might not turn around. There's still a fair number of votes that haven't been counted there. Arizona's looking good. I was kind of enjoying a little dust up between Reince and Fox News disputing the outcome of Arizona, which benefits, obviously, Vice President Biden. But I think the point I want to make at this late hour is we have to be patient. We have to give the officials the time to count every ballot. Everybody would love this to be over with, of course, but we want to make sure that the American people have a fair say in this. And so let's not try to rush it. Let's take our time and wait for the ballots to be counted.
Valerie, that's such a good point. We keep emphasizing that, just to say that just because it's taking a long time doesn't mean it's not working. Just because it's late doesn't mean it's not legitimate. So the more we emphasize that, I think the better.
And let me just point other thing out that military votes are accepted until November 6th, no matter where a voter is registered. It is a nationwide rule passed by Congress to make sure that our military voters are not disenfranchised. That has been approved by both parties in the past and still stands today so that their vote counts as well.
Reince, it's Ed O'Keefe. You're pointing out Arizona and believing it's premature. Part of that is because you believe, Republicans believe, there could be about 1 million ballots outstanding, the mail-in ballots. Correct? Is that part of it?
Yeah, I mean, a big question. Where are the 1 million ballots? Where are those ballots? And
so he's talking. So just to clarify, 3.4 million were requested. About 2.4 million and change have been returned. So Republicans are wondering, where are those other million?
And also, Ed, I mean, if you look at the fact that if you got 25% outstanding, you know, part of this is understanding how many votes are outstanding, where they're coming from, where those 1 million ballots are. I think you can at least admit that, I think we all can, that the Trump campaign is overperformed expectations because I don't think the expectations were accurate, but they've overperformed because they're really good in the Republican National Committee, the Trump campaign. They've become very good at this data project of identifying voters, knowing where the ballots are, and knowing what they need to get. And they've been hitting the mark all.
To be from Donald Trump to Joe Biden. And
Heidi.
that's the most significant thing we're waiting on.
Heidi Heitkamp.
I totally agree with Ram and with Matt, but I think the story that we haven't talked about tonight, which is the popular vote. How much is Biden going to win the popular?
Important Senate races here tonight. We've got a few more we can characterize. Let's put up Kansas. Roger Marshall, the incumbent, will defeat Barbara Boiler in that race. Rhode Island, Jack Reed, the Democrat incumbent, will stay in his seat.
It was an easy one for Jeff Merkley in Oregon. He goes back to the Senate in Idaho. It's too early to call, but Jim Risch is leading. He's the incumbent there.
Arizona, of course, providing a lot of drama here in the presidential race, but the Senate race we're watching very carefully. Former astronaut Mark Kelly right now leads, but that race is too early to call. And in the North Carolina Senate, Tillis over Cunningham right now is too close to call.
One of the surprises of the night in terms of the polling. Now let's go to Iowa. Too early to call. Joni Ernst trying to hang on to her seat after facing a challenge from Teresa Greenfield. And in Montana, a very tight race. The two Steves, Steve Bullock, Steve Daines, too early to call there.
And the Georgia Senate race right now, Purdue maintaining a lead right there, but it's too early to call this one. And here's where the Senate stands right now, 43-43.
And that brings us to Casey Hunt, who has been doing the pluses and minuses all night long. There have been some disappointments, at least on the Democratic side, in terms of where they thought they might be able to get some pickups.
That's right, Savannah. And as the night wears on, Republicans are becoming more confident that they're going to be able to hang on to control of the Senate. And quite frankly, that's not really where things stood when we all sat down earlier tonight. At this point, Republicans are increasingly confident. I know we still have not called the Senate race in the state of Iowa, but Republicans are expecting Joni Ernst to pull that out. That was one that we weren't really watching at the beginning of the election cycle, but that reflected what we thought were pretty difficult approval ratings for President Trump. But they're now expecting her to do all right. And that really will narrow Democratic opportunities to take back the Senate in the event that Joe Biden wins the White House tonight or this week or whenever that's going to play out. They would need a net of 3 seats. If Donald Trump hangs on to the White House, they need a net of 4 to take back control. It looks like they're going to win Colorado and Arizona, but there's still a lot of questions about Maine. North Carolina seems to be trending toward Tom Tillis. There are still some outstanding wild cards across the map. So I think it's going to be a while until we really know where this stands. There, of course, is a possibility, and it ends up being a 50-50 split, which of course means that whoever controlled the White House would have the controlling vote in the Senate. But again, we have to underscore here, Savannah, this is not the night that Democrats dreamed of. There is clearly an undercounted portion of the electorate that is supporting President Trump that they just didn't expect. And there was overconfidence in the Senate. On the Senate side, there's overconfidence among House leaders. I think that's something really to keep an eye on in the coming days.
All right, Andrea.
And one of those races that's still out there is Montana, where you've got the sitting governor, Steve Bullock, a popular governor who's taken some tough measures on coronavirus, but has not had much opposition to it. He's running for the Senate. They really fought hard to, Chuck Schumer did, to get him into the Senate race. He did not want to run. And remember, he ran for the presidency briefly, and he's running against an incumbent, Steve Gaines. That is a close-fought race, and we're going to have to see late in the day what happens in Montana.
We're seeing a quick pattern, by the way, in the Senate races and the presidential, and frankly, we're seeing in some House races. Everything is blue and red. We are not seeing split ticket voting the way we used to see split ticket voting. We've known that that's been disappearing, but I'm just watching all of these. The Senate nominees and the presidential vote is linking up across the board, we thought maybe in a place like Kansas that had sort of that Senate race had sort of created its own unique personality. Could the Democratic candidate, she's a former Republican, could she win over swing voters? And it's just, people are not splitting their tickets. I know that Sherry Bustos, who's the Democratic chair of the DCCC, she represents a Trump district. She used to win swing split ticket voters. She's struggling tonight. She may not win. And I think it's this phenomenon. It's red or blue.
All right, we'll continue with our coverage, election night coverage, after this short break.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right.
It's enough. I mean, we're also looking deep into where the vote is coming from, but both campaigns always expected the day of vote in those 3 states to favor Donald Trump.
Precisely. We knew that Joe Biden built up a lead in just about every state with any kind of early vote. Going into Election Day, the question was, can Donald Trump overcome that? And he has overperformed his margins in a bunch of states, and he has just about hit the expectations. There's a range of states, George, where it's almost uncanny, where talking to Democrats and Republicans both, they knew there were numbers that Donald Trump had to hit to be competitive, and he's there almost to 1/10 of a percentage point.
Dan Abrams, thank you, Rick. Dan Abrams, we talked about this moments ago. You guys are getting more relevant by the minute. Just walk people through what to expect in the coming hours and days.
Well, look, I don't think anything in the coming hours apart from preparation, right? I think that what you're going to see in the next few hours is the legal teams gathering and sort of playing it out as to all the various possibilities that could occur. What happens if there's a fight in Pennsylvania? What happens if there's a fight in Michigan? What are the laws in Wisconsin? What are the recount laws? I mean, that's the first place we got to be looking at right now, which is the automatic recounts. For example, in the state of Pennsylvania, if it's within half a point, there's an automatic recount that will take place in the state. Those are going to be the first round of sort of legal issues. Round 2 is going to be, okay, now there's been a recount. Let's get down to the very specifics of ballot by ballot. But we're not there yet. So there's no question the lawyers are on hold. The lawyers are preparing. The lawyers are learning the laws, particularly in those 3 states. I'm sure they already know them, but they're going to be brushing up on the laws in those 3 states as they prepare for what could be litigation, getting down to the point of ballot by ballot in some of these states.
That's the point I wanted to bring to Kate Shaw. Remember back in 2000, it was Justice Scalia on his own who actually stopped the counting in the state of Florida.
That's right. And obviously that's a nightmare scenario that it all comes down to one state, and there's the possibility of the Supreme Court intervening in a state process, right? Remember, elections are typically run at the state and local level, right? That is the sort of design of our system. So it was, I mean, unusual doesn't even begin to count for it for the Supreme Court to essentially halt the state process in Bush versus Gore, and then ultimately, essentially, to hand the victory by, stopping continuing counting to George W. Bush. So I don't think anyone, I think probably most, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, wants to see a replay of that this time.
Kate Shaw, thanks very much. We're going to take another break. Some stations are going to leave us now for late local news. For the rest of the country, our coverage continues.
Razor Crest, stand down.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
The Mandalorian, new season now streaming only on Disney+.
Good Morning America tomorrow morning. Wake up.
Thank you so very much. We are going to take a quick break. We will be right back with more election coverage, I promise you. I know you know this. You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides.
Help battling coronavirus. You're not just getting patient, you're their friend. These folks.
Good evening and welcome to Yahoo's 2020 election coverage. I'm Melody Hom. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. It is midnight on the East Coast, 9 p.m. Pacific time here in Los Angeles, and you are looking at live pictures of the White House and Vice President Joe Biden's campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Patience is a key word in this nail.
The 50th state is the 49th to close. Alaska closes next hour. In the race to 270 electoral votes, Joe Biden leads 187 to 111, but there is still a long way to go. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto with the very latest. Anthony.
Let me show you Ohio, which we are looking at. As you said, it is leaning towards Donald Trump. Do some very, very simple math for you. 89% of what we expect the vote to be has been counted. You take the trailing candidate and you say, how much of a percent does he need to get? In this case, it's Joe Biden to catch up. I run that number, and now it's 88%. Not impossible, but not terribly likely. So this thing is definitely headed President Trump's way, at least for the moment. At least for the moment, Noah.
You know, looking in Ohio at the white voters without a four-year college degree. We talked earlier about women with a college degree, but one of the things that Donald Trump did in Ohio, and I will watch to see if this happens in the rest of the Midwest, he increased the share of those voters. So they were 43% of the electorate in Ohio in 2016. They're 53% according to the exit polls tonight. And he did better. 35 points he won them by tonight. He only won them by 30 points in 2016. So that's what you want to do, is you want to grow and do better. And that's got to be part of his story in Ohio. Then the question is that going to be part of the story in Michigan and Wisconsin for him? They're different states, but not entirely different. And what I wonder is what the Biden camp thought they saw when they sent Joe Biden to Ohio at the end there. And is the same bad vision what's giving them confidence tonight in those Midwestern states?
Yeah, they sent Biden to Cleveland at the request of Sherrod Brown, the senator, believing that he could show up, do one last big rally, and turn out a big margin in places like Cuyahoga County, Cleveland. didn't offset these gains that the president made. But they remain confident that they're going to prevail ultimately in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona at least. They're biting nails over North Carolina and Georgia right now. But, you know, the way they see it, it could be close, but it's nowhere near over.
The president's deputy campaign manager, Rufus Gifford, just tweeting out, "We're going to win."
The vice president, the former...
Excuse me. Thank you for...
Biden's deputy
Yes,
campaign manager.
former Vice President Biden's deputy campaign manager. The titles are so different, difficult. Yes, still trying to project this air of confidence in these upper Midwestern states. But I guess that's the question. Does Ohio and Trump's strength there signal something about those other upper Midwestern states?
Right. And that's one of the great questions. You know, in Cuyahoga County, I was just looking here where they sent Vice President Biden at the end there. He basically did what Hillary Clinton did in Ohio. So he didn't improve in that. That's the very strongest of Democratic strongholds in the state.
If it continues this way, it doesn't seem like the endorsement from the governor, former Governor John Kasich, made a difference whatsoever, did it?
No.
Yeah.
But more Ohioans are hospitalized with COVID-19 right now than at any point in the pandemic. So in a place where you would think that that would be a massive factor, it is just interesting to see. It's not.
And we should just point out that Ohio, though, we predicted Ohio that would likely go Republican. It really wasn't one of our, likely toss-ups. That Joe Biden had spent very little time there. It was a, fairly reliable Republican. It was one that he won.
So it's not a surprise.
Well, he won it by 9-10 points 2016. Michigan, he only won by 10,000 votes.
Right.
So
It's
it's a different ball of wax.
But and to both of your points, in the exit polls, when Ohio voters were asked which is more important, containing the coronavirus or rebuilding the economy, it was 48-47, 48 containing, 47 rebuilding. In the other states in the Midwest, there's a much more of a focus on containing the coronavirus. And that'll be one thing to watch as we look at votes in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Let me say this, in all of the conversations that we have had with Biden campaign officials, in all of their scenarios to win 270, they have two states that are on all three scenarios, and they're Michigan and Wisconsin. Those are two must-win states for the Biden team. With any other combination, they could win with that. So let's go to Anthony Salvanto to ask him about Michigan and Wisconsin. If Joe Biden can't put those in his column, it's over for him.
Probably. Now let's look into Wisconsin here. Overall, this is the number I keep coming back to, Nora. How much of the vote has been counted? And I'll show you it's now at 63% of what's expected. And again, I will emphasize that this number of expected vote is also itself a moving target. We're learning about how many votes are still to come in, but that's our estimate for the moment. Now, there's a 1.3 million ballots still outstanding. Let's find out where they are. For one thing, let's look at Milwaukee. Okay, a lot of them are in Milwaukee. That's going to be a Democratic area. So the model might estimate that Joe Biden will do well there, but we're still waiting to see votes. Okay, let's look at just south of there, Racine. Turn on the estimate. Okay, 64% of the votes are counted. Still a long way to go there. So I could go county by county, and what you're going to see is that we are still waiting on a great deal of vote to be counted in Wisconsin. Now, I'll back up 1 second, go into Michigan. Okay, Michigan, we've got overall 40% of the vote. So again, a long way to go, headed for 5.6 million in our expected vote estimate there. And I'm going to pull you back here to a couple of key counties in Michigan. Zoom in. Okay. People do talk about Macomb County at the moment, heavily for Donald Trump. Now, is that all the vote? No, it's not all the vote. It's headed for almost 500,000 votes. So only about a half of that has been counted, but still trending towards the president. Okay. Oakland County. Now, this is a little more affluent suburban county. This is the kind of place Democrats have wanted to win in Michigan. So far, Joe Biden doing okay there. But again, same story, 64% in, not all of it. So we'll get a better estimate out of that as more and more comes in. All of it adds up to a still tight race.
Nora, Debbie Dingell is the congresswoman from the Detroit area, famously been quite pessimistic about her party's chances in Michigan. Just a few days ago, declared she thinks they'll be able to pull it off. Texted her a little while ago. You still feel that way? She writes back, close, but okay. So that's a signal Democrats feel they'll be able to hold on in Michigan. We'll see.
All right, let's take a look now at some of the exit polls with Major Garrett. Major?
So Nora and team, one of the things that's most fascinating about the so-called Trump effect on politics, and trust me, I saw it in the 2016 campaign, covered the Trump White House, is things that we thought we understood either are no longer true or not as true as they used to be. So I'm going to talk to you about approval ratings, national exit polls, and I'm going to get to some battleground states and show you what I'm talking about. All right. National approval, President Trump. 47 approve, 51 disapprove. This historically would be a danger zone for an incumbent president seeking re-election. George W. Bush narrowly won re-election in 2004 when his approval rating was 53%. Barack Obama won re-election, 54%. So we would assume at 47%, Donald Trump would be in real jeopardy. Well, let's go to the numbers at battleground states, and let me show you that the national number doesn't speak to where it matters the most or potentially matters the most. Florida, approval rating 54, disapprove 45. Ohio, 54-44. North Carolina, 50-48. North Carolina remains close, but this is part of the dynamic. The national mood and the battleground mood sometimes do not align. And in these three states, the president is net approval positive, even though nationally he trails in a way that we would ordinarily assume an incumbent must be in danger.
It's so interesting. I think those numbers are so interesting about what people look for in a candidate. You know, you say you want integrity, you say you want character, you say you want truth. I've even heard people who support him say, well, I wouldn't want my children to behave this way. But so what does this mean? What do people want, Major?
One of the things I think is worth noting about Donald Trump in his approach to politics is this. He assumes that strength always beats empathy, and that economy in this environment still beats COVID. Those are the two underlying theories of the case, and everything about the way the Trump campaign has conducted itself in the virus, talking about it and talking about the economy, reinforces both of those. Strength beats empathy, economy beats COVID. Even if it's just by slight margins, they believe that works.
All right, hold on just a second. CBS News is projecting that President Trump has won the state of Ohio. And some news coming out of the Biden campaign.
There is, Nora, the former vice president and his wife will soon be heading to what's called the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware, where they're holding this drive-in rally with supporters. Expected to possibly speak later this hour. One source with knowledge of all this tells our Bo Erickson, who's covered the Biden campaign like nobody else, that the former vice president's expected to deliver a statement calling for patience with the vote count, but he's also expected to show confidence in his standing with the results in Arizona. That is the state they are quite happy about right now.
All right. We soon may be hearing from former.
So they could make a significant impact on the numbers that you're seeing right now. And again, Wisconsin.
For weeks is that of law and order, and it does resonate with his base here. Of course, Wisconsin, Kenosha, 45 minutes south of Milwaukee, where I am right now. More than 2 months ago, the shooting of Jacob Blake. President Trump has been hitting hard that campaign theme of law and order. Also, another major issue here in Wisconsin is the pandemic. Of course, Wisconsin, one of those states that is seeing a surge in cases. About 85% of the COVID hospital beds in this state remain full. Certainly, it's a major issue for voters here in Wisconsin. And we spoke with supporters of Joe Biden who came to vote this morning that said for them, it was the critical issue. But again, also the economy, also top of mind here in Wisconsin, of course, but we are awaiting those results, Savannah, now with the race shifting like it has, and more attention now placed in Wisconsin. We're expecting those results in the next several hours, possibly by 5 a.m. Savannah?
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. I was just looking over at Chuck because I wondered if anything's shaking in
Well,
Georgia.
I saw just another news organization seemed to be indicating some movement toward the Democrats, and I just haven't seen it yet. So I'm just
We're still waiting
curious.
for that vote in the Atlanta
Still wait, I
suburbs.
mean, literally, Atlanta hasn't moved. What do we've added one percentage point in Arizona in the last hour in trying to get votes. So we are in that period of time where it's going to trickle in now, rather than maybe, like I said, I do expect that one. I was told we were going to get this one giant dump of Milwaukee vote, but late tonight. So that is something worth staying up for. So put the pot of coffee on. My son was just asking me, why is everything too early to call? It's after midnight. I'm like, why aren't you in bed?
It actually feels too late to call, but I know
Can't
what he
say
means.
the words
Yes,
too early anymore. We're
exactly.
like, wait, it's late. That's what he keeps saying.
Ask him why he's up so late.
That's
Yeah.
what I did. That was my response.
Well, Tom Brokaw's up, an NBC News senior correspondent, veteran of more than a half century of presidential elections. Tom Brokaw joins us. Tom, great to see you. Give us your observations of what we're seeing and versus what a lot of expectations were going into this night.
You know, I've been covering presidential politics in this country since 1968, and I've seen a lot of changes. I have never seen the country as deeply and sharply divided as it is now. And it's the second cycle of this kind of division, with President Trump surprising everybody the first time, and fair to say, surprising everyone a second time with his strong showing. I think he made a very clever move in the last couple of weeks, in which he said to the country, go back to work. It's time to get the economy going again. The COVID, we're close to getting that solved. So you can go back and earn some money and get your business going again. I think it helped him a lot.
As the stock markets continue to rock back and forth again, whether or not.
Some breaking news out of Georgia. Take a quick look at the boards in Georgia, the state of the race there. It is a ruby red state that Democrats had hoped to flip in their favor. You'll notice there's barely 80% of the vote in, which is why we've yet to call this date, even though it closed at 7 p.m. Let's check in with CBS's Mark Strassman, who is in Atlanta tonight. And I understand, Mark, there's some news about the vote count.
Yeah, the vote counting is not going to end tonight. In fact, Georgia looks like one of those states that's not going to have full results until tomorrow, and here's why. This is Fulton County, which includes a chunk of Atlanta. It's the most populous county in Georgia, about 800,000 registered voters, about 11% of the overall percentage of voters here in Georgia. Here's what's happened. The Fulton County Board of Elections has sent home all of its tabulators for the night. They said that all those employees have been working hard and very laboriously going through all the ballots since 6 o'clock this morning. They have sent them home. It's not going to happen tonight. In fact, they have only tabulated 49% of the vote here in Fulton County. And again, Fulton County is the most consequential county of all in the state of Georgia in terms of raw numbers. So this is just not going to happen here in Georgia tonight. We're not going to have a definitive answer as to who won this state, even though, as you mentioned, the polls have been closed since 7 o'clock. If you recall earlier, there was a separate issue, which is that at State Farm Arena, which is where Fulton County's absentee ballots were stored, there was a water leak. They had to suspend tabulation for a while until they got that under control. We're not sure if those uncounted absentee ballots are part of the overall 51% of Fulton County's ballots that have not been counted. But in any event, it's not going to happen. Earlier, Georgia's Secretary of State had predicted that they would get it done by midnight. Fulton County officials said that was not true. That would not happen until tomorrow. Turns out the local officials were right. The Secretary of State was wrong. This is just not going to happen, and this is going to add more frustration, of course, to people who would like to get an answer as to who has won the state of Georgia, but we're not going to find out tonight.
Right. I understand now the largest county in Georgia saying they are suspending the vote count at this hour in Fulton County. Do you know about how many votes that may be? Is it 100,000? Is it 500,000?
I don't know, Nora. Here's the thing. Again, 800,000 registered voters. What percentage of Fulton County turned out in the early voting and in today's turnout? Don't know. It is consequential, of course. This is a very heavily Democratic county. And so for the Biden campaign in particular, this has real importance and resonance. And what we did not hear from the County Board of Elections, how many total votes, the raw number of uncounted votes, that's not clear.
All right, Mark Strassman there in Georgia with that update on why we will not have the full vote count in Georgia. I think it's worth also pausing and saying, presidential historians point out that we did not know the presidential winner for certain before midnight on election nights in 1960, 1968, 1976, 2000, 2004, and 2016. So no one should pretend that anything is different about this year. And of course, this year is a pandemic with a record turnout in terms of so many more votes to count. And that's why we're witnessing what we are tonight in terms of not being able.
6 electoral votes. You see that familiar red and blue. Every red state was won by Donald Trump in 2016. Every blue state.
It's news made for your streaming world.
And Brian Kemp overtook her by 0.4% of the margin. But there seems to be this enthusiasm initially when it comes to Democrats, but you never know when it comes to this runoff. I do think the Warnock camp.
That's the case. And if you're a Joe Biden supporter, those are votes that you think are coming to your guy.
Which is about 40% of the vote in the state, is astounding. In Philadelphia, this is just the same day voting. It's 254 to 36. In Delaware County, 46,000 to 7,000. In Montgomery County, 110 to 36. And the mail vote.
See how he will accept this latest turn of events.
Well, and Gail, his own Homeland Security Department, which
last another 24 hours.
And in depth. We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be
tonight, a final word. As to Georgia, they said there is no indication that the problems they're having in a number of different counties were the result of malicious activity. In fact, in Gwinnett County, they had to stop scanning ballots at Delayed County. In 2 other counties, they had to switch to paper ballots because of issues there. But they're saying that this was not the result of malicious activity. This is the president's Homeland Security Department. So it is interesting to have that on the record, given what you were just pointing out.
It's a supply and demand issue, basically.
Didn't Georgia have a problem with the vote count recently?
They did during the primary.
They did. Brand new voting systems. This is the first time they're using them in this election, which kind of stunned other election officials that they would go out in this election with new technology.
But yes, they did have significant issues before that they were trying to correct.
Got it.
Which is
So
why they
learning
pushed
from
the early vote so much in that state, and it seems to have paid off.
We should update everyone. We are expecting to hear soon from former Vice President Joe Biden and his wife live from Wilmington, Delaware. That's coming up, and we'll bring that to you straight ahead. We're going to take a short break.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language.
Information on this as well?
I do. So the count in Pennsylvania, as Governor Rendell just said, goes county by county, and they do anticipate.
My staff this morning, I told them about the 1976 race. You know, history says, well, of course Jimmy Carter won that race. And of course a Democrat took over after the Nixon-Ford era. But that race closed dramatically fast. And I think some older viewers tonight might be having a flashback to that.
Well, it isn't 1976. Actually, it's 1968. There, the country was badly divided over race, over the war, and essentially they made a change in a narrow win by Richard Nixon. I think this election is very much the same. Voters are going to narrowly make a change, but you're going to have to wait and see at this stage.
No, there's no doubt. Jeff Horwit, answer the critique of the polling community. And I've been making it clear to folks internally that I think the problem are these public state polls that sort of, you know, maybe besmirch the reputation of quality national polls or others. But it does seem as if these state polls massively misled us.
Yeah, well, I think we rightfully so as an industry need to be judged by the results, and we will, and that's important. I do think that it's important right now to keep perspective. We have talked about how this election is being decided two ways: one on election day, and one with voters who voted earlier by mail. And those votes in places like Pennsylvania are in many places are yet to be counted. So we should be judged. We should be looked at that. But there are two numbers that are important here. One is that Joe Biden is leading nationally by over 1.1 million votes, and that about 1 in 4 votes have not yet been counted. So I think it's important to make sure that we are looking at the industry as a whole and how the results come in. But also, as we've talked about, it's important to be patient, make sure the votes are counted, and at the end of the day, look at the end of the days when we're done with it, know who the winner is and have all the votes counted, to look at the industry and see how we've done.
Bill McInturff, do you have a theory on what we're seeing in the Sun Belt and why the polling basically seemed to be, I don't know, anywhere from 3 to 5 points in air towards the Democrats?
You mean, are you talking about Arizona? Are you talking about
The Sun
North
Belt
Carolina?
states. I'm talking about North Carolina, Florida in particular are the ones that stick out pretty clearly, but I could throw in Ohio in there if you'd like, and a couple of these other states we've seen.
There's a few things. First, white non-college men are voting for Donald Trump between 30 to 45 point margin. That's a lot of margin. And then also remember, in Florida, President Trump is at something like 45% of the Hispanic vote, a new record or a new high since George Bush. And there's even some states where he's picking up a little chunk of African American. Not much, but margins matter. And so the coalition that Trump said he would put together, which is non-college whites, especially men, a little Latino, and a very small amount of African Americans, we sort of watch that happen tonight.
Peter, are we really starting to see what could be a future, what Donald Trump's putting together here? He's appealing to working class men of all stripes. That's what we're seeing, I think, in some of these Latino numbers and some of these African American numbers. Are the two parties going to start organizing themselves along those lines if somehow you take Donald Trump out of the equation when it comes to race?
Well, I think that's a good possibility. But I think what stood out to me about the numbers tonight is that Joe Biden won the macro war in terms of communicating with voters and putting out the parameters of the election. But the micro war is clearly won by Donald Trump. And that's made all the difference on election night. We looked at the macro. A lot was happening on the micro level.
All right, I'm going to leave it there for now. We'll be checking back in because we're making you guys stay up, but at least you get to be in your own homes. I think when we make you stay up late. Jeff Horowitz, Bill McInturff, our chief pollsters on the NBC Wall Street Journal poll, and of course, the indelible Peter Hart. Thank you, gentlemen.
We are expecting Joe Biden to address supporters any moment now. Andrew, you're going to got in a little more on that?
Well, just that there is some nervousness about Pennsylvania still. I know it's early and we don't have the early vote. We have the day of vote, but there's some nervousness there. Exit polling gives Donald Trump higher marks than 4 years ago on favorability, considerably. According to the exit polls, that people view him, 45% said their opinion of Trump was favorable, 53% said unfavorable. That is a dramatic change, according to the exit poll, when it was 38% favorable to 60% unfavorable. So that's significant.
All right, let's go to Kristen Welker. She's over at Biden headquarters. What are you hearing?
Well, Savannah, as you mentioned, we are now waiting to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden as this election hangs in the balance. And I can tell you that things have really started to come to life here. We're seeing more cars pull in. I don't know if you can see behind me all of the lights, but they are waiting to hear from their candidate, the person who they voted for, Joe Biden. And it comes as we've been talking to campaign officials who say they are watching what is happening in Arizona quite closely. It is giving them encouragement. They're also looking at Georgia. They're saying that they're not ready to give up on Georgia. But look, one top aide told me their primary path has always been the blue wall: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. And another aide saying they are still confident that they're going to carry those three states. So look, if Biden is able to pull off a win in Arizona, then if he sweeps those Midwestern states, he doesn't need to win Pennsylvania. On the other hand, if he comes up short in Arizona, then he would need a victory in Pennsylvania. And that's part of why he spent so much time in Pennsylvania, even making stops there today, fighting for every last vote. So you see there the motorcade, Savannah, heading from Joe Biden's home, heading here. We anticipate to speak. We expect to hear from him within the next hour or so, as early as 15 minutes, depending on how quickly he can get here. And again, we anticipate that he is going to address what we have all been talking about all night, which is that there are still a number of states that are counting, a number of states that he spent a lot of time campaigning in, and this election hangs in the balance, Savannah.
All right. Thank you, Kristen.
Hallie Jackson is joining us now from the White House. Hallie, how are they viewing a night in which there is, as was pointed out earlier, no red wave, no blue wave, just a lot of solid red and blue?
And a lot of, I would say, coffee and Red Bull, probably, Lester, because I think that's where this night is headed, for, it seems. I can tell you that when it comes to a state that Kristen is talking about, Arizona, a state where the Biden.
This has been basically an election night like no other. And this is the thing I say all night, looking at Georgia and every other state, it's trying to figure out,
We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back because this continues. Coverage all night. You're watching.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Mostly in Arizona. Why? Well, because if in fact this lead that Joe Biden holds, and again, I want to stress, we have it projected. It's too early to call right now, according to NBC News. If the lead holds, though, it does narrow the president's path to victory. And that is something that is really important for the president and for the campaign that they're looking at. Obviously, Georgia is still outstanding. And then those blue wall states that we're talking about here, some optimism that we're hearing about in places like Pennsylvania, in places like Wisconsin, actually, which is kind of interesting. That is a shift, at least from the conversations I've had from this morning to tonight. I think the sense earlier in the day was that they didn't think that Wisconsin was going to be potentially a good state for the president, but based on some of the numbers that they're seeing come in, that seems to have shifted. I will say, as we get ready to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden over in Delaware, we really haven't heard much from President Trump at all. He has not tweeted, at least at last check, about 45 seconds before I came on the air, since the polls closed earlier this evening in some of those first states. It is possible that we could hear from him here at the White House. He has a number of supporters here, family members, cabinet officials who are in the White House behind me. But other than, some indications that he may speak, we don't have anything definitive of when we might hear from President Trump. I think that Corey Lewandowski referenced that the decision had not been made yet. And I can tell you that when I asked one person,
Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. It's coming up 12:30 Wednesday morning in the East, 9:30 Tuesday night in the West. And we are standing by to hear from the former Vice President Joe Biden outside of the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. We're expecting to hear him call for patience from the American people, because it is very clear at this hour, and with so many votes still outstanding in the three key battleground states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and with voting stopped in one of the largest counties in Georgia, we are not going to be able to project a winner tonight. And Ed, this was a scenario that the Biden campaign was hoping wouldn't happen tonight.
Wouldn't happen, but totally, prepared for it, as did the Trump campaign.
Yep.
Like we said, they were hoping for some kind of early victory in the Southeast that would give them a signal that the president's opportunity to get back to 270 would be more difficult. But we're holding out. Who would have thought plumbing issues in Georgia, for example, are holding up the vote there? We're waiting on one or two key counties in North Carolina. And then, of course, just the crush of absentee mailed-in ballots in Pennsylvania slowing things down there as well. So if he calls for patience and is encouraged by what he's seeing in Arizona and Georgia, there's still a chance. It just may not happen tonight.
And it's not just the plumbing in Fulton County in Georgia. I mean, DeKalb is 31% of the vote is in. There are a number of stronghold Democratic counties in Georgia that are very, very slow in counting, which means that the Biden vote has not come in yet from the counting.
But we've been saying this for a while, that no one will be surprised if we're sitting here at this particular time not knowing how this is going to turn out.
Exactly.
So all is going according to plan, John.
Well, it seems like two things are happening. One, President Trump is doing better than a lot of the pre-election polling showed. And then you've got these hiccups like whatever's happening in Georgia, adding another flavor to why it may take a little bit longer.
Which has been a staple of the Trump campaign. You cannot believe the polls.
And
they've been saying that since 2016, and it seems that maybe that might bear out tonight with some of the advantages that some of the gains that they've made tonight.
It's worth noting that, we always expect to have an indication of the direction, but technically, you don't really have to have a certified election until well into December.
Right.
So gear up for some litigation here.
But I hope we're not still sitting here, the five of us, in December, right? Nothing personal, but we got other things to do.
Ed, I bathed. I bathed.
President Trump doing pretty well there. They have large agricultural families that are more conservative, so he's overperforming in that area. But when we go to Tucson, Pima County, this is the Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden exactly where he needs to be, overperforming and driving up the vote there.
And John Carl, let's talk a little bit more about the importance of Arizona. The reason Arizona is so important, if Joe Biden is able to flip the state of Arizona, it's not enough for Donald Trump to win the state of Pennsylvania or win the state of Michigan. He's got to find something else.
He needs Pennsylvania or Michigan plus. He could win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He could win Michigan and Wisconsin, but it's not going to be
Nevada's still hanging out there in some way.
Nevada, they count so slowly. We just have no idea what's happening in Nevada, but possibly. But really what they were going to need is Nevada plus New Hampshire they were targeting, and New Hampshire we've called for Joe Biden. So really what it would mean is that he's going to have to win, that Donald Trump would have to win 2 of those 3 blue wall states.
Rahm Emanuel, the Joe Biden campaign, did they think it would be coming down? And it's not down to it yet because we still have had so much vote out there in the blue wall to the state of Arizona.
No, they went there and they thought they had a shot there because of the trend lines you could see. And you have a lot of people not from California, from Illinois, other states that have moved in there. I will say
uncertainty there with some of those races. But by and large, I also want to point out that the campaign had this strategy of 17 battleground states that they were targeting, states they wanted to protect, states they wanted to win back, and states they wanted to expand. And for that reason, that was a way that they could kind of play around and carve out a variety of different paths to 270. So again, while there is still a sense of confidence here tonight, also a sense of caution. And that's really what the campaign has kind of been telling us all along.
All right, Nicole Killian there in Wilmington, Delaware. And as soon as the former vice president takes the stage, we will bring that to you live. We had also heard that we might hear from the president, Donald Trump, at some point tonight, or now I guess we're in the morning.
Yes.
No word yet from the White House on that, but certainly we would bring you any remarks live as well. Want to check in with Major Garrett, who has some new information for us on the exit poll data?
Well, not exit polls, Nora. We're going to talk about the vote count, why it will take a little bit of time. And I want to quote both campaigns, Trump and Biden. What is their attitude about voting? Every vote counts, every vote count in a verified and accurate way. Well, to do that, in a pandemic, you have to respond to a much larger percentage of votes by mail. Absentee ballots, which we have a lot of. I want to show you a map of our battleground states that we've identified for this election. And then from that, I'm going to show you that, okay, we're going to look back at the camera, okay. So we have 13 battleground states, but there are 3 states we've already zeroed in on tonight, and the implications of absentee ballots there will be very large. So Pennsylvania has 2.5 million absentee ballots that have come in. Not incidentally, 400,000 of them coming into Philadelphia. Wisconsin has 1.9 million absentee ballots, Michigan 2.8 million. All 3 of these states could not even begin to process those ballots until today. 7 counties in Pennsylvania won't even touch those absentee ballots until tomorrow. And these are all under rules established by the states, ratified by the courts. They are not in dispute. So that it takes time is in accordance with the rules. Patience is required, and nothing is awry. That doesn't mean there won't be legal challenges to come, but you can't challenge things as we know them now. The process is being followed. The absentee ballots are larger than they've ever been in these 3 states. They all loom large on the Electoral College map. We know that now. Patience is advised, and to get an accurate and verified count, patience must be recognized.
And that's a good point. We are certainly patient, and as people are awaiting the results, I want to bring in Anthony Salvanto because he'll be able to tell us exactly how little of the vote is actually in those states in the upper Midwest that Major was just talking about. Can we go through some of those states?
We can indeed. Let's start in Wisconsin. Big picture, 63% of what we expect there to be of 3.6 million is in. Now you see every county on the map here is lit up with something. That means there has been some vote reported. The question is, what is the mix of that vote? Is it election day, which we believe favors the president, or is it early vote and mail vote, which would favor Joe Biden? It's a little bit hard to tell at the moment. Now, let me walk you through a couple of the key counties that we'll be watching, okay? I've talked about, well, let's go to Waukesha. Okay, not much of that is still left to count. 72,000 votes, but could be really important. Question is, what kind of vote is it? I'll go back again, look statewide. I'm going to go to Milwaukee. This is really important for Democrats. That is by and large still outstanding. Only 36% of Milwaukee has been counted. So until you see whether or not Joe Biden can really run up a margin there, your vote model overall for the state is going to be more uncertain. Now, let me go and show you Michigan. Very much the same story. Okay, you're going to see a lot of red and you're going to see a few areas of blue. This is the case in almost every state. Democrats living in cities and suburban areas, otherwise rural areas, more Republican. Now that's your count statewide, 54, 44. But then let's zoom in again. I'm going to look at Wayne County in Detroit. That is a relatively paltry number compared to the almost a million ballots still to count in Wayne County. So long way to go what all of that adds up to, Nora.
And that's a good explanation of just how much further we have to go and the potential litigation that also exists, given that there is a vote count still ahead, that as the race is going to hinge on these states, that it will be a battle of the lawyers in many ways and could end up not only in the courts, but perhaps the nation's highest court. There's still more to find out. We just don't know at this point. And we pledged to everybody at the beginning that we would be transparent from the beginning.
Yep.
We would let everybody know as soon as we can and call a race when we can, but we wouldn't rush this process.
But it's safe to say lawyers are somewhere sharpening their pencils because they know they're going to get a couple of jobs coming out of this very soon, sooner rather than later.
In fact, and Ed will probably know the numbers better than I do, but I know at least on the Biden team, they had already had several hundred lawyers, thousands.
They would say thousands across the country, at least on a volunteer basis, ready to file if necessary. A smaller core of hundreds, certainly, that were ready in some of the biggest states.
Well, the RNC already had 40 lawsuits in different states.
Right.
There were something like 400 almost total with different interest groups in the state level. But some of these things were anticipated. There was arguing in each state, because it is a 50-state race, about how long the window could be during which ballots could be received. Exactly what you talked about earlier, Nora, with drop boxes and the like. State by state, how you vote has changed this year in many places due to the pandemic. And in other places, there were virtually no accommodations made due to the pandemic. 5 in particular.
I still go back, guys, to the question that I asked earlier, why there can't be, with the technology that we have today, why there can't be some kind of automated system that no matter where you live, you fill out the same kind of form. You know, sure, the timing may be different depending on the state that you're in. I don't understand why, as we sit here in 2020, and no one I know can answer that question tonight, but I don't know why we sit here in 2020 that there isn't some automated, simple way for us all to
Gail,
vote.
I've had
because of
US
federalism.
because of the federalist system, because it's state by state that they administer it. But I've had U.S. intelligence officials, current and former, raise this, saying we need to have a real conversation about how we administer these things in our country. Not saying the federal government takes everything over, but after 2000, when they had the big problems in Florida, there was a major infusion of federal dollars in helping the states upgrade. A lot of these states, as we know, are pretty cash-strapped right now.
Yeah. Right.
They've been having a lot of budget problems. Not everyone is prioritizing investing in their systems.
There were some studies over the summer that
after
said they needed
2016.
$4 billion to help modernize these election systems to avoid some of the problems we're seeing tonight. Nobody has $4 billion right now for that kind of
Well,
thing.
at least we don't have to worry about anybody going blind looking at Chads. But I think there's so much at stake that they would figure this out. Is the only
And
point
it's been
I'm
a long time since that money
Yeah.
was infused.
Exactly.
And this was something that people were whispering about quite a bit. And this was the downside of doing a virtual campaign.
Well, I have to tell you, Casey, this is not something that was unremarked upon down in South Florida. There were folks who were Biden supporters sounding the alarm about this very issue. Interesting to see in Florida, Biden actually did win some of the swing districts. Pinellas County, for example, this one of the swingiest counties in Florida. He prevailed there, but it's Miami-Dade that ultimately sunk his chances in Florida.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. And I've neglected to mention that my grandparents live in Pinellas County. So you can drive down the street and wave down the I-4 corridor and wave to Chuck's mom on their way by in Orlando. The issue with Latinos that's playing out particularly in Florida. It's particularly acute there for all the reasons that we have talked about. And there's a couple House races down there, too, that Democrats might lose because of this problem. It is huge. And it was clearly something where they neglected to really pay attention and engage. And my sources are saying they would have had to do this potentially years ago. This is something that the Trump campaign has been working on for a long time. But, we'll have to see if it plays out across the map.
We got to cut you off right there. We want to live in this moment. This is Wilmington, Delaware. Joe Biden about to come out and address his supporters.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I'm talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Joe Biden cheering up his supporters, a little pep talk, and what's now really become a game of expectations, I think, where we're at this point where both candidates trying to set the expectations as to where we're going next. Let's go to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters, talk about the timing of this and what led up to it.
Well, Lester, to some extent, this may have been strategic. Here you have Joe Biden, the first person to speak tonight, and his message was one of optimism, and he leaned into what he feels are going to be pickoff states. Arizona, he predicts he will ultimately carry, and he went on to say he believes they're on track to win the election. He might be... He's wrapping up now again, Lester. I wanted to give him a chance to finish what he was saying, but his message and his tone really underscoring, I think, the confidence that we've heard within the campaign throughout this day and throughout this evening. They ultimately feel as though they're wall in the Midwest, their blue wall, will hold. And of course, if they can pick off Arizona, that would be a big prize for them. That would be an upset for President Trump. And so you heard that type of confidence reflected. What he also did was to prepare his supporters for the fact that there is going to be a path ahead, that some of these votes are still being counted. He said we might not know the
who attend the Trump rallies.
But the broader point they're making is, even though there's a pandemic, even though everyone's at home, voters have to be.
We're all going to be here for a minimum of a week, all the way through, counting all these ballots. And he is making sure that there's an energy level among his supporters.
And Chuck, Mr. Biden also noted what he hopes is going to be a success in Arizona. He also mentioned Georgia.
Look, let me tell you what we're our models indicate we're waiting basically for a lot of Atlanta.
Still a lot of vote there.
A lot of vote in Atlanta, enough that our models right now, we would have it, if it goes the way we think it could go, maybe 1/10 of a percentage point will separate them when all the votes are counted. That's why we're not anywhere near calling it. We want to wait to see what this Atlanta number comes in. But Georgia's another one that we're going to sit here for a while.
Well, if you were wondering whether now that we've heard from Vice President Joe Biden, we'll hear from President Trump. We've heard from him on Twitter, Hallie. He must have heard you saying that he hadn't been tweeting all night, but now he has tweeted. He says, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Of course, there is absolutely no evidence that any votes were cast after the polls were closed. Here we go.
So, Savannah, here's what we know. The president is going to be making a statement at some point tonight. I got to tell you, I am not surprised at all to see it. This is a president who we know is
Almost 1 a.m. right now. What are you looking at? What are you seeing that tells you it's okay to send Joe Biden out there?
Election night, when I said they called it too early for Gore, I told them and
I am optimistic and be patient as there are still millions of votes to be counted across America. In some places, they have stopped the counting due to labor issues and other issues that
broken pipes.
Broken pipe in one particular issue. We're also expecting to hear from President Trump tonight. I want to bring in Weijia Zhang at the White House, where the president has been watching the returns, and a note that we will not report anything that is inaccurate on our air, but certainly characterize how the campaigns are feeling at this hour. Weijia?
Nora, the president is watching the returns and apparently watching the former vice president, because as soon as Joe Biden left the stage, the president fired off a pair of tweets. He said, "I will be making a statement tonight, a big win." He also said, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Of course, for those of us who have covered President Trump for several years, we will never try to interpret what he means, but we can only tell you what he has said up to this point. And it seems like he is talking about mail-in ballots, which he started sowing doubt about months and months ago. It seems like he's talking about all the votes that will be counted after Election Day. That's because he bluntly said as much many times during his last round of rallies to supporters, saying that we ought to know by the end of by the end of November 3rd, the results and the votes of every race. Of course, that's not going to happen. And so now he's beginning to say, look, they're trying to steal it away from us. This tells us where his mind is,
The
where
president
he's
tweeting
going,
that the election
and it is
should
a
end
fight.
on November 3rd is a blatantly ahistorical closing argument. Votes in a fair election have been counted past election night. Every vote should be counted and tabulated is exactly at the heart of a democracy, and America is the greatest democracy in the world.
And we should just stop for a moment. We've all interviewed national security officials who are working in the administration to keep rumors from spreading and keep people from undermining the election. And this kind of report is at odds with what work they're doing.
Right, and parroting that as well. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto at the Election Data Center and Major Garrett.
Actually, Nora, we're going to bring in Ed O'Keefe and Major Garrett. Ed O'Keefe is Anthony Salvanto's better-looking twin, actually.
Sure.
Ed O'Keefe, we're going to talk about
Well,
the
first
big
off, if you're still with us at home, thank you for doing that.
Exactly.
Especially for those of you in the East who are up late after normal business hours. Look, just heard from a Biden campaign official a little while ago who believes that Georgia is razor thin, potentially theirs.
Right. This is the map, 306 electoral votes for President Trump in 2016. We always start when we're at the what if board with that.
Yep.
So, Ed, you want me to put Georgia, let's just for the sake of argument, as a scenario, blue for Biden.
And let's put North Carolina as a toss-up for now. Because
North Carolina is a toss-up because it still is.
And it could be for 9 days.
And we have Arizona leaning.
Hypothetically leaning towards.
But let's put it in the Biden category and let's see what that does to the electoral map. So 306 is now gone to 264, Biden at 259.
Right. Iowa and Ohio looking like they're going to the president.
Yes, they are.
Michigan, Wisconsin, we'll see. But let's give Michigan to Joe Biden.
All right, see what happens there. That puts him over 275. So that's why Georgia is so important. But let's put North Carolina back still.
Yeah.
So even if the president holds on to North Carolina, but if Biden picks up Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, he's over 270.
But let's flip Wisconsin and Georgia.
Okay.
What happens?
Wisconsin, Biden.
Blue. Georgia, no, keep Michigan blue.
Okay.
Georgia, make Georgia red.
Make Georgia red. There we go.
What happens?
269,
look at that.
269.
Now, there have some, and I heard from viewers after our last segment about this. They said, don't forget that Nebraska congressional district, Nebraska 2.
Right, which is currently trending Biden by about 30,000 votes. So I've heard with about 70% of the vote counted.
So look what happens.
Let's just put Nebraska. That's what NE2 means. It's not from the periodical table of elements. That's Nebraska 2. Put that blue for Biden.
Do it again.
Do it one more time. There we go. Come on board.
Boom.
270 to 268. We've been holding Nebraska 2nd congressional district until well after midnight. We're after midnight, so that's why we're bringing it out. Okay? Because it's a real part of the scenario, or it could be. Well, let's take it back, put it there. 269, 269
Now,
with
what do we?
the president holding North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, but losing Arizona, losing Wisconsin, losing Michigan.
And this goes to the House of Representatives.
Yes, but that's not till 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. Okay, so hold back on that. So that's where we are but we know for a fact, Ed, that Pennsylvania is not going to be decided tonight. So we put that in the toss-up category. But this is the way the map begins to develop. What it underscores is sort of where we've been since about 9:30, 10 o'clock Eastern. Wisconsin, Michigan looms so large for the former vice president because North Carolina, Georgia's still a toss-up, but Florida certainly didn't come through the way that they thought they might.
You know the Trump guys so well.
Yes.
They must be sitting there thinking, we told you so.
Yes.
Told you so.
And because they were bullish about Florida, Florida came through. They're bullish about North Carolina. We'll see about that. I think Georgia is still something that both campaigns now say, wow, it's going to be very, very tight. That is less bullish than the Trump campaign was 24 hours ago.
We'll see.
Ed O'Keefe, thanks for joining me here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more election coverage. You are watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
The biggest names in
Could be looking at recount territory. I can tell you this, we're looking up the recount rules.
What is I was about to ask
We
you.
are.
I'm
I'm in
glad
the
you
middle
said
of it.
that.
My team
What's
was
the
on
threshold?
it. I just, they're all over this.
Okay.
In fact, maybe by the time I get back here, I'll find out. So there.
Because if a race is in any given state is within a certain threshold, you have to
Not
recount.
automatic here. I can tell you our initial folks here, it's not automatic. So this would be something that somebody would have to request.
Okay.
All right, let's bring in a couple of our guests. I think we've got Robert Gibbs, NBC News political analyst and former White House press secretary under President Obama, and Rich Lowry, an NBC News political analyst, editor of the National Review. Robert, let me start with you. You're a former press secretary. Let me let you step into our shoes. Write the headline of this night so far.
Well, I think the headline is we know a lot less than we thought or hoped we'd know at this point. The race is still very much up in the air, but look, I'm where Biden is right now. I think there's a lot more paths for him to win this race. I think there's two big states that you just talked about, Arizona and Georgia.
Expecting to hear from President Trump soon. We have a call. CBS News projects President Trump has won Florida and Iowa. These are all part of the notable 9 states that we started the evening with. And as we fill in some of those battleground states, you can see the ones that are still in white are the battleground states that are still toss-ups or still too close to call at this hour because not all of the vote has been counted.
That's right. Remnants from Chapter 1, Georgia and North Carolina. And then Chapter 2 is going to be a long one, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
How's our puzzle looking, John, that we started out with at 7 o'clock?
Well, it's
yesterday.
We, as we said at the beginning, sometimes we're going to look at it. The picture's going to look this way, and then it's going to change.
Yeah.
And so we've had a lot of interesting conversations about the way the country sorts these two different candidates, what their fears are, what their hopes are, and how they have totally different coalitions who have. You were saying earlier about COVID-19. You were saying that shouldn't a candidate be penalized if they don't follow the rules? I think you can make a case that Donald Trump is benefiting from not following the rules because of the way in which that reasserts that kind of anti-political correctness that is so much a part of the kind of cultural connection he makes with his voters. So in fact, in his case, he would have been the opposite of good politically for him if he had sort of been where his public health officials were.
Well, especially since he got COVID-19. And I think many people thought, well, maybe since he's been through it, he'll understand how serious it is. He at least, we know it, he had breathing, he was on oxygen for at least 2 times that we know about. So people thought, well, maybe he'll have a different attitude when he came out. In fact, he came out and doubled down, really ignoring all of his own experts, really.
Well, remember that the president had access to health care that no other American
That is absolutely
has.
right.
He had the nation's top military doctors at Walter Reed caring for him. This is the greatest,
24/7,
the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest facility in the world to treat the president of the United
As he
States
should.
and other
As he
United
should.
States senators and military officials who get treated there.
An
He was
experimental
also given
drug.
experimental drug that cost over $100,000 a year, the Regeneron monoclonal antibody, which again is not available to the general public. So he was given what is the very best of America, as should the president
Right.
of the United States. And so his outcome was remarkably different, certainly than almost every other senior that is the age of 74 and slightly obese as the president of the United States is. So he had a different outcome because he had the best of American care. Now, the question remains about way he acted. And if you look closely, many people say that when he returned to the White House, that event that we covered live, and he ripped that mask off, that was a sign.
Yeah.
That was a sign to the very people that John is referring to, that believe that mask is a way of infringing on my freedoms, that I will be liberated from those that ask me to behave a certain way, that I am uniquely an American because I can do whatever I want. Now, that is antithetical to other people who believe that, in fact, we're all part of a social contract where we protect
Yes.
one another with
Yes.
a mask. And that really is the clash of these two values that have come head to head tonight.
And you're exactly right. And that's sort of adjacent to, can you handle a pandemic that hits the country
Right.
and kills over 230,000 Americans? I mean, that's the other part of this, which is the president good at doing his job, which is a distinct category from what Nora just talked about, which is that cultural debate that's around how you behave in response to
Just the fact now that masks are now a political hot potato and
Right.
now become polarizing, that has now become an issue. That, you know, I've seen interviews with women that say, people in the crowds that say, well, you know, if he says we should wear a mask, I would wear a mask. The president's words have great power. Great power.
And Leslie Stahl asked him that during that 60 Minutes interview.
remember.
Why don't you?
Yeah.
But it brings us back to this cultural divide that, is it about Trump or is it about something broader in our society? But we come back time and again to these parallel realities of America right now. I mean,
2016. It also took, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but a fair amount of time to count the Senate race back in 2018.
It took days to count that Senate race, and that was a Senate race, a seat that was controlled by the Republicans, that was lost by Martha McSally, and then Martha McSally was then appointed by the governor to take over the other seat after John McCain died, and now she's running again, looking at the possibility of potentially losing two of her party's Senate seats in the course of just a couple of years.
Waiting for the final count to come in. Let's look at the state of Wisconsin now, as well as check in on where things are. 72% of the expected vote in Donald Trump, now leading 51-47. We've cautioned many, many times that the early vote has not yet been counted in the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, George, we can't stress that enough. But what we can stress is a lot of the swing
sort of disruptor approach from 2016.
What do you guys think? We're excited? We're back to work. We're keeping you safe.
Recent presidential elections. Really, Barack Obama was an outlier. I mean, he was one of the only three presidents in the 21st century that essentially won over 52% of the vote. That was considered a blowout, what Barack Obama did, that wide of a margin. Most other of these recent elections have been very narrow in scope. Certainly in 2016, the race was decided by 77,000 votes in three states. We have a deeply divided country. It existed before the pandemic. It exists again tonight. And yet that's why I think, while these exit polls offer us a glimpse, not a definitive answer into what we have seen some shifts. We've seen some shifts among independents back towards the Democratic side. We've seen college-educated women shift. We've also seen Latinos in Florida shift towards President Trump in Miami-Dade County. So those are all part of this puzzle piece that we're putting together, just what our country believes, what our country wants. All of that incredibly important, what we're sifting through tonight.
And Nora, what I want to know is, who are we as a country? You know, some of the answers that I hear, what I see, are just very troubling to me. I want to know, who are we?
Well, we're not
what do we
monolithic.
represent?
We're 50 states that are able to choose who we want to be, and that's, that's the well.
twisted at this hour right now. In Flint, which Democrats usually always win, Donald Trump's on top. He was at 42 4 years ago, 70% of the vote in. That vote can switch. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. So what's happening in the counties around Detroit, the suburbs county? Let's start with Macomb. This is where the Reagan Democrats are from. 47% of the vote in. Donald Trump overperforming there. But again, we got to stress, less than 50% of the vote is in over there. Let's check out another one of these counties here outside of Detroit. We'll come into Oakland County. This is Pontiac, Michigan. This is a wealthier county, one of the wealthiest counties actually in all the country. And Joe Biden is where he needs to be, 77% of the vote there. We're going to keep watching that. We move over to Grand Rapids, Kent. This is one of those kind of swing counties. We want to make sure we always take a look at this to see how the rest of the state is going. 66% of the vote in. Donald Trump doing a little bit better. But again, every time we hit these counties, we just want to stress a lot of the vote is still out. If you look at the swing counties in Michigan, George, the president at this hour looks like he's doing well, but there's just so much of the vote left to count.
Okay, thank you. Juju Chang, you've been speaking with officials there as well. What do we think about how the vote count is going there, when we can expect to learn more?
We know that the Secretary of State gave a press conference around 9 p.m. Eastern saying that they are confident they can tabulate the vote within about 24 hours, so presumably 9 p.m. this evening. However, I have been texting back and forth with the Attorney General, Nessel, who said, keep your eye out for Wayne County, because Detroit is the entire ball game here in Michigan. They are confident that, as Tom Yamas is suggesting, Oakland County and Macomb County will break in their direction once advanced voting is tabulated. But I just want to shout out poll workers for a minute, George. I will say we visited a couple polling sites, and Governor Whitman declared yesterday Election Hero Day, that all these election administrators, the 30,000 rather volunteers that help tabulate these ballots, have done amazing work under the pandemic. And we met with one polling official today. Actually, I spoke to several of them, but one of them told me that the mood inside these polling stations was courteous, was waxing poetic about democracy in action. And yet this one poll worker was also the elusive swing voter. We look at Macomb County, the Reagan Democrats who swing back and forth. This was a voter who voted for President Obama in 2012, then voted for the maverick, he said, candidate Trump in 2016, and today switched again to Biden, saying that he had failed to bring manufacturing jobs. And that dovetails with the exit polling that we're seeing. He was really upset at the pandemic handling by President Trump, and that dovetails with Michigan exit polling, where 55% disapprove of President Trump's handling of the pandemic. And he told me, quote, it's like touching a stove. I got burned the last time. I'm not going to make that same mistake. Is this swing voter a unicorn, George? I don't know. Or does he reflect something that's happening here?
It's a very good question, Juju. Thanks very much. I want to keep going on the map, but first I want to go to Pierre Thomas. You just saw him pop up there, our senior justice correspondent. Pierre, we just heard from Juju right there saying it was a peaceful, orderly day for the most part of Michigan, where there had actually been so much concern about potential violence, especially after that plot against the governor several weeks ago. But this is one of the dogs that didn't bark, at least so far on Election Day, at least as we got through Election Day, November 3rd. It seemed like for the most part, this process was peaceful. It was orderly, no significant violence.
A little bit there. Let's go into Cobb. This was another one that Hillary Clinton carried, but you see Joe Biden is carrying it by a bigger margin. We still got more to come in. He's got to increase that lead more there. So look, as you can see, there are theoretically, the numbers are there for Joe Biden as these numbers come in. But we'll see. Like it all is going to depend. This is all going to be on the margins. But this is going to shrink. You're going to continue to see this number shrink as the night goes on. And it's just all about, is there enough? Is there 240,000 votes somehow more so that he can make up here? We found at least 100 plus that you see is there. So this is why we think this race is going to be one we have to wait till
Are they
all the
still
votes
counting in Georgia, to your knowledge? Okay.
supposedly still counting.
Okay.
I think we had to find out. By the way, because you guys asked, you shall receive. Here's the Georgia recount rules. No automatic recount. You have to petition, but only if it's less than a half a percentage point difference at the end of the day. So that's what you're looking at there. So we will wait and see. for a while.
So
for Georgia.
if Georgia breaks Biden's way, how much does that change
Well,
the
my
path to
goodness,
270?
that would change the path to 270 a lot. Like here's where we are now. We got the president with a narrow lead, so we can play the game here. First of all, let's go ahead. If you gave Arizona and Nevada to the president, you do Georgia there, then suddenly the numbers. First of all, let me give North Carolina is certainly leaning in that direction. Minnesota leading in Biden's direction. As you can see here, it takes Pennsylvania off the table, right? Georgia would definitely take Pennsylvania off the table. And frankly, one of the things that we messed up, we just now called, looks like we finally called Rhode Island. We hadn't called Rhode Island. People had been wondering. We just called, I just saw the blue got filled in. There's Rhode Island there. But we still haven't called Maine, but let's put it in the, let's do the 3-1 split there, because we know that President Trump is winning that second congressional district. So as you can see, Georgia certainly, you take it away, and then suddenly he's going to need to get back over here and need some of these states.
Okay, stay with me now.
Well, no, Hawaii is, you have Hawaii here is blue, and then you have the Nebraska district would get him to 270. Sorry, I had to get you there. But the point is, he can get to 270 now without Pennsylvania. And it was the point Rich Lowry was trying to make. There's that. But obviously, if you throw Georgia somehow went blue, then there's a lot more padding. In fact, I think it means he could do it without Michigan and Pennsylvania. So a long way to answer your question, Lester, Georgia would replace Michigan.
I have one more. So if Georgia Georgia goes red,
okay,
how does that change the president's path? Does he still have to go all the way to Pennsylvania?
The president has to go all the way. It looks like no. I think the problem he's got now, right? We've assigned this, Alaska. Let's go ahead and give that to the president. That's now no shoo-in. We got to wait here on that. But if you see here, Pennsylvania is not enough. Pennsylvania would leave him 4 short. He needs something else here. He would need perhaps Michigan would do it, or Wisconsin would do it. But the president may be in a position he needs 2 of those 3 of the blue wall states, not just one of them. So that is something that with Arizona, and look, we don't know what Nevada's going to do. I'm with you, Savannah. I think we got to wait and see what Nevada's going to do. We've seen the president has improved, particularly with working class voters. When the country has a cold, Nevada gets the flu. They want to go to work. They don't like this, what's happened there. So I am very curious to see the actual returns come in Nevada before we start projecting.
And the exit polls tell us that Nevadans were more focused on
They were
business
evenly
than-
split, if you
on
remember.
COVID,
Yeah, they
on,
were
on improving business versus
correct.
COVID.
I mean, but no state has been hit harder economically. I mean, think about it. Who's getting on airplanes and traveling to Vegas?
I was there, last week, and still plenty of tourists, but no conventions, very few shows open.
I mean, confession, I think it might be the last time I was on a plane is when we were out there for Vegas to do some debates.
Yeah,
back when.
Back when we knew about the virus, but
We did.
had not swept
I
across.
know half of us were convinced that somehow, how did we avoid not getting it in Vegas during February?
It stayed in Vegas. Okay, let's go to some boards here. We've got Montana's presidential race, and we're calling it for President Trump. No surprise there. Rhode Island. Chuck scooped us, Lester.
It showed up I was about to look for
Old
a little
news
while.
now.
Yes, exactly. And in Maine, it's too early to call, but Biden is leading, although there is that one electoral vote in Maine that possibly the president could pick up. And in that scenario of an electoral tie, that could become extremely relevant. So there's your map at this hour, 1:15 on the East Coast. The road to 270, it's filling out, but we've got some key battlegrounds still open at this hour.
Why don't we bring in NBC News political contributor and co-host of The Circus on Showtime, John Heilman, into the conversation. John, it's great to see you. Well, you just saw, hopefully you just saw Chuck's breakdown. What do you think about Georgia?
Well, I think that the New York Times is reporting that there was a water main break in Atlanta, in Fulton County. That means that they have said that they are not going to have a final count until
Man down.
Say not just Democrats but Republicans that Joe Biden would have a
Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham, that Jamie came in the end. It wasn't so close, but for a while it was sort of neck and neck, where Jamie Harrison seemed to have a really good shot at it, it appeared.
He did. And this is another race like North Carolina where deep-pocketed Republican groups came charging into the rescue. They poured tens of millions of dollars into the race. You had Lindsey Graham himself going on Fox News
Did they
every
spend
day
any money
begging
on a
for
ground
money.
game, or was it just an air war? Because it seems like Democrats did very poorly at turning out their voters.
Yeah. I mean, in South Carolina, it's always difficult for Democrats to get over that hump, but absolutely.
All right. CBS News projects right now that President Trump has won the Lone Star State of Texas. That will slide into those 38 electoral votes will slide into Donald Trump's column in the race for 270 votes. I've got to take a short break, but John has a huge thought on his mind. I literally
That's a
see it
tease.
starting to come out. So
That's
you're just
a
going to have to
tease.
stay with us.
I can't wait.
And it's so brilliant. And I know the
Yes.
point he's
I
going to make.
can't
us over.
wait.
So please, we'll be right back. CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Great tease.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming. Most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage. I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Could vote in. Donald Trump still ahead. A lot of vote out, Tom Yamas.
Yeah, still a lot of vote out, and we've been talking about the state of Georgia and the state of Atlanta because 50% of the vote is going to come from the Atlanta metro region and the surrounding suburbs. So the big question tonight is, does Joe Biden still have about 250,000 votes? Can he pull those 250,000 votes from this area? Let's take a quick look. Cobb County, early on, Joe Biden took a commanding lead there. There's 80% of the vote in, and you can see he's overperforming in Cobb. In Gwinnett, it's the same story. Overperforming from Hillary Clinton, 80% of the vote in. But when you add all these up together, you're going to get a lot of votes. And DeKalb, which is, a Democratic stronghold right now, only 40%. And this is the number I want to point to when we're talking about the percentage of voted in. We want to get that closer to 90, 99% when you have a firm idea of what's happening. He's overperforming, So if the trend is your friend, George, For Joe Biden right now in the Atlanta metro region, it's going well. But the question is there 250,000 votes out there for him to catch up?
That is the big question. Let's go to TJ Holmes in Atlanta. What more do we know about the process right now? How long it's going to take? What's still out there? When they're going to get to it?
What we know is what we will not know tonight. They have now reported, Georgia, this is a big deal, that the two biggest states in Georgia, the two most populous states, we're talking about, counties, we're talking about in this state, Gwinnett and Fulton counties, will not be reporting their results tonight.
See here, those last remaining 5 states of the notable 9 that we started the night with. That is what this presidential election will come down to. Some of them, of course, in the upper Midwest, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, were the path for Donald Trump in the last election. And of course, North Carolina and Georgia were states that Joe Biden was trying to flip this time around. We'll have much more straight ahead. We'll be right back. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett for a look at the race.
Anthony, let's talk about Georgia. I've gotten texts from a couple of prominent Republicans saying, what are you waiting on? We think Georgia is over. To answer that question, you would say what?
Just look at Atlanta, okay? Let's go to DeKalb County. A lot of vote, but let's look at how much of it has been counted, 39% of what we expect. That is a big Democratic county. Now, the models would have the Democrat doing well there, right? But we're going to need to see some vote. Okay, we're going to need to see more vote than that. Now, this is statewide.
So what's left to be counted?
Statewide, almost 667,000 votes, right? Out of the 5.1 million that we expect. Even this number, though, is sort of a floating estimate. We may learn more.
To ask it anyway, are they giving you any estimate?
For some of these results, tell me what it's going to look like between now and that period in terms of what we're hearing from the candidates, what how people are processing.
Look, Joe Biden got out there tonight because he was trying to win the perception battle, because it is taking longer. You know that they wanted to get a vote out of Georgia. They wanted to bag Georgia and North Carolina. They didn't think they could get Florida, but they wanted a different path than waiting, because they knew they'd have to wait days for the early vote from the 3 Rust Belt states. And so they really wanted to get it in before Pennsylvania, because they knew what the president would do. And he went ahead and tweeted. Twitter flagged that tweet, said it was not accurate to talk about a rigged or stolen election when there are millions of votes still not counted. You just don't have the early vote. We've had an unprecedented election with so much early vote, and it's got to be counted.
Nebraska.
We have just called Nebraska 2 and Nebraska 1, which means, and it is not going to be solid red. I am curious to see how we do this. I don't think I'm supposed to make this change here. We'll get it back here in the map. You'll see, but we have called Nebraska 2. For Joe Biden, so he will get one more in here. And again,
all right, we're going to just pause briefly here, Chuck, for some stations to bring you local results as Decision 2020 election coverage continues on NBC. All right, we're back. Chuck, I'm sorry, pick up where you were.
Sorry, here we are in Nebraska, and I'm just trying to show you. We have called this now. It's not registering here, but we have called. Our decision desk says Joe Biden's going to win this electoral vote, which we know Nebraska splits up. So that's one. It's an important one. And again, look, Rich Lowry was first to point this out. This does add, especially if Arizona and Nevada end up both blue, this means the president needs 2 of his 3 from the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He can't just do this with Michigan. If indeed Arizona is headed in blue, Nevada's blue, and Minnesota stays the way it is. So that's what that Nebraska electoral vote does. It sort of adds one more hurdle to the president.
Yeah, I mean, Casey, the way it would shake out is, and this is where it gets interesting, because if Michigan and Wisconsin go for Biden, Arizona goes for Biden, and now you add that one little congressional district in Nebraska, then suddenly the Democrats don't need Pennsylvania. So I think that is why so much effort actually was focused on a single congressional district in Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. It could be the little electoral college vote that could for so many Democrats who, frankly, want a few more hours of sleep after a very long campaign, because you're exactly right. And Chuck laid out the math there. This sort of 269 to 269 2020 nightmare scenario really only plays out when you have that Nebraska vote going to Donald Trump. And we have just called it for Joe Biden. And that, as you outlined, means that if Biden does well in Michigan and Wisconsin, as currently my sources are still expecting, and Chuck walked through the data there with the caveats that we've had a lot of data that was wrong tonight. But what that does is it means that if there is a prolonged fight over ballots in Pennsylvania, and if there are these legal battles through the courts about counting ballots, et cetera, we may not have to know the answer to that in order to know who has won the White House in the Electoral College. Now, obviously, we are projecting out a lot here at, what time is it? 1:28 in the morning on Wednesday. We still, I think, do not know what we're going to say on the Today Show tomorrow, Savannah.
I think briefly we want to mention that, where are we? Georgia now is too close to call. It's a new characterization.
Too close to call. All right, so we'll continue to keep our eye on that. Votes still being counted at this hour. We await decisions. We're going to take a brief pause here, let some of our stations rejoin our coverage. Let's pause for just a moment.
All right, welcome back to our 2020 election night / wee hours of the morning coverage. We're going to show you where we're at right now. I mentioned just a moment ago in the Georgia presidential race, it's too close to call now. That's one we've been watching carefully, waiting for a lot of votes to come in from the Atlanta area. Pennsylvania, too early right now.
All right, let's go to the upper Midwest. Minnesota, too early to call, but our projection is that Biden has a lead there. Arizona, same story, too early to call, but Biden does have a lead.
We're looking at North Carolina. Been watching that closely for quite a while now. Too close to call. Maine, too early. Biden leads in Maine, however.
All right, let's go to Michigan. There's a state that we're not going to get the vote all counted up for a couple of days. Too early to call. Wisconsin, same story. Too early to call, and we're awaiting votes in Milwaukee area, among others.
Waiting for votes in Nevada. Too early to call in Nevada. Let's show you where we stand right now in the electoral tally in the road to 270. Donald Trump with 213, Biden with 210. One of them needs 270.
By the way, I just wanted to show you guys how that worked. I did Casey's calculation so we could show her work there. And as you can see, there is a right at the number. We had to make sure we call Hawaii. That assumes Hawaii votes Democratic as we do here. But Nevada, Arizona, if they hang on to that, then Democrats can do this without Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Georgia. Or you look at it the other way, the president can win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and he's too short. And he'd be 2 electoral votes short at this point. But you talked about Georgia, and that ultimately, I think we need to go back there. We got to see if Mr. Howman's report there about the water main break, how much that's going to, you know what? I think he's right, because this has been sitting at 87% for the last 20 minutes. So I'm not going to bother coming back in. We've been sitting at 236,000 spread. I think it is time to find out if our friends in Georgia have decided to go to bed tonight or whether they're going to keep counting vote and delivering it.
Okay. The assignment has been handed out. What about Nevada? Are we going to get any numbers from Nevada tonight?
Yeah, I know we kept threatening to put our man John Ralston on the air. And
yes.
John Ralston has done the math. He will tell you that, the way Nevada works, we don't have much, 7%. But Nevada is basically arguably a 2-county state. I'm going to mispronounce Washoe County. I always do. And my apologies, Mr. Ralston. That's where Reno is, Clark County, where Vegas is, basically.
Winning person.
My wife, she took her ballot in with her and said, I want to vote in person.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans
And then I met him. A chill just like raced up through my spine. I just shook the hand of a killer.
Now, new detail.
Look, let me show you Wisconsin at this point. The thing I keep coming back to showing everybody is you look at the vote count, what's expected, there's probably 890,000 votes still outstanding. But the other big
upbeat, and so am I. He's going to win Pennsylvania. It's going to be close. It's going to be a long count, but he's going to win.
So what is your assessment of the way the votes are coming in right now?
Well, because you have so many mail-in ballots in the blue counties, the 4 big suburban Philadelphia counties and Philadelphia itself, Allegheny County, those numbers aren't tabulated yet. And the president's smaller rural counties that he's done really well in have reported a lot more. But even in those counties, Joe Biden's been shaving off some numbers by getting more of a vote because you're not getting as much of a third-party vote. So the raw vote for Joe Biden's better in a lot of counties than it was in 16. And then the suburban Philadelphia vote is going to be monumental. And I think Allegheny County is going to be a lot better than 16. So it'll be close, and it might take a while to get to the final number, but maybe by sometime in the morning, we'll know more about those bigger population counties.
Well, we want to. This is the hour of the morning when we get a little nerdy here. So let's get to Erie County, which can be a bellwether. The president was up there seeing Erie voters. Trump won that in 2016 by 2. Obama won it big in 08 and 12. So it feels like one of those counties that swings. What are you hearing?
Well, I haven't seen a final number there yet, but I think it's like a lot of places. I think he's going to be able to shave down margins. But I think in the end, this is an election now that will come down to one market and a half. In other words, half of the Pittsburgh market and half of in the whole Philadelphia college market. When President Obama won the state in 2012, he won by 5. Carried only 2 markets. The big Philly market, more than 40% of the vote.
Senator, I'm going to interrupt you just for a brief second, if you please, because we've got a call in Minnesota. NBC News projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota 10 electoral votes. And Senator, I'll let you react to that if you'd like.
That's great.
There's a reaction.
Another win.
All right, good talking to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, be well.
Thank you, Senator. Well, that was interesting because remember we had heard from Jason Miller, the Trump campaign chair or advisor earlier, that he felt that Minnesota could be in play for President Trump. NBC now.
Look, he gave us numbers that look like they're closer to right in North Carolina, but his Minnesota projection was pretty off. 8-point win. Look, this was a state that I'm going to guess that this and you know it's funny as we're sorting out this night. The president is the one that may look around the map and go, boy, there were some missed opportunities. They talked about Minnesota. They didn't make a real campaign in Minnesota. They talked about Nevada. They didn't make a real campaign in Nevada. You start to look around. Look, we're experiencing a major realignment in this country, a political realignment where it's lopsided on the popular vote, but it's dead even in this electoral college. We have this sort of rural urban split that is real. It looks like suburban America may be moving, sort of 60% with the blue team, with the 40% maybe hanging with the red team. And that means we are living in a very polarized world right now.
Flip side of that, should Democrats have done more in Georgia?
Well, it's interesting. I had a former Democratic member of Congress send me an email earlier tonight and go, I want to know who the staffer was that thought it was a good idea to send Joe Biden to Iowa and Ohio yesterday for stops, when basically Joe Biden's losing Iowa and Ohio by a point less
in the state.
And to remind, so when you say the absentee, are you talking about the absentee that can come in till the 12th?
Well,
there may be a miss on the scale of 2016, but because Biden had a bigger lead, he can afford to have that miss. It's also more regionally driven. He's doing fine.
Reporting from Atlanta that the officials there say they are still counting, that the water main is not stopping them from counting, and that the count goes on in Fulton County.
Okay.
Let me bring Casey into the conversation. Casey, Joe Biden positioned himself as the responsible candidate, if I can use that term, of wearing the mask, not doing the big crowds. As these numbers get reported out, are we going to look at that different in terms of his inability to really get out there and shake the hands and do the ground stuff?
Well, it's a difficult calculation, Lester, because if you think about how this pandemic has played out and where many people thought the race stood back in January before we even knew that this pandemic was about to hit us, I think there were a lot of questions about whether any Democrat was going to be in a really competitive race with President Trump come the fall. And then we have been grappling ever since with a historic pandemic. So I think it depends on where you start your analysis in terms of how we think about it. But it's certainly true that there was a big difference in how these two candidates actually campaigned on the ground. And I know Republicans certainly are saying that their get out the vote efforts in places like Miami-Dade County in Florida made a real difference for them, especially in communities where, and we're still getting the data on first-time voters, but it's possible that President Trump actually benefited from first-time voters in a significant way that's not typical for Republican candidates. Typically, we would assume that it would be the Democratic candidate, just because that's kind of how it's played out in the past, who would benefit from voters who have never showed up to the polls before. And there may be some evidence that we're still sorting through that may not be the case. And I think there's some questions about whether having a more robust, even if it wasn't Joe Biden, the candidate himself, having more volunteers knocking on doors with their masks on. Now, Democrats will say that those kind of tactics were unpopular with their voters, unpopular with independents who are concerned about the pandemic, didn't want a stranger knocking on their door, didn't want to go to a packed rally. And we may be seeing that cultural difference and that cultural shift play out. I mean, I think we've all come to experience that not only are people voting in these different ways, but they're experiencing and living in the pandemic in different ways. They're taking different steps. The codes of even etiquette of wearing a mask can be different depending on the community or place where you live. And we're seeing that start to line up with these trends. So it's really hard to know. And I think part of why, of course, some of this data may have been so wrong is because we've never done this before. We've never polled in a pandemic. We've never had early vote that was this massive. We simply don't know how voters have been motivated in something like this. So there's a lot of unknowns here, and we're only just really starting to sort through them.
We're going to go to Hallie, but I think I want to quickly go back to Chuck because I saw you flash some.
Well, we get excited when we finally get some returns in, right? Well, you were complaining about Nevada, Savannah?
I was inquiring about Nevada.
All right. Well, look, we delivered. Nevada said, wait a minute, we got 74% of the vote in now. You know what that meant? Clark County came in. Okay, it's what.
In places like Arizona and Texas, unfortunately.
Victoria Kendall, you're in Miami.
To do that. Is that correct, Ray?
That's right. Cyber Command, that the military that.
Take a look at the Hillary Clinton margin. As you can see, he's already above the percentage points that is necessary. The Hillary Clinton margin, Barack Obama won it by a greater margin. So you can see he's sort of sitting in the middle between Clinton and Obama, but both of them carried Nevada. This is certainly enough to get him through. But look, you got to wait, and we got to wait and see. And again, I do think this is going to be one of those states, if it ends up a 2 or 3 point, that somebody in Team Trump's going to say, maybe we spent too much time in Arizona and not enough time in Nevada.
Let's go to Hallie Jackson, who's at the White House. I know we have been expecting to hear from the president. What's the latest on that?
The holding pattern on that for now, Savannah. The president will come out, as he often does, and speak when he wants to come out and speak. And right now, I have been getting indications of zero timing guidance. We had anticipated that maybe it was going to be a little bit earlier, based on some reporting from inside the room, where we are starting to get a sense of what the scene is like from attendees there. But for now, TBD on when the president will speak. Although he will at some point here in the wee hours of November 4th. Talking about some of the states that we're having a conversation about tonight, a couple of observations. Minnesota, I have to tell you, for months, I've been talking to people inside the Trump campaign, and they have been trying to push the idea that Minnesota was a state that was in play. That went away, I think, in the last 6 weeks or so, and kind of came back with a vengeance tonight with the comments from, for example, Jason Miller and others. That is a projection from the Trump camp that obviously turned out to be incorrect with our projection here tonight. It is a little bit of a sense of kind of the one that got away back in 2016 that they had been hoping to potentially capture, but as Chuck notes, didn't really put some of the resources there that they put into other states. Georgia, really interesting here. We have been talking and our team here, myself, to a lot of people, and I can tell you that multiple sources that I've talked to just in the last couple of minutes are eyeballing that and pointing out how very, very close it looks. Obviously, Fulton, a lot of eyeballs on that. This was a state that they had been feeling, I think, optimistic about, not super confident about earlier in the day, but certainly not, terrible about. I did have one person say, hey, we're kind of cautiously optimistic about Georgia at this point moving in, but I don't know that anybody thought it was going to end up being as close as it turns out to be being at this point tonight. So I think that's a place where you're seeing a lot of focus right now and a lot of sort of waiting for some more of those numbers to come in. When you talk about the way that the Trump campaign has conducted its strategy in these last couple of weeks. And Lester, this speaks to the point that you were making before about, frankly, campaigning in a pandemic and an election happening in the middle of a, once in a generation, once in a lifetime pandemic here. The Trump campaign came under a lot of fire repeatedly, frankly, from people who were concerned that folks were showing up at rallies, not social distancing at all. Very sparse mask wearing. I was just in North Carolina just in 24 hours, 36 hours ago, and saw the same thing in Fayetteville. Not a lot of people in masks, despite coronavirus cases spiking in some of these states. That all said, the Trump campaign continued to hold those events because, in large part, they thought it really helped them with the ground game, with the get out the vote effort. They talked about the voter registration, the sort of push that they were doing with people who were coming to Trump rallies, including, according to their data, a number of people who had not shown up to rallies before and maybe hadn't voted before as well. So they are crediting that, at least in some part, to the ability to be turning people out in some of these places. And then one final note, I do think there is some interesting information coming in, at least from what we're hearing from sources regarding seniors. And we know that seniors, suburban women, some other demographic groups have been moving away from President Trump, according to early polling. There are some indications that the Trump campaign is feeling more confident about those numbers in particular as we sort of wait for some of these outstanding, really important states to come through.
All right, Hallie, thanks.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll check in with Georgia, actually, because we did get a few more votes in our Decision 2020 election.
Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are
around the country. And so I think for all the progress we think we're making as a nation, certainly for all the progress people pride themselves on the South, again, this notion of a new South, I think what we're seeing tonight, it would appear, when it comes to race, oftentimes in this nation, blacks and whites can receive the same information, but see it differently.
That's a story.
That's right. That's what we have so far. George, in Clark County, this is where 3/4 of the vote's going to come for the entire state. This, of course, is Las Vegas. Joe Biden with a comfortable lead right there. He's up 10 points, overperforming from 4 years ago. A quarter of the vote still out. You can't talk about Nevada with
24/7. Anytime, anywhere.
Is the time. If now is the time the protesters
Factory workers to probably about 7,000.
not that close. So the trend right now, Joe Biden on top in Nevada. And from what we're seeing in the data, a quarter of the vote still out. It looks like it could possibly be good news for Democrats.
Okay, Tom Yamas, thanks very much. I have to take another quick break.
Welcome to Disney Plus.
It's literally a slave wage. I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food.
MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today.
Streaming world.
You were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
Don't know exactly when, but he expects the president will be positive, touting all the accomplishments.
And I'll never forget the first time that I met him.
You're talking to Joe Biden and President Trump. What would you want to tell him right now?
He will continue to spread the false claims that he already did on social media. Twitter and Facebook both flagged a tweet from the president that claimed they are trying to steal the election. He also said that there was a big win tonight. Of course, we know that is not true since there is no winner, and it could be days or weeks. But the president is gearing up to fight and to present a case that he's already talked about at length for several weeks now about what he claims the other side is trying to do, which is just not true. So we do expect he will say something about that tonight. And again, try to focus on all the wins that came tonight, because they still believe that he will ultimately have another 4 years here at the White House. Nora?
Weijia Zhang, thank you. As we return to that map of those 5 states that are still too close to call, or we just don't have enough votes because the voting, the counting has stopped or is still outstanding in some of these states, we want to tick through each of them so that you know the very latest in each state. And we thought we would bring in our CBS News election law expert, David Becker, to do just that. And David, thank you so much, since you're an expert in all of these states. I guess we can start. Should we start in the upper Midwest? Wisconsin, I understand that they are planning to count through the night and have an update in the middle of the night. What do you know about Wisconsin?
Yeah, I think that's right. Just like a lot of these states, they saw an unprecedented number of mail ballots, and they are validating each one of these ballots. All of the ballots that they're counting right now were in on time today. They're working through the process that they're supposed to, but this process takes time because they validate each one of these mail ballots, and we will likely see Wisconsin, as well as Michigan and Pennsylvania, quite frankly, and likely Georgia as well, going well into tomorrow, just because it's going to take some time to get through the hundreds of thousands of ballots that are still outstanding.
Okay, Wisconsin expecting an update between 3:30 and 5 a.m. is the latest we got. Michigan, you mentioned the Secretary of State saying she hopes to have the a final picture, if not unofficial results, in the next 24 hours. Does that square with what you're hearing as well, David?
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, people in, for instance, Wayne County and Detroit, there's a lot of ballots still there. Workers are going to be working through the night. Workers are going to be working through tomorrow. We'll likely get episodic updates with the vote totals there. And by tomorrow, we should have a better, clearer picture of Michigan.
John wanted to know also about Pennsylvania. That is a state where we understand there's still a large number of outstanding votes to be counted.
Yeah, lots of ballots left in Philadelphia, in Allegheny, in the Philadelphia suburbs in particular. A lot of those are absentee ballots, and I know that the workers are working. They're actually bringing in shifts, for instance, in Philadelphia. There's going to be updates early tomorrow morning and then throughout the day. Again, we'll be waiting till tomorrow to have a better picture of Pennsylvania.
Got it. Can we just look at that? Because if we look at the vote board in Pennsylvania, it looks like there that Donald Trump has a wide lead with only 68% of the vote count in. Is that because it's largely recording the election day vote and not those absentees that you say are outstanding?
Yeah, that's part of it. And also the counties that have reported so far. Again, if you look where most of the outstanding ballots are, they are in Allegheny County, in Philadelphia County, in Montgomery, Bucks, Delaware, Chester counties where you would expect you see an advantage for Democrats.
Okay, I think Ed O'Keefe has a question.
Just real broadly, David, I mean, we've been anticipating potential legal challenges across the country. If you're a lawyer tonight, eager to make a buck on some kind of an elections challenge, which state potentially is the one that is in most legal peril, or where there could be some kind of a challenge mounted by either party?
Well, I think it really comes down to, is there one state that decides the presidency essentially, and is that what's the narrowest margin? And of course, we've been looking at Pennsylvania for some time, and Pennsylvania may indeed be that state. And if that's the case, then there might be some ongoing challenges. But again, a lot of these rules were set ahead of Election Day. The ballots we're talking about right now
were received on Election Day. We're not even talking really about the ballots that might be received a little bit later, but were postmarked today. So I don't know that there's much merit to any legal claims right now based on what we're seeing. We're going to have to see how this plays out over the next few days.
All right. David Becker with the very latest. We appreciate that and know we're going to be talking to you a lot. As it appears, there is probably going to be additional vote counting. We will keep everyone up to date on that and potential litigation ahead. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. More analysis straight ahead, and we'll check in on each of those 5 battleground states. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala.
All right, the analysis and results continue here. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto at the election.
Hold on to the majority. That narrative certainly appears to be changing as the night goes on. That is becoming much harder, George.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. To see you, Vega. Any updates on the president?
George, I wish I could tell you more.
Talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell him right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames.
Find the dictionary, but for the purposes of this election.
Nightly news with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of Election Night 2020 that's extended well into Wednesday, the wee hours of Wednesday morning here. We're going to look at some Senate races now. We'll put them up for you.
Yeah, in Minnesota, Tina Smith is the incumbent, and she's going back to Congress in the race there. In New Mexico, Ben Ray Lujan wins, the projected winner, I should say. And in Iowa, Joni Ernst, the incumbent, headed back to Congress at the projected winner there.
Let's look at North Carolina. This is one Democrats hope to flip. Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. It is too close to call. The Georgia Senate two-way race, the Perdue and Ossoff, this is going to go to looks like a runoff.
In Maine, too early to call. We've got the ranked voting there, so you actually have several candidates, but that's the top two right there. You can see where they're shaking out with 57% of the expected vote in.
The Montana Senate race, this is too early to call between Daines and Bullock.
But Daines having the lead there. And in Michigan, too early to call. Let's go to Alaska. Too early to call there. This is an interesting race. And we'll see how it shakes out. But here's the Senate at this hour. Let's see where it's all landing. Oh, 46-46, so all tied up. And remember, Democrats who were hoping early in the night to regain control of the Senate would have had to net out +3 seats if Joe Biden wins the White House. So there's still a lot of ifs and buts about that. So
I'll tell you, I had North Carolina, Iowa, Montana, those 3 Senate seats. In my head, the party that wins 2 of those 3 probably had a straighter shot to the majority. And right now we've called one, and we're waiting on Montana Senate, and we're waiting on North Carolina Senate. I just want to take you to Georgia presidential here. As you can see, the margin's down to just 118,000. And we are in the stage where we're getting all sorts of, let me tell you something about Dougherty County here. For instance, there's a massive amount of vote missing, 30,000 votes. So when I said there was going to be we thought it was all Atlanta, but we're in that stage where it's going to be, hey, Dougherty County, this is where Albany State University is. It's an historically black university. There's a whole bunch of vote here that we expect to end up being good for Biden. As you can see, this is a good district for him. So a good county. It was a good county for Hillary Clinton. So look, let me go back to the statewide split here. That 118, there is plenty of vote here. There's plenty of extraneous vote there. The president doesn't have a lot of vote remaining. There's a few of these rural counties have a little bit here. But I'll tell you right now, Georgia, this looks like a race that I think it ain't going to get called tonight. My guess is we're going to have to wait to see what kind of extraneous ballots show up tomorrow.
What put Georgia on the map in this situation? I mean, earlier in the campaign, no one was talking about Georgia as.
Yeah, it's first of all, it's right there. I mean, it's these Atlanta suburbs. I had a Republican strategist say what's happening in the Atlanta suburbs. And by the way, we saw this. In many ways, Georgia has been on the president's mind from the get-go. What was the very first special election in the President Trump, in the era of President Trump? Georgia's 6 in this Atlanta suburb. They didn't win. Jon Ossoff, who's been running for office the entire time that Trump's been president, he was that nominee. He barely lost. But at the time, the loss, a lot of Democrats said, hey, there's something happening in the suburbs. Well, we know what happened in 2018 in the suburbs, and now that's what's going on here. And by the way, Stacey Abrams, her organization has been nonstop in the state of Georgia since her loss in that governor's race. She deserves some credit here for making the state what it is right now.
Okay. We are expecting a word from President Trump in just a few minutes, actually any minute now. So for those of you in the Pacific time zone, your local news is next. For everybody else, let's take a brief pause right here. Our Decision 2020 election night coverage continues right here on NBC after this brief break.
Chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is 2 a.m. in the East, and we are waiting to hear from President Trump, who we're told will be making some sort of statement here shortly, which, of course, we will carry. There's the podium all set up. Several hundred invited guests at the White House, where the president chose to spend this night watching returns, and he and along with the rest of the country watching kind of an odd-paced election night here, with a lot of cliffhangers and places that some people may not have expected, but nonetheless, we heard from Joe Biden earlier. He came out to keep his crowd in the game and note that there are still some states to be called here.
Yeah, absolutely. The East Room of the White House is the place where the president will address supporters. Hallie Jackson has been watching. She's right there in her position. Are you getting a sense of what the president might say?
Well, we're getting a sense based, Savannah, and excuse me, I'll take up my AirPods as I was just on a source call there, that the president is going to be talking about this election based on what he's been tweeting about. Not many tweets tonight, but a couple just before we learned that he was going to be, or as we learned that he was going to be making remarks. It is likely that the president may air some grievances here. He has now been making claims that are false claims, essentially, about the idea that there is the potential for some kind of voter fraud or election theft tonight. That has been, by the way, those tweets slapped with warnings by both Twitter and now by Facebook to try to limit the spread of that. Keep in mind that there are still a lot of ballots, as we've been talking about, that legitimately have been cast and that legitimately will still need to be counted and tallied up. That is something that is just sort of a factual observation here. It's not political, although the president has, at least online, tried to make it political. I think what you'll hear from the president, based on conversations that we've been having, is the idea that they are going to be fighting on in this election. It is certainly not going to be a concession speech. I can tell you that. The president had no plans to deliver one. He had not drafted one. He said, we're going to see how the night goes, essentially. And here we are in the morning, just after 2 a.m. here. And I imagine the president will try to encourage his supporters who are in the room to continue to sort of keep up the momentum. The states that we're watching, as we've talked about, Georgia, obviously those sort of blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, states where the president did well in 2016. I just want to note as we're taking a look, so this is the East Room, the podium that is set up there. There are about, we think, 250 or so people that had been invited, 300, 400 invited, 250 who showed up that have been spending some time in there, mingling, talking with each other, Trump cabinet officials, members of the president's family. It is unusual to see an election night event like this for a sitting president at the White House, but it is another example of the president mixing the official trappings of the office, if you will, with political campaign activities. Part of this is because, the president has a venue that he would likely be using in any other instance, as we've seen often through his administration, which is his hotel, the Trump Hotel, just down Pennsylvania Avenue. But there are restrictions in place because of the pandemic here in Washington, jurisdictional limits to how many people can get together, mask enforcement, et cetera. I can tell you that from what I've been told by sources, the people inside the room where the president is, the people at the White House tonight, did have to get COVID tests. Those were required for entry, essentially. But the president is going to be speaking, obviously, in front of a very friendly crowd. I do wonder sort of what his energy levels are at this point. He has been on the road quite a bit over the last couple of days. Sources have told us that he is sounding, a little bit tired. You can hear it in his voice. He had that raspy voice earlier in the day as we saw him making that visit to campaign headquarters. You can see some staffers coming out. I caught a glimpse of one of his top advanced staffers approaching the podium as well, which tells me that we may be getting close to hearing from President Trump. I do think, again, context and clarity is going to be important regarding anything the president says that may not be accurate as it relates to the vote count. Because remember, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud, as many people inside the president's own administration have talked about. And we are still across the country and in these key battleground states very much still in the process of counting those legitimately cast ballots.
Allie, let me ask you, you mentioned the president today went to say thank you to the folks at his campaign headquarters. I watched that live on MSNBC, and he sounded as melancholy and reflective as I can ever remember him hearing. And he talked about, winning is easy, but losing is really hard. Wow. Like it was something that was weighing on his mind. And it just kind of makes you wonder about what his expectations were of the evening. You're right. I'm sure he was tired. What a grueling schedule he kept down the stretch, but it was notable.
I think the word that you used, Lester, just nailed it for me too, because I picked up on the same thing, and that is reflective. The president was sort of, as he rarely, frankly, has done in this administration.
He complimented the press.
He complimented the press. He also looked inward and said, hey, losing isn't easy, at least not for me. And it was almost a wistful and nostalgic note that you picked up on as he was there in campaign headquarters. I will say on the campaign trail over the last maybe 5 days or so, one of the things that we've seen at a couple of these rallies has been the president saying something kind of similar, where he says, could you even believe it if I lost to this guy, referencing, of course, former Vice President Joe Biden. It is a possibility that he has thought about and anticipated. And I, too, Lester, was struck by the president's sort of self-reflectiveness in that moment in front of his campaign staff.
And Hallie, as we wait here, we got our eyes on the East Room. We're awaiting the president, but, especially anticipating if there are any claims about whether or not there are votes left to be counted. Chuck, you just got a note that Allegheny County, which is
not just Allegheny. I actually have an update for me. This is from our affiliate, WPXI in Pittsburgh, great affiliate of ours out there. It's Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh, but also Beaver, part of our county to county, Butler and Westmoreland. They've all stopped counting for the night. They've gone to bed. They begin the process at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to fold out the ballots. This is what they've been doing, taking the ballots out of the envelope, trying to stretch them out and counting them. It's a very labor-intensive process. But the point is, our friends in Western Pennsylvania, Andrea, They've decided to go to bed.
Well,
We're not going to bed.
And
but
those
they've
are
gone to bed.
those are Trump counties.
Not Allegheny.
Not Allegheny.
Not Allegheny.
Westmoreland,
That's the point.
Westmoreland and Beaver.
In
sure
Beaver,
are.
no doubt.
But in Pennsylvania, they couldn't even really start counting those ballots until the polls closed tonight.
But don't
at
forget, these
7
are all
o'clock.
mail ballots. So that is going to skew Biden even in your Beavers and your Washington.
But 7 counties said that they were not even going to look at them
Right.
until tomorrow.
So the point is, no matter what we hear in the next few moments, there's a lot of vote to be counted yet. There's nothing funky going on about that. That's just the way it's going. And we
But
did
there
get
will
a
be
lot
some
of,
incoming mail-in ballots in the next 3 days.
Yes, exactly. And there was a ruling in a Pennsylvania court case that said if it's postmarked November 3rd to the election day, it can arrive as late as Friday in Pennsylvania and still be counted.
And the Supreme Court upheld it.
Yes. Casey?
Yeah, so I mean, Pennsylvania, I think it's important. It's so important to keep this in mind as we're listening to what the president has to say, and that's obviously what you have been underscoring here, which is that throughout the beginning of the night, we talked a lot about places where the Biden team was potentially on offense in the Sun Belt, and the dynamic there as the votes came in, as Chuck has been walking through, was that those states are used to counting early votes that likely came in for Biden first and then counting election day totals. So the dynamic was, okay, all of the vote comes in likely for Biden. It's counted. We know it up front. And then the count inches back toward President Trump. And the reason why Democrats have been calling this a quote unquote red mirage is because the opposite happens in these states that haven't practiced doing it this way. And Pennsylvania is the most central one of them. It's been the place we've been focused on for potential problems all the way along. And it is true that as these counties start to count, and my sources that I'm talking to, I grew up in Chester County, Pennsylvania, which is the upper main line outside of Philadelphia. It's one of the places that really has turned for Democrats in recent years. When I lived there as a kid, I had a Republican member of Congress, but that's really long gone now. And it's those counties, Chester County, Delaware County, Montgomery County, where you're going to see big numbers that report late because they're mail-in votes. And by late, we mean tomorrow or today, I guess, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week, as all of these votes come in. So, that's why remembering that, Twitter put a warning on President Trump's tweet about this. We're obviously, going to be listening to what he has to say here, but nothing yet is decided or called, and that is perfectly within the bounds of normalcy, Savannah.
They're waiting for Arizona votes as well. There were a bunch that just got turned in today at mail-in votes or absentee ballots that got brought physically to the polling place in Arizona. And the Secretary of State there says they're going to continue to count them. So there's a lot of votes that haven't yet been counted.
Our man Vaughn Hilliard, who's in Arizona,
Yes.
actually has another update here. He's got there's a lot of ballots to count in Arizona. There's still 167,000 ballots cast in person today that have yet to be entered into the system. There's 245,000 early ballots in Arizona from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday that haven't been run through the system. So plus what Governor Ducey was bringing up, which is they don't know the number of people that handed in those ballots. Could be 1,000, could be 20,000, right? We don't know what that number is, though, according to Vaughn Hilliard, who reports in Arizona out there for us, he said we should know that tomorrow morning.
And it's notable, Hallie was mentioning that it's unusual to have an election night statement in the White House. I think it's unprecedented. I cannot remember another time, just as the RNC was, the Republican National Convention was held at the White House. COVID or not COVID, for them to have this large a gathering at the White House, to have any gathering at the White House to declare either victory or any other statement is extraordinarily unusual.
I think we got the 2-minute warning that the president would come out about 10 minutes ago. So there's a bit of a delay. Hallie, do you have any insight?
Well,
Yes,
we just got
exactly.
another 2-minute warning, Savannah. So potentially that means we're a little bit closer. That's not unusual for a presidential event, that maybe we'll get some timing guidance and some updated timing guidance. But it does seem like we are now getting closer to when the president will speak, as we're sort of living in this moment here in the East Room. I can tell you that based on the reporters in the room, and just to pull back the curtain a little bit, members of the White House press corps who cover the president had not been able to enter this room prior to us learning that the president was going to make remarks. So this really is our first glimpse at this election night sort of watch party or event here at the White House. Fox News is up on the screens. People are reacting, as you can hear some of it there. Some cases, the people who are there supporting the president are reacting negatively. So, for example, when there was discussion about something we've been talking about and Georgia and how close that race looks and the possibility that maybe Joe Biden could pull out a win there, people reacted angrily in that room, according to some of the colleagues of ours who are in there, with one woman yelling out, what, sort of very loudly there. So these people, the folks that there are engaged, just like the rest of the country, in how this is going as we wait for the president here to come and make these remarks. I will say, to Andrea's point, we've seen this sort of mixing of the official business with campaign business before. I think back to the Republican National Convention as I watched that doorway here that was held actually on the other side of the White House from where I'm standing right now, on the White House South Lawn. And that was another piece of the discussion that we had as the president held his convention outdoors. The final night of the convention, we had that Rose Garden speech from Melania Trump as well. Very unusual, and concerned critics who worried about potential violations of things like the Hatch Act. Since we're nerding out, I think I can invoke discussion of the Hatch Act here at 2:12 in the morning, Savannah.
Let's check in with Kristen Welker as we watch that door and expect the president to walk through it any minute. Joe Biden, of course, has made his remarks, but Shirley is watching to see what the president might say.
He'll be watching quite closely, Savannah. And when we heard from Joe Biden earlier this evening, he really struck a note of confidence and told his supporters here that he believes they are on track to ultimately win this race. He pointed to what we are seeing in Arizona. He even said that he feels cautiously optimistic about Georgia. And he said he's prepared to hold that blue wall, those Midwestern states that Hillary Clinton wasn't able to win back in 2016. I've been talking to aides and allies close to the vice president, and they say it is significant that he got out front, that he got out first, and that he set the narrative of this evening, which is basically that people need to be patient, that the votes are still being counted. And I also thought it's significant, Savannah, and worth noting that the end of his remarks, it was almost as if he was addressing something that the president has been signaling, which is that there have been these reports that President Trump might come out and try to in some way declare victory, depending on what had happened tonight. Now, the president had denied that he ever had any intention of doing that, but Joe Biden tonight, very clear, saying it is not up to President Trump to determine who wins this race. It's not up to me. We have to wait until all of the votes are counted. And so that was really the bottom line message here from Vice President Joe Biden, that the votes are still being counted and that this race still goes on, Savannah.
Well, one imagines that one reason for the delay could be actually, figuring out what the message is. It's an extraordinary moment, extraordinary time. Words matter. The president's words matter. We've got a situation where there's a lot of tension on the streets here in New York City, other cities we've seen. Yes, exactly.
I mean, you've got two candidates right now who are far from the prize, and neither has a clean path necessarily. And so, if you're talking about voting that goes well into Thursday, this is going to be all about now just perception of victory, perception of momentum.
And you're at the mercy of these election officials. You're not, and this is really hard for campaigns to deal with, right? They're in control of everything, especially a White House. They feel like they can control everything until this. And it is this just moment of paralysis. I mean, look, we went through it for 36 days back in, you know it all too well, Mr. Holt. I think you didn't move for 36 days from a camera position.
Stayed in that
and there was this feeling of paralysis that the campaign sometimes had. And I think, frankly, they are, I am curious to see, does the president just say, look, we feel good? And does he do what Biden did? Or does he try to create some sort of, does he hand his conservative media ecosystem something to hang their hat on and run with?
And a lot of them are in the room, according to the pool. A lot of the Fox anchors are there in the room among the celebrants or presumed celebrants. There's another factor here that Jeff Bennett, our correspondent, our other White House correspondent, is tweeting about and sending notes in about, which is that the Postal Service is defying a judge's order, Judge Emmett Sullivan, the federal judge, to have a search for 300,000 missing mail-in ballots, many of them in battleground states. He ordered that the search be conducted today by the Postal Service, and they have not done that. He wants to know why. This is Judge Sullivan. You know his reputation. Yeah. He is a tough judge. He's been
is this a staffing issue or willfully?
They're just violating it or ignoring it. Jeff Bennett's following up on all this. He's been covering the Postal Service issue. But if it's close, there are a number of votes in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan among these ballots that are, quote, missing.
Well, Jeff Bennett has been reporting about this slow pace of mail delivery. So I think
In the last 5 days.
In the last 5 days or so, and in particular, slower delivery in some of these key battleground regions. So Judge Sullivan had that shot across the bow to the U.S. Postal Service. Now go in on Election Day and look for any absentee ballots, anything that's still there. And what we're reporting now is that has not been honored yet. For what reason, we don't know.
And a lot of them were in big cities that have large minority votes.
Well, to be continued on that.
There was the podium. We're well past the 2-minute warning, and then the other 2-minute warning as well.
Can I make another quick point here? Because I just was seeing the margin in Kansas Senate. Okay, the margin is double digits. Kansas Senate was something that a lot of people thought, first they had a Republican nominee, but they thought, oh, the president, he's unpopular, he's turning off Republicans. Look, the president, if our models are right, the president may come up short. Okay, he may be a one-term president. But you know what he's not? A humiliated leader of the Republican Party.
Exactly.
No, Donald Trump is the reason why, if Republicans hold the Senate, and we still got a ways to go on that, those Georgia runoffs, we may have one, we may have two, we have a lot. But the fact that they're in the game here, that's Donald Trump. You look, Donald Trump, I've been looking, these Senate candidates are running lower than Trump. Basically everywhere except really Texas. They owe it to Trump. The point is, let's say he is a one-term president. He's more of a party leader. He's going to have more of a hold on this party than I think some Republicans who maybe quietly were not saying anything, but maybe rooting for him to go away. Even if he loses here, there is some strength in his performance tonight.
Well, our exit polls show that he has better favorables compared to his unfavorables than 4 years ago, that he has really improved his posture with the American people, according to the National Exit
Weirdly
Poll.
enough, even in losing, he may become more formidable inside the Republican tent.
We're starting to hear the crowd stir as they await the president. We do have a few moments if we can get Hugh Hewitt in here, conservative radio host. Hugh, what would you want to hear from the president right now?
Pretty much what Joe Biden said, which is we are in this game. We are going to play to win. We will be in court if necessary. It's kind of John Roberts' worst nightmare is that I think these Pennsylvania ballots, which he had hoped not to have litigated to the court, will end up litigated to the court. But I just expect him to be encouraging to all the people that he needs to volunteer. There's a mass of lawyers that are deploying to 4 or 5 states now. There's still a ground game that might have to be launched in Maine for Susan Collins. Arizona might be a recount. He needs to encourage everybody who is willing to volunteer on his behalf to not only show up, but to contribute. It's an expensive process. I remember Florida like you folks do. Well, Florida times 5 is mind-boggling in terms of the complexity, and he does not have a Jim Baker, as far as I know.
Let me bring in Elise Jordan, if I can. Elise, an NBC News political analyst and a former George W. Bush aide. Elise, talk about the messaging that's going to occur, not only from what the president's going to say, but that could transpire from both sides to kind of play the crowd as we wait for a final result.
Well, Donald Trump needs to come out strong tonight and convince his supporters that he's in the game, that he is winning, that he has a shot. And certainly that seems likely that he will not hesitate to do so, as has been his bravado all along. Donald Trump counseling patience, I think, is good. Could be a really interesting tack. Because Donald Trump has a vested interest in seeing these votes counted in certain locations, just like Joe Biden. And so he's going to come out strong tonight with that message. It was smart for Joe Biden to go earlier in the night because he set his own narrative. And now we see
the Trump children now coming out on the stage there in the East Room. And we expect to see the president momentarily.
So you're going to see Donald Trump as I think we are used to seeing Donald Trump. There's no telling how many misstatements are going to.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. we need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those 3 states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots.
We're listening to the president speaking at the White House, but we got to dip in here because there have been several statements that are just frankly not true. The president going through some of the states, stating that he has prevailed in those states, naming Georgia, saying they're winning Georgia, or that they won Georgia, there's no way they'll catch us, that they're winning Pennsylvania, won Michigan. The fact of the matter is those states have not come close to counting all of their vote. There's still outstanding vote. Do we have a moment to go to Chuck? We'll keep our ears on this and promise to go back as news events warrant. But just can you explain why it is that it's not possible for anyone to say they've won in this particular state?
Right. So what we have here, first of all, 1.9 million votes have not been counted. Can I repeat? 1.9. That is 3 times the lead that Trump has. Okay, so that is way too many votes, number one. And as you can see, most of this is election day vote. We know the president had an advantage on election day vote. So we have gotten very little of the early and absentee vote. And then you want to throw in one more way of just seeing, let me just remind you of where we are with Philly. Half of Philly has not come in.
Let's go to Michigan. He said Michigan, that he's running up margins in Michigan, and we've won Michigan. So can you show us how much vote is left over in Michigan that hasn't been counted
As you can see, we've only gotten 2/3 of the vote in. This is actually, so there's just 303,000 difference here. Again, 1.8 million votes are left to be counted. Let me repeat, 1.8. Do the math. It's 6 times, okay?
What about Wisconsin?
All right, so that, and as you can see, most of this is still same-day vote. So this is why Michigan, a lot of people are so bullish for the Democrats on Michigan the minute that vote comes in. Then Wisconsin, this is where, but it's tight, and it's 116, 81% is in. We're waiting for 700,000 votes. And trust me, with Milwaukee being one of the places, 116 is not enough there. And I'll just go you real quick here. Milwaukee, we still have less than half.
And notably, the president also talked about a group of people trying to disenfranchise the vote, winning everything. Let's listen in.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
The president not declaring victory in the way that we had perhaps expected him to do, but basically state by state.
I felt like he
Vice
was trying to
President
play.
said at the end what most candidates would say: we're on the road to victory. What Joe Biden said: we feel confident. We think we're going to win. I think the issue is where the president has said we won Georgia and there's no way they can catch us. We won Michigan. That's where you just have to make a factual assertion. There are millions of votes that haven't been counted yet.
I think we know what he's doing here. He's planting seeds for his supporters to take to social media, to take to the conservative ecosystem. And this is where the next 2 days, I think, are going to be excruciating, perhaps he may make it a little more excruciating if he comments on every vote dump that we have. But as this new vote comes in, him fanning these flames, there are going to be people who want to claim, well, where do those votes come from? Where was that? And this is all standard. And yes, it's different this year because of the pandemic, but this is not unusual. I want to go back to your home state. Arizona regularly takes days to finish a count. 5 days it took them, and that was actually a relatively short period of time in 2018. 5 days to call that Senate race.
And it's worth repeating that projections we're not making the votes up. These are projections. These votes will be counted.
The actual vote.
The actual vote will be counted.
Well, the fact of the matter is that the outcome is not certain at this hour, and that both candidates are very much in this race. So there's no reason to say anything other than that. We have got an electoral battle going on right now with a lot of votes left to be counted.
And the fact is that in this election, more mail-in and early votes were cast than in any other American election. Combination of COVID and concerns about the Postal Service, a lot of reasons for it, and that they have to be counted. These absentee ballots are always counted. Votes from service members, men and women overseas, are always counted in the days following. The elections are not certified state by state until weeks later when the Electoral College actually votes.
Florida. Military ballots. Remember who argued to make sure the military ballots get counted and stay in? And you got to open those because the Democrats at the time were trying to not get those ballots counted. And the Republicans who knew those
trying to slow it down.
Well, no, but they wanted those military ballots to count because they thought that those things would lean Bush. So, at least Jordan made a good point here. Donald Trump's got to be careful. There are actually some of this outstanding vote he needs. I mean, he kind of referenced it in Arizona. If he's going to close the gap in Arizona, it's the remaining uncounted vote. So he may not like the uncounted vote in Pennsylvania, but he is going to like the uncounted vote in Arizona.
The problem is that he is creating the atmosphere of conspiracy theory by misrepresenting the remaining vote that is not counted. There is not some conspiracy to stop the count. In fact, in some of those 7 counties in Pennsylvania where they're not counting the mail-in voting, that is something that was objected to by all of the state officials in Pennsylvania who are Democrats. That was a Republican effort to not count until tomorrow.
Let me go.
It's just an unfortunate misleading, and it's from the White House with Hail to the Chief and the American flags. And that is what's creating the false atmosphere of legitimacy to his claims.
Let me go to Kristen Welker right now, who has a little more insight into the counting in Pennsylvania. Kristen?
Well, just to pick up on the point that Chuck was making, I'm hearing from an election official in Pennsylvania who says this, just having listened to the president. Allegheny County has half their mail-in to count. Same with Montgomery County. Erie has 40,000 more to count. And Philadelphia has 300,000 mail-ins. Mail-ins were 70% up in the Democratic favor. This person says this is far from over. So this official watching what the president just said, feeling the need to respond in real time to make that point and to drill down on some of the broad numbers that Chuck just laid out. And again, I would just underscore the fact that this is part of why Joe Biden came out first. This is why he gave the message that he gave. He, of course, gave this rallying cry to his supporters saying he believes they are on track to still win the White House. But he concluded his remarks by saying, this race is not over, and it's not up to President Trump to declare victory. It's not up to me. to determine who's won this race. It's up to the American people, and the votes are still being counted. And I think that's why you heard him frame his message in that way. Now, I've circled back with his campaign to say, do you have any further response? They've chosen at this point not to respond. I anticipate we're going to get a more robust response from the campaign and from Biden himself tomorrow. But again, they point us back to those comments by Joe Biden, clearly an attempt to get ahead of what we just heard from President Trump. And there is going to be likely a lot of focus on the battleground state of Pennsylvania.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Let's go to Hallie Jackson, who is listening along with us. It is certainly like a politician on election night to put the most positive face you can put on things. But I think we've tried to make clear where there's been a factual error. Let's talk about one of the remarks that the president made when we were going through that and trying to show people where the vote was outstanding. But he mentioned going to the Supreme Court. Can you say what he said about that?
He did. So he talked about going to the Supreme Court, Savannah, and then said, and I'm quoting here, that we want all the voting to stop. He says that we don't want them to find any ballots. In the words of the president, we don't want them to win, he says. And as far as he's concerned, he is prematurely and incorrectly at this point trying to declare victory, saying as far as he's concerned, they have already won. So a couple of things here. This is, frankly, I think a speech that is exactly what many of the president's critics feared he would deliver tonight on election night, or on the night after the election, trying to prematurely say that he has won an election in which he has not won yet, trying to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the many legitimately cast ballots that are already out there. The president also alluding to this Supreme Court fight, pretty directly talking about this, just frankly, a week and a half, not even, after putting in place, nominating and getting the Senate to confirm a Supreme Court justice that he chose, the third one of his administration. This has been sort of building over the last, I think, couple of months here in Washington, this sense that the president may be pushing this exact strategy if the race were to be very close, as we are seeing it on election night. Pulling back sort of more broadly at this point, you have to look at where the president goes from here. And I think Chuck made an important point that I want to reiterate, that some of this vote that is yet to come in, despite the president having said for weeks that he does not want there to be outstanding vote after November 3rd, there was always going to be outstanding vote after November 3rd. Some of that vote actually helps President Trump. And so I think that is something over the next few days you're going to see certainly advisors and aides attempt to walk back. I think you saw a little bit of that dichotomy. And I think we picked back up in our coverage here when Vice President Pence came out and said, we're on the road to victory, hedging a bit more, as you would typically, I think, hear from somebody, a leading politician at this point in a very close race. But bottom line here, to be clear, the president is not definitively leading in the states that he mentioned definitively leading in, like, for example, Georgia, like, for example, North Carolina and Pennsylvania, these states that he is trying to say he has won. Lots of question marks remaining. And I think that there are some of the president's critics who will find these remarks concerning from him.
Andrea, just the mention of the Supreme Court of these circumstances by the president.
That's a nightmare scenario.
How does that roll?
Well, obviously, this was the question that Amy Coney Barrett would not answer. Would she recuse herself? And that has been the nightmare scenario because the president made so many statements when she was nominated, before the confirmation, that we needed her there by election day. We needed her vote. He put that out there. And so there was an expectation, and there were questions asked at the confirmation hearing. Given what he has said to color any vote that you take, would you recuse yourself? Now, notably, she did not participate in that key Supreme Court ruling on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruling, upholding the Pennsylvania court ruling that they could take 3 more days to count votes that had ballots that were mailed in and postmarked by Election Day. But she said, not that she was recusing herself, she said, because I have not had time to read in on these briefs.
You can only use that so many times.
Because the Republicans had challenged it too quickly. As Pete Williams was pointing out at the time, if they had waited until she was confirmed and then she could to make their application, but they jumped the gun. And she said, I haven't had time to read in, but she has not said she's going to recuse herself. She certainly could now say that any application to the court in the next couple of days is something that she will have as much time to read in on as the others.
I think the word really is premature, because the fact of the matter is we don't know who won this election.
Exactly.
We don't know. Donald Trump may well have a path to 270. Joe Biden might as well. The votes have to be counted,
And part
then
of that
we'll
court
know.
ruling was that the mail-in ballots have to be segregated. they have to be held apart so that they can be counted.
In case of a
depending on
future
what-
litigation, they did
Exactly.
segregate them so that you could have that argument before the Supreme Court. Essentially, the Supreme Court kicked the can down the road and said, let's see if we get there. You can separate out those votes if we ever need to
Hoping
analyze
this would not
issue.
happen.
And it may not happen, but what are you looking at? I know we just called a Montana Senate race.
Correct. That's what I
Yes.
wanted to do because I wanted to show you something here. The Senate races have started to disappear. We have 6 uncalled. We got the 2 Georgias. We know one's going into a runoff. The point is this. See where the Democrats are? 46. Republicans are at 48. If Biden is the next president, Republicans need 3 here. They they're the favorite in Alaska. Maine is coin flip, and the Georgia runoffs, one Georgia runoff, and we'll see on Purdue. Democrats need to have 4 plus Biden in this. Okay, Arizona looks good for them, so maybe that gets it down to 3. Michigan, we'll see, right? We've got to see. Does one thing about John James, the Republican candidate, he was running ahead of Donald Trump. I'll be curious to see how he does in these more Democratic votes. Did he at all overperform? So we'll see. Point is here, I can't figure out a scenario where the Senate majority is decided before the Georgia runoffs. It's possible. Maybe Alaska comes in for the Democrats. But one thing Democrats were afraid of is they didn't want the runoffs to be for the majority. Because that's a whole, you want to talk about, the race was already going to be tough enough, polarizing enough. If that runoff is for the Senate majority, we're going to have like a mini presidential election in January, right before we're worrying about an inauguration for one of these 2
Just when Georgia voters thought they were done with political ads.
Oh, yeah.
they're
No.
coming.
The Georgia
They're
TV
coming.
stations are going to be very happy about these runoffs.
Yeah, Casey, the plot thickens in the Senate.
It really does, Savannah. And I think, we may, in fact, be looking at a scenario where we don't actually get very much change. Right now, Republicans control the chamber 53-47. And, Chuck gave a pretty good rundown of where things stand state by state. And I think the big picture here is that this is much better night for Republicans than they were expecting. And it's a much worse night than what Democrats were expecting. I mean, Nancy Pelosi was out this past week talking pretty publicly about what she would do and the process they would use in Congress to pass legislation under a Biden presidency and with a Democratic Senate. So they were really almost taking this for granted. And that applies to the House as well. We reported, reflecting what we have been hearing from both Republicans and Democrats, that they were likely to pick up Democrats at 5 to 7 seats in the House. And on a good night, maybe that pickup would be in double digits. And now we may be on track for Republicans to actually win seats in the House.
Casey, I looked ahead at that 2022, the 2022 Senate races and all this stuff. And I talked to some Democrats about this. If they did not win the majority this cycle, it is very difficult for them to win the majority. I mean, it is just their possibilities at the majority you're looking at. They got to run tables. They got to sweep 3 seats. It's going to be 51-52. The 22 cycle will have the 16 Senate seats up, and there's some opportunities there. Pennsylvania is a big one.
This was their
perhaps
best
for
cycle.
Democrats, but
This
this
was their
was
best
the
shot.
cycle. They needed to get the majority this cycle because not getting it here. Let's say there's a Democratic president. It's tough to gain seats in a midterm if there's a Democratic president. And obviously if there's a Republican president, maybe the 2022 midterms could go a little bit better in the Democrats' direction here. But this is, it's a big setback, not if the Democrats don't win the Senate back, because this is a couple of cycle setbacks.
Well, and Chuck, too, if I can just jump in, I mean, big picture here, it looks like we are on track potentially for either status quo, President Trump in the White House and Republicans winning the Senate, or divided government in a Biden administration. I think a lot of the folks I'm talking to think that that's still probably the most likely scenario at this hour. But again, we don't want to do what President Trump has done and say one way or the other because we don't actually know yet. But that has very significant implications for governance and the way things will change or not over the course of the next 2 years. I mean, Americans have delivered with even what we do know right now, a mixed message about what they want. They are saying we are still divided on this. We are more sharply divided than ever. And I think that means that the partisan negativity, the fighting, the inability to get anything done, the gridlock all of that is more likely than not to continue no matter who wins the White House.
I want to bring in Pete Williams right now. And Pete, here we are at a point, wee hours of the morning. We have no idea which of these men is going to win this election. But the president has forced us into this area of something wrong, something nefarious, and this idea the Supreme Court could be brought into the picture. Describe, if any justice is listening to this, how this goes over and how this plays out, potentially.
Well, there are already a number of lawsuits filed by Republicans challenging mainly the mail-in ballot process, the extended deadline in Pennsylvania, adding 3 days. That case is still pending before the U.S. Supreme Court. The court declined to stop the application of a state Supreme Court ruling that extended the deadline. The court declined to take it on a fast track, but it's still sitting there, and the Republicans could try again if it looks like it all comes down to Pennsylvania, and they want to try to renew that challenge. It's still sitting there. In just a few hours from now, the judge will have a hearing in Pennsylvania in federal court on a Republican challenge to the way one county, Montgomery County, the third largest county in Pennsylvania, began to look at ballots before the pre-canvassing process started this morning. That's still being challenged. So there are 3 lawsuits Republicans have in Pennsylvania. There are lawsuits in Minnesota. There's a lawsuit in Nevada, in Clark County. So there are a number of lawsuits, all basically about the mail ballot process. And in theory, any one of them could end up in the Supreme Court, a prospect that justices very much don't want. But here's the thing to keep in mind. The sort of new direction that the courts have gone in these challenges so far is the theory that only the state legislature can change the rule for an election, not state courts, not state election officials, only the state legislature. Now, the Supreme Court has never ruled that that is the case. There were 3 justices who said that in Bush v. Gore 20 years ago, but it's never been a holding of the Supreme Court. But it has caught fire among judges in the lower courts, and there are 3 or at least 4, or at least 3 members of the current Supreme Court who think so too. So that could turn out to be a big issue. And I'll just say one other thing about potential legal challenges or a potential way this could play out. If it's really close, this could be the year when we really talk about faithless electors. The presidential electors that we're actually choosing today, the people who will really elect the president when the Electoral College meets in December. If it is really close, within a vote or 2, then the pressure on those presidential electors to flip and be faithless and vote for someone other than who won the popular vote in their state will be extremely high. Faithless electors have never made a difference in an American presidential election in the past. But if this one is really close, this could be another first.
I mean, not that we really needed another wrinkle, Pete, but didn't the Supreme Court just weigh in on faithless electors recently?
Yes. In the past term, the Supreme Court upheld the right of the states to insist that electors vote for the person who won the popular vote. But here's the deal. Only 14 of the 50 states actually have that legal requirement. In those 14 states, if a faithless elector goes rogue, the state can throw them out on the street and get somebody else in to vote according to the popular vote. But in all the rest of the states, if a faithless elector goes off on their own tooth, there's nothing the state can do about it except fine them.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you. We're going to take a break. Stay with us as we await these down-to-the-wire calls. Decision 2020 election night coverage continues.
Chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Welcome back. We are a long way. We appear to be a long way from knowing who won this election, but we can tell you that both candidates have come out over the last couple of hours, most recently Donald Trump, to suggest that something nefarious was afoot in terms of the vote and suggesting that he is actually leading, or there are not enough votes for him to lose, essentially, in some of the other races, which is untrue.
Yeah, he went as far as to assert that they had won the election and that there was something that had gone on to take it away from them. That is, of course, not true. And we can go to Chuck, actually, he's on the phone.
I'm with our boiler room now.
Oh, okay,
actually.
talking to the boiler room.
Well, we can show you where the road to 270 stands right now.
Yeah.
It is Biden leading 220 to 213 for Trump.
But what's interesting about this is it's still anyone's game. I mean, this could go in either direction. We have quite a few battlegrounds yet to be called. No one can declare victory yet. There's a lot of vote left to be counted. And Chuck, we kind of went through that. That's why we've been sort of unpacking exactly what we heard the president say when he asserted that they'd won Georgia and there was no way for Biden to catch up, or that he had won Michigan. Those are just false claims. There's a ton of vote left to be counted.
And we're getting vote count in right now. We're still getting vote count in Nevada, as you can see, 79% total reporting here. We're getting more of it in. Let's see what Clark County looks like. Still a quarter of the vote out there. But, this is less than 3 points. At the end of the day, it feels like it's going to head to a similar spot that it did 4 years ago. But let's jump to Arizona. More vote keeps coming in. We're getting up to 82% of the vote. I was just talking with our folks. We're going to keep getting some Arizona vote tonight. So the point is stay tuned. Is the bottom line.
And you've mentioned that the votes that are coming in, some will benefit President Trump, some will benefit Joe Biden. The votes just need to be.
That's right. So, but there is enough coming in Arizona that we're going to continue to look at it tonight, and there may be some action there tonight. Wisconsin is another one. Look, here's what we think. Wisconsin and Georgia, flip the coin. We do think it's still better to be Biden than Trump here, but these margins are going to be narrow. Believe it or not, we're going to be worried not just about Milwaukee, but I believe we're going to be worried about Kenosha County as well. Kenosha, of course, you remember now. Look,
when you say worried, you mean worried about waiting for the vote to come in?
Waiting for that vote to come in. And as you can see now, Kenosha is a swinging county. Obama carried it in 2012 when the Democrats carried Wisconsin. And as you can see here, it was basically dead even between Trump and Clinton there, with Gary Johnson being essentially taking away potential vote there. And so you see here, we're waiting. Obviously, we know there's mail-in vote. And we just don't know how much absentee ballot is there, right? These are the little things now that'll tell us whether Wisconsin is going to be 1 point or 2 points in one direction or 1 point in another. So those are the extraneous things we're waiting. But Wisconsin is a state. We expect to continue to get more stuff. But I'm just going to look, we are not getting any more vote out of Michigan that is going to be tonight, that is going to be usable here at all. You've heard how many people have gone to bed in Western Pennsylvania. We're not counting there. They're going to start at 10 o'clock in the morning. And it's pretty clear to us, we're not going to be able to call North Carolina tonight. We know that. Enough people have gone home. There's enough vote. You know, this still looks like you'd rather be Trump than Biden in North Carolina, but there's enough vote out there that you're not sure. And then Georgia is a pure jump ball. It really is. This thing's getting really tight. The Biden people are still pretty bullish. They think, and I'll tell you, I would be too if I were them. They look like they have a lot more vote coming in that's for them than what's coming in the extraneous rural counties for the president. But the bottom line is this: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, I don't think we're calling these races tonight. Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona, I don't know if we do, but we still think we may see some vote. I know we all want to go to bed, but we still may see some vote and see some movement before the sun rises.
You didn't call Maine either.
We haven't called Maine, and that's going to be, I mean, as you can see here, we do have an idea of where Maine's going to head. It looks like it's going to be at least 3 for Joe Biden. But I'll tell you here, I've noticed even as Joe Biden's lead has increased, it's all come from that first district in Portland. Looks like Trump's going to get that district.
All right, we got to take a breather break now. We'll be back with more Decision 2020 election night coverage. We're still going in just a moment. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
It is 3 a.m. in the east, midnight in the west. There's the latest now as we continue to track the results from election 2020. Georgia, it is too close to call. 91% of the expected vote in. North Carolina, also too close to call. Wisconsin, and we're going for these battleground states. Wisconsin, too close to call, which is why we're in this kind of stuck period right now. Nevada, too early to call. Arizona, too early, but Biden leads in Arizona. In Maine, too early to call. Once again, Biden is leading there. Pennsylvania, a lot of votes to count left there. Too early. Michigan, too early. We go to Hawaii, too early, and Alaska, too early. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern here, waiting for a lot of votes to come in. Let's show you where we stand in the race to 270 right now. There's Biden sitting at 220, 213 for Trump. The road to 270. 270 is the prize. Let's look at some Senate races now. North Carolina Senate, that is too close to call. Tom Tillis there with a narrow lead. Alaska Senate race is too early. Arizona, that's too early. Mark Kelly, former astronaut, leads Martha McSally. Let's go down to Michigan. This is one Republicans were hoping to flip. It's too early in that race. Main race, Susan Collins right now seemed to be holding on to a lead, but that's too early to call. Georgia is too close. The two-way race in Georgia, I'm sorry, there's two races. This is the three-way race. That is too close, but both of them look like they're heading toward a runoff in January. Here's where the Senate stands right now. Republicans with 47 seats, 46 for Democrats. Let's bring in Chuck Todd right now.
By the way, that Maine, what's interesting there is that as the numbers have come in, Susan Collins' numbers, it's finally just dropped below 50. And had she stayed above 50, she would have avoided the ranked choice voting. That bizarre black box that I think some people are fully trying to understand. But now she's been pulled already under 50 with 67% reporting. So then we are looking at 6 to 9 days while they figure out how that works.
Maybe explain how that works, how people can vote for a second choice
so,
as well as a first choice. It's quite unusual.
It is. It's so, there are all others here, and you can see there's, we can't quite see it. There's over 5,000 votes here. And so what'll happen, and then there's just multiple other candidates, the lowest person, then what their second choice was will get applied to the vote, and then they just start doing it until somebody hits 50%, whether it's the first candidate or the second candidate. In talking to Republican strategists who think they know how this works, and I'll be honest with you, everybody I've talked to thinks that's a black box. I just want to get my candidate over 50 so I don't have to worry about it. That's not going to happen. The assumption is Susan Collins needs to be in the 48 range. You need to be within just a couple of points. As the incumbent, the assumption is these third-party candidates would have listed the incumbent as last on ranking who they wanted, and therefore Sarah Gideon here would get a lot of, there's a progressive candidate that's even been running as saying, hey, I want to be your first choice, make Sarah Gideon your second. So I really am going to be very curious at the end of this night or tomorrow morning or whatever, what is Susan Collins's number? If she's closer to 47 or 46 when all the votes are counted, then this ranked choice voting may be in favor of Gideon. But again, I want to say it's a bit of a black box in American politics right now, since we haven't seen it applied to a major U.S. Senate race like that these days.
All right, I want to talk about the legal side of this, because that is a side, even as we wait for all the votes to be counted and to find out who won this election. As you know, there have been Republican threats and actually Republican lawsuits filed. Justice correspondent Pete Williams and Stanford law professor and NBC News legal analyst Nate Persley are here with us. Nate, let me start with you. A lot of lawsuits flooding the zone. How much is typical? How much is not? And how much do courts, really uphold?
Well, nothing about this election is typical now. And so the lawsuits that are in the pipeline are targeting the absentee ballots, as well as provisional ballots that were at issue in Pennsylvania. And so we should expect many more lawsuits now that this election is close. And we've seen over 350 lawsuits filed this cycle when it comes to this election. That was quite a bit, but maybe not unexpected given all the changes and legal ambiguities created by the pandemic. But now, we are in a mode in the next 48 hours where we should expect the lawyers to be quite active to try to jockey to challenge certain absentee ballots and the like. But I want to emphasize that there is a legal process here, that this is not the first close election that any of these states have had, that you go into, that there's an administrative process in counting the ballots. There is a state court process to adjudicate any alleged infirmities in those ballots. And then there are appeals maybe to the U.S. Supreme Court, but that would be after many weeks of legal wrangling.
Nate, it's Andrea Mitchell. May I ask a question? Because those of us who lived through Bush v. Gore and had the experience of watching them jump in and noticed that Justice Kavanaugh was citing that case, which was not supposed to be precedential, was actually cited in the Wisconsin case just last week. How difficult is it? Because Bob Bauer, for the Biden campaign, is leading a group of lawyers that have been described as extremely experienced in this. You've got two former solicitors general, including Seth Waxman and Walter Dellinger, on the case that they've been working it. So how rapidly does this process happen? Is this another case where you'll have a James Baker versus Warren Christopher, two secretaries of state, former secretaries of state, and Jim Baker just ran circles around the Democrats and, and Warren Christopher? Or is this a case where both sides are going to be going at it, and you can expect that Joe Biden is going to have a strong team making the case that these are legitimate ballots that should be counted?
Well, there's not going to be any shortage of lawyers involved if it gets to that, but we are not there. And I want to emphasize that we first need to count the votes. We don't know how big the margin is going to be. And so the first process is actually figuring out whether there are even ballots in dispute. And so once we count the votes, then we can deal with whether there's any legal problem with them. Like I said, this is not the first time any of these states have had to deal with a close election, which might lead to a recount. But we don't even know if we're in recount mode yet. We also don't know how many states are at issue. So it may be that it doesn't come down to all one state like Florida in 2000, that it could be several states that are at issue. And so we need to just wait about 24 hours to see whether there's any genuine legal issue that will be brought here. But yeah, there's not going to be any shortage of lawyers on either side. They will both have the ammunition that they need.
And you think the votes will be counted? That the president was talking about stopping the count?
Well, I don't know what basis one would have to stop the count. I mean, these ballots have been sitting, in these election offices for weeks, waiting to be counted. The only reason they weren't counted is because the state laws prevented them from being counted early. There are other states like Florida and North Carolina and others, in Arizona, which do the counting earlier. These happen to be states where the legislatures refused to change the law to make the counting earlier.
Pete, let me bring you into this. The net effect of many of these lawsuits is to take votes away. People who casted votes honorably. In many cases, you look at Texas and that attempt to stop a drive-through voting that put a lot of ballots on the line. Is there a guiding principle among the courts on that very difficult question of actually taking away votes that people thought were lawfully cast?
Well, the question will probably come down to two things. First of all, if it's really close, as Nate says, there'll be an automatic recount or you can request a recount. That would be the first step. Secondly, it may come down to duking it out ballot by ballot, and especially with mail ballots. The state laws vary so much. Some require signature matching, some don't. Did the ballot have the security envelope inside? So all those things can be challenged ballot by ballot. And then the question is it so close it's in what the lawyers call the margin of litigation? Do they actually think that if they sued, they could make a difference in the outcome? So, we're several steps away from knowing all of that. If it does go to the Supreme Court, then, of course, it's going to be a larger issue. On what basis would you go to the Supreme Court and say these votes should be counted or they shouldn't? And that's what gets back to this thing I was talking about earlier, this theory that has taken hold among some Republican judges that only state legislatures can change the rules because the Constitution says that the state shall choose their presidential electors, which is what we're doing tonight, in the manner as the legislatures may direct. So does that mean that only the legislatures can change the rules? Or does that mean the legislatures literally choose the manner of choosing electors, which is to say either the legislatures vote for them directly or they have a popular vote. So that would be the big issue. That would be the sort of legal principle if it got to the Supreme Court.
All right, Pete Williams and Nate Persley, thank you very much. NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss joins us now. Michael, we don't know how this night ends, so it's kind of a difficult conversation, but you have seen the way these votes seem to be breaking. They seem to hold the line of division that we've seen in other tracking of the American public the last few years. Where does it leave us? Where does it take us?
Well, Lester, we are a divided country. And as of this moment, despite what the president said in the East Room, Joe Biden has an excellent chance of having the votes to be elected the next president of the United States, which is, I believe, why the president went to the East Room and did something that we've never seen before in American history, which was an American president falsely claiming a victory in a presidential election that he has not earned. And the other part of this that we haven't seen before is talking about going to the Supreme Court to have it resolved. I totally defer to the excellent and sage advice of Pete Williams, but here's a case where he seems to be hearkening back to 2000, Bush v. Gore, the contested votes in Florida, and a Florida Supreme Court which said there should be a recount of ballots that were perhaps not properly counted. The George W. Bush campaign went to the Supreme Court and said this recount should be stopped for a number of reasons. The Supreme Court complied, it stopped, and as a result, officially, George W. Bush won the state of Florida by 537 votes, and that stood, and he served a term as president, was reelected in a way that was unchallenged. The other thing in history, Lester, is 1876. That was a time that there were contested votes between Rutherford Hayes and Samuel Tilden, who was the Democrat in 3 states, Louisiana, South Carolina, and Florida. And there was an electoral commission appointed. It took months. And finally, they made a deal to settle the election, which was the Democrats would give up their claim on the presidency for Tilden if the Republicans would pull federal troops out of the South, end Reconstruction, allow Jim Crow laws to spread across the South. We have been living with that ever since. Those are the 2 big examples in history where we've had contested elections that were resolved, but we've never seen anything like what we've seen tonight.
All right, Michael Beschloss, thanks. We'll take a quick break here. We've got more to come for you as our Decision 2020 election coverage continues.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to election 2020 coverage. We knew it was going to be an all night, so it's a long night, so you shouldn't be surprised to see us after 3 in the morning in the East Coast. Chuck Todd is with me here. We're kind of in a holding pattern right now. Some very, very key states where the vote just doesn't seem to be coming in.
We are. Now, look, we got something for you to look forward to in 44 minutes, which is at 3 a.m. local time in Milwaukee, 4 a.m. out here. We expect some big chunk of vote from Milwaukee, and that will give us a big idea of what the real situation is in Wisconsin right now. It's narrow. Look, our models indicate that after all is said and done, we think Biden has the edge here after all of that. But again, we'd like to know how many ballots are out in Kenosha County as well, because there's a bunch of mail-in vote out there. In theory, should lean towards Biden, but we'll see.
All right. Well, we'll wait for that. I want to bring in Kate Snow right now. Kate has spent a lot of time on the road these days preparing for this election, getting to know the voters and spending specifically time in the Midwest. What do you want to share as we look at that divided map?
Yeah, and Lester, anecdotally, I have spent a lot of time with Trump supporters, a lot of time in counties that were Obama counties that swung to Donald Trump back in 2016. So I guess what I would say is some of this is not surprising to me tonight. The number of people that I've had say to me how enthusiastic and excited they were for the president, and you see that at his rallies, but this is away from the rally settings. This is people I'm talking to on farms and in neighborhoods and in suburbs. I noticed when I was reporting and traveling around a real, what I would call an enthusiasm gap. The people that were telling me they were supporting Joe Biden were not necessarily as enthusiastic as the Trump supporters that I met. So I think maybe that speaks a little bit to some of what we're seeing tonight in the results. I think it also speaks to why the president came out shortly, just a short time ago, and said the things that he said, because he believes he can appeal to that base, which of course we've known for a long time that he had that base. But I think in some counties, and Chuck can speak to this, in some individual places in Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania and Eastern Ohio, where I spent a lot of time, you're seeing those numbers for President Trump going up from where they were in 2016. And that's that enthusiasm.
Well, many of the president's critics criticize him because of some of his more brash actions or some of the things he does. One of the things I've found in doing many of the kind of stories you're talking about and talking to his supporters is it's a question of where you get your information.
That's right.
And what you believe. So to lay out the premise of a question based on a set of facts that may be in dispute in their mind.
Right. And at the risk of bringing up something that is very, very fringe and very much discredited and conspiracy theory, QAnon, which we've heard a lot about in this election cycle, which is a sort of set of beliefs on the internet, again, unfounded in fact. I talk to supporters and people that are very much believe the disinformation that they're seeing online. I mean, that's where they're getting their news, from these Facebook groups and other places that have a lot of Q content. They believe that President Trump is the hero in that story, and they are strongly Trump supporters. I'm not saying that all the president's supporters belong to that group, of course, but I think you get the sense, Lester, for where people are getting their information, and it's not even from mainstream networks or cable channels. It's internet based, and there's a lot of groupthink, I think, that goes on where people share and crowdsource, and things that sound to our minds as journalists like they can't possibly be believed, and statements that are made that don't have basis in fact are readily believed.
All right, Kate, thank you. I want to bring in editor of the National Review, Rich Lowry, and former top advisor to President Obama, David Plouffe. Good to have you back. Rich, let me start with you. I assume you heard the president earlier, all but claiming victory, essentially saying there's not enough vote to catch him out there. Give me your reaction to that.
Well, it was obviously irresponsible. Strange, given it's the kind of thing you say when you think you're losing. I don't think they really think they're losing, but the president always has a sense of deep unfairness and that he's been being treated in some illegitimate way.
Okay,
and it does go some.
Rich, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I hear you fine, but I'm being told we lost your audio, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. Okay, we're good. Okay, Rich, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
So. And plus, the idea that you're going to go and sue and just stop these absentee ballots and early votes from being counted is completely ridiculous. There is a segment of Pennsylvania ballots that, if it's really close, will be under a cloud. Absentee ballots that are being counted, that arrived late and are being counted under this new rule written by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And I do think there are at least 4 Supreme Court justices, maybe 5, maybe 6, who think that is impermissible for the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to have rewritten the rules like that. But that's a relatively small segment of votes that will only be in play if it's really, really close in Pennsylvania.
So David Plouffe, I mean, where does that leave us? The president questioning the legitimacy of the process, a process that he could easily win on the other end.
You know, Lester, this wasn't just Trump being Trump. You know, I believe this is a really dark moment in American history, one of the darkest, if not the darkest moment we've ever seen in the White House. But listen, the votes are going to be counted. You know, Rich Lowry saying that. You've got Ben Shapiro saying that. You've got Chris Christie saying that. I think you'll see more Republicans say that. I mean, Trump wants all the votes to be counted in Arizona and Nevada, just not in places where he's ahead. So the votes are going to get counted. I think and you know, we'll know a lot more in the next 24 hours, and certainly maybe in 72 hours, we'll have a complete picture of this election. Listen, this is a close election. It could go either way, but given what happened in the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska, NBC has not called Arizona yet, but Fox has called it. And the AP has called it. If, you know, Biden takes a lead in Wisconsin and Michigan, he's at 270. And so I think I'd rather be Joe Biden right now than Donald Trump, barely, just from a voting standpoint. But this is going to be a really trying time, even if ultimately this is really Trump howling into the wind and he doesn't have any legal recourse. You know, 40 to 45% of the country is going to believe what he says. And so the divisions just grow much more stark and more dangerous.
All right, David, thank you. And as we wait to hear more from those uncalled states, we'll pause here briefly. Hope you can stay with us as we continue our coverage of Election 2020.
Chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Certainly more on the line than the presidency. Here's where the Senate stands at this hour. Democrats are 46 seats, 47 for the GOP. Democrats will need 3 if they win the White House, 4 if not. And here's what the House projection looks like. NBC News projects that the Dems will hold on to the majority in the House of Representatives. We continue to watch a number of battleground states waiting for more vote to come in, kind of a holding pattern right now. President Trump came out an hour or so ago seeming to suggest that he's on the cusp of victory, if not claiming it. We'll take a quick break here as we travel the long road to 270. Decision 2020 election night coverage continues.
Have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time, if now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back, and thanks for staying up with us as we take you through this election night into the early hours of Wednesday here on the East Coast. Let's show you where we stand. We'll put up some of the races we're watching very closely. Georgia remains too close, 92% of the vote in there, but still a lot outstanding. North Carolina, too close to call. Wisconsin, that is also too close to call. Let's go to the West and Nevada. That's too early to call right now. Arizona is too early, but we can report a Biden lead in Arizona. In Maine, also too early, but Biden leads there as well. Pennsylvania, too early. A lot of vote outstanding there. And Michigan, it is too early. Here's where we stand in the race to 270, the road to 270. Right now, Biden with 220, Trump with 213. Again, it's a road to 270 electoral votes. Chief White House correspondent Hallie Jackson is joining us right now. Hallie, we heard from the president a bit later. How much has reverberated from his assertion that he is winning this thing?
Well, his false assertion, Lester, is he's trying to declare victory, even though that is not the case. Votes are still being counted, and we just can't be clear enough about that as the night goes on and as the morning goes on. I will tell you that already some people who are close to the president are very publicly expressing their concern about this. And I'm thinking specifically of former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. Governor Christie is somebody who is an ally to the president. He is somebody who has been involved in the campaign, helped the president with debate prep, for example, even, potentially caught coronavirus. We know that Governor Christie had COVID, and he was part of some of those sessions where COVID was spreading at this hotspot at the White House. Tonight, this morning, I should say, Governor Christie is talking about how the president's remarks tonight, his, again, false and incorrect claims that there is fraud in this election, despite zero evidence of that having been the case, were a bad political and strategic decision, Lester. We're hearing from Rick Santorum, somebody who's been deployed as a kind of surrogate for President Trump out on cable news, saying he was distressed to hear the president talk the way that he did. Santorum, of course, a Pennsylvania guy. We are also hearing from the governor of Pennsylvania, the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, who is also extremely concerned, unsurprisingly, about what the president is saying essentially that there are some million votes yet to be counted, ballots yet to be counted in Pennsylvania, and that the state will count all of those votes, despite the president's threats to have that end. So one of the angles that we're continuing to report out, Lester, is sort of the public and private dichotomy here and what we are hearing from people around the president. Oftentimes, we know the president says things that his advisors or aides maybe don't want him to say, right? They go a little too far. They get a little off message. And we're looking to see if that is, in fact, the case as to what happened tonight. I will tell you that it is pretty quiet here at the White House, Lester. The party is over. The event inside the East Room is done. People have cleared out. Things have been broken down. The president has been off Twitter for a little bit. He is somebody who is known for his early morning hours, of course, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that fire up again this morning. And the other thing we're watching, of course, is what's going to happen in sort of the Trump conservative media world, let's say, the outlets that speak to those supporters of President Trump and how they're framing some of this discussion as a lot of Americans who may have gone to bed, some of whom may not be watching this coverage and will be picking it up in the morning, react to what the president had to say.
Hallie, thank you. I want to bring in White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor. Thank you for joining us. Give me your take on the pace of this evening and early morning. It's fair to say there were a lot of expectations that if things lined up Biden's way, they could go very, very quickly.
That's right. At one point in the night, the Trump campaign felt like they were going to be able to declare victory pretty early in the night. But as the results came in, it was very clear that they were not going to be able to do that. Biden, of course, then came out at 12:30 and said, I still think I have a lot of paths to victory. I still think we can win this. But really what happened next was this stunning speech by President Trump, something that we've never seen any U.S. president do. He was declaring victory, even though he has not officially won this election. This has a lot of people feeling like we're now as Americans in a constitutional and a political crisis, because the president, if he doubles down on this, if he takes this stance to try to go to the Supreme Court to try to take this election and try to win it without having all of the votes counted, that is going to be a very big problem. Democracy, of course, is the bedrock of America. It's why other countries look to us and say we want to do our elections like them. So the president here has a lot of people around him very disturbed, very distressed. This is a scenario that we've, of course, thought might happen because the president has been hinting at this for some time, that he might be declaring victory if he felt like he was in a good position. But now that it's actually happened, there is a lot of nervousness and a lot of anxiety at the White House and around the president.
Yeah, I think the thing that was confusing listening him to do that is it presupposes that he's going to lose. And that's certainly not the fact is each man right now has a chance of becoming president. So by setting up this idea that there's been fraud, the question is, okay, what happens if you win?
Exactly. There are votes in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, in Georgia, that were cast for President Trump that have yet to be counted, as well as, of course, that have been cast for Joe Biden that have yet to be counted. But the president is taking a stance at this point that if he doesn't have any more votes counted, that he will be able to declare victory. It's a scenario that GOP operatives have said is really not the right way to do this. But the president is doubling down here. I think we've heard the president at times, as Hallie hinted at, we've heard the president say things, the White House then come out and clarify and say that's not exactly what he meant. We saw the vice president not go as far as the president. He was not declaring victory. He, of course, is half of the ticket. He was not saying that we've already won. But the president went and picked through a bunch of different states, including Georgia, North Carolina, claiming that he had already won those states, when in fact he has not won those states yet. So we cannot stress enough that there is not any sort of evidence that Democrats are trying to steal this election. We've already, of course, seen Twitter take action to try to stop the president from making these statements. They've labeled a tweet where he was saying that Democrats were stealing the election as saying that it's disputed and saying that it's spreading misleading information about our election and about our civic process. So this is in some ways an alarming set of events that we're seeing tonight. But again, it's still early to say, but the president was pretty clear about the fact that he said, I already won. I believe that I have won this election.
All right, Yamiche, thank you for staying up late with us. Good to talk to you. Let me bring in our senior business correspondent, Stephanie Ruhle. Stephanie, the markets will open here in several hours from now, and they will wake up to an uncertain presidential race. How's it going to play out?
And uncertainty is not what the market's like, Lester. It's been a roller coaster tonight, but where we really saw the futures market, Dow futures, that's an indicator for where the markets could open, where we saw them hit session lows was during and after the president's speech, when he sort of opened the door for a potential contested election. You know, when the markets really started getting skittish a few weeks ago, it was when the president did not agree to a peaceful transfer of power. From the market's perspective, they want to make sure that the election goes smoothly, that the process worked. And from what we've heard from the president in the last couple hours, we're going to get anything but smooth. And the markets are reacting to that, and not in a good way.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Andrea.
Well, you know, that is precisely the point. You heard a very different tone from the vice president, from Mike Pence. He didn't go as far at all as what the president said. He was the cheerleader for Donald Trump, as he always has been. But he was a more traditional elected Republican figure, or any, you know, political figure.
Mildly walked back the president's remarks.
Exactly, trying to sort of moderate it. And it was notable there, the difference in tone. I also want to just point out, we've talked about the fact that Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats have held the House. They may have lost a couple of seats. Right now, we're giving them, by all accounts, 227 House seats, Democrats, and 207 Republicans, which could be a gain of 10 for the Republicans. It could also be a loss. There were a few vacancies, 6 vacancies, but they could have lost a couple of seats. We don't know until these seats are all confirmed.
You're going to get us some of the view from the pollster world now.
Well, the fact is we don't exactly know. We know that they're holding the House, but we don't know whether they've actually lost a couple of seats as well.
All right. Let me bring in. Oh.
No, I'm sorry.
Let me bring in Fred Yang, a Democratic pollster and partner at Hart Research Associates. Thanks for being with us. We don't know how this evening ends, but what are you learning from your standpoint based on where we're at?
Well, I think I'm learning, Lester and Andrea, that 4 years ago, this election night feels a lot like 4 years ago. And in terms of, I guess, where the presidential election will be decided, will be those same 3 states that decided the presidential election 4 years ago. But I think the added complication, we've all of us, journalists, pollsters, candidates, the public have been grappling with this system in which basically we're at halftime in these 3 states because so many votes have to be counted. And, because of the pandemic and the reality of life, we've been told over and over again, be patient. There's 2 sets of votes, the early vote in some of these states like Wisconsin and Michigan. The reason why your networks and others haven't called the races for a candidate is because there's still a significant number of votes out there. And I just think, Lester, that's just part of the new normal that we're going to have to get used to, that it may be a couple days before the election is officially known. I think from a numbers perspective, and I've listened and watched Chuck and his team all night, I think it's likely that Vice President Biden will win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. But you know what? That's kind of tough to sort of convey when people see the actual vote counts that have President Trump ahead. But that's the whole point of what we're talking about. This is about the voters tonight. The voters have spoken. It may take a couple days or a couple more hours for all the votes and voters have spoken. But, look, again, I expect when all the votes are counted and the legitimate votes are counted, that Vice President Biden will be elected president. We just may have to wait a couple days.
So is it too early for you as a pollster to start licking your wounds and to declare something was wrong?
I think that the short answer is yes. I think there's still more votes to count. I think, I think what happened was there was an expectations game based on short polling, based on disapproval numbers for the president. I think you have to give him credit. He's a strong closer. I was looking, Lester, at the exit polls, and exit polls are just like polls. In the 2016 election, in the last week, one of the reasons why President Trump won the election, again, not the popular vote, but the Electoral College vote in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania was because he won the late deciding vote. This time he won the late deciding vote by double digits. And again, that's kind of changed because the late deciding vote in 2020 is a little different than 2016, in which so many Americans voted early. But look, he ran, he's a strong campaigner. He campaigned strongly. Sure, he changed some minds at the end of the game, but I also think we have to give the Biden campaign credit. Sure, they were looking at states that Republicans had won in the past, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina. They worked hard to try to win those states, but they never lost the prize, which again is Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And in fact, as we all know, over the last weekend and even yesterday and this morning, the vice president and Senator Harris campaigned in those states because they knew at the end of the day, yeah, we can try to go for Georgia, we can try to go for Texas, but where we're going to win the presidency is these 3 states.
Well, this will get figured out. Andrea?
I would just say that the other added complication is that now, unlike 4 years ago, Donald Trump is the president. The judiciary is considerably different all the way up to the Supreme Court. And there is less public confidence, especially among at least, his supporters in the news media, in the legitimacy of these vote counts, and in the process. So there is an undermining of the legitimacy of the American democracy, even though it is normal to count absentee ballots, but by having so many mail-in and absentee votes, this is not contributing to confidence that when all the votes are counted, people will believe in the final count.
Well, one of the things we're watching tonight is who will have control of the U.S. Senate when all is said and done. And talk more about that. Let's go over to Kate.
All right, Lester, let's take a look at some of the races that we've been following. Remember, there were about 10 that we were really watching closely. North Carolina right now, still too close to call, but leading there at the moment is Thom Tillis, which would be something the Republicans were watching for, hoping for. Alaska, we've got too early to call at this point. Let's move on to Arizona. Arizona, Mark Kelly in the lead there. It's a Democratic hopeful pickup, but too early to call at this point. Michigan. This is a race that's been talked about a lot. This is Gary Peters' seat. He's the incumbent, but right now you've got the Republican in the lead. It is still too early to call. In Maine, Susan Collins fighting for her seat there. This is closely watched, too early to call at this hour. And then two races in Georgia, the only state with two Senate races right now. We've got Purdue in the lead there, but 91% in. Still too close to call. This would go to a runoff. And this one as well, the special election, a so-called jungle primary in Georgia, they are going to advance to that runoff in December. So taking a look at the Senate makeup this hour, remember it used to be 47 Democrats and 53 Republicans. Right now, 46, 47. The chances of the Democrats, guys, being able to take back control of the Senate, which is something that Democrats were really hopeful about tonight going into the evening or last night, is looking a lot slimmer now.
Runoffs in Georgia certainly loom large. Kate, thank you. Another quick break here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment.
To have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. Election night 2020. We continue to wait for key battleground states for more vote to come in and get a handle on where all this is going. But right now, I want to hand it over to Hallie Jackson, who's got more for us.
We are following, Lester, what the developments are here at the White House. The president obviously delivering that election morning speech the night after, of course, the returns started coming in which he falsely tried to declare victory. In fact, did say that he believes we have won the election. To be very clear, the facts on the ground simply do not support that. As we've been talking about, there are so many legitimately cast ballots that have yet to be counted in some of these really important battleground states, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, for example, races that NBC News has not yet called or projected. To talk about some of this, I want to bring in somebody who knows some of these states and campaigns well, along with the White House, former White House press secretary and NBC News political analyst Robert Gibbs. Robert, good morning to you on this November 4th.
Good morning.
Talk about your reaction here to what you heard from the president here at the White House in the East Room delivering that speech.
Yeah, just nothing short of stunning. I mean, I guess in some ways we've come to expect it, but it's still a jarring thing, particularly when the president wants to see votes counted in places like Nevada and Arizona, but doesn't want to see any more votes counted in a Pennsylvania or a Michigan. So again, a jarring thing. First of all, a campaign event in the White House is a jarring thing. To watch the President of the United States essentially declare victory in races that he knows are far from over, I think it's just disconcerting and very unsettling for the hard work that has to come next in counting these votes and keeping people safe that are counting these votes.
A couple of the states that I'm hearing about quite a bit tonight from sources that I talked to in and around President Trump's orbit are Pennsylvania and Georgia, right? And 2 different storylines there. Pennsylvania, I'm getting a sense of increasing optimism based on some of the numbers. Georgia, less optimism perhaps than earlier on election morning. How do you see those states playing out? And if you're Joe Biden's campaign, what are you seeing in some of these numbers?
Well, look, I think there's reason for the Biden campaign to be optimistic and for the Trump campaign to be pessimistic about Georgia. I think there's the vote that's out, particularly those metro counties around Atlanta. We know there's going to be some big vote there. So that one wouldn't surprise me. I think there's still a lot of vote out. I think it's hard to get a handle on what's still out in Pennsylvania. We know there's Western Pennsylvania vote out in Allegheny County. We know there's a lot of Philadelphia. We know there's a lot of Montgomery County, again, over in the east. So I think it's really hard to get a real handle on kind of where Pennsylvania is. I think you've got even some counties within the state that aren't going to count their early or absentee votes until starting tomorrow morning. So I think it may be several hours before we know a lot more about where we are with Pennsylvania. I'll be anxious to see, obviously, in the next few hours, what happens with Wisconsin. You've got obviously the Milwaukee vote to come in, and you've got a couple of other places that still have to report some vote. And that one will be an interesting one to see.
Real quick, before I let you go here, looking at the Senate landscape, Democrats, I think, had hoped to be doing better at this point in the morning than what we are seeing in some of these places. Is there a chance to potentially turn it around? And again, some of the vote is still early. And how do you think this plays out?
Well, look, I think Democrats are undoubtedly disappointed at where the Senate is at this time. I think the key is that maybe that those races, maybe more than one race, but at least one race we know is going to go to a runoff in Georgia. That'll happen just a couple days after the new Congress is seated. So we may well have extended, not just in the next couple days in a presidential race, but extended a couple of months in the Georgia race.
Yeah. Robert Gibbs, former White House press secretary, staying up late and early with us this morning. Robert, thank you. Lester, I'll toss it back to you there in the studio.
Yeah, Hallie, I think we've now officially moved into early territory, not late. Another break now. We'll be back in just a moment with more Decision 2020 election night coverage. Stay with us. You can.
Feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Well, Decision 2020 coverage on NBC moving into a new day. It's almost 4 o'clock in the East, and we continue to wait for more votes and some more movement as to where we are in this election. Andrea?
These are legitimate votes. Americans turned out in unprecedented numbers to early vote, mail-in vote, and those votes have to be counted.
We're going to take a break. Kate Snow is going to continue our coverage here on the network in just a few minutes, and I guess we'll see you very soon. It's going to be a long week.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
The journey has taken us here. With the election of our lifetimes upon us, we'll be with you every step of the way, wherever this journey takes us next.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I've got my vote planned. I just double-checked NBCnews.com/plan your vote. It reminded me everything I needed to know about voting back in my home state of Michigan, whether it's game day or election day. It helps to have a plan.
The journey has taken us here. through a campaign of unexpected twists and turns. From a global pandemic to civil unrest, to an incumbent president diagnosed with the coronavirus. With the election of our lifetimes upon us, each day brings more surprises. And whatever happens, we'll be with you every step of the way, wherever this journey takes us next.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of Decision 2020. I'm Kate Snow with you now, taking the baton. It is 4 a.m. here on the East Coast, 1 a.m. on the West Coast. If you're sticking with us, we thank you. Here's what we're watching at this hour. Let's get you caught up on what we have projected here at NBC News. This is the map that we're looking at this moment, and we can take a look at some of the individual states, I think beginning with Pennsylvania. Again, this is the one that we are really waiting on, and it could be days. Too early to call at this point. Georgia, also very close at this point. 92% of the vote in, too close to call. North Carolina, again, too close to call. A pivotal state. This could really matter for either candidate. Michigan, same thing. Too early to call at this point. Waiting for votes to be counted there. In Arizona, Vice President Biden has a lead, but still too early to call at this hour. Wisconsin, very close there as well. Again, a critical northern state, too close to call. In Nevada at this hour, too early to call Nevada. And in Maine, too early to call, although we could note that Vice President Biden does have a lead there. But again, still too early to call that. In Hawaii, where maybe they're still awake at this hour, it is too early to call. Not enough votes to count, obviously 0-0 there. Let's begin this hour. We've let some of our folks go, Lester, Savannah, Chuck, and Andrea getting some sleep. Same thing at the White House. Hallie Jackson has gone to get a couple hours of sleep. So let's bring in Monica Alba. She's at the White House with us now at 4 a.m. Monica, let's talk for those who weren't with us about what the president said when he came out and spoke and what you're hearing from White House officials now. Okay, we'll wait on Monica Alba. She's not quite ready yet. So let me skip over to Biden headquarters first, and then we'll come back to the White House. Ali Vitale is now at Biden headquarters for us in Wilmington, Delaware. Ali, it feels like days ago, but it was just hours ago that we heard from the vice president.
Social media.
Have we lost her also? Okay. Bear with us, folks. We're trying to get our correspondents up. Do we have Maura Barrett before I try to toss to her? Okay, we don't have anybody at this hour. All right, how about Rich Laurie? Is he with us? All right, we're having trouble getting folks organized at this hour. We apologize for that. We will get right to our correspondents when we can. But let's talk about where we stand at this moment. You just heard Lester say it before he left, if you were with us right before the 4 a.m. hour, that this race is simply too close right now to really call. It is a race where we await millions of votes that have been cast. States all over the country, some of them have gone to bed now. They'll resume counting in the morning. Some of them, like Pennsylvania, have 3 days now to count votes that came in. As long as those mail-in ballots came in by Election Day, they'll be able to count them per the Supreme Court for the next 3 days. So again, we can go through the boards and show you which states we're waiting on. And it is a lot of states, despite what the president said at the White House. We're looking at Texas. We can call for the president. So the projected winner per NBC News of Texas is President Trump. Florida, we have also called for President Trump. Ohio, we have called for President Trump. We have projected that President Trump wins Ohio. And in Minnesota, NBC News has projected the winner there, Vice President Biden. In Nebraska, we have projected the winner, President Trump. Nebraska splits its electoral college votes, so we're still waiting on how that will work out. But at this point, statewide, we project for President Trump. Again, many other states, we went through them a few minutes ago, simply too close to call or too early to call at this point. We're going to go to Arizona now, one of those states that we are still waiting to project. Vaughn Hilliard is out there for us. Vaughn, you've been talking to voters. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Hey, good morning, Kate. When we're looking at the margin right now, it's still, you see Joe Biden with about a 7-point edge over Donald Trump. And those initial results were striking, and kind of hit that chord of what we had been expecting to happen here, of a Joe Biden victory here, particularly because of the suburbs around Phoenix and Tucson. But what we are waiting for, NBC News has not called this race. That is because we are still waiting for hundreds of thousands of ballots to still be counted. Tonight, this morning, wherever we are right now, we're still expecting about 130,000 ballots here from Maricopa County to be entered into the system here. But here's the other outlier. What we are waiting on is a number that we don't know right now, and that is the number of folks that today, on Election Day, hand-delivered their ballots to polling locations. Elections officials, Kate, tell me that they will tell us later today, on Wednesday, what that total is. The Trump campaign right now is banking on that number being exceedingly high, because what we saw in these last several days were these early ballots that were being returned went heavily towards Republicans. And on Tuesday, Republicans in Maricopa County voted by a 2-to-1 margin over Democrats. Again, a 2-to-1 margin, Kate. And so that is where the Trump campaign is insisting, saying, hold on a second, with hundreds of thousands of ballots still out, we've got a chance to close this gap. And also, when you take into account the rural parts of the state here, there's that opportunity, because this campaign, Donald Trump spent time in the likes of Yuma, a town of 100,000. He spent just last week up in Bullhead City, an outlier community that he won overwhelmingly 4 years ago and did again on Tuesday night. At the same time, they were trying to turn out voters that didn't even vote in 2016, but came out to support him. And now that question is, can they narrow this 8-point gap? Arizona is important. You got those 11 electoral votes, Kate, that are on the line here. And in a situation in which Joe Biden pulls off Michigan, Wisconsin, and having now Nebraska's that one congressional district there, Arizona would clinch it, and Joe Biden wouldn't even need the state of Pennsylvania. That's how important Arizona is to Joe Biden's map.
Yeah, and you heard the president, Vaughn, say we have a lot of life in that state and we need to get it counted. Whereas he was saying about other states, well, we've already won. He was incorrectly saying. So clearly, Arizona important to the Trump campaign at this hour.
Yeah, and especially when you're taking into account here, this has been the longtime Republican bastion of the Republican Party, right? From Goldwater to John McCain. Suddenly, when you're talking about that political map here in Arizona, this is interestingly, the state that could be the one to defy what the Republican Party has become under Donald Trump. Jeff Flake, the former Republican senator, ran closing campaign ads for the Biden campaign just this last week, as well as Cindy McCain. And when you're looking at the way that Donald Trump has handled the state of Arizona, and particularly the way that he treated the late Senator John McCain, it calls into question the Republican Party's efforts here and whether they cornered themselves here. Because if it weren't for the state of Arizona right now, all eyes would exclusively be on the state of Pennsylvania. But instead, because Arizona is in play because of the Democrats here, suddenly they were able to expand their map here this evening.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard out in Arizona for us. Vaughn, thanks so much. We want to bring in White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor. She's been with us earlier in the evening. Yamiche, thanks for sticking with us at 4:08 Eastern Time. Talk about the map as a whole right now and what we heard from the president just, what was that, about an hour ago. Not unexpected that he would say what he did, but really the map is still anyone's game.
The map is definitely still anyone's game. President Trump has not won a number of the states that he claimed he won, including Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. The president was also taking issue with the fact that Arizona had been called for Joe Biden. We
By
now
another
can
network.
report that the AP's by another network. I should say at the PBS NewsHour, we're going with the AP calls. But nonetheless, what the president is doing is saying that he's already won this election and already saying that he wants all voting to stop. He's saying that he wants to go to the Supreme Court. This is something that if it was happening in any other country, the United States would be sending in election observers. We'd be looking at that country and saying something is wrong. There's a constitutional crisis. There's a political crisis. We've never seen anything like this in U.S. history. I can't stress that enough. In elections like in 2016, in 2000, 1976, 1968, we've had elections in the past where we did not know at the stroke of midnight on after election day who won the election. But the president is now insinuating without evidence that Democrats are trying to steal this election. There are people close to the president who are very alarmed and disturbed by this, Kate. Chris Christie, the New Jersey governor, the former New Jersey governor, he said that he thought that this was a bad political strategy and a bad political strategy. That's really important because he's someone who worked on the president's transition, who has helped the president prep for debates. But there are Republicans tonight who support the president and who say this is a step too far. Now, of course, we've seen the president say things and then walk it back. The vice president had a very different tone when he was talking from the White House today, saying that he expects to win the election, not claiming victory already. But President Trump was very clear that he believes he has already won the election. And as you said, there is already going to be counting going on in places like Pennsylvania, like Georgia, a lot of votes still to be counted.
President Trump is all about the message, though, right? He's a big, he likes to speak to his people. He likes to speak to his crowd. And it seemed to me that that's what he was doing at the White House, was trying to telegraph a message a hopeful message that he would like to be true.
That's right. I was talking to some people that are close to President Trump today. And one of the things that someone stressed to me that talks to the president a lot, he said that President Trump sees leadership as optimism, whether it's including misinformation, whether it means that he's not telling the truth. He still likes to try to look upbeat. He still likes to try to make it seem like he's in a good place. That's happening now with the election, saying that he's in a good spot, that he believes he can win states that haven't been called yet. That being said, the president also did this, of course, with the coronavirus. We're in the middle of a pandemic that has killed more than 230,000 Americans, infected more than 9.3 million. And the president's closing message over and over again at all these different rallies that he held across the country was that COVID isn't that bad, that people should not be worried about it. So we're seeing that sort of optimism. He's trying to telegraph to his supporters that he's doing well in the election, that they should feel excited about the fact that this election is continuing. And he's actually, of course, trying to say that he already won the election. But in a lot of ways, apart from the messaging and the rhetoric, there is really the democracy part of this. America is built on this idea that our elections are free and fair and that we can have a stable government and a stable transition of power because everyone believes that the elections are done in a correct way. And the president is essentially trying to delegitimize these elections, and that's a problem.
Yamiche, thank you so much for sticking with us overnight. Appreciate it very much. Let's bring in Monica Alba. She's at the White House for us. Tried to go to you before. Monica, are you there this time? There we are.
Here, Kate.
Good morning. 4 a.m. The president must be asleep by this time. Do we have any sense for what's on his agenda in the coming hours?
Well, listen, Kate, this is a president who actually stays up quite late and likes to monitor and watch a lot of coverage, particularly on a night like tonight. And the lights I can actually see in the residence just beyond here where I am. I'm in front of the West Wing and they are still on. So it's very possible he is still keeping a close eye on what we have seen here tonight. But we do have some insight into what he might be doing later today, which is nothing at all. There's nothing currently on his public schedule. Of course, that's always subject to change. We weren't even sure exactly when we were going to hear from him tonight until just about an hour before he spoke in the East Room. And the timeline itself was notable because it was just after former Vice President Joe Biden delivered his remarks in Wilmington, Delaware, that the president issued his first tweet in more than 6 hours. We hadn't heard very much from him overnight as some of those returns started to roll in until we first heard from Joe Biden. Then seemingly the president wanted to go out and make his own kind of splash with those very controversial remarks, declaring a form of victory when, of course, we know there are still millions of ballots that need to be cast. But when we look ahead to what comes next, the president seemingly saying that he's going to follow through with a strategy he previewed earlier this week, which is to go in effect with his lawyers. The Republican National Committee has been preparing election-related lawsuits in many of these key battleground states, and they do have dozens of lawyers on retainer, I'm told, in key states like Pennsylvania for what they see as this protracted legal battle to come as the week unfolds. We're not sure when we're going to hear from him next. The first time may be on his Twitter feed in these next couple of hours as he continues to see what is developing, but we also may see him do some media interviews. Of course, we saw him just 24 or so hours ago do a lengthy interview with Fox and Friends. That's something he may do as well. But it was quite striking tonight, Kate, that when the president came out and spoke in the East Room, he gathered about 200 to 250 of his closest friends, Trump family members, cabinet secretaries, and campaign officials, all of them huddled quite closely together despite the coronavirus pandemic, having an event indoors, which is still just an odd thing to see given the backdrop of that health crisis. Of course, we're told by White House officials they were supposedly tested before they came into the White House grounds. But of course, that's something that the White House has told us before at different kinds of events, anything from the Republican National Convention to, of course, that Rose Garden ceremony for then Judge, now Justice Amy Coney Barrett, which later, in the words of Dr. Anthony Fauci, turned into a super spreader event. So a lot of health questions just raised tonight about this event that also continues to blur really the lines between official White House business and campaign activities, which is something, again, we've become quite accustomed to in the last couple of weeks and months of this campaign, Kate.
Monica Alba at the White House for us. You'll let us know when you hear more. Monica, thank you. And more Decision 2020 election night coverage ahead. Stay with us.
To have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Kate Snow with you now, back in the early hours of Wednesday morning. It is early in the East and early out West. We want to bring in Rich Lowry. He's the editor of the National Review. He's been with us throughout the night. Rich, good to see you. Let's talk about the strategy of the White House at this point. And I don't know if you think there's a difference between the strategy of the president and the strategy of the broader administration. But what is the strategy as you see it?
Well, I think the president is trying to undermine the result, which no president of the United States should ever do, and wants to have a fail-safe if he loses, where it can say he was treated unfairly and he was cheated. I'm not sure that's the strategy of the administration more broadly. And you saw the tension there right after the president's statement, where Mike Pence came up to the microphone and stated it more in more conventional terms. You know, the president said, as far as I'm concerned, I won. And Mike Pence said, we're on the path to victory, which would be a more appropriate thing to say.
Yeah.
In terms of the legal strategy, you know, we're in a litigation phase. Both sides are going to be filing lawsuits to protect their interest. But the idea, as the president said in an exaggerated way, that he can go to the Supreme Court and stop the counting of these ballots is obviously bonkers and isn't going to happen.
What are you hearing from other Republicans? I don't know if anyone's still up at this hour, if you've been in touch with others in the party. I mean, are people distancing themselves from what the president said?
Well, I think people are made uncomfortable about it. It might be yet another one of these things where you have a lot of Republican senators kind of ducking and covering and not wanting to engage with reporters on it if they can help it. And who knows, you know, Trump may wake up later this morning and pull it back a little bit, you know, on some media interviews. But the basic narrative that he wants out there is that the other side is trying to cheat.
All right, Rich Lowry, thanks for being with us and sticking with us. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with our Decision 2020 election coverage.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to NBC News' Decision 2020 coverage. I'm Kate Snow. We have at least a big day ahead of us, potentially several days ahead of us of legal battles. For that, I want to go to Stanford law professor and NBC News legal analyst Nate Persily. Nate, thanks for sticking with us through this long, long night. When you think about what will happen first, what would be the first? And I know I heard you say earlier we've got to get the votes counted first. But is that easy to do in the climate we're in?
Well, there is a process that is going to be followed. And I think that we have to trust the process, as they say in Philadelphia, that there's an administrative process to count the votes, and then there's a state legal process to dispute any of those counts.
Do you suspect that there will be challenges, though, even as soon as tomorrow morning, or this morning, I should say?
Well, there are challenges that have already been filed. So we have 2 lawsuits already in Pennsylvania, one in Montgomery County and one at the state level that are directed at absentee ballots. But we should be sort of clear-eyed about this, that there is no switch at the Supreme Court that can be flicked on to stop a vote count. All these votes are going to be counted. If there are disputes, there is a legal process that will be followed, and that's what we should be seeing in the coming days. But it all really depends on how close the margin is. It's possible maybe President Trump will have as big a margin after the count of these votes as he has right now, in which case it probably wouldn't go any further. But if the margin narrows, or if President Biden overtakes it, then we'll see whether it's within, as we say, the margin of litigation.
We have just about 60 seconds left before break. There are many states that do things differently, right? There's a patchwork of different rules depending on where you are.
Well, that's true. And in each one of these states, there are different rules with respect to absentee ballots. For example, North Carolina is still receiving absentee ballots, and as is Pennsylvania for the next 3 days. And so they're different than Michigan or Wisconsin, which has to receive them on election day. So we're in for a few days of uncertainty here, but there's a process that needs to be followed in order to figure out who actually won this election.
All right, Nate Persily, thank you so much for sticking with us, for staying up all night with us. We're going to take another break. We'll be back in just a moment.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
We are back with NBC News Decision 2020 coverage. It is 4:30 a.m. on the East Coast, 1:30 a.m. on the West Coast, and we are still with you because this presidential race is yet to be decided. Let's take a look at where things stand at this hour, and you can see why we still have a long way to go. On the road to 270 right now, Vice President Biden with 220 Electoral College votes, President Trump with 213. That doesn't tell the whole story, though. You see all those gray states on the map. That's where we're still awaiting results or awaiting enough results to be able to call or project who will win those votes. Let's take a look state by state, beginning with Pennsylvania, a critical state, could be the deciding state in this race. It is too early to call at this hour. A lot of counting to be done there. Georgia, too close to call, with the president with a lead, but again, 92% in and too close to call because many urban areas haven't been counted yet. North Carolina, also too close to call at this hour. Same situation, waiting for votes to come in the suburbs. In Michigan, it is too early to call, with the president with a slight lead, with 76% of the vote in, still too early. Arizona, at this hour, with 82% in, too early to call. And Wisconsin, another one of those critical northern states, what were considered the blue wall. We are calling that too close to call at this hour. Nevada, too early to call, not enough information yet. And in Maine, too early to call, although we can note that Vice President Biden does seem to have a lead in the state of Maine. In Hawaii, the race there, too early to call. And finally, in Alaska, too early to call, with some votes coming in, but only 36% in so far. So again, here's a look at the map at this hour. Again, all those gray states we are waiting for, and it will be hours, it may be days before we count millions of votes across this country. Former Vice President Joe Biden did speak to supporters earlier in the night. If you weren't awake at that hour, here's what he had to say shortly after midnight.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Ali Vitale is covering the Biden campaign for us. She's in Wilmington, Delaware this morning. Ali, when you hear what the vice president said, he's saying it's still too soon. He's not claiming victory in that speech. What is the campaign saying about what they will do as we head into Wednesday morning?
Well, Kate, he is going by the plan that his advisors have laid out to us for several days here, which is that they anticipated that President Donald Trump could come out and try to declare an early victory. But they also knew that Joe Biden would be the person who would not be doing that, who would instead say, if they felt optimistic, that they were optimistic and on the path to victory. And ultimately, that's what he said in this parking lot here behind me just a few hours ago. And just since you came on the air, we actually have a new statement from Biden's campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. We knew that his campaign was watching President Donald Trump at the White House, but now we're getting a sense of what they thought of that statement. Jen O'Malley Dillon calling the president's unfounded declaration of victory outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. She goes on in this statement to call Trump's comments a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens, also promising, she says, that every vote will be counted, and sort of giving a warning to the Trump campaign, saying that if President Trump wants to take this to court, the Democratic side of this race does have lawyers at the ready, and they anticipate that they will win those challenges. And look, in my private conversations with aides tonight, this is a scenario that the campaign expected. They thought that Donald Trump could come out and do this. They weren't sure if it was going to happen, but ultimately we all saw what happened in the East Room. That being said, they feel confident about the path that they have before them. Places like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, those gray states on the map that are so critical because it is Democrats trying at least to rebuild the blue wall that Donald Trump managed to topple. And so they do think that they could see better results out of there. Part of the reason why those states are still gray at this point is because a lot of these bigger metropolitan areas that have a lot of Democratic votes in them have a lot of different ballots coming in ways that they have not had to deal with before. Mail-in voting, early voting, we saw huge turnout numbers well before Election Day. And so a lot of these localities are dealing with counting ballots in numbers and ways that they haven't before. That's why I think the word of the day here around the Biden campaign is a long slog ahead of us. We knew that it would take a while to have these votes counted. Now, Kate, we are living in that reality.
And Ali, have you had a chance to ask the campaign about those southern states, about Southwest Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia? What is the Biden campaign thinking about those?
Look, those are also states that they feel confident about winning. They liked their chances in places like Arizona. Their campaign manager specifically has been bullish on flipping Arizona. At the same time, though, this is a campaign that has laid out that they have multiple paths to victory. They don't need to go through those southern states. They think that the blue wall is one of their better paths. But that being said, there is still the reality that they could mix and match a little bit here, picking off maybe a Wisconsin and a Michigan and then pairing that with an Arizona. There's a lot of ways that they can get to this. And frankly, that was part of their strategy in the early days before Election Day, was to say that there's multiple different ways that they can do this, contrasting that with President Trump's more narrow path, they thought, to victory.
All right, Ali Vitale, thank you. And we do have a bit of news to give you at this hour at 4:36 Eastern Time out in Hawaii. NBC News can project Joe Biden is the winner of Hawaii's 4 electoral votes. Not a big surprise, but that's a projection we can make at this hour. Let's go back to what President Trump said when he spoke to supporters in the East Room of the White House. We were just mentioning that with Ali Vitale. We want to play a little bit of the sound, and then we'll talk with our White House correspondent. Here's the president just about two.
We were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it to support our incredible movement.
The president went on to claim victory and wins in several different states, which have not been projected by NBC News. There's simply not enough information yet in any of those races. Again, millions of people have voted, and those votes have not yet been counted. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get to our White House correspondent a bit later. Stay with us, if you will.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, We're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to our Decision 2020 coverage here on NBC. A couple hours from now, and the sun will be coming up on the East Coast. We've been watching the markets all night, and I want to bring in NBC senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle, who's with us. Steph, when we talked to you just a little bit ago, the futures weren't looking so good. Just in the last 10 minutes, we've seen a turnaround. They're up again.
Kate, who doesn't like a middle of the night roller coaster? Clearly, that's what we're on. It's been a roller coaster all night. During and soon after the president's remarks, we saw the futures market take a serious dive because what's really important is to trust the process and follow the process. It was weeks ago when the president first said that he would not necessarily adhere to a peaceful transfer of power. That's when you saw the markets start to get skittish. And you saw it again when he opened the door for a contested election. But really in the last half hour, since you have heard from lawmakers and lawyers sort of across the board, just this general rebuking the president, reminding him that he does not decide who wins the election. The process will be carried out and every legal vote will be counted. And you're seeing the markets respond to that. They want to make sure the process is carried through. Now, we don't know if it absolutely will be, but it's not like the president is getting any sort of wide support.
I know you've also been looking at exit polling and the data about what voters were looking for in this election, economically speaking, financially speaking. What are we learning about how voters voted for their pocketbook?
Listen, we know that COVID impacted how people vote, especially from both a health and economic perspective. And people voted based on how it's impacted them. You and I have talked about this before. For some people in this country, it has been a V-shaped recovery. If you can work from home, if you have a white-collar job, if you're invested in the markets, if you can afford to buy a house or a car and take advantage of low interest rates. And people in that position who haven't been dramatically impacted by COVID, well, they stayed with the president. Senior citizens who have said, well, I like what my 401k has done, even though it did better under President Obama. President Trump is fantastic at selling the economy. That worked for him. Whereas people who were the most adversely affected, minorities, women, people who lost their businesses, lost their jobs, we saw them gravitate towards Biden. So it was a reminder that people vote based on what affects them, not offends them.
Yeah.
And even though we talk so much in this country about this is who we are, people voted based on this is how I'm doing.
And it's interesting, too, when I was out talking to voters, particularly in Ohio and Pennsylvania and more rural areas, people who have jobs have 401ks. And I had a lot of voters say to me, my 401k is doing really well.
And that's the thing, Kate. We're correct in saying the stock market and the economy are not the same thing. But think about retirees. For a lot of retirees, their retirement accounts are their income. It is what they depend on. And they feel like they've had a good ride under President Trump. And while the president has said to them over and over, without me, your 401k will be lost, that's not necessarily true, but people believe it.
All right, Stephanie Ruhle, thanks for staying up with us. Appreciate it so much. Let's bring in Susan Del Percio. She's a Republican strategist. She's an NBC News contributor. She's involved with the Lincoln Project as well. Susan, nice to see you at this hour of the morning, 4:45 on the East Coast. We lost Susan. We're having a lot of gremlins on this overnight shift. It's very hard, as you can imagine, to get everybody wired up at this late hour. Let's go back to Monica Alba, who's at the White House for us. Monica, when you look at the map, and we've been talking about critical states, talk to me about if the White House is gaming this out now and still awake at this hour and looking at what they really need to win. The president said he claimed he's got a clear path. What is the path that they're looking at as most likely?
It's quite narrow, Kate. That's the most important thing here. When we zoom out and look at what is left and what is still remains that needs to be counted, the president's campaign was feeling very optimistic about some of the Sun Belt states, Florida, North Carolina, which of course has not been called yet and is incredibly close. They thought they were going to do better in Arizona. Obviously, former Vice President Joe Biden doing better there. So that really leaves this main outstanding question of the Rust Belt, those three critical states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, that essentially delivered Donald Trump, then candidate Trump, the White House in 2016. What will those look like for him this time around? And unfortunately, all of those, because we don't have a complete picture yet, we're hoping to get a little bit more information on Wisconsin later this morning. They are just too close to call and too early to call in some cases. But really, for the president's reelection effort, they have to do quite well in 2 of 3 of those in order to really maintain this path. They were looking at, in combination with some of the other things, that's assuming that they hold on to Georgia, which is not definitive at this point. There's still a lot that remains outstanding there. So the president really now facing an uphill battle. And that's why his comments earlier tonight were so inflammatory and controversial. Even those aides and allies around him that we've seen now speaking out afterwards, saying they were distressed, in the words of one of them, by what the president was saying, because while he is trying to claim victory, that's simply not the case yet. But look, Kate, the fact is the Trump campaign was playing a lot of defense in these final weeks. And we knew that in terms of where the president was spending his time in states he won in 2016, not so much trying to expand the map in any way, shape, or form. About a year ago, I remember having conversations with campaign aides who were optimistic about states they could potentially flip. They were talking about a Nevada, for example, or a New Mexico, or even something like Oregon. Of course, that's not at all what the strategy ended up being in these final weeks and final days. Instead, really looking to the states he won super narrowly, last cycle to see if they could hang on to them again. They're pleased with what they saw so far, though, in terms of turnout, and they're hoping that that turnout is visible in some of these Midwestern states when the votes continue to be counted, of course, from all those ballots that were already cast but are still outstanding in terms of the totals. But it's also going to be a major legal battle, it appears. That's what Republicans are preparing for. It's something they've been doing for months. And in the state of Pennsylvania is really where a lot of this could still come down to, Kate.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin are going to be critical in the hours to come. Monica Alba at the White House for us. Monica, thanks so much. Much more to come when our Decision 2020 coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Back with our Decision 2020 coverage, you're looking at the Senate at this hour. Still pretty evenly split with a lot of races outstanding. Let's take a look. North Carolina, too close to call. There's a big race there between Thom Tillis and his challenger. In Maine, Senator Susan Collins fighting for her seat there. Still too early to call at this hour. In Arizona, the Democrats really hoping to pick up a new seat there against Martha McSally. That's Mark Kelly, the former astronaut. Still too early to call at this hour. In Michigan, this is a seat that Democrats are defending. Gary Peters there, the senator. And this one too early to call at this hour. In Alaska, too early to call with 36% of the vote in. In Georgia, one of two races, the two-way race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff, too close to call at this hour. And then the other Georgia Senate race, this is a multi-party race. It was known as a jungle primary. Right now, it will head to a special election. These two, Warnock and Loeffler, advance to that special election. So at this point, the Democrats have picked up one seat. That's in Colorado. The Republicans have, as expected, picked up one in Alabama. That was Hickenlooper in Colorado winning for the Democrats. That was the pickup there. And then Tuberville, who is the former Auburn football coach, picking up that seat in Alabama. Again, that was expected. Democrats were hoping to do a lot better this evening than they have so far. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, retaining his seat in Kentucky. In South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, the Judiciary Chairman, maintaining his seat, long-standing seat in the Senate, against a challenger, Jamie Harrison, who a lot of Democrats had a lot of faith in and were hoping he might come through this evening. So again, at this hour, the split, Democrats with 46, Republicans with 47. Democrats would still need to pick up a net of 3 if Joe Biden is the president, a net of 4 if they lose the presidency, in order to take control of the Senate, which seems increasingly harder to do. I want to turn to Christina Greer. She's an associate professor of political science at Fordham University, politics editor of the Grio. Thanks for being up late with us. Really appreciate it. As you view this evening and you look at voter turnout, you look at the black vote turnout, what are you watching at this hour? What are you seeing?
Well, good morning, Kate.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, I'm looking at so many votes that still have yet to be counted. And I think, a lot of Americans are unsettled by the president's comments this evening. And so we have to make sure, for the integrity of our elections and the integrity of our democracy, that all of the absentee ballots are counted. For the states that did not start to count, the Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, where they were not counting the ballots that were cast during early voting, those must be counted. Just because the president doesn't like a particular percentage right now, that doesn't mean that we stop counting the votes. The world is watching us, and Vice President Pence tried to walk it back. But we have to be very clear. Free and fair elections are one of the few democratic principles that separates us from non-democratic nations. And everyone's watching us right now.
I was in Cleveland the other day, Christina, and talking to black voters in particular. And some were saying it's a little late for Joe Biden to come, with an ad at the last minute and then come to Cleveland on Monday morning, yesterday, 2 days ago now, morning. What's your sense for that? Did the Biden campaign miss some opportunities, perhaps, by not doing enough outreach sooner?
I don't know if that's the case. I mean, obviously African Americans are a very solid Democratic voting bloc, especially during presidential elections, roughly around 90%. I mean, obviously many African American voters still want to be courted. They want to be talking about policy, economic issues, how presidents plan on handling COVID. I do think that Joe Biden strategically went to particular areas, in the final days of the campaign that had sort of grassroots organizing that was, sort of showing the Democratic map and the math that made sense. I think the fact that he went to Ohio, which quite honestly has been quite red as of late, but still making the case to African-American voters. I mean, we know that many African-American voters are the backbone of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden, I think, did a substantive job reaching out to Black voters to make sure that they did not feel abused or taken advantage of, unlike the president, who uses Black voters as props when he sees fit. But if you look at his record economically, and even with some of the social justice issues that he touts, it's just quite frankly thin and not there. And if we look at the president's historical record, it's absolutely not there. We can go back to the Central Park Five, or the federal court cases where he and his father were sued for discriminating against African Americans. So in some ways, it's a cut and dry case. But I think Joe Biden did a good faith effort trying to reach out to one of the foundations of the Democratic Party.
And we'll see how those votes play out in places like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and cities across Wisconsin and Michigan as well. Yeah. Detroit, going to be very important to look at those votes. Christina Greer, thanks so much for being with us late. Appreciate it. We'll be back in just a moment here. We'll take a quick break. More of our 2020 coverage coming up.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle,
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
on the ground,
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
and in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. It is 5 a.m. on the East Coast, 2 a.m. out west. You're back with NBC News coverage of Decision 2020. We're going all night long here. I'm Kate Snow. Let's take a look at where things stand at this hour. If maybe you took a nap or you went to bed for a while, here's where we're at. Vice President Joe Biden with 224 Electoral College votes. The president with 213. Those numbers don't tell the full story, though, because look at all the gray on that map. Those are states that have not yet been projected by NBC News, by our decision desk. We simply don't have enough information, or the race is too tight. We'll go through them in a moment. You can see a lot of red states and blue that were expected, but really a lot of the toss-up states are still outstanding, including Pennsylvania, one of the most critical toss-up states. Too early to call at this hour with 74% of the vote in. In Georgia, another race we've been following all night long. You've heard Chuck Todd say, if you were with us earlier, that we're waiting for metro areas around Atlanta to come in. Too close to call at this hour. North Carolina, same situation. A lot of votes still yet to be counted. Too close to call by our metrics. In Michigan, it is too early to call that race. You see President Trump with a lead, but again, only 77% of the vote in right now. In Arizona, we can say that Joe Biden is leading in the state of Arizona, but again, it is simply too early to call. We have standards at NBC. We wait for enough vote to make a determination. In Wisconsin, another one of the northern states we're going to be watching closely in the coming hours, they are still counting votes. It is too close to call there. In Nevada, too early to call at this hour. The difference of 25,000 votes with just about 79% of the vote in right now. In Maine, too early to call, although Joe Biden in that state does have a lead at this hour. And in Alaska, too early to call at this hour. Again, not many votes even in there yet, 36% of the vote in. Again, taking a look at the full map of the U.S., you can see the blue states, the red states that we've already projected earlier this evening, and you can see all those gray states are still outstanding and going to need a lot of time, in some cases potentially days. Steve Patterson is in Battleground, Michigan, again, one of those states that we have not been able to project yet. Steve, you've been up all night. You've been talking to folks. What's the sense on the ground for A, how long it's going to take to get any resolution, and B, which way it might be going?
Well, Kate, first of all, the first thing that was made abundantly clear, even heading into this week, is that Michigan was never going to be decided on Tuesday night. That's been made clear from the Secretary of State to city clerks to township managers. In fact, the rough estimate coming into this week was that we wouldn't have anything clearly verified by about Friday. Now, that's been pushed forward a little bit because of the diligence and the staffing up of several workers who've been able to push and try to get some of these ballots verified. But that's always been the estimate, that because of this crush of absentee ballots that are coming in, that Tuesday night was never realistic for the state of Michigan. And Michigan has already shattered records. The Secretary of State saying that we're probably going to get above 5.2 million votes cast overall. When you look at the total picture, that's 3.26 million absentee ballots. Michigan workers have never dealt with anything like that, adding on top of the 2 to 2.5 million in-person votes coming into this state. That's for a number of reasons. The first of all, the spike in the coronavirus, which has led to this influx of absentee ballots. It is surging in several communities throughout the state. The second is the Republican state legislature, which basically said that these ballots can't be counted. These absentee ballots can't be counted until the day of Election Day, which means this was always, again, going to be pushed primarily towards the end of the week. The Secretary of State now saying that we are likely not able to get anything, even an unofficial count, until later on tonight, maybe about 7 p.m. tonight is when we'll start to see a clearer picture. But again, several more days until we get real verified results here in the state of Michigan. And that is always what it was going to be. That's normal for this area. Okay?
And let's talk a little bit about the history there, because if people remember in 2016, that was a state that Democrats thought Hillary Clinton would have no problem carrying. And it was that, I remember the moment when we found out election night 2016 that she was going to lose it.
Yeah, it was the slimmest margin of anywhere in the country, 0.23%, less than 11,000 votes separated those two candidates in Trump's victory. So there was big concern coming into today, specifically focusing on big urban areas. Democrats wanted to shore up the votes in places like Detroit, which has an enormous black population, nearly 80% black. There were several get out the vote campaigns focusing on this area. They were worried because of all the absentee ballots that were coming in. They were worried, frankly, about voter turnout. Detroit did not turn out the way they did in 2008 in that historic election, or 2012, like they should have in 2016. The city clerk coming into this week was estimating maybe about a 50% voter turnout. Turns out that's actually going to be more like 53 to 55%, which will shatter the record that's been set here for 20 years. So Detroiters did show up to the polls. Michiganders did show up to the polls in record numbers. But again, we're not going to know the full picture of what happens here until at least a few days from now.
Americans showed up at the polls this one. Steve Patterson.
I sure did.
Thank you so much for staying up all night for us. Really appreciate it. Let's turn to Maura Barrett. She's been with us all night, too. She's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, of course, a state that we are watching so closely this hour. Maura, and remind us again, Pennsylvania as a whole is going to be counting absentee and mail-in ballots for several days per the Supreme Court.
Exactly, Kate. So a state law prior to Election Day had ruled that any ballots that are postmarked by Election Day, so anytime yesterday before 8 p.m. they are sent in, they'll continue counting them as they come in anytime before Friday at 5 p.m. And so we went into Election Day knowing that it was likely Pennsylvania would not be called because election officials in all 67 counties will be processing and counting ballots throughout the next 3 days. So we still have quite a ways ahead of us, Kate, but I'm standing outside outside of the warehouse here in Allegheny County, where they were counting ballots until early hours this morning. About 2 a.m., the county decided to take a break. These 200 workers that were processing ballots decided to take some rest because they'd been going nonstop since 7 a.m. They were originally had told us that they were going to be working nonstop, but in shifts. But this was the same group of people that had been working all day. And what we've been hearing from election officials across the state prior to Election Day is that they were not going to trade speed over accuracy. And that's what we're seeing exemplified here. Allegheny County will restart counting and reporting their ballots at 10 a.m.
And is there a thought, Maura, that some of those ballots that are being counted now, the mail-in ballots, might be different than what we're seeing when we look at the numbers so far for Allegheny County?
Absolutely. And that's the picture that we're seeing mostly across the state as well. There were nearly 3 million mail-in ballots requested across Pennsylvania. And when you look at how the voter registrations played out, 2 million of those were Democratic. And so the Joe Biden campaign definitely leaning on waiting to see how these mail-in ballots are going to come in, because we were expecting that they would lean Democratic. That leaves about 6 million registered voters that did vote, that could have voted in person yesterday. So we'll see how those numbers ultimately come in. But on the other side, the Donald Trump campaign really focusing on getting their in-person turnout, and especially in those more rural conservative counties in the center part of the state, hoping to balance out whatever margins Joe Biden might be able to eat into in these coming days as we get these results, especially in Philadelphia and Allegheny counties.
All right. Maura Barrett, thanks so much for sticking with us. Appreciate it. Let's go to Susan Del Percio. I think she's with us now. We tried to go to her a little bit earlier. She's with the Lincoln Project. She's a Republican strategist. Susan, nice to see you. Thanks for staying up. I don't know if maybe you got a nap in. I sure didn't. No, not yet. So look, as we head into Wednesday morning now, there were folks who thought that Vice President Biden might have sealed the deal last night, that it might have been over that quickly. I think there are some Democrats who are disappointed that it wasn't. But where do you see the state of play as we head into the morning?
Well, Kate, I should tell you that I was one of those people that I thought at this hour we would have seen a decisive win for Joe Biden. But we're not in a bad position when we're looking as far as Joe Biden goes. When you're looking at the map, it looks like I know NBC has not called Arizona for Joe Biden, but it does look like it's trending that way with the majority of the vote in. And that's a pickup. That's good news for Biden. I think that there were Democrats and some Republicans like myself who were hoping to see Georgia, which still could flip, but it's less likely, or North Carolina bring some early news that would have led us to believe that Biden would have won. But we still have Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania in play. And Michigan, we just saw Wisconsin, we just saw Milwaukee come in, and now Joe Biden is leading in votes just by 11,000. But this race is far from over. And just when you start doing the math, it's worth noting that it is possible that Joe Biden can still get to 270 without Pennsylvania.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If Vice President Biden does become president, what happens to the Republican Party? Who is the standard bearer? Because there's such a split. You represent the split from President Trump. What happens next?
I'm not sure. To be honest, like I said, I was hoping for a decisive Joe Biden victory, and that would have helped lead to the end of Trumpism. And now we know it's still alive, and it will be for some time to come. And I think it's incumbent on people like myself and other Republicans to continue to call out what I call Trump enablers, those who know better and still defend the president. So there's a lot more work to be had. But if Vice President Biden is elected, it will certainly make my job easier.
You certainly are on that side of it. Susan Del Percio, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Decision 2020 coverage. Stay with us.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. We are back on this Wednesday morning with our Decision 2020 coverage. We're going to take a look at Wisconsin right now. If you were with us before the break, you just heard Susan Del Percio reference this. We've got more votes in, and you might have, if you've been around for hours, you might have heard Chuck Todd talking about Milwaukee County. So here's the statewide numbers right now with 89% in. We've got, and now we've gone to Milwaukee County. Sorry. So for Milwaukee County, we've got a lot more votes coming in now. 95% are now in. That was, as Chuck would call it, a dump of votes into the system. Biden is now leading in the raw votes, 69 to 29.3 in Milwaukee County, home to the city of Milwaukee. That's going to be very significant when it comes, if we could flip back to the state numbers again, when it comes to looking at the state of Wisconsin, you now see Biden up by 0.3 percentage points. Again, this is still too close to call per NBC News standards, only 89% of the vote in. But that Milwaukee County vote is helping Joe Biden at the moment. And it may be very, very tight in Wisconsin. Let's go to Carol Lee, who's covering the Biden campaign for us, and talk about what we just saw there, Carol. That's good news in Wisconsin.
Yeah, this is essentially, Kate, what the Biden campaign has been urging patience for telling his supporters that they should wait for all the votes to be counted, that this race is far from over. And it's this. And frankly, the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign, albeit in a very different way, have been preparing their supporters for this scenario, a scenario in which the early returns show the president in the lead and then waiting for those mail-in ballots to be counted that are likely to go more in Joe Biden's favor. And so the vice president's campaign, what they're saying now is that this is a, quote, slog, that they're ready for this to take some time. They've been aware of that from the beginning. But for them, all their focus is on that blue wall, everything you've just been talking about, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and also a little bit on the Sun Belt, where you still have outstanding North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. Arizona is critical. The Biden campaign would very much like to flip that state. President Trump won it in 2016, but now it's a waiting game and potentially a legal game, as we heard from the president last night, falsely claiming that he had won. And so the Biden campaign is geared up for that, but really waiting to see these updates from those key states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
All right, Carol Lee, thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Let's bring in former Florida Congressman David Jolly, who's with us. We haven't spoken all night. I assume you've been up all night. Have you had any break?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So as you look at Wisconsin, let's talk about that first, since we were just talking about it, and those numbers coming in from Milwaukee County boding well for Joe Biden. But you've got a president saying that he's just a few hours ago saying that he's going to win Wisconsin. What about that blue wall? And can Trump do what he did in 2016?
Well, it looks like the wall's starting to crack a little bit. The ballots that just came in Milwaukee, and Kate, we may see a similar situation in Michigan with votes that are about to be dumped in the Detroit area and a few other counties that would skew towards Biden. We're still waiting on Metro Atlanta in Georgia. And so it very well may be that here in the coming hours of this morning, we see Biden take a lead in those states that are considered the blue wall. Pennsylvania may not be dispositive anymore. Biden might be able to get to 270 without Pennsylvania. The intriguing thing about this, Kate, that I find is, given the president's comments overnight that he intended to possibly challenge these results legally, the time to challenge it would have been last night to prevent some of these ballots from actually being counted. Now, there's no precedent for that. It would have been wrong, and rightfully a lot of people have denounced the president's intent. But once these votes are counted, the president's claims are going to get even more tricky to try to undo ballots that have already been counted.
Yeah, legally speaking. Saying that, do you still suspect they will try that? I mean, they've got fleets of lawyers at the ready.
Yeah, I anticipate they'll do something. You know, we know from 4 years of this president that he makes these broad statements, and then it turns out that staff has to implement it in a much smaller scale. And what I would say to a lot of people who rightfully denounce the president's comments, don't worry about the president behaving in an autocratic way. The president of the United States does not have an autocratic authority to command the disposition of our elections. He is operating as a candidate, and just like candidate Biden, he has certain redress options available to him to go before a court and make his case. But there really appear to be very little to no claims that he could validly make before a court. So look, Warren Christopher in 2000 during Bush-Gore said, this is not a constitutional crisis. This is how a free society holds free elections. They go to a court for certain determinations. Yeah. Trump may indeed do that, but I don't expect that he will be successful at it.
He may have some friendly courts because of what Republicans have been able to do in our judicial system. Sure. I want to ask you quickly about Congress. We haven't talked much about the House tonight, but it is looking like Democrats maintain their majority, but maybe not by as much as it was before. And Republicans look to be doing pretty well in the Senate. They certainly, with the races we've called so far, we don't see a Democratic takeover in the Senate.
Yeah, look, this is a much tighter night nationally, I think, than anybody really anticipated, including the presidential race. Very tight. The idea of Biden winning handily certainly did not happen. There were significant thoughts that the Senate would go to Democrats. I don't think that happens. And in the House, Democrats lost seats. And if there is a bright lining for Republicans tonight, it's that Republican House members picked up seats. And importantly, Kate, many of those are female Republican newly elected members of Congress. The Republican caucus on Capitol Hill on the House side has expanded their representation among women. That is a good thing, regardless of one's party affiliation.
It is changing. David Jolly, former congressman, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it. Get some rest. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with our Decision 2020 election coverage.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to NBC News Decision 2020 coverage, 5:25 in the morning on the East Coast. But in Europe, it's a lot later. It's midday over there. The whole world watching tonight's U.S. election. Let's bring in senior international correspondent Keir Simmons. He's in London. Keir, what are people making of this stalemate that we have, this wait and see?
Yeah, you're right, Kate. Everything that you guys have been watching, people have been watching around the world, either through the day in Asia, in Australia, through the night here in Europe. It was in the early hours that those statements from President Trump and Vice President Biden came out. And the nature of the Trump presidency demonstrating that America can make decisions that really rocks the world has meant that there is polarization everywhere. So, for example, in Israel, we're hearing people saying they really hope that President Trump is re-elected. In many parts of Europe, the opposite, the hope that this is the end of the Trump presidency. Not everywhere, though. The Slovenian Prime Minister, the first European leader, he is very right-wing, to congratulate President Trump, calling it a triumph and sending by tweet his congratulations. But Kate, also the polarization, the indecision, if you like, at this stage is worrying many politicians here in Europe. In Germany, the biggest economy in Europe, really the leaders of Europe, politicians there, former ambassador saying that the polarization in America is bad news for the European-American alliance, quite simply because it risks indecision, challenges of that nature. And then while America's friends are worrying, America's foes are trying to leverage this, if you like. In Russia, they're talking about American chaos. In China, the Chinese government saying it's not taking sides, but Chinese state media trying to disparage American democracy, Kate.
All right, Keir Simmons with us from London. I'm sure the world will continue to watch as this gets sorted out over the coming hours and days. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a minute.
Today, we're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Back again with NBC News Decision 2020 coverage. I'm Kate Snow. It is 5:30 a.m. on the East Coast, 2:30 a.m. on the West Coast. It's been a long night. Let's take a look at where things stand at this hour. Let's begin with those races that are still outstanding for the president. Right now, you see the road to 270 there. And here's the map. We've got all those gray states still waiting to be decided. Many of them are real battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize. Right now, too early to call who will get those 20 electoral votes, and that could take days. Georgia, also too close to call at this hour. We're still waiting for a lot of votes to come in around the metro Atlanta area and other urban areas, suburbs. Looking at North Carolina, similar story. Too close to call there with 95% of the vote in, because that other 5% will be critical. In Michigan, just 78% in at this hour, and too early to call as we await counters to wake up and start counting all over again. Arizona, at this point, Biden appears to have a lead there, but we at NBC News are calling it too early to project at this point. In Wisconsin, too close to call with 89% of the vote in. We just saw some of Milwaukee come in, but at this point, too close to call, although Biden has that 0.3% lead. And also Nevada, too early to call with 85% of the vote in at this hour. In Maine, Vice President Biden is running a lead there at this hour, but it is too early to call with just 70% of the vote in. And in Alaska, very early in Alaska, 36% of the vote in. Way too early for us to call that one. There's a look at the map one more time as we look at the road to 270. Let's talk about some of the races that earlier in the evening we were able to project, in case you haven't been with us. Texas projected Donald Trump as the winner, which was expected, although the Democrats thought they might have a chance to make some inroads there. Donald Trump takes that state. Florida, also a tight race. Lots of campaigning in Florida, and President Trump is projected the winner in Florida. Ohio was projected hours ago, also for President Trump. Again, a state that was potentially in play for Vice President Biden, going for President Trump. That state has gone for every president since 1960, since Kennedy. Minnesota, Biden taking Minnesota, and in Iowa, President Trump projected to win there. In Nebraska, we have, let me get it right this time, President Trump, someone tell me I'm in my ear. President Trump is taking much of Nebraska, 4 electoral votes, thank you, but 1 electoral vote for 1 congressional district goes to Vice President Biden. That's that next map there. Let's take a look quickly at the Senate and what's outstanding at this hour. Democrats were hoping to have a really good run and maybe even be able to retake the Senate majority. That has not happened at this hour. Right now, Democrats are down 1 at 46, Republicans at 47. In North Carolina, this is the race that is too close to call. Thom Tillis trying to retain his seat there. In Maine, Senator Susan Collins, a popular moderate senator in the Republican Party right now, too early to call, racing against Sarah Gideon. Arizona, the Senate race there, Mark Kelly with a lead. Democrats really hoping to switch this one over to the Democratic column. It is too early to call. In Michigan, this is a challenge. James challenging the current incumbent, Senator Peters. Too early to call at this hour. In Alaska, that race also too early to call. And Georgia, 2 races tonight or last night. The Senate race in David Perdue's district, David Perdue running against John Ossoff, too close to call. Not sure yet if that will go to a runoff, but we do know that this other race in Georgia will go to a runoff now in January. That's the Georgia race where Loeffler, who's the current senator who was appointed, will advance against a challenger. So right now, here's what we have. Senate pickups. Democrats have gained 1 seat in Colorado. Republicans have gained 1 in Alabama, as expected. Both of those expected. Hickenlooper used to be the governor of Colorado, very popular there, now projected to win that Senate race, take it away from Cory Gardner. And in Alabama, you've got the challenger winning there. Tuberville was a very well-known coach in Alabama, football coach at Auburn. He takes that seat. So again, this is where things stand at this hour. A lot to still be decided and a lot to still be called. I want to turn to Jackie Alemany. She's a reporter with the Washington Post. She's author of the Power Up newsletter. She's staying up super late with us, or maybe getting up super early. I'm not sure which, Jackie. Maybe you're just... What's that?
I said I took a little nap at midnight.
Okay, good. Glad you got a little nap, better than me. Let's just look at the state of the race at this hour. And if we could pull up the national map again and show all those gray states that we're waiting on, walk us through where you see, like, which states are you watching most closely, and where do you think we might expect to learn things as the sun starts to come up?
Yeah, so this race has really come down to the trio of Midwestern states, the blue wall that Trump flipped in 2016. That's Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And, the Washington Post has yet to call some of the races that the Associated Press has called. But if we accept the fact that Biden has won Arizona, then that means that as the race stands, Biden just needs to win one of those states in this blue wall that Trump flipped in 2016. But we're also closely watching North Carolina and Georgia, which also have yet to be called. All of those places are still counting the votes as we speak. And, we might not actually receive election results for a few days in some of those places.
And to note, in Arizona, as we just said when we went through the graphics, we have not at NBC News yet projected a winner in Arizona, although I'm aware that other networks and other news outlets have. As we head into Wednesday, crystal ball for us, do you think we're going to see legal challenges? Do you think we'll see the president come out and speak again, or do you think maybe they'll wait a while and let people whose job it is to count votes?
That is certainly what this president is foreshadowing. As we saw him do last night, he falsely and prematurely declared victory and said that he wanted the Supreme Court to essentially disenfranchise millions of Americans who legally cast their vote before Election Day via absentee mail-in voting. That being said, that's actually not how this process works. The president cannot make a direct appeal to the Supreme Court. That needs to be done through the state courts initially. It is possible that we will see a legal challenge right away on a state level. But look, if the president loses Arizona, which he is on track to do right now, then it might not even come down to, a place like Pennsylvania, where we are waiting on those votes to be counted or challenged by the president. Because if Joe Biden wins Georgia, then that makes this whole conversation moot. Potentially he pulls out North Carolina as well. So there's a number of different scenarios here that we're waiting on. But I think what we can say and what everyone should try to ensure and try their best to do is really uphold, small d democracy and make sure that every single vote is tallied and counted and that election officials have the necessary and proper time to do so. I've spoke with numerous election officials. They're nonpartisan. They're doing their best to be as quick and accurate as possible, despite what the president claims.
I haven't had a chance to see what's the headline on the Washington Post front page this morning.
The headline is that the president, that this presidential race is in limbo at the moment.
Jackie, thank you so much for making time with us this morning. Appreciate it. We'll make time for another quick break right now as we continue our Decision 2020 election night coverage.
Today, we're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We're back on this Wednesday morning. It will soon be 6 a.m. on the East Coast, if you can believe that. The Today Show will be picking up shortly. I want to bring Joyce Vance into our conversation this morning. She's a former U.S. attorney, a professor at the University of Alabama School of Law. Joyce, thanks for being up early with us. Appreciate it. So you've got the legal perspective here. Everyone all night long has been talking about what a legal mess this might be in the coming days. Walk us through what you're expecting as the sun comes up today, as we head into Wednesday. Do you expect legal challenges filed right away?
I think we have to look at what happened leading up to the election. And that was a series of challenges. We saw this flurry of cases on the Supreme Court's shadow docket, where the court didn't decide the cases themselves, but simply declined to hear them, permitting lower court rulings to stay in place. And that may set up a scenario for some challenges now that we're past the election.
As
of
in
course,
Pennsylvania,
the president
right?
made his exactly. And the president said at 2:20 a.m. this morning that he believed that the election was being stolen. That implies that he may try to bring that Pennsylvania case back live now that there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court.
And walk us, for those of us who aren't lawyers, can you walk us through what level of, state court versus federal court versus Supreme Court? Who is the arbiter here?
Sure. Well, first, the president would have to have a non-frivolous claim. He would actually have to find something improper in a vote count. And because elections are administered by the states, these claims would typically go to the state court first. And then only if the votes were going to matter to the outcome of the election, only if the claim was disputed and clearly not frivolous, something that rose to the level of a Bush versus Gore. That's the only sort of situation where we would see the Supreme Court decide these cases, at least in a typical legal setting. And there's no reason to believe that this would be different from that. The process appears to be working, and it will continue to work.
So concretely in Pennsylvania, which you mentioned a moment ago, and they have this rule right now because of what the Supreme Court did, that they can continue counting any ballot that was cast by the end of election day, or postmarked by the end of election day, right? But they can count for the next 3 days until Friday. Could that be legally challenged this morning? And could that potentially be reversed? Could they be stopped from continuing their count?
I think it's likely that we'll see the Republicans try to challenge that. That case is still live. They can go back to the court. All that the court declined to do earlier was to expedite the proceedings. So now they could challenge that grace period for mail-in ballots to arrive and ask the court to rule that none of those ballots should be counted. And that, of course, would have a dramatic impact on the race in Pennsylvania.
It sure would. Joyce Vance, thanks for being with us at this early hour. Appreciate it so much. Let's switch gears. We've been talking so much about the election and about voting, which of course is critical right now, but we really haven't talked for hours now about the other major story in this country, the coronavirus pandemic. So I want to bring in NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Kavita Patel, practicing physician, former Obama White House advisor. When we talk about this election, we can't talk about it in a vacuum, right? The coronavirus has impacted everything about this vote, how we voted, how I'm sitting here in the studio, many feet apart from everybody else who's in here. Your observations tonight, as you've been watching this all play out, how do you think these two things have interwoven, the pandemic and the vote? I'm having trouble hearing. Is that just me? It's not just me. Okay. We'll have to come back to you, Dr. Patel. We can't hear you right this second. Why don't we take a quick break? We'll see if we can resolve that issue, and more to come. Stay with us.
To have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend. These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We're back with more of our Decision 2020 coverage, and I want to bring you something that just came in from Pennsylvania. The governor of Pennsylvania, who's a Democrat, putting out a statement in response to President Trump's statements earlier this evening, or earlier this morning, I should say. The governor Wolf saying, this is a partisan attack on Pennsylvania's elections and our votes. Our election officials are working diligently to make sure every vote is counted and everyone's voice is heard. Attacks like this are an attempt to undermine confidence in the results of the election, and we should all denounce them for the undemocratic actions they are. I support our Secretary of State and all of our state and local officials who are working hard to deliver timely, accurate results and ensure that everyone's vote is counted and protected. Again, that's Governor Tom Wolf of Pennsylvania, reacting early this morning to what he calls attempts to undermine confidence in the results of this election. I want to go back now to the other subject. We were just about to talk to Kavita Patel. We had lost her microphone. I think she's back with us again now, medical contributor to NBC. Can I see if your mic is working now, Dr. Patel?
I think so.
There we go.
Good morning, Kate.
Excellent. Good morning to you. And I had asked you if I could pose the same question, how, as you've been watching these election results and thinking about all you do in terms of the coronavirus pandemic, how do you see these two woven together?
Yeah, Kate, there's no doubt that the coronavirus loomed large and impacted every aspect of this election, from campaigning through voting, as you mentioned. I think what's been interesting to note is that we now have very kind of validated data to show that about half the country does not support or does not wear masks. And I think that this aligns honestly with the numbers that you're showing on the board, that we're seeing a very divided country in general with the response to the coronavirus, with the belief in what works to mitigate or prevent the coronavirus infection, and then candidly just a divided support in the approach for the country, from the support for President Trump, and he has largely delegated the response to states and local officials, to what I confirm that Vice President Biden has said time and time again, that we need a national response, a mask mandate. So it does line up with what we're seeing people. But no question, 2020 is a year unlike any other because of the coronavirus.
Dr. Patel, thank you for sticking with us and offering that. Appreciate that. Let me go to Carol Lee, who's covering Vice President Biden once again. Carol, we spoke to you a little while ago. I imagine now's the time of day that maybe the campaign is starting to wake up again, if they ever even went to sleep. Do we have any sense what Vice President Biden's day looks like?
Well, we know, Kate, that the former vice president said yesterday, or a couple of hours ago, early this morning, that the public would hear from him and his running mate, Kamala Harris. We don't know exactly in what form, but we do know that the Biden campaign has been gearing up for a potential legal battle with the Trump campaign over these mail-in ballots. And so, given the state of play and what we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan specifically, and all of the outstanding votes that have yet to be counted there, and what the president said earlier this morning, it can expect that the former vice president would address all of those issues and potentially where this might be headed in terms of the courts, because we know that President Trump, even well before Election Day, was saying that this was something that was going to wind up being decided in court. He had been very critical of the Supreme Court decision on Pennsylvania in particular. And so you can expect to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden in some form. We don't know exactly what. And those are likely the things that we'll hear him talk about, really trying to reassure people to have patience, essentially, to wait for all of these votes to be counted.
Yeah, we've seen them say that all throughout these early morning hours. Carol, thank you. I want to go back one last time to Yamiche Alcindor, who's been with us all night long, White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour. Yamiche, you cover this president, you know this White House. What do you suspect their message will be as we head into Wednesday?
It sounds like the president is going to really try to double down on this idea that he won the election and that he is now the victim of some sort of push by Democrats to steal the election. We've seen this White House walk back things that the president has said in the past, that the president has done that was controversial, that led to scandals. But in this case, it's so crystal clear that the president is trying to say that he is already secured another term, another 4 years in the White House. We have seen the vice president in that speech give a completely different speech just after President Trump. President Trump saying that the voting needed to stop. Vice President Pence coming back after him and saying, actually, we want all the votes to be counted, but we feel like we're going to win this election. So in some ways, it's anybody's guess whether or not the president comes out and says, no, I'm being misunderstood. What I meant to say is I want to make sure that the votes that have already been cast, that they are counted and that this election is still up in the air. But I think that there are a lot of people who watched the president, saw the last few weeks where he was really laying the groundwork for this idea that Democrats were somehow going to be part of a voter fraud scheme, and now see the president as executing this plan to try to make it the case that he is already someone who has secured the re-election here. It's remarkable. If it was happening in another country, Kate, we would be very, very alarmed, but this is the United States. It's never happened here where we've had a sitting U.S. president claim victory when officially he has not secured that victory.
How does the board, as we see it right now, if we show the national picture in terms of the states that we've projected here at NBC, how does that match up with the expectations you were hearing from President Trump's camp before we went into last night?
It matched up in some ways. The president's campaign, especially people close to the president, they were stressing to me in the very early hours of Election Day and a few days before that the president was going to do well in a place like Florida, in Ohio, places, the bellwether states that have really backed most presidents in most elections, looking at Florida and Ohio in particular. That being said, they also did not expect to lose Arizona. That is a state that every Republican president has won since at least 1996, with Bill Clinton having secured that in 1996. So that was a state that they did not expect to lose. They also didn't expect that Pennsylvania was going to be so tight, but where they're now in a situation where the president is trying to hold on for dear life to the states that are really important to him.
Yamiche, thank you so much for sticking with us. We're going to take a break. Savannah and Hoda will be back with a special edition of Today right after this.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
The journey has taken us here. With the election of our lifetimes upon us, we'll be with you every step of the way, wherever this journey takes us next.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I've got my vote planned. I just double-checked NBCnews.com/plan your vote. It reminded me everything I needed to know about voting back in my home state of Michigan, whether it's game day or election day. It helps to have a plan.
The journey has taken us here through a campaign of unexpected twists and turns. From a global pandemic to civil unrest to an incumbent president diagnosed with the coronavirus. With the election of our lifetimes upon us, each day brings more surprises. And whatever happens, we'll be with you every step of the way, wherever this journey takes us next.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. It is 6 a.m. on the East Coast. It's 3 a.m. in the West. Lottie been up all night, and we are on the air early. We've been up all night, too. This is a special edition of the Today Show as the nation and the world watches and waits to find out who will be the next president of the United States.
We got to pack our patience. We're waiting for some more results at this hour. As most expected, the race between President Trump and Joe Biden is a nail biter. No winner yet, and we may not have one potentially for days, if not longer.
There's a lot of vote to be counted yet. We're going to walk you through exactly where things stand right now, and that starts with the map and the all-important race to 270 electoral votes. So this is where it stands right now. Joe Biden with 224. President Trump has 213. Trying to get to 270, but as you can see, there are some key battlegrounds still grayed out. That means they're either too early to call or too close to call. Many of these states are so tight that we will be counting votes potentially for days. And take a look at the popular vote. Now, this is not how we elect presidents, okay? But it shows Joe Biden has approximately 3 million more votes than Donald Trump. A similar result we saw in 2016 where, of course, we all know President Trump did win the Electoral College.
And in the middle of the night, if you guys were up and about, we did hear from both President Trump and Mr. Biden. They delivered two really different messages to the country. Biden called for patience until all of the ballots are tallied, while President Trump falsely claimed that he had won, even though millions of votes are still to be counted.
Also, still at stake in this election, control of Congress. Don't forget that. NBC News projects Democrats will hold on to the House, while Republicans are clinging to their majority in the Senate this hour. Several key races are still up in the air, but several Republican incumbents in tight races have held on. We got it all covered with you. Our correspondents all across the country, they're tired, but they are here. Let us start right here in Studio 1A with NBC's Chuck Todd, who slept 45 minutes. Chuck, congratulations.
Well, thank you.
All right, let's look at the map. What you got and where are we watching?
I was just going to say, when you and I left this, we were waiting to see if Wisconsin was going to come in. Well, that did over the last 2 hours. That big dump in Milwaukee came in, and you see 7,300 plus votes separate Biden from Trump. He narrowly has the lead, but that's plenty of vote that's out there. We still don't know how many absentees. We know I went to sleep thinking about Kenosha County because it's absentee ballots, how many of them are going to be there. But we're getting close enough. You were talking about the different states. Boy, that looks like a potential recount state. You saw that margin there of 7,000. Let me take you to Nevada. Here's something that a lot of folks didn't see coming. Look at this margin here, 7,600. You're seeing here, not 8,000, less than an 8,000 vote spread. Now, still a lot of vote to come in, and you can see right now it's mostly we haven't separated out the early and absentee. But look, the two blue counties, the two population centers, Clark County with Las Vegas, and as you can see here, we still got a chunk of vote out. The assumption would be, we don't know where it's from, but the assumption would be it should lean Biden, and then Washoe, where Reno is here. Come on, there we go.
The computer is tired too.
It is. We're all a little bit tired. This is always more of a slightly swing county here, so this, that can go in
Vice
either
President
direction.
Pence made a visit there to Reno.
He
as I
did,
recall.
but you know who didn't spend a lot of time in Nevada? Was Donald Trump. He overnights at his hotel in Las Vegas when he visits West, but he did events in Arizona, and we're going to look at these numbers, and Savannah, you and I have been talking about this for quite some time. Nevada and Minnesota are going to be a couple states perhaps that they talked about a good game, but they didn't necessarily follow through with it. So you see the close races there. Let's look at Arizona. Arizona is one that we did not make any progress on last night or 2 hours ago. We were at 82% reporting, and here we are again. We're still waiting. We're close. All right, we're close. We want to see a little
Close
bit more
to making
vote.
a call, you mean?
We're close to making a call. Biden is leading. We've characterized it as Biden leading. Here's the one. Here's another one. You talk about now we have Nevada, we have Wisconsin, and now let's look at Georgia. This is another one. It just keeps getting closer. Sitting down 100,000. This is a lot of vote left. All of our models say this is going to get down to 0.1%.
What happens? Is there a recount at that point?
Well, there's not an automatic recount. You can request one if it's less than a 0.5 percentage point, but it is not mandatory, and it's basically on you to do that.
Chuck,
For the most part, it's all about what's left in here. In fact, let's look. Look, DeKalb, there's still plenty of blue vote, if you will, in and around. We still got plenty in Fulton County. We know we had that error that they had that absentee ballot issue when they had, I think, a water main break and all this stuff.
Because 2020.
Of course.
Let's welcome to 2020. And I believe here, there was also one other county down here where Albany State University, Doherty County. I'm missing it here. It's a late morning here. I have it here. This is one where we are, there it is. This is one, a bunch of vote is left. This is Albany State University, historical Black college. The expectation is yet more places where Biden has vote to gain.
Hey,
so
Chuck, can I ask a
Georgia
question?
is something that we
Can I
think
ask, hey, Chuck, can I
is
ask
going to
you
get really
something?
tight.
Just for like a regular person, that when you say there's a lot of vote that isn't in yet,
Yes.
does that mean that those are votes that were either mailed in, those are votes that are absentee, or do they just not calculate all the votes that were cast?
Right now, we don't know for sure. The Fulton County and Atlanta, we think. Now, look, this is our best estimate. You're asking. Everything in orange here is what we believe was the early vote. Everything in yellow is election day vote. We don't know what's out that is election day vote and what's out. All we can tell you is that we think there's another 400,000 ballots out. And we think a lot of it is in blue counties. So these aren't going to be 50-50 splits. The question is, are they going to be 70-30? Are they going to be 80-20? and that will tell us how.
Do we know
how
what the
tight that
holdup
margin
is in Georgia? Because it's just been trickling in. It hasn't stopped. Like some of the states just
Yeah.
stopped overnight and went to bed, but
They didn't-
Georgia's been trickling in.
It's trickling, but there's no explanation other than that. North Carolina stopped. If you recall, it was about 3 a.m. Eastern time. We were at 95% in. We're sitting there. Look, these numbers are going to get tighter. I don't know if we're not sure there's enough vote for Biden to catch 76,000 votes, but we're unsure enough. That's why we're not calling that race. It's still tight, and we expect that margin to tighten more.
What about
And
Pennsylvania?
then let's go to Pennsylvania.
Okay.
This is still weird. It looks like we have a lot in, but let's go to what we know. First of all, we know that Allegheny stopped counting, right? We knew that they're going to start counting
That's
at 10
Pittsburgh, and those
Pittsburgh.
suburbs, Biden can.
Well, we don't know. I
counting
mean,
on.
they're going to be mail ballots. So the assumption is all the mail-in vote is going to lean Democratic. But these are some red counties in and around Allegheny, so you don't know for sure. But look, there's still a ton of vote in Pennsylvania. Most of the vote that's coming in Pennsylvania is the election day vote. What we're still waiting on, they haven't, for the most part, some of these counties will start for the first time this morning counting their absentee ballots. And then we know, for instance, in Western PA, they're resuming their count this morning. But look, you can't really talk. We got to see what's in and around here and in and around the Philly suburbs. We still got a ton of vote to come in. And look, we just got over halfway in Philadelphia. So this is going to be a couple of days. You talk to our folks, we think we can get some resolution on Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada today. Michigan, uncertain if we're going to get full resolution. We should get some, but we don't know how long that's going to take. Secretary of State told me it was going to be 2 or 3 days before all their ballots would be counted. We look at what we're staring at. Today, we might get resolution in basically half of the remaining states that we have left.
Okay.
And could that decide it, Chuck, if we get the resolution in those states?
Not today.
Okay.
I don't see us getting to 270 today. I could see us calling 2 or 3 more states today, but I don't see us getting to 270 for anybody today.
Okay.
All right, Chuck. That sets it up.
Here we go. All right, we're going to find out what we're hearing from both campaigns. NBC's Peter Alexander at the White House, where, again, the president, he made a false claim of victory overnight and pledged to mount a legal challenge. What do we know, Peter?
Yeah, Hoda, that's right. Chuck just showed you there's still a lot of vote out to be counted to this point. The president, though, last night did something that he said he would not do, falsely and prematurely declaring victory. Of course, the winner of this presidency has not been determined, with millions of those legitimate votes still to be counted in places like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. As you saw, the president made his remarks in front of supporters here at the White House early this morning, just about 4 hours ago, frankly. And he also baselessly claimed that Democrats were trying to steal the election. Take a listen.
Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
There is that declarative and false claim. The president's attack on the democratic process really was jarring, even irresponsible, in the words of some of his allies. He said that the voting had to stop, even though no more votes were being cast, only tallied. President Trump also said that he would take his case to the Supreme Court. Still, it's unclear how he would do that or on what legal basis. I know you'll talk to Pete Williams for more on that in a moment. But for the night overall, the president, he did overperform candidate Trump from 2016. He held on to those crucial battlegrounds, places like Ohio and Florida that the Democrats had hoped to flip blue. The president relying heavily on that influx of election day voters, what had been his get out the vote strategy, also drawing in new voters, many of them from rural counties. He has no public events on his schedule today. We don't know in what form, if any, we'll hear from him today. But notably, Vice President Pence struck a very different tone last night, speaking immediately after the president, saying that he wanted all the votes to be counted, not declaring victory, but saying that he thinks that they're going to win. Savannah and Hoda?
It's interesting because the president did make that claim, which is so extraordinary, before the votes have been counted. There's millions of votes to be counted. He said he won. The fact of the matter is it could go either way at this point. So it actually just, I was scratching my head as I was thinking about that, why go to that dark place when they're still counting votes that could be your votes.
Right. And he was saying that about Arizona, that a lot of
Yes.
his votes are there and they were still waiting.
Yeah, let's
Right.
go to NBC's Kristen Welker. She has been covering the Biden campaign all night. She's in Wilmington, Delaware. Kristen, what have we heard from the Biden campaign in light of the president's remarks?
Hi, Savannah and Hoda. Good morning to both of you. Well, we are hearing defiance from the Biden campaign, which responded forcefully overnight to President Trump's comments. And remember, former Vice President Joe Biden addressed his supporters before we heard from President Trump. And I think part of that was aimed at taking control of the narrative and preemptively saying this race is not over until every vote is cast. Here is what the Biden campaign manager said in a statement overnight. I'm going to read you part of what she said, and it echoes what we heard from the vice president. She said, we repeat what the vice president said tonight. Donald Trump does not decide the outcome of this election. Joe Biden does not decide the outcome of this election. The American people decide the outcome of this election, and the democratic process must and will continue until its conclusion. Biden making similar comments when he addressed the crowd here, and he struck a note of confidence. Take a listen to what he had to say. Okay, and we apparently don't have that sound, but to recap what he said, he talked about the fact that they like what they are seeing in Arizona, that they're watching states like Georgia very carefully, and that he feels confident that he will, in fact, hold the Democrats' blue wall, those critical states in the Midwest, Michigan, Wisconsin, and of course also Pennsylvania. He's made 14 stops of Pennsylvania, more than any other battleground state, because the campaign knew it ultimately would be critical. Now, in terms of the legal challenges, the Biden team has said that they're going to dispatch a team of lawyers in these critical battleground states prepared for any legal challenge. And Biden signaled we might hear from him again today. Savannah and Hoda.
All right, Kristen, thank you.
Now to the vote count in Pennsylvania. A lot of folks are talking about that. We may not get numbers for days, but that state could lead to victory for either candidate. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is right there in Philly. Hey, Steph, morning.
Hey, good morning, Hoda. You know, officials are repeating a word that you are probably going to hear quite a bit over the next few days: patient. They are not talking about hundreds of thousands of votes that still need to be counted in this state, but millions. And that includes some of the state's largest counties, including here in Philadelphia, where they've been counting overnight in the convention center. They're calling it a counting factory, 10 to 12,000 votes an hour. But in Allegheny County, home to Pittsburgh, they went home, and they're not coming back until 10 o'clock. Now, you heard Chuck talking about it earlier. It's going to come down to these mail-in ballots. The state has received 2.5 million mail-in ballots. They've only counted up until this point 1.1 million. That is less than half. Now, overnight, you had Governor Tom Wolf responding to the president, who called for this counting to stop. He said that was an attack on this state's, a partisan attack on this state's election. But to give you an idea of just how far they have to go, at about 1 o'clock this morning, the election commissioner here in Philadelphia came outside the convention center and said they were still counting the machine count. They had not even gotten to the mail-in ballots yet. Hoda?
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you. Let's move now to Wisconsin, a tight race there, too. We have...
Yeah, the plot has really
Yes.
thickened in Wisconsin, but the margin has narrowed considerably. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has been watching the votes come in. We were waiting. We went to bed not knowing what was happening in Milwaukee County. Now we've got the results. It says 85% of results in Milwaukee County. Where are you still expecting to see more vote?
Hi there, Savannah. Well, what we're expecting to see right now is the absentee count in Green Bay. That could be pivotal to the state. Now, Savannah, it has been a very long night here in Wisconsin. As you mentioned, in Milwaukee, we were waiting for that absentee count pretty much for the entire night. They had to count thousands of absentee ballots. Hundreds of election workers were scrambling to do so. And it proved favorable to Joe Biden here in Milwaukee and their surrounding suburbs. But Savannah, this has been a state that was not supposed to be this close. President Trump trailed in the polling here for the last several weeks, and several issues loom large in this campaign, chief among them the coronavirus. I'm standing in front of a drive-through testing site here in Milwaukee. Many voters we spoke with over the last several days said that that was the main issue that they were concerned about. Of course, Wisconsin has seen a dramatic surge in COVID cases. About 85% of the COVID hospital beds in the state are full. And yet still, President Trump, a very strong showing here, and that may be perhaps due to the fact that over the last several days, he made a major push here in Wisconsin, Savannah. He went to a place like Kenosha, Wisconsin, which has seen unrest over the last 2 months following the police shooting of Jacob Blake. He pushed a campaign theme here in Wisconsin of law and order. And what we're seeing is he did relatively well in Kenosha, and that may have resonated with some of the voters there. But again, Savannah, we are now awaiting those absentee ballots from Green Bay, Wisconsin, after getting just in the last hour or two the results here in Milwaukee. A very tight race here in Wisconsin as we wait to see those final results. Savannah?
Yeah, it was a tight race in 2016, might be a tighter race in 2020. Gabe, thank you very much. And look who's been up all night. It's Casey Hunt. Kate,
we've all been up all night.
I was going to say, I hope we haven't lost your voice because we need you, Casey. Yeah. Let's talk about Congress, because when we started, about 12 hours ago, there was a thought that perhaps Democrats could regain control of the Senate. Those hopes have dimmed considerably. Bring us up to date.
Yeah, those hopes are all but gone, I would say, Savannah. And Democrats went into last night just so optimistic. Frankly, Nancy Pelosi was talking about working with the Democratic Senate as soon as Joe Biden took back the White House. And now there are so many questions here. And you can really see, especially in the House numbers, just how difficult a night it was for Democrats. We were also expecting, when you and I last spoke, that Democrats might gain as many as 5 to 7 or even more seats in the House of Representatives. Now it's looking like Republicans are going to gain there. And the races that we've talked about, North Carolina likely to go for Thom Tillis. We're still watching Michigan. Possibly a Republican could win there. So the upshot is that even if Joe Biden does win the presidency, it's likely he's going to be dealing with a divided government. And that's going to make it really hard to actually execute any of his priorities.
I mean, look, over the next few days, weeks, months, and years, there'll be plenty of scorn for the polls. But it should be said that Republicans that you were talking to also expected a bloodbath last night. They too have found themselves surprised. Their internal polls weren't telling them this story either.
Right. I mean, we obviously look at the data that becomes public, but especially today, there are so many outside groups. Every single campaign is out there collecting this data, and they make decisions about how to spend money, where to send their candidate based on what they know. And everything that we were hearing from all of these groups, all of these campaigns, it was basically all the same. Republicans thought it was going to be a really tough night. Democrats were really excited. And in some ways, they were hanging the drapes. And they all, as it turned out, didn't get it quite right. So it wasn't just us.
That Lindsey Graham race, too, that seemed like that was case in point. I felt like that got so much press coverage, and that seemed like it was, he had it
Well, look,
in a
you
walk.
know that Lindsey Graham thought he was losing. He would go on the airwaves and say, send me money, because the Democratic challenger there was raising money hand over fist. But in the end, he held on. And Chuck, I'll bring you into the conversation. It wasn't even close.
Well, and I'm just flashing back. I want to say it was Friday's Washington Post, Casey, where the Republican Senate committee heads basically went public and blistered the president, and essentially laid this entire, there were a lot of angry Senate Republican strategists who are going, look at this map. At the time before the election, like, we're having to defend Kansas. You're making us defend Kansas, and they were all about the president. Now, what did it turn out? The president is the one that dragged some Senate candidates across the finish line. It wasn't the Senate candidates dragging the president. I want to say Texas might be one of the few places, and I think Maine will be as well.
Georgia also.
Where the Senate candidates ran ahead of.
I think it's possible at the end of the day,
president.
we may see David Perdue in Georgia run a little bit ahead of the president. We're still
Whether
waiting
it's
on
enough.
final
Republican
results there.
incumbent.
That is the
Senator
Republican
Perdue.
incumbent, yes. And that's the race that we've been watching. He's running against John Ossoff. It's not that jungle primary, but for the most part, Chuck is correct. I mean, the lesson that Republicans are going to learn from what happened last night is that embracing President Trump wholeheartedly is the right thing to do for their own political survival. They were starting to believe that the opposite was true. And, I think you're going to see that dynamic really be very important as we start to grapple with what the president said overnight, where he said, I'm going to take this to the courts. I'm going to take this to the Supreme Court. There are going to be a lot of questions for Republican lawmakers. What are you going to do? What are you going to say if, in fact, the president mounts these challenges? It looks like he's going to lose and he's refusing to accept that. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them. And the political lesson that they learned last night was don't cross President Trump.
Don't walk away.
We're
Don't
about
walk
to go.
away from him.
We're about to go to Arizona, but what about Martha McSally? She's one who embraced the president, and so far, it doesn't look like she's doing that well.
It doesn't. And as Chuck has been breaking down all through the night, Arizona really looks like a place where we did see the suburbs really shift away from President Trump. And Mark Kelly, who is, of course, the husband of Gabby Giffords, and an astronaut, has been running a campaign really more as an independent. Martha McSally has embraced the president, and it seems as though Arizona and those suburbs are going to more firmly reject President Trump than any of the other areas really that we talked about, and that's really affecting that sentiment.
By the way, Hoda, we're going through a massive political realignment. I mean, the thing is that the suburban shift was true, but there's the rural shift is still happening too. And I think that this is going to get to where governing's a mess, because the two parties are going to continue to drift, and we know that there is a chunk of the Republican Party uncomfortable in Trump world. I think those folks are we saw them shift away. Those folks are just going to become Democrats. And then we know there's a lot of union sort of blue collar Democrats, and we're seeing them in Ohio and in Iowa. We saw them move. A lot of them moved in 2016, and it looks like the rest of them are moving now. So we are in this realignment, and I think some of us thought, well, if Trump goes and it goes in some sort of, and there's margin, okay, then the Chamber of Commerce wing of the Republican Party is going to take it back over. Not now. The Republican Party is Trump's party, even if he loses this presidential, and that is a major development, regardless of what happens the next 2 days.
We're seeing really a sharpening divide between the elites in the country and this populist sentiment that's coming from the working class. And you've seen it even in some of the numbers President Trump is getting with Latinos and Black voters. I think that's really something to watch.
It's working class across racial lines.
Yes. Let's delve into that a little bit more as we go forward this morning. But let's check in Phoenix. NBC's Gotti Schwartz is there. Gotti, we have not called Arizona for Joe Biden. I believe we say that it is leaning Joe Biden at this hour. What's the latest on when they're going to start counting votes again there?
We're hoping very soon here. They're going to be counting votes throughout the day. But it was fascinating to hear the conversation that you guys were just having about the working class across racial lines. And that really is what a lot of what we saw here in Arizona, in particular with the Latino vote. It's not just the Latino vote as this big monolith. It is really the organization of working class, progressive Latinos down here on the ground in Arizona that they say made all the difference in this race. We're talking about different unions. We're talking about different organizations that have been organizing since the days of Arpaio. We're talking 10, 14 years since the days of SB 1070. And one of the things that we saw in the exit polling that we did, and one of the things that we've been hearing from the ground is a lot of young Latinos in particular were out, and they came out in force. They say that they registered, all of those groups registered about 100,000 Latinos for the first time. So they are saying that made a big impact in this race, a very different scene and a very different play out than we saw across the country with Latinos in Florida, with Latinos in Texas, with Latinos in California. So all those Latino groups are very, very different. Back to you guys.
No question about it. And we saw that play out early in Florida and Miami-Dade. The Latino population there, Venezuelan Americans, Cuban Americans went with Trump. Other places in Texas, did the Latino vote disappoint Biden?
Well, disappointed. Well, look, and this is a separate conversation about Texas, the border counties. Those Latino voters just are not showing up to the polls. And I talked to one Democrat who said, this is a decade-long project.
All right, we'll continue with this conversation much more ahead, including Pete Williams on potential legal challenges. Yep, they're sending in the lawyers from both sides. We'll check in with that. But first, this is Today on NBC.
more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
By mail,
early in person, or on election day.
Each state has its own set of rules for the way we cast our ballots.
Yes, it's a little confusing. That's why we have to figure it out now.
Take 15 minutes and plan your vote.
ASAP.
In some places, the polls are already open. Go!
Make sure your voice is heard.
Plan your vote. Plan your vote.
Plan your vote.
Good morning. You just waking up? You're just going to sleep at 6:30 a.m. Eastern, 3:30 Pacific. This is the morning after the election. We think it's a good time to reset in case you missed some stuff. At the bottom of the hour, we have a lot more people with us.
Yeah, we're still counting votes across the country. The biggest headline, it's a still undecided race, and it's anyone's race at this hour. Taking a look at where the electoral votes stack up. NBC News has Joe Biden with 224, 213 for President Trump. As you know, 270 are needed to win the presidency.
Of course, both candidates both have a path to victory, but that, of course, will depend on what happens with the millions of votes in key battlegrounds. Those are still being counted this morning.
Let's go to NBC's Tom Costello. He's been keeping a close eye on that. We talked a lot in these preceding weeks about voting irregularities, the Postal Service, and you know, claims that there could be anything going wrong with the election.
Yeah.
But it seems to have gone very smoothly, Tom, and now it's kind of all over but the counting, and that's going to take some time.
I'll just tell you that people within the government we talk to in various intelligence and security positions are really surprised at how smoothly the vote went yesterday, with really minimal levels of disruptions and no sign of hacking or foreign interference. But it's important to note now, as we are in this vote tabulation period, that every state has its own rules about which votes can be counted after the election. Is there a deadline? What is the deadline? When do you certify? All of that goes state by state. And listen, the bottom line here is that this process is known to drag out for days. In fact, back in 2012, it took 4 days to call up for Obama. In 2016, Michigan was called for President Trump after 2 weeks of counting. So this is a process that does take time. Let's just go through what we know about the individual states that are counting right now. We'll start with Pennsylvania. They paused voting in key counties, as you know, overnight. They started to process absentee ballots on Election Day. Absentee ballots postmarked by Election Day can arrive by Friday. And be counted. Pennsylvania will then count all of them. They have insisted to us over and over again, despite the rhetoric from the president, they will count every vote. And right now, as you know, there are about 2.5 million votes in total on the mail-in absentee votes in Pennsylvania, and about half still need to be counted. We should also now move on to the next state, Georgia. Some key counties paused their tabulations overnight, absentee and mail-in ballots especially. The rules do allow for pre-processing ballots there before Election Day, but the delays really were building throughout the day. Major delays in Atlanta blamed on voting tabulation software and also a burst water pipe in the State Farm arena where voting workers are working to count the vote. So that delayed things a bit there. 50,000 votes at least just right there. In Arizona, mail-in ballots are allowed to be counted ahead of Election Day. Voters have, listen to this, voters have 5 days to correct signatures on ballots. So then all ballots will be counted by November 10th. Another date here, November 10th. The counting can go on and will not be finalized until then. North Carolina, we should make the point, ballots postmarked before Election Day can be counted in North Carolina. And in Nevada, quickly, I just wanted to tell you that they can be postmarked by Election Day, and they can also still be counted. So this is a process that does drag on for days or weeks. Every state does it differently, and the bottom line is it doesn't matter until you actually are going to the Congress in January and asking Congress to certify your electoral votes. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom, this is that time in the year that we all get familiar with election law, whether we like it or not. It's a razor-thin race. It could be decided by the Supreme Court. The president has already raised the specter of that.
Yeah, at like 2:20 in the morning, he did talk about the election being stolen and it being taken to the Supreme Court. Now, I'm the person here who's not a lawyer. You are, and I think Pete knows a lot about law. But what does he mean by taking this to the Supreme Court, Pete?
Well, it's already there. There's already one case there. In fact, there are 3 lawsuits already filed in Pennsylvania, all of them having to do with mail ballots, all filed by Republicans. 2 are new, challenging the way that election officials in Montgomery County, which is the state's 3rd largest county, began examining mail ballots before the official pre-canvass began 24 hours ago. The county actually gave voters whose envelopes had an obvious problem a chance to come in and fix it, and the Republicans say they shouldn't have done that. Another challenges the state's decision to let voters cast a provisional ballot if their mail-in ballot was invalid. The Republicans say state law doesn't provide that. But the lawsuit that's still pending in the Supreme Court is over the decision by the state Supreme Court, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, to extend the mail ballot deadline by 3 days to Friday. Now, there are other lawsuits elsewhere in Nevada. The Republicans are challenging the way the state uses automation to see if the signatures on the mail ballots match what's on file. The lawsuit says that task has to be performed by people and not machines. So if the vote margins are razor thin in these states, we can expect the legal teams to fight this out ballot by ballot virtually, with lawyers for the candidate who's behind trying to get as many votes thrown out as possible from the leader. And if there is a Bush v. Gore type case, this time in the Supreme Court, this is what the big issue will be. in the states where the election rules were changed, are those changes improper unless the changes were ordered by the state legislature, not by election officials or the courts? It does seem that at least 3, possibly 4 members of the Supreme Court have said that is how it should work. And we have yet to hear from Justice Amy Coney Barrett on that question, Hoda.
It gets complicated, though, Pete, because only, I think you said earlier, 16 states have that law. So it's a kind of a question mark in those other states, and the court may have to come in and resolve it.
Well, it's a constitutional question because the Constitution says that legislatures choose how states choose their electors. So does that mean that only legislatures can change the rules, or does that mean something else? And the Supreme Court has never really ruled on that issue.
Well, we have a 6-3 conservative majority now with some originalists on there. So we'll see what happens if it comes to that. We want to focus in on Nevada. MSNBC political analyst John Ralston, editor of the Nevada Independent and Nevada guru, joins us now. Now, John, we saw you a little earlier this evening, and the Clark County, Las Vegas votes had just come in, and it was looking good for Joe Biden. Chuck took 45 minutes of a nap, and when he came to, Nevada was a great deal closer. You have crunched the numbers. We revere you, John. What do you think is going on in Nevada right now?
No pressure, right, Savannah? Nothing.
Yeah, don't blow this, Ralston.
I wish I could have taken a nap. God, the Chuck Todd, he is an old man. Listen, it is difficult to tell exactly what is going to happen from here. Let me tell you what we know. Joe Biden has about a 7,500 vote lead now in Nevada. After those first Clark County numbers came in, a whole bunch of rural numbers came in, and then today's vote in Clark County came in where the Republicans did pretty well. The problem that Donald Trump has going forward from here, though, is that there are tens of thousands of ballots left. There may be more than 100,000 ballots. I'm going to find out more tomorrow, today, whatever the day is. And those are mail ballots. And the Democrats in Clark County have performed better than the Republicans by a 2-to-1 margin. So it's highly unlikely.
Are they Clark County, Las Vegas mail ballots? Is that what you just said?
That's the right question. Most of them are Clark County, Las Vegas mail ballots. There may be as many as 70,000. Even the Secretary of State's office just a little while ago wasn't quite sure. There are some mail ballots left in Washoe County, which, as Chuck knows, is the swing county in Nevada, and that Trump really badly needed to do well in, but Biden was ahead there earlier and probably is going to keep that lead. And there may be a few mail ballots left in rural Nevada, but there are not enough votes out there in rural counties to save him if those Clark County ballots follow the same pattern, which I believe they probably will. And I've also heard, by the way, that some Trump officials essentially concede that, and that they knew the game they played here and elsewhere is that they wanted to declare victory tonight, be ahead tonight, because they know that those mail ballots are going to hurt them, which is why they went to court. And then Pete Williams mentioned one of the lawsuits 3 different times in the last week to try to block the counting of those mail ballots. And they failed all 3 times.
Hey, John, one of the things that we keep talking about here when we watch, I mean, I saw Donald Trump overnights quite a bit in Las Vegas, but even this most recent swing out west, he overnighted, did something at the hotel, and then went back to campaign in Arizona. Did he have a good enough Nevada campaign, and had he had a better one, do you think he might have been able to shock you a little bit?
Well, listen, I'm not shocked, but I am pretty surprised that it's as close as it is, considering that the Democrats had banked so many votes. Now, Chuck, you know that it was a different kind of election in Nevada. They changed the law in a special session. The Democrats control all the levers of power in Carson City here, and they mandated the mail election, which is what upset all these Republicans. But considering all of that, they did a pretty good job of voter contact, getting volunteers out there better than they have in the past. But Chuck, you know this is a very tough tough state
Yeah.
for a Republican to win statewide because the Democratic machine is so powerful
Right.
in getting a registration lead and then turning out those voters.
All right, John, I got to cut it there. We're getting into Meet the Press territory here. This is the Today Show.
He's
Just
about to
tell
do
me-
hashtag We Matter.
I know,
But anyway,
I
go
know.
ahead.
Just tell me real quick, John. I thought I read a wire that said Nevada officials decided not to count any more votes until Thursday morning, which is tomorrow. Is that right?
That's not quite right, although I painfully read the date November 5th, just as you did. They're going to spend all day tomorrow counting. They don't plan to post any results, though, until November 5th. And so after I take a Chuck Todd-like nap, I'm going to call them and hector them that they should
Please.
be posting those numbers.
Well, the wind will be at your back, John. They're going to count today, but maybe not release till Thursday. We'll see.
All right, we're relieved. We were a little nervous. They weren't even going to count today.
I know.
We'd like a day off,
We're
too.
going to see how much juice Ralston really has in Nevada. Thank you very much. We are joined now by NBC senior national correspondent Kate Snow and our NBC political analyst, former Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill, Rich Lowry, editor of National Review. Good morning, all. So it seems, Kate, and you have spent a lot of time in this upper Midwest, industrial Midwest, Pennsylvania, Ohio.
Yeah.
That's feeling like that's where the story's going to be again.
It is feeling like where it's going to be. And I have to tell you, I've been in areas like Eastern Ohio, where President Trump was strong in 2016. And we were wondering when we were there, would he be strong again? We went to Lordstown, Ohio, which is in Trumbull County, Eastern Ohio, near the Pennsylvania border. And the thing that's interesting there, Lordstown, if you remember the story about GM and they closed down the GM Lordstown plant, it was a big story last year, 2019, that plant went away. All those jobs went away. So for voters there, a lot of it was about jobs and not just the GM plant going away, but new jobs coming in. So Lordstown Motors bought that factory and is now about to produce an electric pickup truck, which doesn't even exist in this country yet. So there's some more jobs, not as many as there once were, but some more. So we found this real split. I talked to the mayor, and I want to play you some sound of the mayor talking about why he was very much for President Trump and felt like a lot of voters there that President Trump had done a lot to bring back more jobs.
And we've had a drain of jobs here for 40 years, and you won't get them all replaced in 4 years, but maybe in 8 years, we may get a pretty good jump on it.
So the mayor said to me last week, I think a week and a half ago, that he thought that this would be a win. The county would go, Trumbull County would go for President Trump again. Well, last night, 10 points for President Trump, which is a bigger margin than what he had in 2016. So I know Chuck has spoken to this, but this idea that some places have become even more Trump country than they once were.
Well, let's go to Claire McCaskill. Hey, Claire, it's Hoda here. What happened? Like, I think a lot of people are waking up this morning and we're wondering or expecting to see maybe Biden take Florida. There was talk of Texas. And I think they're waking up this morning wondering, were the polls wrong? Like, what do you think happened?
Well, I think a number of things happened. First, our country remains incredibly divided and very polarized. And so I think the Democrats, and I will put me in that group, were overconfident that everyone felt the way we did about this president. The polling clearly was off badly, because not only is this election much closer than anyone predicted, but it also was not a great night for Democrats across the board. I mean, we expected big gains in the House. We expected to take the Senate. We didn't get big gains in the House, and the Senate is still in question, but the chances look dim.
Well, what do you say about that, Claire? Because, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of folks sitting at home saying, hey, all I've been seeing are these polls that show Democrats ahead. It was going to be a big night for Democrats. Frankly, as I was discussing with Casey, Republicans thought that too. Yeah. So, you know, from the Democrats' perspective, what went wrong?
Well, I have to believe this has to do with the American people, a large swath of them, more than I ever realized, accept this guy's behavior. They've gotten comfortable with the, I call it the outrage fatigue, him breaking norms, campaigning in the White House, lying a lot. And they've looked past all that, and he has convinced them right or wrong, he's convinced them that somehow he's going to be the one that protects their income, the economy, the creation of jobs. And I think that's what won the day yesterday. And his behavior, which we all thought was disqualifying for the president of the greatest country on the earth, but evidently not so much. Now, I still believe he's not going to be president for another 4 years. I still believe that we will win this election, but this only was a wake-up call.
Rich, let me ask you, because you wrote a really interesting article in the National Review, I guess about a week ago, and you said if Trump wins, if he's able to prevail, it will be because Americans have just basically said it was the only way they could rebel against what you call, and you are a conservative writer, this kind of left elite culture, that it would be about the culture above all other issues. Is that how you're seeing it still?
Yeah, I think that has to be a huge element of it. You know, a key theory of Trump and his team was that there's a silent majority out there. Now, it's not a silent majority literally, but it's a silent plurality that might be enough to get him to 270 again. And it's folks that some of them were ducking and covering. They weren't talking to pollsters, and they were deeply uncomfortable with things that were happening in the country all year long, from the disorder to the cancellations. And they were there again for this president and for the GOP more broadly. There was a Republican surge across the board in the United States of America that was missed by most of the polls, and that was missed by the pundits. And just to think again, we've basically, I don't know whether Trump's going to win, but we've experienced a kind of 2016 once again, which everyone thought would have been impossible. And we even had the equivalent of the Access Hollywood tape, which in 2016 seemed something that Trump couldn't possibly recover from. That the equivalent of that this time around was him getting COVID, where his polls tanked. Republicans around the country, their numbers tanked. It wasn't just the public polls and the media polls. It was internal Republican polls showed everyone taking a dive. And amazingly enough, the president recovered. And a big element of it, and I think this is something Democrats have to think about, Joe Biden, I think, was overly passive. And this wouldn't have happened if Trump hadn't been so active, if he hadn't had those big rallies, and if he hadn't especially invested so much in a traditional get out the vote operation. Biden was investing in TV. The Trump team was investing in door knocking and phone calls and turning their voters out. And they did it in an extraordinary way.
Well, Rich, I appreciate that you're always a straight shooter. I wonder what you thought of the president's comments last night, because look, as we've just been discussing, this is a very lively, still going presidential race. There's no need for anyone to declare victory yet. The president may just win it fair and square. What did you think about him coming out and saying, oh, it's been stolen from me, I already won it, I'm going to sue? Did that seem unnecessary?
Yeah, unnecessary. One, it's the kind of thing you do when you're losing. And I don't think they believe that they're losing. And it was just irresponsible for a president of the United States. Obviously, all I had to say is, look, we shocked the world. We think we're on the right path, and I'm going to vigorously protect my interest in the courts if it comes to that. And I think you saw, Savannah, the discomfort of some folks around Trump with this tack through the fact that Mike Pence, when he stepped up to the podium right after the president, he didn't say, "Oh, we won, guys." You know, he said, "We're on the path to victory," which is the more conventional way to put it. And it would have been better if the president said that as well.
Hey, Rich, when you look at our map that we have up right now, we've got Biden with 224 electoral votes. We've got Trump with 213. What are your people saying? Like, what states do you think Trump is going to take? And do you think he can take this whole thing?
Well, it just is a mix and match game at this point. And, you know, if Trump wins Arizona and Georgia, then he just needs one of the blue walls. If he loses one of those, he needs two. Loses both, he needs three, and or Nevada, which is another piece of the puzzle. So he's close, but it's probably going to take a couple days to figure this out, as everyone's noted.
Stand by there, Chuck. I had a question because I was thinking about the 2016 polls being way off, the 2020 polls appearing to be way off. The 2018 midterms. Now, there's a time where the polls seem to basically get it right. They predicted that Democrats would have big gains in the Congress. Sure enough, they did.
Yeah.
Is the X factor here Donald Trump?
Has to be.
When Donald Trump is
wasn't-
on the ballot, pollsters just
Right.
still don't know how to capture the Trump voter in a poll?
It is, look, and in fairness, in 2018, there was the blue wave in the House. But if you recall, the Republicans gained a Senate seat.
Yeah.
Now, it was a terrible Senate map for Democrats. It was a really, it was sort of a red-leaning Senate map, certainly for Republicans. But that's an important point. And the fact is, the polls did miss. I mean, ask Claire McCaskill. There was the polls struggled in. I think where there is a significant chunk of this Trump base, where there's significant rural vote, this is where the pollsters are struggling. One of our polling teams, or state polling teams, identified one of the problems that's there. It's a technical issue when it comes to polling these rural counties, and it's there. But the real issue is it costs real money to do it right, and it's really expensive to do it right, I think. And nobody is spending that money. But no, we're not figuring out how to poll these rural counties better. I think they're all not. We are not accounting for enough of this Trump vote. It's like it just keeps showing up. I remember in 2016 we kept saying, in Florida, no matter how her turnout went, his turnout in the rural areas was there. And that's what we saw here. It was a little more sporadic this time. There were places where Biden did pick off some of it. So this is why I'm saying this isn't a blue wave. This isn't a red wave. This is basically a brick, we're meeting at 270. Somebody's going to end up with a little bit more. But this is, in the Electoral College is concerned. And look at the popular vote. I mean, it's going to end up being maybe 3.5 points. It's not going to be 10.
Mm-hmm. It was all calm and quiet at the polling places. I was thinking, and I woke up this morning and everyone was wondering because things are boarded up. It's calm and quiet. And Claire, I guess I was just wondering, how are you guys conveying to people? This is going to be a long slog for people. And the one thing we all need, all of us need, is to be calm and to wait until these votes are counted. Is there a way that you guys are communicating with people?
Well, I think what everyone should try to focus on is that we have a rule of law for this situation. Now, obviously, the president doesn't have the same kind of view of the law as our country typically has embraced, but the law is there. The courts will make decisions if, in fact, this comes down to legal battles. Lawyers will argue. The Supreme Court will ultimately decide. And I just hope people have patience in the institutions that America has always been proud of, even if Donald Trump doesn't necessarily respect them.
Senator McCaskill, when you look at this map this morning, and I'm giving you the 6 a.m. truth serum, what is giving you pause? What's worrying you this morning about the results that are coming in?
Well, I think obviously we're worried about Pennsylvania because the margin there is difficult in terms of all the votes. There's millions of votes to be counted still, no question. I actually feel very comfortable about both Nevada and Arizona. I feel very comfortable about Wisconsin and Michigan. The question is, what happens with the remaining three? And but I actually believe that there will be some states that there'll be legal skirmishes because I think it's going to be that close.
Well, I mean, I don't have the map memorized like my friend Chuck does, but Rich, I believe if Biden could hold on to Wisconsin and Michigan, pick up Arizona, and we've already projected that he's going to pick up that single-digit electoral vote in Nebraska. That would get him, I think, to 270 on the dot, negating Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina.
Right. So if Biden wins Arizona and Nevada and doesn't get Georgia, Trump needs more than Pennsylvania. And it seems to me, I'm no Chuck Todd either, although I did like Chuck take a nap, 45-minute nap a little bit earlier. More than Pennsylvania. And it seems like of those three, as was kind of projected, Pennsylvania is probably the one where Trump's in the strongest position. But it could be, if Biden wins Arizona, that Pennsylvania is not enough. And it'll be really close, and he would need Michigan to get to 270 and that, or Wisconsin. We need one more, not just Pennsylvania.
All right. Well, no sleep for the weary. Everybody's just got to stand by because there are millions of votes to be counted, many, many states to be called. We continue to watch it. We'll throw up that electoral map and let people take a look. If you're just waking up, this is where it stands this morning. Joe Biden with 224 electoral votes, 213 for President Trump. But those battleground states in gray, that is where this race will be decided. Votes still being counted. We will continue our live breaking coverage, but first on a Wednesday morning, the day after the election, this is Today on NBC.
By mail,
Early in person, or on election day.
each state has its own set of rules for the way we cast our ballots.
Yes, it's a little confusing. That's why we have to figure it out now.
Take 15 minutes and plan your vote.
ASAP.
In some places, the polls are already open. Go!
Make sure your voice is heard.
Plan your vote. Plan your vote.
Plan your vote.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back!
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle,
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
on the ground,
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
and in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
By mail,
Early in person, or on election day.
each state has its own set of rules for the way we cast our ballots.
Yes, it's a little confusing. That's why we have to figure it out now.
Take 15 minutes and plan your vote.
ASAP.
In some places, the polls are already open. Go!
Make sure your voice is heard.
Plan your vote. Plan your vote.
Plan your vote.
Good morning. morning. No decision 2020. The presidential race still up for grabs with millions of votes being counted in crucial battleground states. Overnight, Joe Biden expressing confidence but urging patience.
We feel good about where we are. We really do.
The president falsely claiming victory and threatening a fight all the way to the Supreme Court.
This is a major fraud in our nation. As far as I'm concerned, we already have one.
This morning, we'll take you to the states, still counting votes that will decide the presidency, the potential paths to victory for both candidates at this hour, and reaction from across America and around the world as we wait to see what happens next. Today, Wednesday, November 4th, 2020.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb, live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to this special edition of Today. We are glad you're with us on Wednesday morning, and we really never left. We've been on the air all night. Lots of news to cover.
Yeah, I do think a lot of folks at home, too, are up all night. So good morning to you. It is a day that, quite frankly, it comes with something we're not exactly used to in the wake of a presidential election. And this morning we have it, a lot of uncertainty.
And a lot of votes still to be counted, millions of them.
Yeah, we're doing our best to walk you through all of this morning. We're going to take you through everything you need to know, and we're going to do it slowly. We're going to do it one step at a time.
We are still all in this together. So let's start with the Electoral College map. And here's the count at this hour. According to NBC News, the electoral count is as follows: 224 for Biden, 213 for the president. They're trying to reach 270. That's the magic number. Now, 9 states this morning are either too close to call or too early to call. Not enough vote being counted yet. 7 of them are the battlegrounds that we've been focused on for weeks. You know them by heart now. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. These are tight races.
Yeah, those are the ones we see in gray. There's also the battle for control of Congress to consider. NBC News projects Democrats, though, have held on to the House and actually expanded their majority. And in the Senate, Republicans are clinging to the majority, but several races still undecided.
Yeah, disappointing night for Democrats in the Senate, who were hoping to have a big moment. We've got complete coverage, and of course, NBC's Chuck Todd is with us. He'll break down the numbers and be over at the magic wall in a moment. Let us get started with NBC's Peter Alexander at the White House. Peter, good morning. It was about 2:30 in the morning when we heard from the president last night.
Yeah, that's right. Less than 5 hours ago that he finally delivered his remarks, and he did something that he said he would not do, falsely and prematurely declaring victory. Of course, the winner of the presidency has not been determined, with several states still counting votes, as you just noted. Still, the president did defy expectations. President Trump overperforming candidate Trump from 2016, holding on to crucial battlegrounds like Ohio and Florida that the Democrats had hoped to flip blue. With the presidential race down to the wire, President Trump at the White House overnight, surrounded by hundreds of supporters, falsely claiming victory.
Frankly, we did win this election.
With millions of legitimate votes still to be counted, the president making a baseless claim, accusing Democrats of trying to steal the election.
Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
Repeating his earlier claim on Twitter, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Twitter quickly flagging that as disputed and possibly misleading. While the president correctly tweeted votes cannot be cast after the polls close, it is legal and within voting procedures to keep counting them after the polls close. The president also claiming that his early leads in some battleground states are insurmountable, despite hundreds of thousands of legitimate ballots still outstanding.
With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch.
President Trump is overperforming candidate Trump from 2016, holding on to key swing states like Ohio and Florida that Democrats had hoped to flip.
We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
The president relying heavily on an influx of election day voters, part of his get out the vote strategy, and drawing new voters sympathetic to his message, many of them from rural counties. Among the president's biggest gains with Latinos, especially Cuban Americans in South Florida. Evidence his attacks on Joe Biden as socialist resonated.
As for the president falsely declaring victory, that attack on the democratic process really was jarring, even irresponsible. And that's in the words of some of the president's allies. President Trump saying that he would take his case to the Supreme Court, but it's still unclear how he would do that or on what legal basis. What was notable last night, Hoda and Savannah, is the vice president, Mike Pence. He struck a very different tone last evening, speaking immediately after the president, saying he wanted all the votes to be counted, not declaring victory, but simply saying he thinks they're on the path to victory. Back to you.
Yeah, it's been remarking on it. It's interesting because right now it's anyone's race to have. It's very, very close. The president might win. Joe Biden might win. So, talking about lawsuits and all that seems a little bit premature.
It sure does. We're going to move over to the Biden camp. Now we got NBC's Kristen Welker covering it for us. She's in Wilmington, Delaware. Hey, Kristen.
Hey, Hoda and Savannah, good morning to both of you. Well, the Biden campaign is striking a defiant note this morning after those remarks by President Trump. The campaign manager releasing a statement overnight that really echoed something that we heard from the vice president. Let me read you part of that statement. It says, "We repeat what the vice president said. Donald Trump does not decide the outcome of this election. Joe Biden does not decide the outcome of this election. And the democratic process must and will continue until its conclusion." Now, Biden, for his part, made very similar comments. He sounding very confident that ultimately he will prevail.
With the results in several states too close to call, Joe Biden projecting confidence overnight that once all the votes are counted, he will come out on top.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Biden addressing a drive-in crowd in the early morning hours, saying he is now focused on rebuilding the so-called blue wall, which fell in 2016. Wisconsin, Michigan, and the crucial battleground of Pennsylvania, where both campaigns have spent significant time and money, and where ballots are still being counted.
It's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. But talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
The former vice president failing to flip two states on the campaign's wish list, reliably read Texas and Florida. That's despite multiple visits to the Sunshine State by Biden and his former boss, Barack Obama.
I need you to cast your ballots.
Exit polls show Biden underperformed in a key voting group, Latinos, including the large Cuban American population of Miami-Dade County. But Biden remaining emboldened with a strong showing in Arizona, a state that helped send President Trump to the White House 4 years ago. Still too early to call. Biden also closely watching an unexpected battleground, Georgia, which hasn't voted for a Democrat in a presidential election since 1992.
We're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected.
Biden trying to set the narrative by addressing the country before President Trump and telling his supporters the election is not over until the final vote is counted.
As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump.
From him again today, but no details yet on when or where that may happen. Meanwhile, the campaign has said it has been prepared for legal challenges for quite some time and says it's ready to deploy a team of lawyers when and if that may be necessary. Hoda and Savannah.
All right, Kristen Welker for us there in Delaware. Kristen, thank you.
Whenever you're talking about the lawyers and deploying lawyers on both sides, Chuck, you know we've reached that moment that we were hoping to not reach. By the way, Casey Hunt also joining us to talk about what's happening on the Hill. So take us through the map, because a lot of folks maybe just
let's catch up. That's exactly. Wisconsin is something in the last 3 hours. We got some vote out of Milwaukee, and you can see here, some vote is trickling in. Even in the last 45 minutes, Joe Biden's lead is gone from about 7,500 votes to 11,000. So he's really blowing the doors off here right now. And look, it's the assumption is, and I say assumption is not a guess, most of what's being counted is stuff that was vote by mail. And we know statistically that's likely to lead Democrat. But again, we heard Gabe Gutierrez said, I think Green Bay's coming in. Well, Green Bay is Brown County up there. I love my Packers. It's a Republican leaning area. But the vote by mail is Democratic. So, but you don't know. And so you don't want to make any judgments there. So Wisconsin, look, this is we're trust me, we're going to get the recount rules going here. I have a feeling.
I think you have to request it. I looked them up.
We're going to have to know that one. Let's go to Michigan. You heard Claire McCaskill has some confidence there. We'll see, as you see, as the numbers have come in, this is really tightened. It was a 4-point spread, I believe, when we started at 6 a.m. this morning. Yeah. We're now down to less than a percentage point. The difference is just 45,000. We can tell you it's all mail-in vote. I mean, we've been monitoring that all night, and we know there's a lot more.
The orange is the mail-in vote. The yellow is the day of vote.
And we know that there's still, look at this, there's still over about 850,000 votes to count. And there's a 45,000 vote difference. Okay. This is why Democrats feel, I would say, cautiously confident about Michigan. And by the way, Casey, in case you're wondering, the Senate race and the presidential in Michigan are starting to align. And that is not good news for John James, who needs to overperform Donald Trump by a point or two.
John James is the Republican challenger.
To Gary Peters, the Democratic incumbent there who's trying for a second term. It does look like those two are going to go together for what it's worth. And then we've got Pennsylvania. And let's just be honest here. This is a lot of ground for him to make up. And yet, there's a lot of votes still out there. Nearly 1.8 million uncounted
And where
votes.
are those coming from?
Everywhere. Okay. I mean, again, it's in the mail. So we know, due to all the great polling that we all trust these days, we know, but we're pretty confident that there is a Dem lean to the mail-in ballots. We don't know by how much. It could be by a great deal. We know that Allegheny County stopped counting. They won't start till 10 o'clock this morning. Pennsylvania is something, votes going to trickle in all day long. This maybe we're all going to get comfortable getting to know Pennsylvania a little bit. But let's see, it's a lot of vote to make up, but there's a lot of vote to go. By the way, Maine, because that 2nd congressional district could come in. Biden's going to win 3 of these electoral votes. This lead keeps expanding as it slowly comes in. But let me just show you what's going on here with the congressional district vote. Hang on here. There it is.
You have to ask nicely.
I know. It's cranky too. So here's our 2nd congressional district. And even as this vote has come in, I have not seen this margin shrink that much. Yes, it's 15,000 votes, but this is a very rural district. We still got a ways to go. But it looks like Trump's got a good shot at keeping that. And look, that Maine 2nd congressional district, it's rural, working class folks. In some ways, it matches every other Trump area that we've seen in any other state.
Can you swing out west? Let's do the Sun Belt states.
We'll do that. We'll start out in Nevada. This is where we've gotten vote most recently. We talked to John Ralston, our reporter, contributor from who's the editor of the Nevada Independent, and he still thinks, he said the remaining ballots are mail-in ballots. They're from the 2 big counties, particularly Clark County. So it should be, and as he said, the Democratic machine. But look, it's a 7,600 vote gap here. Again, what's left appears to be advantage Biden, just like we said before. In this, we haven't been able to sort the difference between the same day and the early registration. So this is one where, I trust John Ralston. He knows his stuff, but that's a very narrow vote gap there. And then very quickly, we've got Arizona. Come on, guys. Let's get to Arizona. There we go. We haven't gotten any new vote in here in a few hours. That's going to be a while. There's a reason there's that. And then in Georgia, we haven't gotten any new vote in yet either. But we do expect this to continue to narrow, and we'll see.
Well, there are so many contested races. We barely got to spend our time with Casey, but don't worry, because we've got hours and hours of coverage. But real quick, I think we misspoke at the top of the show, because in fact, Democrats at this moment seem to have reduced their majority, lost some seats in the House, and the Senate looks to stay in Republican hands, although the votes are still being counted.
Yeah, we've called the House for Democrats, so we believe Nancy Pelosi is still Speaker at the end of the day, or at least Democrats in control. But this is not what we expected going into the night. I mean, we were pretty sure, certainly all of my sources were saying, both Republicans and Democrats, that Democrats were going to add to their majority in the House. And overnight, while we are still, these votes take a long time to count, and kind of the way we look at them just takes a while. So we're not going to know how many seats, but all of my sources are now saying they think Republicans are going to pick up a couple of seats. And very quickly, Savannah, one thing I'm watching, Chuck was going through Pennsylvania. We're going to learn a lot about it. I grew up in Chester County, County, which is outside. It's a Philadelphia suburb that's really switched from red to blue over the last decade or so. We are expecting potentially to get a big batch of votes. My sources are telling me there, maybe around 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning. That's a place where if you see a very strong Biden margin, he really needs it to be very strong in the suburbs to actually have a hope of ending up winning Pennsylvania.
Because there's a wide margin right now. At the moment, the president ahead, but there are a lot of mail-in votes to count in Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Casey. Chuck, stick around. We got a lot more ahead. What's the situation in those key swing states that are still up for grabs? We're going to have more on all of that. We're going to speak to, take you to 3 of them live. But first, these messages.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
I fell asleep, guys. It was too hard to still wait for the bullshit. So I hope y'all are enjoying it.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
There's nothing that he can do to stop the people of this nation.
Winning North Carolina, winning Georgia really early on. But for those states, that wasn't part of Biden's strategy to get to 270. His strategy to get to 270 was really
We've got reports from 3 of them. Let's go east to west. We're going to start with NBC's Stephanie Goss. She's in Philly, in Pennsylvania, where they've got a lot more votes to count, but the margins for the president are looking very positive for him.
That's right, Savannah. I mean, a lot of that is the count from the western part of the state. You know, and during presidential elections, the mantra used to be Florida, 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 but that has clearly changed. And there's a very good chance this entire election could come down to what's happening here in Pennsylvania. Overnight, Governor Tom Wolf hit back at the president, who called for the counting to stop. He said that is a partisan interference in this election. They are still counting here in Philadelphia. It's happening at a furious pace, 10 to 14,000 votes an hour. But there are places where it stopped. And one of those places, one of the biggest districts in the state, Allegheny County, they went home. And they're not coming back until 10 o'clock. Now, it's going to come down to these mail-in ballots, as you've been talking about. 2.5 mail-in ballots have been received. Only 1.1 million of those mail-in ballots has been counted. That's less than half. So the governor, with a message to the people here and around the country, please be patient. This is going to take a while. Savannah?
All right, Steph, thank you.
A lot of those poll workers busy from 7 in the morning till 2 a.m. They probably want to be accurate. They want to be rested when they count.
Of course.
We want accuracy over speed. All right, Wisconsin's another swing state that remains too close to call. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez with us now from Milwaukee. Hey, Gabe.
Hey, Hoda, good morning. Well, if you believe the pollsters, it wasn't supposed to be this close, but it is. We're right now awaiting absentee ballots from Green Bay. A short time ago, we got the absentee ballots from Milwaukee, giving Joe Biden a slight edge, but certainly still a very close race. I'm standing in front of a drive-through testing site here in Wisconsin. We have spoken with voters over the past couple of days. They say the coronavirus pandemic, obviously a huge issue in Wisconsin with the dramatic rise in cases here. Also, another huge issue, law and order. We spoke with many Trump supporters over the last several days that say that his campaign message of law and order has resonated with him, especially in the Kenosha, Wisconsin area. But again, right now, we are awaiting those absentee ballots from Green Bay. President Trump won Wisconsin by less than 23,000 votes 4 years ago. Right now, the margin separating Joe Biden and Donald Trump is much less than that. Hoda?
Yeah, real nail biter there. All right, Gabe, thanks.
So let's go out west. The great state of Arizona, my home state. Gotti Schwartz has been watching the count there. He's in Phoenix, which is telling the tale at the moment, but all the votes are not in, or let's put it this way, they're not counted, right, Gotti?
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Savannah. We know a little bit more about those ballots that are still uncounted. Maricopa County election officials say that they are done counting all of the early votes that came in before Election Day, and that the ballots that were cast on Election Day have also been counted. But the big chunk still left are the mail-in ballots that were dropped off on Election Day. Still, Biden has a sizable lead here with over 82% reporting. And if Arizona does go blue, we're not talking about just a light blue. We are talking about the potential for two senators that are Democrats from Arizona. We are talking about a presidential candidate, and we're also talking about the possibility of the legalization of recreational marijuana in the state of Barry Goldwater. So there are a lot of things going on, but it's not necessarily a reflection of the true political demographics here. We still know that Republicans outnumber Democrats. This is more of a nudge from the sizable independent population here in Arizona. They make up about a third of the electorate. But of course, all those numbers are still to be gleaned from those returns that we see. We know that they're still counting those returns. We are hearing that there could be another data drop coming at 7 p.m. tonight. But a lot of people are hoping that it's a lot earlier than that. Back to you guys.
Gotti, thank you very much.
All right, let's take a pause, shall we? We'll take a breath from the elections.
It's Roker time.
Thank God. All right, Mr. Roker.
Well, we may not be happy about this either because we got Tropical Storm Ada. Yeah, it's 2020. Get off my back. Anyway, 90 miles west of Puerto Cabezas, Nicaragua. Yes, 60 miles per hour, moving west at 8 miles per hour. This thing is tied with Laura for the strongest hurricane of the season, third strongest November hurricane on record. It makes its way through Guatemala on up, and then it weakens out back into the Gulf, and now this weekend could become Theta. It's right. And look at the spaghetti plots right now. You can see it's all over the map, but it looks like we will be worrying about this into Wednesday. It'll be interesting to see whether the election is resolved before this is. We're going to get to your local forecast coming up in the next 30 seconds. And that is your latest weather. Feeling very good. Got a little love about the pocket watch from Chuck Todd there.
Hey guys, since I passed the 11 hour, what I'll do is I'll create another stream and end this because somehow I was told that YouTube doesn't, like if I go 24 hours, they're not gonna process it. So stay tuned. I'm gonna create a new stream once I start it up. I'll end this so you guys can just go on my channel and then look at me starting a new stream. So give me a few minutes and then you'll see it.
I do, but I'm bearish on Nevada. I'm bearish on Georgia. I just think Georgia is going to be something. I think Georgia is going to be the last state we call.
You do.
It could very well be if what
Even after Pennsylvania?
Well, there's Pennsylvania.
That's not by itself. How about North Carolina?
Or as we may start to call it, North Florida. If it was, so it's going to Florida on us here a little bit. So, look, what do we have? We have, I think, 8 unresolved states plus Alaska. Alaska is another one we're going to have to wait a while because literally the vote takes days to come in. But I just can't imagine anybody getting to 270 today.
Okay.
All right. And what about, give us the lay of the land in the Congress, in the Senate and the House?
Well, I mean, what Chuck just laid out there, I mean, I think what we're still really waiting for is going to be control of the Senate, because it's pretty clear right now Biden has a couple paths to get to 270. So in that event, if we have a Democrat in the White House, it's looking more and more likely we're going to have divided government if that happens. Republicans are likely to control the Senate. The question is going to be by how much? And some of those states that are still out, Alaska, we're still keeping an eye on Alaska. Michigan, another one where we are keeping an eye on that as well, although it does look like perhaps the Democrat is closing the gap with his Republican challenger there.
All right, Casey and Chuck, you are not permitted to leave, okay? No. We just supplied you with more coffee, and we're all going to need it because this day goes on. Much more voting to be done. Our election coverage continues, but first, this is Today on NBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
All right, guys.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job
guys,
to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you
basically,
make sense of it all.
I'm gonna end this stream, and then I'm gonna start another stream. So, guys, go back to my main channel. I'm about to end this stream because it's past like 11 hours and so. And then what I'll do is I'll start another stream. So, stay on my channel. Don't worry, I got you guys covered. I'm gonna have the whole election running, so you guys can stay in touch. Okay, thanks, guys, for showing, for coming. Let me end this stream and then start the other one. All right, I'll see you guys on the next stream. Peace.